Okay, so here we are. Aristides left me a message. I haven't even seen it yet. Let's take a look at what that is later.
It's just stuff to talk about when we have time. Just miscellaneous talking points.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And
No.
we are live, so everybody knows that. Let's see if we've connected. And give me a second here. We should be... Okay. All right. We are connected. Okay, everybody who is listening, and we've got 0 right now, but that goes up quite quickly. And
0. We have more than 0 now.
Okay.
We've got it.
3, 4. Yes, excellent. And everybody's already putting up the likes. So, okay, everybody let us know about the quality of the sound, and we will then take it from there. We are, of course, let me see. What is going on with the excellent connection? It doesn't seem to be. Okay, it's just starting to tick. Okay, getting hearts. Hundreds. Okay, everybody. Hearts and hundreds. That's wonderful. So thank you, all of you. We need more than that. Something a bit more concrete. Letting us know about the quality of the sound. Aristides and Peter Moon will chip in with their speaking. And let me get this a little up here. And okay, 7 likes already. And so I might as well... Justice Allah says good sound. Videosphere says good sound. Okay, bless you everyone. And up to 11 likes, and so the numbers are piling up. So wonderful. All right, it's lovely to see new people participating. Welcome aboard, Justice Allah and Videosphere. We are very glad to have you both with us, and everyone else who joins us, welcome aboard. Happy to have you all. And with that, we're going to just go through the usual admonishments. Everybody seems to be following them already, so people seem to be pretty familiar with the situation. We've already got 14 upvotes, and that's because people understand this is war. It's a guerrilla war, and it's your war, and you've got to fight it. The only way that we're going to win this war is through you. The population is the battlefield, and the hearts and minds of all of you are what they're striving for. Peg Henry says loud and clear. Goddess bless you, Peg Henry. Let me give you a kiss. And of course, I want everyone to understand that as soon as we start transmission, we are hit with a plethora of downvotes, and these are automated, and YouTube does filter them out, but it takes a few hours. And what they succeed in doing by this kind of attack is they succeed in preventing us from appearing on searches, because YouTube has a retarded aggregate based on popularity. So the more popular you are, the more they disseminate your appearance on searches, and therefore the only way we can appear on searches is with your help. You've got to hit as many upvotes as you can from every IP address you've got, your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your computer, your cell phone. Yeah, just hit it all, and that way we beat them, and they fight as dirty as you can imagine, and actually far more dirty than you could ever imagine. These are the dirtiest people on earth, and yes, they are unfortunately people. You can't excuse them away by saying they're possessed of demons or anything of the sort. No, they're people, and people can be the worst of the worst. Worse than animals, worse than carrion feeders, worse than anything you can that you ever thought was possible, because that's the nature of humanity. Created in the image of the divine, and has the potential to sink as low as possible, simply because of free will. Okay, with all of that being articulated, we, of course, want to make the world an easier place for nice guys to win, and if we want that to come about, we have to fight as dirty as the enemy does. At least for now. And so we're counting on you to hit those upvotes to start with. Okay, all that being said, it is, of course, a few days till my late and sainted mother's birthday. And her photograph, of course, is on the live stream of, it's embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream. And this is a color photograph from the World War II era, in which she is wearing her Manchurian uniform. And So this is a period piece, and Mark H says we're sounding fantastic, and hopefully, Mark, your entries will remain up tonight. I have no idea what was going on with your entries the other day. It says message retracted now. So, Mark, if somebody's retracting the message, it's not me. I don't know what's going on, Mark. I do know Mark was experiencing problems with his entries, and that shouldn't be happening at all because he's a moderator. So because Mark is a moderator, he shouldn't be having problems with his entries. So he re-entered. Sounds fantastic. Bless you, sir. Thank you. Hugs. And hopefully you can join us later tonight. Okay, all that being said, we are going to turn the stage over to Peter Moon. And he's got plenty to talk about, I'm sure. Once again, for whoever wants to read the poem dedicated to my mother, it's in summary of tonight's episode, and as well as the microbio that I put in for historical figures of note. And it goes without saying, obligatorily, I will be going back into an analysis of the damage Kissinger did to this world before he finally relieved us of his baleful presence. And this is because last time I spoke to it, it was still fresh. He had just died, but you have time to think about it, and it just gets worse, and you feel the need to articulate even more. So we can look forward to a lot of that later tonight in monologue. Okay, with that, we turn it over to dear Peter. Peter, hope everything's been going well with you. You sound good, and catch us up on all your experiences the past several days.
Well, I am good, and I'm going to start off as we warm up the show in response to the message I gave you, which you want to talk about privately with me, which we will. Yeah. I won't divulge that now. However, you were concerned on my end after the attack on you.
Yeah.
And by the way,
yeah,
just because I got so caught up into the attack, did he die, or do you know if he survived?
He died. Yeah.
All right. Good riddance. Yeah, and for those of you who hadn't heard, Douglas was attacked outside of his apartment, outside of his house, with a guy hiding a knife, and tried to kill him, but unfortunately he wasn't adequately trained to take out Douglas. So what I want to say is Douglas was concerned on my end, of course, and with due cause, and I will say that all of this stuff that happens, whether it's your physicality or your life, starts first in the energetic field. This is from Qigong. It starts in your energetic field. This is why you want to purify your thoughts as much as possible and purge yourself of negativity without being stupid about it. It's like you don't want to say, well, I'm not going to hurt anybody. I'm not going to do anything bad to anybody. And then, something like this happens and you end up dead.
Yes.
You have to use discernment and wisdom. But basically, you want to put yourself in a situation. And I've said this before. My teacher gave a great story about how this is in ancient days of China. It's a legend that how the next king would be selected, and they'd have a sword over a gate. If we'd want to make it Japanese, we'd say it's a samurai sword over a torii gate.
Yes.
But this is just a story. Anyway, they put a sword up there, and it was juxtaposed and set up so that it would fall on anybody who walked under the gate. And they'd be waiting for somebody to come through the gate and survive the dropping of the sword, which was designed to kill them. So this guy walks through the gate, and the sword falls, hits him on the head, and he survives. And they said, oh, he survived. We'll make him the king. And then somebody else walks through, and the sword comes down, but he steps aside and catches it. They said, oh, he's good. Well, he'll be the king. And then the third guy comes by. He sees the sword. He takes it off the sword. And he walks through the gate. And they said, okay, he's the king. In other words, you prevent the danger before it activates. This is old legend. So all of these threats and occurrences occur in the energetic plane. So I had my own scrape yesterday.
Wow.
And it's energetic. This is not like they sent somebody to go after me. But it goes back to a few weeks ago. Now I don't remember because I didn't, just like I didn't remember if this guy was killed or not. I didn't remember. That wasn't what impressed me. What impressed me is that Douglas was attacked and survived. That was what was important.
Thank you.
Not the status of the individual.
Thank you.
Now, I had heard that I think it was one of the guys in football. I think now it was his tires got shot at. I was going to say, did he get shot? No, somebody got their tires shot.
Jesus.
Now, this was, so I'm driving with Terrell as we drive to football, and I say, somehow that came up, and they said, oh yeah, he got his tires shot, and this discussion, he says, oh yeah, it happened in Hempstead, in Terrace Avenue. He said, oh, that's a horrible place. That's a horrible place. Hempstead Avenue. Now Hempstead Avenue was the original sort of town in Nassau County. They probably grew hemp there back in the days of Washington. That's probably where I got the name hemp.
Ah, interesting.
But it's old. It has a big court there. I think it deals with town court of Hempstead Town. But the judges from the court used to go not far from the court and not far from this area I'm describing, although they would have been on the main road probably, and solicit prostitutes, who they would have been, judging probably earlier in the day, because the prostitutes would be before the judge, and I guess the judges said, hey, these women look pretty hot. This was true, and this is a whole commentary on our justice system, or maybe it's a commentary on the prostitutes. Prostitutes have dealt with the law for a long time. That's a whole nother story. But anyway, so I'm driving through Garden City. Garden City is kind of the premier town of Long Island. It's the most, let's say, very upper middle class. There are more exclusive areas where you have big estates. Garden City's where you have a suburban lot that's maybe a half acre, maybe an acre, some of them. And they're just very expensive homes. It would be worth millions of dollars. And anyway, I have cause to go through there and know the area fairly well. And I decide to take a shortcut. Now, Garden City runs right into Hempstead. And I ended up driving, and I don't know exactly where I am, but I know if I go straight, I'm going to get to Franklin Avenue, which is the main drag in Hempstead that runs into Garden City, and I'm going to be, on my merry way to where I'm going. And I see about 5 young people, and they're menacing. it's clear they're menacing because they're kind of moving in my direction. I'm driving, driving down, it's a street, a neighborhood street turning into a semi-industrial area. And one of them looks like a girl. It's hard to say, but I think it was a girl who's got pants on, and she's jumping out in front of my car.
Ooh.
And I say, this is a menacing presence. This is bullshit. I could read the intent immediately. I did not slow down. I swerved to the right. They were shocked that I didn't slow down.
Good for you.
Because I could read the intention. It's just like if I was in a fight and I saw somebody telegraphing their punch.
Yeah.
As soon as they lifted their hand and I could already read their punch, I had adequate time to either move out of the way or to counteract it. And I did it remarkably seamlessly. It's like I didn't even have to think. I just knew what to do.
Excellent.
And what they're looking to do is to get you to slow down. Oh, and then.
Oh, yeah. Stop and they'll carjack you. Yeah, go on.
Or whatever. Yeah. And so I handled it really well. And I said, oh, boy, that's related. But it's energetic. And, of course, I normally don't go down that street, but I did it, and it tells me to. This is what my teacher refers to as guardian chi. Yes. You must have your guardian chi at all times. And where he started teaching that was when my friend, he wasn't my friend at the time, but he became my friend, Jadiel Williams, because Jadiel Williams, I maybe had seen him in class a few times. I wasn't there when it occurred. I heard about it, and my teacher told me about it. Jadiel told me about it. He was doing push hands with my teacher, and he sent the teacher flying 10 feet back. Nobody had ever done that.
Wow.
That was unheard of.
Yeah.
Unheard of. And my teacher said, he says, okay, let's do this again. He sent Jadiel 30 feet back, yeah. And of course, I had I call it the pleasure of, well, this is a funny story. So anyway, he said that's guardian chi. You've got to have your guardian chi.
Yeah.
So to follow that up is one day we're in a workshop. I think Paul is with me. It's a workshop we go, it's like a 4-hour workshop on a weekend, and it's the break. And I'm eating my lunch and I'm watching all these guys go up against Jadiel, and he's cooking each one of them, and I'm telling him what to do. I say, no, do this, do that, do this, do that. And one of them looks at me, he says, you get up here and try it. You get up. I said, look, I'm eating lunch. I'm sorry. And then afterwards, I remember seeing my teacher down at the street level, and we're out, and the window of my car was open. I was saying goodbye. I said, I'm going to get Jadiel. I'm going to get him. And the next time I walked into class, I didn't know Jadiel. I mean, we kind of knew each other, and he. So it's like it's cold time, and people are putting up their coats, and it's right in this little. It's not an ante room; it's just the ante area. People are setting up their coats, and it's like right amongst all these people putting up their coats. And I walk in there, and there's Jadiel. My teacher says, "Here, he just puts me right in front of Jadiel, right in front of all the coats." Like I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for it. He puts me right in front of him, and Jadiel cannot move me. He cannot move me. And the reason he cannot move me is because I have been steadfastly doing the wall. And by the way, when I was doing the wall for 30 minutes a day, this is putting my spine right up against the wall. I've even done martial arts masters can't do this, that I've tested. They can't put their back, their small of their back all the way against the wall. After a couple weeks, you can do it if you try. 30 minutes a day for like 6 months. Then he told me to do it for another 6 months. And as I did that for the 30 minutes, I would listen to first Mae Brussel, and then I started listening to you that way.
Ah,
While
interesting.
I was doing the wall. And the first time I did it for 10 minutes, I went crazy. I couldn't do it for more than 10 minutes, although I could have stood in an erect posture for an hour, 2 hours at that time, because I was practicing it. I couldn't stand against the wall for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and then I just went crazy. But then I worked up to it, and I did it. But the wall made me completely able to resist. And then the next thing you know, I went flying 30 feet back. And he looked at Chuck, he says, I didn't tell you to do that. Meaning he was using a principle called fajing, which is basically, it's using your whole body to summoning all your body to, physical and eject motion. And it's the beginning of really learning. And I was very impressed with that. And I went over to him. I said, what did he do? He said, that's fudging. And of course, Johnny Allen and I have had many discussions. He couldn't do that so easily against me now, but he's vastly superior to me, and I can learn from him. And I mean, he practiced since he was a teenager. He's practiced in Tai Chi. He does classes in Fort Greene Park in Brooklyn on the weekends. And he, what was I gonna say? Yeah, he's practicing Tai Chi, since he was a teenager. And then one day, he started learning from my teacher, and he went back to the Tai Chi people, and he could beat them all. And they accused him of using black magic. Just after probably a few short lessons with my teacher. And he, so he's somebody I really like. He's from the West Indies. Very, very strong West Indian accent. And of course, I visited his island when I was in Scientology, St. Vincent, very small island.
Yes.
So we had at least that in common. But in any case, that's a little Qigong story, and energy is so important. So that was good. That was good. And we'll have our discussion when we have our discussion. Now, I said in my email that I sent out that I'm going to begin by talking about PTSD, or complex PTSD.
Thank you.
This is not within reference to Douglas, however, that may organically arise. Because when we kind of left, I hit a crescendo when we were talking about David Anderson, how the technology of the time reactor could be employed. Not to say that he does it, but it's such powerful energy, it could be employed to bind entities, trap entities, very powerful, and how the energy of the HARP project and that aspect of it that was engineered by Michael Aquino correlated with what L. Ron Hubbard talked about, with electronics being used to trap individuals, trap spiritual beings that he referred to as statins. And so the Scientology theme came up recently on my YouTube feed. I try to avoid most of it, but because it's just negative entropy.
Yeah.
It's Edomic, in fact.
There.
When I say Edomic, that refers to the Edomites that are the enemies of the Jewish people and the enemies of humanity, because they're just trying to create chaos. Hubbard referred to them as chaos merchants.
Yes.
And the particular, and this has to do with, you have to remember that Scientology evolved out of Dianetics, which evolved out of post-traumatic stress disorder that Hubbard was treating as a clinician for the United States Navy. And he, became a maverick, a renegade, and went out and created his own form of therapy. And you have to remember about Dianetics, what made it so popular and what made it work, aside from Hubbard's own iterations and procedures and input and knowledge, what made it work was that when he wrote his book, it was vastly popular. It was what you call organically popular with the people who read it, who would write verbose letters saying, oh God, I've got this, I want to do this. It was a demand. He had a strong demand for improvement. Individuals wanted to improve. So he had the foresight and the entrepreneurial drive to create an organization and procedures and teach people to do these procedures, which turned in over time into the Church of Scientology. But it was all based upon post-traumatic stress disorder of varying degrees. And we say wartime is where inception was, but then people could apply it to their own foibles. And he attributed the primary basic of post-traumatic or of stress disorder, traumatic disorder, suffering, pain and suffering had to do with the birth of individuals, the pain of going through childbirth, either as a mother or as a baby. And this is the same, this parlayed off the drama of Hinduism and the cycles of reincarnation and forgetting, people cannot remember their own lives. This was a problem confronted in Hinduism and Buddhism. People can't remember. Well, Hubbard said the reason they can't remember is because they were indoctrinated not to remember. They were made to forget. Now, we could have existential discussions about forgetting, not remembering, and being made to forget, but that's not really the point here. The point I'm making is that Dianetics and Scientology grew out of post-traumatic stress disorder that occurred in the military or with people that were in war. And then, of course, it's easy to say it played into the basic tenets of Hinduism. And what Hubbard always stated about these previous religions, organizations, groups, whatever you want to call them, he said they had a missing piece. And he says, the data we have is not new. What we're doing with it is new. And the whole idea was that you could relieve pain and suffering for the individual and make them a well and happy human being. That was the goal of Dianetics. And then once that was accomplished, then you began to go further into, I guess, what you call positive abilities to regain. Now, it's very clear cut, but as I say, there are problems along the way. Now, where this arose on my YouTube feed was a character I've mentioned before, Aaron Smith Levin, and he has apparently a YouTube following of 200,000 people. And I don't mean to assert that that's been bought or faked. Are there 200,000 people that interested in Scientology? Easily. It's hard for me to fathom, but then, it's okay. But I would also say, buyer beware of the 200,000. And I don't mean to imply that he doesn't have 200,000. I'm just saying I would also be on the lookout for, because we know you can buy your numbers with YouTube.
Yes.
But I will take it at face value that he has a huge following. I know he has a big following. And he was fired from the Aftermath Foundation. Now it's funny, I didn't even know the Aftermath Foundation existed. It is a nonprofit organization that he formed with somebody named Luis Garcia, who was the head of it, to help people recover from Scientology who had become disaffected or suffered as a result of their experiences there. And he had raised a lot of money because he's very savvy with YouTube. He's a good talker. Appears like a really nice guy. He's a nice guy. I mean, he's not the type of guy you'd mind spending time with, in my estimation. But even though he was the one who put it on the map and made most of the money, he was taken off by, I think there's 3 couples. The most prominent one of which is Mike Rinder, who used to head the Office of Special Affairs under Miscavige, and who I knew back in the day. But he did a lot of work of what they say is destroying people's lives, and he's contrite about that, and he's trying to improve the situation. He's been on, I think, the Aftermath TV show with Leah Remini and their buddies. But so anyway, they kind of got rid of Aaron Smith-Levin because, and it was this big drama about it. Now, I heard Aaron talking about it. Now, I listened to Aaron periodically because he'd give update on court cases. He was very good on giving updates. So some people don't like him, say he's using clickbait at times. I've seen him do that, but heck, he's hustling his channel, and I don't pay attention to the clickbait. But he's basically giving a service of update, and he keeps on top of things. But he's acquired enemies in the ex-Scientology field. And of course the Scientologists don't like him, and he loves to bait him. In my estimation, he's got too much angst and hatred against him. Because he grew up he was brought up in it as a kid. You can understand his position. But this diatribe is not about Aaron. He's pleasant to listen to. But he has some fundamental, I guess what you'd say, misunderstandings as compared to what I experienced. But then again, he was put into an abusive situation. There's no question about it. So one can understand. Now, they ousted him, and he came clean on this because they were taking the high moral ground against him because he'd been involved with alcohol, mushrooms, and this woman who he was having some sexual, interaction with, and she was going crazy on him. She just went nuts. She was basically wouldn't let him sleep. He was going to court the next day to watch, and she was just driving him nuts. So it ended up in a situation where, the police were called. It was a very embarrassing situation for him. And they were saying, well, if this guy's doing drugs and he's doing alcohol and he's been in trouble for alcohol, likes to go to bars and he gets loud, but he's not violent. And so this was considered horrendous. But it didn't really matter. So he's been criticized for taking, for these attributes, yet he's the breadwinner for the organization. He's one of the founders of the organization. And the people getting rid of him are echoing Scientology false morality, saying, we don't like this guy. So this is this, and they've basically, in my opinion, embarrassed themselves. And he comes out looking, for most people, some people criticize him, he looks as the good guy. because he's being honest with everybody. And I put up a comment on a YouTube by somebody who interviewed him. She was an outside person down the rabbit hole who interviewed him, and there was all these comments. And I put up a comment. I said, what they should do to clear the energy is have the people from the Aftermath Foundation, who are still taking the high moral ground, is come out and do a satirical barbershop quartet version of the song "We Stand Tall." Now, I don't know if you, Douglas, you saw these David Miscavige leading these Scientologists in a choir. Did you see that?
No, I wish I had.
Oh, you can go watch it on YouTube. We Stand Tall. It's so ridiculous. And Mike Rinder's singing it, you know, because he was still in Scientology then. It must be over 20 years old. And I know a lot of those people in it. I said, these guys look like absolute fools. and of course, Saturday Night Live did a takeoff on it. So they just look. And so I was saying they should do it tongue in cheek, and they're standing tall because they're rejecting Aaron for what he's, you know, for his immoral behavior. He was also married, so this was considered a great sin. And as he pointed out, he said, "Look, my marriage has been on the rocks for a long time." He says, "I'm just being open and honest now. You know, we've been living together, and I take care of her, but we're not married, so I'm not going to pretend anymore." So, you know, so people like him for that. So it's like, he's like you, Douglas. He admits what he's done wrong. And it makes him less attackable.
There.
And it makes attackers look like, what are you attacking this guy for? He's bringing money, and he's like, he's great friends to people who need help with Scientology.
There.
With their Scientology experience. So, and to say he's very likable. And as to say, if you had to sit on a bus, you know, to go from New York to LA on, you'd probably rather sit by Aaron. You know, I mean, not saying anything against these people. He's just amicable. He looks like he'd be a lot of fun, just to talk to and be with. Like, you know, he could be your buddy for 3,000 miles. And you'd enjoy him. And he'd listen to you, and he might not agree with you, but he'd listen to you. And not take a high moral ground against you. But anyway, so I wrote this thing. I said these people should do a barber quartet version of "We Stand Tall." In other words, mocking the whole thing and mocking themselves, not taking themselves too seriously. And I said Aaron should read from the Book of the Law, saying, "Take wine and strange drugs; these will harm you none." You know, quoting Aleister Crowley. There's a whole diatribe there.
Yeah.
Not one person liked it, didn't like it, or commented on it. What this tells me is I just don't register on these people. They block me out. Yeah. I might get a comment off of it. Somebody might be listening to this show and comment on it. But the thing is, I don't belong in their world. But I do belong in their world. And I'm going to explain that. Because this has with a vector, what's the word? Vector? There's a word, convergence. It's convergence. It has to do with PTSD, Dianetics and Scientology, Michael Aquino, and Dr. David Anderson. These things all converge.
Yes.
There's a convergence point. Nobody is up to seeing the convergent point except for, you know, Douglas sees it, I see it, you know,
Thank you.
I'm beating the drum for it. And also those of you in this audience who listen and appreciate what we're talking about. Some of you are informed on varying degrees on this subject. But I want you all to know that I appreciate you. I don't know that I need any of this at this stage of my life, but it's my work. So I embrace it as my work. But then I saw a YouTube feed that was had another guy, and say this guy he was slamming somebody, and I forget what the thing said. I think the guy interviewing him was Andrew Gold, who has sort of a voyeuristic interest in Scientology, and he's but see, all of these YouTube channels are into getting hits.
Yes.
And Scientology is hit. And I don't want to be getting hits for Scientology. I really don't. I don't even know if I want to be getting a lot of hits, period. We are improving the numbers on this show, and this is good. We're getting some momentum, and I do want that.
Yes.
Because I want Douglas's book to be purchased, read, and understood, and I'd like it to go beyond that. But I'm not targeting numbers for the sake of numbers. I'm targeting quality of understanding.
Yes.
Because anybody can do numbers for any reason. You don't have to tell the truth. You can tell all sorts of lies, and people. I've heard certain. I think they're celebrities. People can say anything about anything.
Yes.
You can just talk stuff, and it will not be. It will not be rescinded by YouTube. If Douglas or I go on, it will be rescinded.
Yes.
So one has to understand the game one is playing. And I did see a sign of something that we've done that was starting to move in the direction of an admission, but it was so watered down. It might as well not even to brought up the subject. Like nobody brings up the city of San Francisco.
Yay, ever. Yes.
They never bring that up. I have seen some people give quote unquote erudite discussions on it, saying, well, the Allies had to line up everything with Japan. They had to, get everything straight, dot all the I's and cross the T's. What do you have? When you surrender, you don't, an unconditional surrender, there's no I's to dot and T's to cross.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you see I's dotted and T's crossed in the Civil War?
No.
Was there even a treaty? I don't know. Was there a treaty with the Confederates? I don't think so.
No, things worked out later on. It's a very bizarre situation that would take hours to explain, but no, initially there was nothing really of substance. For one thing, the man who would have been responsible was assassinated, Lincoln, and that kind of put an end to it right then and there.
There was a treaty signed at Appomattox, but it was a surrender.
Yes.
It wasn't like...
It's not a treaty. Yeah, it was not a treaty.
We're going to get to keep the black people, or,
right.
Sherman's going to be, apologetic to us. No, it's no.
Just
there was no.
Basically, what happened was, in a nutshell, just to make it as brief as possible, the North, under very radical Republicans, he began to institute a reconstruction to essentially destroy the Southern way of life. The guerrilla warfare and resistance was so strong. This was the birth, of course, of the Ku Klux Klan, their glory days back when they had a lot of public sympathy. And they ultimately resulted in, by 1876, the 100 years after the foundation of the Republic, resulted in basically a fixed election because at that point, as I said, the Confederates won the election. The Democrats won the election in 1870.
What election was this?
It was Samuel Tilden versus the individual.
Was it Hayes? Rutherford B. Hayes?
Yes, Rutherford B. Hayes. That's correct. And Rutherford B. Hayes lost that election by a landslide. And what happened was they rigged it so that they just basically were throwing out just boxes and boxes of ballots. I mean, this was a very gormless fixing of the election. And what happened was that at that point, 1876, we're talking about several years after the American Civil War, the South raised its arms again and began to march on Washington. And at this point, Washington was defenseless. It was not mobilized. And so they made a deal. They said, okay, tell you what, we'll pull out of the South. We'll end Reconstruction, and the blacks are yours. And shear the sheep. We're pulling out, and you can have your way of life and just go back to what you were doing, a few steps removed. And we, on the other hand, will just continue expanding in the West with our frontier army, which was full of Confederate States veterans. So, this was basically what had happened. At that point, a pirate flag was run up in both the United and Confederate States, where they just basically kind of agreed to this compromise. Reconstruction was ended. Blacks were effectively enslaved for almost another 100 years, and it just kind of like was the way they settled it. But there was nothing official. It was very similar to the Japanese situation, except in this case, it was a case where the South may have lost militarily. Mostly, I would argue, vociferously and staunchly because of Robert E. Lee, if more than anything else, was one of the greatest decisive factors there. But take that aside, in terms of the South losing militarily, they most certainly won civilly. They won the peace. They lost the war, but they won the peace. And then one of their sons of the South, Woodrow Wilson, who then showed the movie that glamorized the Klan, The Birth of a Nation, in the White House. This was the guy who became president and then led America into World War I, and which made World War II inevitable. It was like, so we go over this in the book, and so everyone do read the Roswell deception. We do go over this in the book to a degree. Yes, everything Peter says is true. These things, that there was no... There was this need to make Americans think that the South was now back in the fold, that the war was over. So there was, if anything, I don't care if Trump becomes president again and pardons every single one of the January 6th rioters, he still will have nothing on the Union after the American Civil War. Technically, every Confederate States veteran was a traitor, that they were all pardoned. The Union, as soon as Nixon was shot in the head, the Union just basically said, okay, the Confederate quote-unquote rebels, as the Union termed them, they're pardoned, and we're getting back into this kind of groove of reunion, and let's get back to business. And then they held elections.
You said Nixon, but you meant Lincoln.
Yeah, thank you. Meant Lincoln. Had Nixon on my mind a lot lately because of Kissinger. And by the way, just so people understand, it's impossible not to be incredibly bitter about my mother's approaching birthday. This would be her 100th birthday. She should have reached the age of 100 as opposed to Henry Kissinger. That's it just goes to show you the good die young. I mean, she died very young for someone who was half vampire. But as I've said before, with all the punishment she took, both my parents, I know that I've got the best genes in the world. Whether it, of course, my legal father, his genes, whatever they were, may not be inside me, but then again, we have to go about analyzing the genetics of my biological father as well. But certainly my mother's were exceedingly resilient. It just goes to show I will most certainly live to be at least 100, barring, of course, a successful assassination. But yeah, all such being said, it's a kind of bitter a time. And to think that some scumbag like Henry Kissinger could live as long as he did, I'll go a bit into why he should never have lived as long as he did. Believe it or not, I'll go into later in monologue that the Likud, the Jews, attempted to assassinate him. And this failed, but it goes to show that he was going around ordering assassinations. The Israelis were very unhappy about the way he was helping to run their wars, and they wanted more and more from him. But if he had given them all that they had wanted, he would have been accused of treason. There's only so far he could go without making it completely obvious that he was a traitor to Israel. And so he had to put on this front of his own form of Judeophobia, but they wanted him dead anyway. Of course, later on they got over that and awarded him Israel's version of the Congressional Medal of Honor. I mean, the whole seething trip of their espionage against each other and against the United States is exceedingly offensive. You have no idea. I'll briefly, again, cover it during monologue, talk about the espionage Israelis conduct in the United States. Of course, everyone conducts industrial espionage, but no other nation on earth conducts industrial espionage against the provider of enormous amounts of foreign aid. No nation does that. If they're receiving foreign aid, there's no need to conduct industrial espionage because the foreign aid is providing them what industrial espionage otherwise would. It's a redundant act. But the Israelis, being just pure raw Edomite evil, they have the largest campaign of industrial espionage in history that is constantly conducted against the United States. It started around the time of Jack Parsons when they paid him to give away federal secrets, which resulted in his assassination by his own country. So you're talking about just really, the more I dwelt upon the death of Kissinger, the more there is a need now at this watershed moment to express just how truly evil and Adamic the Israelites are. And so that being said, back to Peter.
Well, thank you for that. And to get back to what I was talking about, yes. I was just talking about the absurdity of the
concept of we have the San Francisco Peace Treaty just as kind of a sense of closure, as opposed to unconditional surrender, which have always touted.
It's an elaborate treaty that's signed by all of the allied nations,
except for the Soviet Union. Yeah, except for the Soviet Union, which of course the Russians are still legally at war with Japan. Yeah.
Yes, but as I say, in the Civil War, there is no such elaborate treaty. You have truly an unconditional surrender, militarily and legally, because they are all, and they changed the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible. Indivisible. That one word, indivisible, was added.
Yes.
And I think, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, with liberty and justice for all, whatever. I recited that every day of my first 8 years in school.
Yeah.
They got over it in high school. We didn't have to do it.
Thank God.
I mean, it became, the only problem with it, it singled out the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yes.
And it was not pleasant for them. People didn't like them for it. I had no issue with somebody doing that. I thought they were ostracizing themselves. I never harassed them about it. But of course it made them unpopular, and they probably already unpopular, and it made people aware they were Jehovah's Witnesses. So that doesn't, help their public relations.
Yes.
If I was, I don't know, if I was running the Jehovah's Witnesses, I'd tell them to be a Trojan horse. Why not be a Trojan horse? Be a ninja. Pretend you're one of them.
Oh, they would consider that some form of lie. They would consider that some form of...
They're already living a lie anyway.
Yeah. Touche.
Yeah, so what the hell? But anyway, so I was talking about Aaron Smith Levin and his popular YouTube channel. And then there was this other YouTube channel that came up with this, Down the Rabbit Hole, it's called, with this Asian woman. And she's not a Scientologist or an ex-Scientologist. I think she's done some criminal investigations or something. But anyway, she's interviewing Aaron. And now, then the Andrew Gold channel pops up. And he is somebody slamming somebody. And it's an interview with this guy named Jamie Mustard. Jamie Mustard, like the yellow mustard you put on a hot dog. That's his name, Jamie Mustard. And I never heard of this guy. And he is basically telling a story that he grew up in Scientology in Hollywood, or what he calls it, across from, I think, Paramount Studios in, I think it was on Melrose. I think they called it the Scientology called it the Cadet Org. I don't think I might have went on the grounds once to find out something from somebody. Maybe I was looking for a mattress for myself or something. But I went by it. I never had any physical interaction with it. And he apparently grew up there. Now, he says all this stuff, and I will take it at face value that he's telling the truth. I never heard of the guy. I probably would have heard his name. So I have some healthy suspicion that he could be making this story up. It would seem improbable that he could get away with that. So I'll take it at face value that what he's telling, just like I take it, okay, Aaron has 200,000 YouTube followers, okay. But I still, I'm not going to, I can only accept that at face value. Just like I can only accept this guy's story is that he actually had these experiences that he said and that he was there. He tells a horrific story of being completely abandoned by his parents, who were pursuing Scientology and treating him as an afterthought. And he said that he didn't have human touch, during his first 2 years, which I find that challenging to believe, even with people who were disaffected with their kids or whatever. I think they'd at least be acknowledging their kids. And all the things, all the way he talks about the way he was treated, the way he was dealt with, if he'd have a boo-boo or a cut on his hand or whatever, they'd say, don't have human emotion and reaction. That's human emotion and reaction. HENR, they called it.
Wow.
That's reactive bank. Don't have reactive bank. Now, look it. I was trained. I never said that to anybody in my entire life. I didn't say that to people. I wouldn't have said that to people. It's damaging to say that to people. So it's kind of like, a Christian going up to a fellow Christian. Well, like in the Catholic Church, when they conclude the ceremony or whatever, everybody shakes hands. They say, "Peace be with you. Peace be with you." It creates an aura of friendship and comradeship. Well, what if you said to them, "Get rid of your demons. Get rid of your fucking demons. Go see the priest. Get rid of your demons." No, I mean, this is inhumane treatment. And do we blame Scientology for that? We can certainly blame people in Scientology for that, because that's obviously what happened. And I don't doubt a bit that gives credibility to his story, that people would have said that stuff to him. So if he was faking it, he was talking to people who did experience that. And I believe people would say that, because I heard all sorts of stupid things that I would never say as a trained auditor. Never. It's just like you wouldn't say that. And you notice that people who are trained would tend to be able to handle situations without getting into emotional arguments with people. You can handle things seamlessly, calm situations down, using simple human communication. So anyway, he was treated, and he talked about not having underwear for like 2 years when he was in his infancy or toddler. He talked about roaches and having to put his shirt over his head so roaches wouldn't go at his mouth. It sounded horribly similar to what you
I was about to say, he must have been listening to my story and just regurgitating it. No wonder you...
I don't think he was. I think that there were bad situations there. I remember sending out repeated and continual alerts on the situations that we'd hear about to have them investigated and pursued and corrected. It was not my job to enforce compliance on these. We were sending out reports, like saying, what the hell is going on here? You better fix it. And that was delegated to the LRH or L. Ron Hubbard communicators of the area. And apparently they didn't comply with the investigations too well. You know, just to give a little amusing full circle on this, there was this kid, Kyle Marple, and I remember seeing him when I returned from the Apollo to the LA ship, the Excalibur, and he was sitting there, and he was a little kid, and he was on the ship for a while, and he says, "Oh, you were at Flag. I want to go there and be with my Uncle Wayne." "You know my Uncle Wayne?" "Yeah." I said, "I know your Uncle Wayne." And he was all enthusiastic, and then I remember he was a enthusiastic little kid. And then when I was on L. Ron Hubbard's letter line, I'd get all these reports about Kyle Marple. Kyle Marple did this, Kyle Marple did that, and it was just Kyle Marple, Kyle Marple, Kyle Marple. Like he was the terror.
Wow.
Of the cadet order. And then one time, there was this tape that came in, and I had to listen to this tape. It was at least 45 minutes. It might have been a couple hours. I don't know. And it was this adult who had joined the Sea organization with his family, and he brought them, and I guess his kids were the kid on Oak. He had all this idealism and optimism. I was always skeptical of people who brought their family into the Sea organization. And I'm listening, and now keep in mind, I had to listen to tapes. If one of us would have to listen to the tapes, because if there was a problem in the organization or a legal threat of some sort, they had to be listened to. You didn't know what was in them. Mm-hmm. They could have been telling you of a murder or something.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm listening to this thing. I don't want to listen to it. Because it's how are you going to make up, you've got to crank out about 10 letters an hour. How are you going to crank out 10 letters an hour and you have to spend 2 hours listening to something like this?
Yeah.
It means those letters have got to be fast, Ron, you're great. We love you. Oh, okay, good. Thanks for your message. Keep going. That's, that's fine. You can crank out 20 or 30 of those.
Right.
But that's if you're lucky. So anyway, I'm listening to this thing, and this guy's talking. He says, "I joined the Sea Org. I brought my family, and everything was going around fine." And then he just goes into like tears, "Until I met Kyle Marple." And I'm thinking like, okay. And he's just, Kyle, this is the worst I've ever heard of Kyle. He's just like a goddamn terror. Well, okay. So, alerts are sent out or whatever, I don't know. Then it's maybe a year later, maybe a couple years later. Kyle by now is a probably 16-year-old, maybe 17-year-old. I don't know what he is. He's a high school age. And I'm sitting there at dinner, and I see Kyle. I recognize him, I see him a table away. And I say to my good friend, she's in charge of bringing people to the base in Clearwater. I say, you know who that is? I go. She goes, yeah, that's Kyle Marple. I said, do you know who Kyle Marple is? Well, I said, do you know what he did? She says, well, he's got a chance. We're giving him a chance. A good guy. Because when you're trying to recruit people, you recruit anybody. But I said, this isn't going to work out. So Kyle, being the character that he was, he heard our table. We were an uproarious table with laughter, telling jokes. We were a lot different. And I was probably the main perpetrator of that. We were boisterous. We were laughing our asses off, having fun with each other. One of my friends passed away. He said, those were some of the best times I ever had. All the fun we had doing that. And I said, you know what? You're right. That was the high point of his time in the Sea Org and probably life, because we were all friends. We were good friends. And what I had done, I explained to him. I said, I was disconnecting from the people on the ship who I'd known, the old timers, because they were kind of stuck and set in their ways. These guys were new guys. A lot of them were from Ohio. And they were young, couple years younger than me. They were kind of like with it. They were happening. They were good staff. They were good people, and they didn't have the stigma of having gone through the Sea Org indoctrinations and the Apollo. So I really liked them. I sought out new friends, which was part of what I learned in my Scientology auditing, was to, have new abilities. In other words, don't stay with the same old stodgy people who were stuck in their ways. Yes. So we had a lot of fun. And anyway, so Kyle heard us, and he invited himself over. And he loved this boisterousness. He was younger. And then he found out that we played football. So he wanted to come out and play football. We never refused somebody to play. He was young, but he was very good. Very good. But he was young. He had rough edges. And he'd play. And I kind of took him under my wing. And he started calling me Dad. And he appreciated me. I bought him a pair of football shoes. Cost me $10. Get a pair of cleats. You can still get a good pair of cleats on the internet for like, $27. And it totally changed his game. It made him better. Made him much better. And I remember, I remember the the first time we ever won a game in the City League at Clearwater Beach. We couldn't win until they put me in as quarterback, because the guy kept losing. He didn't know how to play the position. And I remember we were behind. I said, we got 2 minutes left, 2-minute drill. I said, and we just started marching down the field. But most of that marching down the field was me running. And by the time we got to about like 5 yards from the end zone, I was exhausted.
Ooh.
I ran my ass off. I had no energy. And I said, okay, I'm going to hand this ball off to you, Andrew. Andrew was the guy who'd been playing quarterback. He just couldn't play. I said, I'm giving it to you because I'm too tired. I handed the ball off to him, and somehow he threw a touchdown or an extra point or a touchdown to Kyle, and we won the game. Kyle was the man. He won it, and he was just. And I was like fucking on my ass. I don't know what happened to me. I think I got knocked down, and I was just. We won. I said, oh, that's great. It's the first time we ever won, and he was the guy. So he didn't. He was a character. He was a character, and I remember, so he was always like some wild energy that I was kind of like. I was trying to like calm him down from creating too much trouble. Now he wasn't the same rascal he'd been at the cadet org. I even asked him about that, and I think he had, this, he was on a bus and he was baiting. He was like baiting this guy, this old man. He was not old man. I said he's an adult. He's just, he's just heckling him, just like you might do in high school or something. You might heckle somebody. You might heckle or see somebody heckle. This is what he was doing to this adult. He was like kind of had him in terror because he was basically left adrift by his mother. I knew his mother. She was the one that came up to me. She saw me in Clearwater, and she was the one that said to me, "You're still here." After everybody left, not everybody left, she said, "You're still here." That was kind of the universe telling me it's time to go. It's time to go. It's time to go. You're still here. So Kyle, I remember one time, there was this crazy guy who had a gold shop on the street, and he would come into the church, the building, and he fell in love with this girl named Kathy. He just was like stalking this Sea Org member named Kathy, and he'd come on and look at her. There was nothing special about this lady, I can tell you. But he was attracted to her. He became infatuated with her. He went crazy. His gold shop didn't work. He lost he became a homeless bum.
Jesus.
On the street. And he blamed Scientology. He blamed her. His name was Frank Diamond. I remember him. And I remember seeing him in the back of a Italian restaurant that was in the same building we were. And he'd be in the back kitchen getting food. The guy would be giving him food just to help him out. But Frank was menacing. And when he had his car, he lived out of his car, and he would come up if he'd see you, and he'd say, "Who was Adolf Eichmann?" Who was Adolf Eichmann? Meaning we were like Adolf Eichmanns with Scientology. And I remember one time walking down the street. I was on the opposite side of the street. And this was a time I experienced telepathy. I remember throwing a thought out at him, and he turned around and looked at me, and he answered me. Yelled across the street. He just turned around, like he heard my thought, turned around and yelled at me.
Schizophrenics do that. Schizophrenics receive people's thoughts. That's why they go apeshit. That's why they go crazy. They receive everybody's thoughts like a radio receiver. Go on.
So we'd be out in the parking lot throwing the football around at dinner, a nice hot summer day. We'd be throwing the football around just at our leisure time. There's nobody there. Frank comes up in his yellow car, and he's gonna, he's menacing, like he's coming too close to us. And Kyle goes over and picks up a rock, and he's gonna heave it at this guy's car. He's gonna, unload it on him. I restrained him. I said, "No, you can't do that. You don't need that." just going to recoil on you. I took him to a couple of spring training baseball games, which he really appreciated.
Not the crazy guy, was it? You mean the other guy?
No. My friend Kyle,
Yeah, got it.
Took him. And then somehow after I remember when I left Scientology, I would go down for Super Bowl weekend to Clearwater with my friends, and we'd have a reunion game every Super Bowl. We'd be out there Saturday before Super Bowl and Super Bowl Sunday. We'd be out there for 4 or 5 hours playing football and be so sore at the end of the day we couldn't play, and then we'd go out the next day and be sore. We did this for quite a few years. And then somehow I dug Kyle up, and he had been left all of that. He went through some horrendous situations during high school, where he was like, he went out for football at the Clearwater High team when he was still in the Sea Org, and they'd say, Kyle here's from the Church of Scientology. Boy, they just treated him like shit. He left. He couldn't play. I mean, he was targeted.
Poor bastard.
And he had different problems at Hollywood High when he went back home, because those were more violence, which he had to, I think he broke these guys were all menacing him, and he breaks a broom over his knee and threatens to stab anybody.
Jesus.
And you know what? They all respected him and liked him after that.
That's how people are, yes.
That's what he had to do to get respect at Hollywood High. And so anyway, the years had gone by, and I somehow dug him up. I don't know how I dug him up, and I called him up, and I had everybody like, okay, I've got a surprise guest for you. We're going to have a surprise guest, Mr. X. And I had him come in my friend's house with a paper bag over his head, and his girlfriend. A paper bag over his head. Guess who this is? Oh man, it took him a while. They finally guessed him, and it was a big reunion. It was a lot of fun, and then he played, and we did that for a few years, and then he insisted on coming to New York and buying me a pair of football shoes. I swore I was never going to play football again. He bought me a pair of football shoes, and that kind of inspired me to go out and play again.
Excellent.
Wanted to buy the football, and he took me to a Mets game. First time I'd ever been to a Mets game.
Wow.
And because he wanted to take me to a baseball game and return the
favor,
the kindness. And but the first time he came to see me in New York, it was funny. He was coming, and he took a wrong turn. He was coming from his dad's house in New Jersey. He was always told that his dad was gonna. His mom always said, "Oh, don't see your dad. He'll punish you. He'll beat you," which was just BS. His dad. His dad was black. His mom was white. And his dad was much saner and nicer than his mom. And you really couldn't tell he was black. We called him Zebra. He loved that. Yeah, he didn't look. And once you told he was black, then you could understand it. But anyway, he's coming to visit me, and he gets misdirected in New York City, which is very easy to do. And he ended up in Manhattan, in Chinatown, going up the wrong way on a one-way street with all these Chinese people yelling at him. In Chinese, you're going the wrong way. And he's like, so he just turned around and went home, and came back the next night. Because it was just too
intimidating.
And I think the first time he went to New York City to like parking, it's $20. He thought they were joking. If you could park $20 now,
you'd be lucky. Yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
New York has its own way of intimidating people.
Oh, it's awful.
But the thing is, but the long and short of it, I haven't talked to him in many years, but he did become a Christian, became a Christian.
Interesting.
So I guess he went through some hard times. He's had a tough life, but I think he's okay. He had kids, and now he's, he is whatever he is. But that's the kind of crap that went on. That was my interaction, with the only other interaction I had with children was when they brought out these kids to the cadet or to the ship to get security checked. And this guy, Jamie Mustard, was complaining about being put on an e-meter. And, so he definitely wasn't one of the kids they brought out. And I was pretty much, I think, the only auditor that could interact with these kids peaceably and nice. I didn't mind them at all. Some of them, they didn't have anything to do with the kids.
Wow.
They couldn't interact with kids. I do well with kids in my chart. I got the sun and the moon in the 5th house, which is the house of children.
Yeah.
So I interact well with children. I never wanted to be a teacher of children, somebody who interacted with. That's not what I ever wanted to do as a vocation, but I do get along well with children, and I enjoy them. And of course, I got along with them fine when they were sent to me, but that was rather minimal action. So this guy, I got to tell my friend Nicole to quit. She's in China right now, and she's Skyping the hell out of me.
Interesting. That's cute. The sounds are pretty. The sounds are pretty loud. Yes.
Yeah. No. She is cute, and what I'm saying is, what's she been up to? I can't even.
By the way, while you're addressing that, I do want to express to people that, of course, my son being Armenian and the horrible state of affairs with the way Israel has been just openly doing their best to commit genocide against the people of Armenia, not simply the Palestinians. Felt that it was possible that the abortive assassin might have been dispatched by the Israelis. There is some cause to think that might be the case. I wouldn't say it's compelling, but it's the potential is there. There's certainly plenty of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Israelis. I mean, the one thing Jewish people love to do is fuck blonde-haired, blue-eyed people and make themselves as blonde-haired and blue-eyed as possible. You'd be amazed at how many blonde-haired, blue-eyed Israelis that there are. It's almost you'd almost think that they were a majority as opposed to a minority. It's possible, and at the same time, it's again nothing really compelling driving me in that to that conclusion, but it could be. Certainly, we can discuss that later as organically if it arises again.
Okay, so thanks. So anyway, so to get back to this character, Jamie Mustard, he's talking about all the abuse he suffered, and being put on meters, and he's not allowed to express no human touch, and he's just doesn't have a normal upbringing. Yet he's programmed with Scientology. He thinks Scientologically, and he had a very funny phrase. What he called it the sci-fi love boat something cult. Alien cult or something. Sci-fi. He had the sci-fi and the love boat in there. I don't know what the other thing was, but maybe celebrity cult. Sci-fi love boat Hollywood cult. Because it's got that element of the boat, the love boat.
Yes.
It's got certainly the celebrities and certainly the sci-fi thing. It's weird, and so he grew up, his parents weren't interested in him. He lived very minimally time with his parents, and I think that's because he got in trouble. But he tells this very sad story.
Or as my latent sainted sire used to say, he has a real sad line. Go on.
Well, but then where this becomes, now he's taking the side of Aaron Smith Levin, but he's basically says a very, very fundamental truth, which I wholeheartedly agree with. He says what we need here, he says that what these aftermath people who, excused Aaron from his duties, he said that these people are former cult members themselves. For the most part, they grew up in the cult themselves. So they kind of are still acting culty. And he says, what we need for all of these people is compassion, which I agree with. He hits the compassion button hard. We have to have compassion for all these people. Now he goes into his main thesis because he had to get fixed. And he gets fixed. He wrote a book, which you're all welcome to buy and read if you want, called The Invisible Machine. And he wrote it with a shrink, a certified shrink. And he basically, it was some obscure type of therapy he found out. And he's basically, what his basic thesis is, and he's been diagnosed with complex PTSD. And his basic thesis is, in my words, paraphrasing him, is that he's when you're subjected continuously and repeatedly to a stress, it becomes, you biologically change. Your biology is changed. And he said this is what happens if you're subjected to, in wartime, shell shock, if you're continuously repeated with bullets and blah, 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 or even just the continued high alertness of being ready to respond.
Yes.
It changes your nerves. He goes into it more biologically than I can right now because I haven't studied it. Mm-hmm. But basically says you're physiologically changed. Yeah. You have physiological structural change as a result of this heightened awareness, flight or fight mechanism. And, so basically, if you're subject to continued sleep deprivation, as many people in the Sea Org were, mm-hmm. or if you're subject to repeated stress of superiors or people who browbeat you, or even being bullied, this can result in a physiological change that is actually complex PTSD, but it's more than that. It's a physiological change. And he says, until you are physiologically addressed this, he says, but it can be addressed and it can be cured. And what did he say the method was? I think basically you're resetting your nervous system. Yes. A kinesiologist or a chiropractor who's schooled in it can reset your nervous system with simple touching. This is what emotional freedom technique will do. Mm. But I can't for you, I haven't studied all this to delineate all the nuances and difference. And he's basically talking about the physiological change. He talks about the amygdala gland, the brain. But what he's echoing when I started hearing this is what I learned about the spiral breath from my friend Dr. Gail Mack, who developed the spiral breath and works with essential oils to fix these same problems. Mm-hmm. She was, bashed over the head by her boyfriend, and her brain was physiologically damaged. And
Jesus
she came back
Christ.
she overcame it. This was a very dramatic conversations we had in Michigan. And she was supposed to send me her book. She never did. She said, don't buy it because I'm going to send it because it has the updated video in it. So I wanted to read the book. It's called The Spiral Breath. She fixed herself. Wow. She's incredible. She's an incredible lady, incredible doctor. She told me the story of Gary Young, who was the founder of Young Living, who developed an essential oil for PTSD. And the government came and threatened him, take it off the market.
Wow.
We don't want PTSD to be remedied.
Right.
Because what happens is when these people they start giving the essential oil, they start remembering things that the government doesn't want them to remember.
Yeah.
But now we have Jamie Mustard with his book coming forth with I believe he's a psychiatrist, but he's credentialed, and he's talking about all of the peer-reviewed work he's done. He's the narrator of the book. He's the writer of the book. He says that he had no more education than maybe a year and a half piecemealed together of formal education, yet he found himself in the School of Economics in London and this, that, and the other thing. And if you look at his websites and his media savvy, he seems savvy beyond his years in terms of how to function on the internet. He speaks well. He speaks, it's hard to say that he speaks from the heart, but he does from his own reference frame, because he does say he has complex PTSD, so you have to look through that filter. Where things get the point of convergence and why I'm bringing this up, it all sounds very plausible, and he's got the Aftermath Foundation interested in him to some degree because, techniques to clear complex PTSD. And you're put out for a while. But he touts successes. I haven't read the book. I was going to read the book, and I saw where it could help a couple people that I know. But I have the arguments he gives are very good. But this is the problem. Now he's offering services, different centers, different discounts. It sounds like he's repeating Dianetics. If you got complex PTSD, we can help you. You can get a discount. I don't know how much it costs. Anybody who's been involved with Scientology, I certainly don't need this. And of course, I never did. But I imagine there are people who might benefit from it. Cost or no, I don't know. But it sounds like I said, so now all of a sudden, the thing is, what's important here is it's coming back full circle. In other words, okay, so a movement starts out to clear people of stress, post-traumatic stress disorder. The procedures to clear become traumatic, and generate PTSD in and of themselves. So it's like, what is the Hinduism saying about repeating karma? Repeating, you continue to repeat things until you learn them. So they didn't learn how to clear trauma in Dianetics and Scientology, so now they're having to find something else to clear trauma, and the trauma begets more trauma begets more trauma. It sounds like a horrible daisy chain. Now, in the end, the result is a result, and you can't knock a result if it's actual result. But this is where it becomes problematic. He's got all these peer-reviewed people in his corner. Hubbard never had peer-reviewed people in his corner. He did for a while, maybe, but they unreviewed him and unpeered him. But then he starts talking about working with special forces. So now he's got an in with special forces, and special forces came to this guy. So there's this convergence of special forces, what he's doing, an abused Scientologist or former Scientologist kid, and the psychiatric world and peer review. So you got peer review. So now he's in the fold of the special forces, working with special forces people.
That's pretty sinister.
This, of course, makes him highly suspect.
Thank you.
And then he knocks it off. He knocks it out of the park when he says, the mind can be totally changed. He says, for example, I watched this documentary on Edward Snowden, and I'm all on board with the Obama thing. I'm not going to give this Edward Snowden anything. I watched this documentary, and Edward Snowden is like, he's a hero. He's one of the biggest heroes ever. So that's like, Tom Brady throwing a 100-yard pass to win the Super Bowl. Snowden's the man.
Dear God.
Now, I don't know if this character is just operating on a deep-seated dysfunction, or what, or if they took him as bait or fodder, because they said, this guy's damaged.
Thank you.
We can use a damaged guy like this. I mean,
Yes.
He's got intelligence. So it's like, God. And where this becomes a point of, now the thing is, I could see the government wanting to come in and take the monopoly of Scientology. But Scientology's already been monopolized and made to be generally dysfunctional. It's not going to help anybody. Well, I shouldn't say that. It could help people, but not in great numbers. It's not set up to do that. And if somebody were to, it's almost as if somebody's doing damage control, saying, well, maybe we can take over the recovery of PTSD, and prevent people from really recovering. It's almost like a more subtle form of false memory syndrome to control false memories. We'll control the world of PTSD.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're going to do Scientology, only not make it so big, or make it less cultish. And I just think it's a lame attempt. It's kind of like the Army trying to take the dirigibles and invade Antarctica with the super dirigibles.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to work. I know it's not going to work.
Thank you.
And of course, I've read very negative comments about this guy. I don't know that he warrants that much negativity, but the point here, the overall point, is that there is a convergence of the phenomena we know as post-traumatic stress disorder, what Michael Aquino did to generate post-traumatic stress disorder, what the legacy of L. Ron Hubbard is in dealing with the issue, which certainly opened doors for myself and able to even move into this arena and be able to swim with the fish, so to speak. And I believe I'm navigating myself. And just looking at all this stuff and watching the, it's like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz watching all these characters in her life go by the window when the house is twirling around.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like saying, God, look at all this stuff. I mean, this is just, it's zoo-worthy. It's a menagerie of chaotic stuff, and people have all sorts of thoughts, and people have all sorts of experiences, and what I'm not just referring to this subject right now, people are subscribed to all sorts of ridiculous ideas, ridiculous authors, ridiculous pontificators. And that's not to say, I wouldn't even go so far as to say that 50% of the people out there pontificating stuff are goofy or even wrong. I'm not even saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But just that there's so many people that are just listening to stuff that's a waste of time, in my humble estimation. And as I say, when you get involved with Qigong, that it's almost like makes me not want to talk to people anymore.
Right.
Because it's like you're talking to not just ignorance, but reinforced ignorance. Like enforced. Because, people are so cocky and so knowledgeable about what they think they know. This is a big blow to the ego.
Yes.
So a person to find out that they've been thinking wrong, acting wrong, and doing wrong.
Yes.
And if you can say, wow, God, I wasn't doing that right. My carpenter that helped me with my kitchen and my siding of my house, he was vaping. And I taught him how to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
This is on the side. We're just talking. You got to breathe. He started breathing. I said, yeah, I still do that breathing you tell me. I'm not giving him any formal breath work. You got to deep breathe. He does it. And then he fell off a ladder and he hurt his wrist, and I told him how to squeeze the towel. And yeah, it feels better every time I do it. Just a little helping. And he does it. Just because it helps their immediate. It's rare that somebody responds. He's got a really good heart. It's like people, there's so many people that do what they do, and not only can you not control them, you don't want to control them. What it makes one, want to recede. It's like Lao Tse moved through the Hunan Gate. You see all these restaurants, Chinese restaurants called the Hunan Gate.
Mm-hmm.
That's the gate that Lao Tse walked through.
Yes.
He wrote his book. I never knew that
Ah.
until some lady I met who practices some other form of Qigong than I do told me about it. She might have invited me. I wanted to go. This is during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
But there's an actual place where he actually went through and passed on and passed into who knows where. The legends abound into the other world. There's no place. He's not recorded to have died, at least to my knowledge. You might know better. But so anyway, the Hunan Gate is sort of like I'm trying to think it's kind of like a French restaurant calling itself the Arc de Triomphe.
Yes.
Or I'm trying to think of a Christian analogy, a restaurant called the Holy Sepulchre. And I'll never forget in taking this Jewish friend of mine. There's a Jewish part of town, and there was this place called the King David Deli. And I remember telling, I said, that's like calling a Christian calling their place the Jesus Christ Deli.
Right. Yes.
She laughed. She thought that was so funny. The King David Deli. The Hunan Gate.
Yes.
Although there is a bit of mystique to that I don't think it's quite as offensive, the Hunan Gate. But yeah, it makes you want to pass off into obscurity like Lao Tse. But and then sometimes with people, and I appreciate the people that listen to us and get it, at least to some degree, get the rhyme and the reason of where we're going with this, because this is like, we're breaking ground here. We're breaking consciousness. We're influencing consciousness, although it might seem very small. And but it's like talking to people and trying to get them to evolve. I was thinking it's like talking to frogs. But you know what? When a human, embryo goes through its stages, it goes through a frog.
Yes, it does.
It morphs. The frog is an amphibian. The frog can morph. And if you watch some of these Chinese kung fu movies, they have some very humorous situations where the martial artist will kind of turn into an animal, sometimes a frog, and he'll be engaged in combat. It starts with physical combat, and then they start changing into different animals.
Yes,
it gets very humorous. It's very creative. It's all based upon martial arts theory. And it's of course it's entertaining. It's funny, but there's some truth to it. And if you can, so I'm saying is you can't, I guess what you'd say, turn your back on people, because when you do, it's a big mistake, because you find out that there is humanity. It does exist. They can help you. You can help them. There are people who will make the process very difficult and very challenging. And that's an invitation to quit and give up on humanity. And it's just that, don't be depressed if you're not going to get it in mega doses. It's just, and then sometimes you try so hard. And we had a meeting today with the World Genesis Foundation, and it was we've been trying to get this antenna up for years.
Right, that's right.
COVID really put a dent in the wings.
Yeah.
And all these people who come to put up the antenna, they all fall by the wayside.
Yeah.
First one I found was the worst, because, 23, 20, we'll get you a 10 up there for $2,300. Yeah. Call, $11,000, $9,000 is the cheap version. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why would you say this to me?
Thank you.
Why? How could you even say that? How can you even get out of bed? So I wrote to my friend who translated. He says, that doesn't sound right. And so we found another guy, and it's not like we don't know these people, but stuff comes up and they don't deliver. So now we've got another guy. And I said, look, we'll take this guy, we'll trust this guy, but then I want a backup plan. And if he doesn't come through, if I'm going to have to go to, Romania early and buy the damn thing myself with one of my Romanian friends and travel wherever I have to travel to, I'll do it. Enough is enough. But what I explained in the context is, when I went to Choclavina Cave, the destination, I had maps that I'd found on the internet I wanted to go to the bivouac room of Choklavina Cave, this was the area with the big, where the hydroxylelestadite, the great mineral that David Anderson said scientifically could be there because of a time reactor. There's no other explanation for it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where I wanted to go. And I wrote up this long paper. I mean, it was involved. Like it was for a school report or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was thorough. I didn't have to do that thorough. I wrote it up so I could get the project approved as an activity of the World Genesis Foundation.
Yes.
It was like super overkill. But I was being thorough. And of course, it was approved. Nobody voted against it. It was easy to get it approved. But this was the funny thing, where my big conundrum with it was they had maps, but it wasn't clear where the bivouac room was at all from these maps. Whether I had to climb through another cave or go from the wet cave to the dry cave, because it was all confusing as hell to me because it wasn't laid out clearly. I had the maps and everything. So then I wrote it up, and then my friend, who I'd asked about the antenna, he got permission through his wife's cousin, who is a cave explorer. He knew all the protocol to get permission to get in the cave. So he gets the permission, and it's to go to the bivouac. Wow. And we're taken right to the bivouac room. Of course, he couldn't go, so we got the permission transferred. It all worked like clockwork. Technically, I didn't ask. I just gave him the paper. And it came. It happened. I walked in. I got to the bivouac room. Wow. I've been trying to get there for 4 years or something.
Right.
I did. But it was overkill preparation. And this is what I'm going to do with the antenna. However, the reason I'm bringing this up is when you do something, whether it be it's like doing your homework.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to accomplish something. Example, when I wrote up this long letter to the head of the OTO when I discovered Marjorie Cameron was alive. She was the wife of Jack Parsons. Her name was Cameron. I wanted to meet her because I saw her book that she had edited, Jack's book, Freedom is a Two-Edged Sword. I wrote up this elaborate 2-page letter of why I wanted to meet her, tell her who I was. I put the letter in my box, that same day, I get on the taxi to go to the airport, fly to LA. After spending some days with my family, I go to the book fair, which was in Anaheim. I walk right in, run into Christopher Hyatt, say I'm looking for Marjorie Cameron. I'm sure you know who he is. Yeah, go see Bill. He knows her. And I get there, and I finally figured out he was the head of the OTO.
That's
I got
right.
Here before my letter. I got here before my letter did. But I did the groundwork. Although I did the morphogenic groundwork in the letter writing, this is the power of writing. I'm writing. When I write, I get what I want. But it's because I was thorough, and my mind and heart were clear, pure on this particular endeavor. So this is the thing of doing your homework. And the head of the OTO, he says, Ma, you've certainly done your homework.
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, okay. And he facilitated it.
Yes.
So that's the important thing here. And to tell you the truth, if I were to put my heart and soul and mind into seeing the time reactor, I probably could. David would probably just roll over, and that might happen soon enough anyway. But as I say, I'm not pushing it. I've got other priorities right now.
Right.
And Douglas, you saw, I sent you the table. I sent you a picture of my table.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah, that's right.
I didn't send you the second picture.
Ah.
Okay, so so anyway, for those of you who don't know, I have this beautiful round Moroccan table that was in my friend's Moroccan restaurant in Manhattan for years. He had a bunch of these tables. And I remember Marianne was still alive, and this is before Paula came to America. I remember his wife said to me, she says, I still have a table. If you'd like a table, come by and get it. So Marianne and I went we parked on Restaurant Row, busy place, and I said, Marianne, you just stay in the car. She couldn't drive. So you stay in the car. And I went in, I got it. Somehow it just fit perfectly into my car. I took it home, and it's been sitting in a storage room for, 10 years or more.
Right.
And now that I've finished putting the finishing touches, I bought a stable. I turned it from a dining table into a coffee table. It looks beautiful. I sent Douglas a picture, sent my daughter a picture. But yesterday, I was going out, and I wanted to see, I like to go to this astrological event that they have every December. And I looked it up, and they say, they're having their fall festival, which means it's basically psychic readings and selling crystals and whatnot. And I said, God, it's only open for an hour. And I was going off to IKEA, and I said, and the gym, and I said, look, let me just go by there. And I go by there, and the lady lets me in. She says, yeah, it's an hour left. You can come in. Look around if you want, because you're supposed to pay to get in. And there's this guy from Nepal with a table, with a bunch of stuff. He had the neatest stuff. And I bought a Tibetan bowl and a crystal bowl. I said, I love this crystal bowl. And when I got in the car, I said, what am I going to do with this crystal bowl? Put it on the table. So I put it right in the center of the table. It looks beautiful. That's
excellent.
My story. Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'll send you a picture of the crystal ball.
I look forward to it.
Right underneath my Moroccan lamp. But so anyway, so that was good. But so I was talking about doing homework, convergence, and part of this homework includes what I'm doing with Douglas.
Thank you.
And I've digressed from the book because I'm working on my newsletter, but I'll get back to the book at the same time. But the newsletter is, I'm talking about a theme I've talked about very much important that's on this theme, which is Neptune, the planet of dreams, the planet of, this is our dreams. And in my work, my dreams are to see the time reactor. It doesn't really go beyond that. To see the time reactor. Now, I would imagine that will inculcate other factors.
Yes.
I do not have a great dream to see the Vox Arca. If I did, it would be of interest. I really wouldn't want to. I don't think I'd want to see you do diagnostics. I have no desire to see that.
Thank you.
I would want to be apprised of it. I don't have a dream, to talk to to participate in a historical or a lecture with the Blood Boys. But if I did, what I would tell the Blood Boys, I would point to you and say, listen to him.
Thank you.
And I'd say, ask him questions. That's what I would tell the Blood Boys. You can tell them I said that.
I will. Bless you.
Listen, Peter Moon says, listen to him and ask me questions. That meaning you. So tell him I said hello.
I will.
But and I also my recommendation that your son, if he has the time, put together a histogram of your life. That would be so good. That would be so I think constructive to everything you're doing. And my dream have been oriented towards connecting with the world that Radu Sinamar describes. But what I've realized lately, this has more to do with inner alchemy than it does with anything. Because you have to, like, if you take Radu Sinamar at face value and what he says, he's basically telling you you have to change your vibrational frequency to interface with these inner realities that are a priori to the human condition. And that's fine. But it's more about what goes on with you internally than it does with some external. Because when we get into the external practitioners, the people that are orchestrating your development, like, who are those people? There are such a things as guardian angels. I was talking about guardian chi. Who's guiding you? Who's guarding you? Who's guiding you? These creatures do exist. They're factors. So this is so when we think of dreams, it's about conscientiously doing one's homework. And as I say, right now, the homework that I've been doing with Douglas's book breathes right down the focal point of the messianic conundrum, messianic issue, and then parlaying that into the David Anderson theme, which I've said that because the request David receives from time to time of people who are utterly desperate, these are the people that are driven to got to have movement in time so I can go back and save such and such, which I esteem to be a big mistake. Mm-hmm. and or certainly a selfish mistake, selfish orientation. This is not what we need, because they're missing out on something. But what that puts David Anderson in the position of is being a savior,
right?
Or by default. So that's an existential issue, or if not a dilemma, that comes with the ability to control time. So, all of this stuff is a convergence point. And as they say, it circles back. It circles back. And earlier I was talking about the world line, previous transmission, and the closed time-like curve in a world line. One thing I did not get the opportunity to say, world line, consciousness itself, and this is in my video, is nothing more than an assortment of different world lines with common experience. Different world lines, which means it's an aggregate. So an aggregate, consciousness is an aggregate. It's a convergence of world lines that all kind of coincide with each other. Like, say, when you, as an individual in the listening audience, you are sitting there with all of these points of convergence that are in your body, in your spirit, all the common experiences you've shared with your family or the intimate people you're close to. when that body of yours ceases to function and dies, all of that familiarity, convergence points are gone. There's an echo, there's a ghost of it, but it's gone. It will reassemble somewhere, or parts of it will reassemble. But all those points are gone. So a human being is a aggregate of different world lines, different points. And all of these can be infinitely complex and bizarre. Now, how much time we have here? Oh, we got some time.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as I've mentioned before, one of the themes in this book, or just as I just mentioned, is the messianic issue, agenda. And I've got a chapter on the Islamic apocalypse already done.
Yes.
I've got it. It's also, that's been, part of that is from my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, which I encourage people to read. And then there's the Jewish apocalypse, which is all about the theme we've talked about many times before on the show, about the Tekelet Blue and all the discoveries of H.P. Lovecraft through his wife, Sonia Green. That also involved Harry Houdini and caused his assassination. And then there's the issue of the Christian apocalypse. Now, the Christian apocalypse is basically an idea that's coincides with the book of Revelation, and I'm going to paraphrase Aleister Crowley as saying that that's like one of the most magical books ever written. And he's not basing that on its veracity, but on its influence and how much it has influenced the thinking of mankind. That's how he judges it. He's not judging its merits, yay or nay. Just saying if something's that influence, it's got a lot of magical potency behind it. I would never have given the book of Revelation a thought. My writing career has led me to this. Not so much my even personal interest in it, although there is some personal interest in it. Not a lot. There's some, and I when I say not a lot, I don't mean to say disparaging. So what's of great interest here with the Christian one, and maybe I should. Well, it's because of FDR's obsession with it.
Yes.
And this has to do with the Japanese relics.
Yes.
Of that he wanted to get. It's just he just wants to jam the Messiah. Christian Messiah is fine. Any Messiah he'll jam. Yes. But he wants to take the energy, and he's truly an Edomite in the truest sense of the word.
Yes.
Because FDR wanted to slaughter the Japanese people, wipe them off the face of the earth, but he also wanted their relics.
Yes.
Which he tied to the Messianic function. But he wanted the Messianic function in the form of the Mongolian Messiah to get the blood to cure his polio.
Yes.
Which, according to my information and belief, was generated by his butchering of people in Haiti.
Yes.
He came back and went to Campobello, went in the water and had polio.
Yes, it's true.
Which, was horrible.
Karmic. Well, it was karmic.
Yeah, I mean, if you really study his history, and it's not the history you're going to find too readily. Yes. But it's true history. You'll see it makes perfect sense. You see all the karmic coincidences with FDR. But you see,
and Woodrow Wilson. But go on.
But my point, what makes him a true, yes, that's where I discovered it from following the Wilson thread. Yes. But the true thing that makes him a true Edomite is he wants this messianic blood. He believes in it,
Yes.
but he wants it to control the world.
Yes.
He wants to control the chaos. And I will tell people that the reason we have an amendment that limits the presidency to 2 terms is
Yes.
because of FDR.
Yes.
He won 4 terms. And his peers thought this is too much. No man should have this power.
Of course.
And, personally, neither FDR, Truman, nor Eisenhower wanted that much power.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want it. They weren't that covetous of it.
Yes. Matter of fact, they both realized they really couldn't handle it. But go on.
Yes, but who would want to handle it? That becomes the issue. FDR, Eisenhower was, having heart attacks right, left, and center. He couldn't. He was physiologically not fit to be president, probably during his last term.
Yeah.
I don't know what role Nixon played. I think Nixon played a big role.
Yeah.
That was one of the biggest arguments for Nixon in the '60 election, was that he was so experienced.
Yes, that's true.
But I remember the argument, even though I was only 7 years old. But okay, so I did some digging into Roerich, and I was able to find more than I thought I could just on the internet.
Okay.
Roerich, Nicholas Roerich, is somebody who took an expedition in the 1920s into Mongolia, Tibet, the Asia, and he returned in the 1930s, under the program of Henry Wallace, the Secretary of Agriculture, who would later become Vice President of the United States. And, he wrote Roerich Dear Guru letters. His guru, because they met through the Theosophical Association. They were both Theosophists.
Yes.
And Roerich is a very problematic character. He's an artist. He's Russian. He was suspected of being a communist. He had a falling out with the communists, or feigned a falling out with the communists. I think
Right.
he would use anybody he could.
Yes.
He was very mercenary. They had a whole building built for him. Now there is a museum. It's in a different location. But Nicholas Roerich, he was a pariah, considered a pariah wherever he went, including Tibet, or was it Nepal?
In a sense, it's the same difference, but go on.
Yeah, but he was like left out in sub-freezing temperatures. The Tibetan, they wouldn't honor his visa or whatever. They left him out freezing. Members of his party died, and ultimately he had guns. Like, he'd shoot them up. He had guns, So he was like, the British didn't like him. Nobody liked him. But except Henry Wallace liked him.
What do you say? Sick minds think alike, Go on.
Well, this is the thing. You're not going to find any articles talking about Roerich going to bring in the Messiah, but I actually, there are some scholarly articles, there's some books and stuff, but this is what became very interesting to me, and where I want to go with you. I found out that, people think of Mongolia. I don't know what they think of Mongolia. And we're talking
not much. They don't think much about it at all. Not in the sense that they
about Inner Mongolia. And I will tell you 2 reference points I have from personal associations or friends. One was with David Childress's wife, because I would meet with them at the book fair every year when it was in New York, and they were going to Outer Mongolia. And I asked her, I think it was on the phone, please send me a postcard. I want to get a postcard from Outer Mongolia.
Right.
She did. She dutifully sent me a postcard from Outer Mongolia. It took 6 months to get to me. She arrived, she arrived home before the postcard did. But that was really, I got a kick out of that. 6 months to get to me. My Romanian friend Catalina, who had organized and been on a sacred tour to me, she went to the cave with me as well. She ended up in Inner Mongolia. Yes. She went to China.
Just so our listeners understand, Inner Mongolia is now conquered and absorbed to a degree by communist China, whereas Outer Mongolia retains independence. But please understand that Mongolia is like Hungary, which we could talk to Peter's dear friend about. It's very divided by many countries. A good part of Mongolia is in Russia, and a reunified Mongolia would be much larger than it is today because it would have parts of Russia, China, and Mongolia together. Please go on, Peter. I had to get that out there so people understand.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, anyway, she ended up going to a camp. It was like they wanted holistic farming and stuff, and it just didn't work out. They had a very hard time, creating. They wanted, pure food, pure this, and it was very difficult because things are so toxic in China.
Yes.
And she ended up in Inner Mongolia, trying it there. I don't know what she did. Maybe she taught English or something. And she was there for a while, and she said that the people were so dumbed down. They knew nothing about their history. And they were fascinated when she would tell them about their history.
That's right.
The outsider telling them about their history, or perhaps telling them about holidays in America, which she really, I didn't even know if she's been to America. They were just fascinated with her and with her stories, rather. And so that's really all I know about Mongolia from personal friends. Mm-hmm. But there is also Genghis Khan, mm-hmm. he conquered most of the
known world, the old world, the known old world. Okay.
Yeah, when he conquered the world, he sought to, called all the wise men from all over he could to set up a learning. And this included the Tibetan lamas.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then they had the Tengrism that originated in Bulgaria, mm-hmm. the Turkish tradition of the Siberian shamans. They had a great amalgamation of different shamanic practices. So, and in the 20s and 30s, they had a huge, even probably before that, messianic movements. If you watch a story, any stories about the first century, you see that there was an obsession with messiahs. Mm-hmm. The Jewish Messiah, different messiahs, Messiah here, Messiah there, so on and so forth. But in Mongolia, I think it was even bigger and more obsessive.
Yes.
A lot of religious frenzy, or what is it called?
Well, just ecstatic.
Enthusiasm.
Yeah, it would be called an ecstatic religious fad, so to speak. Go on. Yes.
Exactly. Now, this was something that only feeds the validity of what Douglas is teaching us.
Thank you.
It's like it's all in the history. He's filling in the dots and giving us the core truth, which so much of this feeds.
Thank you.
So there's that element of this messianic frenzy in Mongolia. Now, in 1937, which is a couple years after Roerich leaves,
Right.
Roerich was on his mission in the mid-30s under Secretary Henry Wallace, who's the father of Monsanto.
Yes.
Actually, interesting historical anecdote about Henry Wallace. Where he got his interest in farming was from George Washington Carver, who was a boarder in the household of Henry Wallace.
Yes.
He rented there.
Yes.
And Henry Wallace knew George Washington Carver, who taught him about agriculture.
That's right. Essentially genetic manipulation or the rebreeding of plants. Yes.
Yeah. So this is what eventually he developed an aptitude for it. And this is what caused him to have, be one step ahead in agriculture, which led to him becoming Secretary of Agriculture, which led to Monsanto and all sorts of nightmares. I don't know
Yes.
that it started out as that.
Oh, it did. Yes. Go.
But in any case, the Henry Wallace, so the mission where Roerich goes over there to get the Messiah is in the mid-30s. This is when FDR is president. And 2 years later, Stalin does a purge, and he's killing llamas by the bucket load. There's even a video I saw by somebody whose father was killed in that tragedy, and he was called I think the last student of Roerich. I think he was friends with Roerich's son, who he met in Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
But so Stalin wipes, but Stalin leaves some monasteries intact. He leaves some intact so that he can show that he hasn't destroyed the culture to the outer world.
Right.
He was a very murderous killer,
Yes.
indiscriminate killer. And Wallace later, during the war, goes over and I think he saw some of the monasteries, but he also saw some of the situations in Siberia or the Soviet Union that said, oh, everything's going well. And he, validated Stalin. He said, that things were very good in Russia. Things were very
Right.
good in.
Right.
And he later had to eat crow over that after the war. And he admitted that he was wrong. He had to admit he was wrong. He was fooled by Stalin. He wasn't fooled. He was on board with Stalin.
That's right.
Now, there is a something called the White Faith in Mongolia. It's the White Faith, and this is so much of what all of this has to do with. And I wonder if you could comment on any of the things I just brought up.
Well, I would just say that in terms of the Outer Mongolia and what I can say about it. It's first thing I'll try and do is reach back
Not
in.
so much Outer Mongolia, but the Messianic movement, the white faith, any of this religious stuff going on, rather than the geography of Outer Mongolia. But go ahead, because I'm not asking about the geography.
Well, okay. If you're wanting to concentrate more on, say, for instance, the concept of the lamas, I'll try and remember what my mother had always taught me about, say, for instance, such things. And exactly, you know, I'd have to dwell on it for a little bit.
Well, that's fine. I just want to make it clear. I wasn't asking about the topography or the geography, but that's all.
Yeah, no. I understand. You'd be asking more about, say, for instance, something like what my mother would remember about some of, say, for instance, the lamaseries that and the religiosity of the Mongolians and the and their messiah. Basically, I'll try and go through some of her notes in the near future, but I'll tell you what comes to my mind most immediately, bizarrely, and maybe it's not so bizarre, but let's put it this way. When Peter Moon and I are working on this book, we're trying to talk to people about basically critical omissions. Critical omissions, the very name of my program, that which is critically omitted from your history. All of the Roswell deception is a critical omission. And so when you read that book, you get a good start in knowing where to look for other subjects that interest you, that are affiliated with what is touched on in that book. And that book touches on so many things. And believe me, it's compacted. It's quite condensed compared to what we could have gone on to put in that book, and may someday yet do so, like we intend to do with the vampirology book. But when it comes to the where we're driven beyond that book, when we were originally going to kind of work on another project, the first thing that Peter and I thought of logically was basically the Presidio, and we thought of course, writing about the kind of atrocities that took place there. But it became so dark. Peter became so psychically assaulted that he had to withdraw from that, and then we recovered because we then decided we were going to work on other aspects of the book that were relevant and still expository of so much that the people want to know about, what they're always asking questions about, without necessarily overdwelling on the really morbid, grotesque aspects of what went down at the Presidio. Now, this is going to be a roundabout way to get back to Mongolia, but I want to show Peter something, and I'm going to do a screen share here. So I'm going to start sharing.
Okay.
And so can you see the cursor moving around?
Yep.
Okay. Now, this is relevant, and it's it will bring us back to where we're going, because it's something that is well, people will hear it and they'll learn. Let's take a look at Dan Vondermeulen, who of course has this icon showing all those muscles in his body. At any rate, here's what Don Vondermeulen was saying. He said, first off, that there was a victory of, he's in Netherlands. There was a victory of the right wing in the Netherlands, but he was pointing out that the guy who's supposed to be right wing is sponsored by Israel, that the Dutch, which are the people of Netherlands, that the Dutch CIA is even investigating him for it. And so, I would have no idea initially seeing this, whether or not that's photoshopped or not, but, I'm inclined to believe that this makes sense. He's also apparently very connected to the Russians. That's a Netherlands flag and a Russian flag, and he's involved with Russian gas interests, of course, like so many of these interests that were shoving gas into Europe from Russia. Anyhow, he was saying that's called the AIVD, that's the Dutch CIA. So he was saying it's real. Apparently, there's some people who would think that the CIA or the AIVD are creations of myth or fiction or something. Anyhow, he says, keep on talking. Next time, I'd like to talk about what happened. I got a horrific psychic attack by Aquino. God damn! You said he doesn't bother people in Europe. Ha ha. No, what I said was the Cho don't normally bother people in Europe. You never hear about Europeans generally saying, I've been abducted by alien greys. It's almost exclusively an American phenomenon. Nordic encounters, or rather European encounters, will be with tall blonde Nordics, as they call them, generally. Which would make sense because the Third Reich in exile would be more interested in Europe. At any rate, he said, it started by my trip to Wewelsburg. You might remember, Peter, he wanted to go to Wewelsburg Castle. Yep. He said, it started by my trip to Wewelsburg that keeps getting canceled. Car broke down. The car was at the garage for too long. My companion that wanted to go with me said, I'll drive. The day that we were supposed to go, he got very ill. So we couldn't go. Then later that week, I drank some beers with some friends. I don't drink much because I'm very sensitive to things, but this time it hit like a hammer. One beer, and I couldn't sit up straight. The whole room was spinning. Violent pains. Of course, one of the more cynical aspects of my nature, having the experiences that I've had in San Francisco, I would think someday some gay guy roofied him. But anyhow, he said, I got to my bed and then I felt better. I sleep on a grounded silver-lined sheet. It connects to a rod in the ground underneath the house. That sounds incredibly dangerous during a lightning storm. That made me feel instantly better. That made me think something energetic is going on. Later that week, I went into a trance state to see what is going on, and there I saw Aquino right in front of me. The room temperature went to sub-zero, but I've seen worse spirits. He tried to attack me, but it was just a very low astral energy. The thing that popped up in my mind is he is the Phantom of the Opera. And then he says, but while being so grounded, he could not do a thing. And my own energy is much stronger. Heart energy can't be taken over by evil spirits. I work with a group of spirits I call the White Brotherhood. I called upon them, and they took him away. But during this time, some things inside my house broke. Even a protective ceramic shield a shaman once made for me. So that was something, and emoji with the sweating face. Hope he is gone now. But now I'm more ready to go to Wewelsburg than ever. Love your epic knowledge, heart, and willingness to share. Now, this is a roundabout way of getting back to Mongolia because, of course, Michael Aquino had upon his wall this quote from the pulp novel written by one of the famous authors of the time, whose name is escaping me right now, but Peter read the whole book. And
Chambers.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chambers. That's right, Robert Chambers. And he was one of these famous authors who he should be more recognized than he is, really. But at the same time, he is, after all, an Edomite and was abusing his knowledge to basically slander, defame, create a moral campaign against the people of Yazidi, the people who would be often mistaken for Kurds. And this spoke of Mongolia, Outer Mongolia. And what it does remind me of most immediately, and the first thing that comes to my mind, is that one of the things that I feel we should emphasize in the book that we may not have emphasized enough, if indeed we touch on it at all, and I believe we do with at least a sentence or two. But I do think we need to emphasize a little more with at least another paragraph the fact that when that asshole who owned Arkham House, oh God,
Sterlith.
Thank you, August Sterlith. I try to bleach these people from my mind.
Yeah,
so
never forget. I mean, you know him so well.
There's plenty of people we get to know that we then forget their names because we think of them more as like entities that kind of jump out at us when we think of them, as opposed to people who deserve to be named. It's almost like they become demons of their own. When you think of their names and remember their names, then that means you recall them more often, and you try not to do that. With August Derleth, one thing that most Americans do not know, this is part of the problem that I have with Americans, and it's something that I think needs to be shouted from the hilltops, from the rooftops, from the mountaintops, from church spires, until Americans finally get it. Because H.P. Lovecraft has exploded, and if the poor bastard were alive today, he would be a multi-millionaire because he'd be like Stephen King or J.K. Rowling's. Everybody reads his shit, or they think they do. And the problem was that when August Derleth grabbed all his estate, literally stole it, beat people up, and intimidated them, and all of the estate that H.P. Lovecraft had written out in his will to his young gay lover, R.H. Barlow, when August Derleth came and beat up H.P. Lovecraft's sole living relatives and threatened R.H. Barlow and intimidated everyone and just took the estate gangster style. R.H. Barlow ultimately killed himself, and August Derleth was left to do whatever he wanted. And aside from threatening to sue anybody who wrote anything that he considered vaguely Lovecraftian or about Lovecraft, he also rewrote all of H.P. Lovecraft's stories. He called this posthumous collaboration. So for those of you who don't know, people will hate on August Derleth. I mean, August Derleth's name is mud now, and with good reason. They would hate him even more if they realized just how badly he damaged what they understand about H.P. Lovecraft. There is not a single story by H.P. Lovecraft that was not altered by August Derleth. Nobody knows what H.P. Lovecraft wrote except Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino got copies of the original stories, if not the original stories themselves like August Derleth had, he got their copies. And oftentimes he got original correspondence, especially from this individual who acted as a spy within Arkham House and was dealing with Michael Aquino for years, oftentimes through myself. And this was something that ultimately caused the daughter to fire this individual who had been working with her for 20, 30 years, and ultimately led to the death of Arkham House in the long run. And it ultimately just petered out and died. And now that August Derleth's daughter is dead, Arkham House is dead. And basically, H.P. Lovecraft is public domain. But not a goddamn word of it is H.P. Lovecraft. Or rather, it's all out of context, it's all out of syntax, and it's all been rewritten by August Derleth. So I'm one of the few people on Earth who has ever read, in terms of the majority of everything H.P. Lovecraft wrote, the original works as they were written. And the average American who thinks they have, you haven't read shit. So just understand, none of you out there, none of the common people knows what H.P. Lovecraft wrote. You're reading a bunch of crap rewritten by August Derleth. And that is something that cannot be overemphasized. And I think it's one of those things that's so, one of those critical omissions that it's so painful that I haven't even emphasized it enough to Peter Moon as of yet. So
yeah, you're totally right. That should be added into the book. And here we have, this is exactly what I was saying earlier about it being hard to relate to people.
Yes.
When you have all these people that are reading H.P. Lovecraft and are, on some level, if they have enough temerity to read him, they're patting themselves on the back in some weird way.
Yes.
And to what end? Why are they doing this? They're like possessed. They don't even know that they're possessed. This is it is a critical omission, but it's a cunning inclusion. It's cunning. It's like, wow. People are, don't know. It's like we talk about people in Scientology saying, "Oh, it's brainwashed." Okay, you have to. I think there's a scene in the movie Bram Stoker's Dracula that Francis Ford Coppola put together.
Yes.
Where I think he goes up to Renfield goes up to, and then when he first enters the castle, and he asks Gary Oldman, he says something, and he says, "Enter of your own free will."
Yes. Yes.
It's very important that the person is doing what they're doing in their own free will. This does not excuse the behavior of what transpires between the Count and Renfield or anybody else, but it nevertheless is a esoteric factor.
Yes.
You know, you don't consent, and I can't tell you how many people, when I was in Scientology, began to not consent with certain things. It became almost a fad or changing of the guard where people were not consenting, people who'd been around a long time and learned things the hard way, and here they were not consenting to what was going on, and many of them left, and the relatively few who stayed bore the brunt of doing the wrong thing.
Thank you. And
what it is, and this is even more sinister, because these people they're not part of a cult in the most invasive sort. It's more of a literary head cult. Their mind is influenced. It's dangerous. It doesn't help, but it's not like it's not the same as giving your life away to Scientology or something else like that.
Yes, thank you. And so when you think of what I've just said, understand, of course, that there are, of course, scholars, and even some people who call themselves Lovecraft scholars, who have worked for years to try and cobble together the actual writings of H.P. Lovecraft. In other words, trying to find out what he really wrote and cobbling back together his stories as they were really written. And they seem to be living under the delusion that they've somehow succeeded in doing this. I don't know how they've convinced themselves of this. And this is where Peter Moon says there is a cult-like nature to the entire phenomenon. But of course there would be. You have people who are attempting to basically try and recreate like a lost religious work. It would be like trying to retrace the original parables or something of that nature. And instead they put together what the best they can through fragments, really. But the only original collections are not in museums. They were basically in private hands, thanks to the theft by August Derleth. And then that means that everything, the loot, the bounty of the Lovecraft estate, was divided between August Derleth and Michael Aquino. So I got to see what most people never saw. And what I can tell you is, I'll go into it with Peter privately and we'll see if I can remember more of any note. But I think everybody's gotten the basic message that does need to be understood. And so that is what I first think of, for whatever reason, when I think of Outer Mongolia.
It's great. It's totally where you should have gone with this. Yeah. It's totally good.
And yeah, but aside from that, I would say that there are other aspects of Buddhism that then come to my mind that my mother was trying to contend with when she was in Outer Mongolia. And what comes to my memory is, of course, the concept of the Black Lotus. And the Black Lotus is not only, of course, the name of a kind of opiate that is extraordinarily strong and is used by the Cho as something that they push upon people for addiction. But there were, of course, brothers of the Black Lotus, a brotherhood of the Black Lotus. And so this was a kind of hierarchical monastic priesthood. And she mentioned, of course, that they followed the Maka Fushigi. The Maka Fushigi Michi. The Maka Fushigi Michi was the mysterious path. That something along the lines of, if I remember what she said about an allegory, a parable of the black monk upon meeting a green cap in Kyoto, circa maybe 1640. That would still be within our Anno Domini, our era of Christ, 1,640 years after he was born and died. How did it go? It was something along the lines of, let he who is pure be cast down, let he who is innocent be corrupted, let he who is virtuous be reviled, let he who seeks nirvana be shown astray, for he is not of this world and should be sent on his way. Something along those lines. Basically, these were the enemy who guided the Vice President of the United States, Wallace, to the Christ child. He never would have found them otherwise. These were the chaos element of Buddhism. When I asked her what their membership would be, of course it's unknown, but she said there was probably about 50, about half 100 core members, maybe several hundred spies and informants and contacts with the outside world. But in numbers, their danger would seem to be low. But the influence, of course, was chilling. It's something that she said, of course, impacted the war almost to the point of Allied victory. And by Allied victory, she meant Wallace almost capturing the Christ child and bringing him home to Franklin Delano Roosevelt alive, where his blood would have been on tap to cure Roosevelt's ills, even bequeath him at least an extended lifespan, if not immortality. The Naga would have been brought back to the United States and reverse engineered, and Henry Wallace's Industries would have been the very facilities which would have had the scientific capacity to do that. The Nyaga milk would have been on tap, and that would have led to the end of the world as we know it. If enough people can see the future, then the future ceases to have any meaning. It ceases to be the future. Time as we know it would come to an end. So she, when I asked about their headquarters, of course it was unknown, but believed to be near the mythical, well, she called it near mythical, but of course Shambhala is very real, but for all intents and purposes extra-dimensional. In the Himalayas near Tibet, of course, there are several areas where space and time begin to matrice or kind of vortice. The exact location was accessible only by members due to the extreme weather and the severe geographical features. The local peoples, the Sherpa, would always refuse to aid any inquiries, reportedly fearing reprisals by the so-called Emerald God. But when it came to the some of the terms that she was using, that might require some explanation. The group was believed to be as ancient as the death of Buddha, which would have been about 544 years before Christ. In fact, the organization made no secret that they considered themselves to possess the one unpolluted true lineage of learned masters, leading directly back to Siddhartha himself, in the sacred personage of the Emerald Lama. They're a schism, of course, and like all schisms, they claim to be the one true path. Whatever they are, they're the caretakers of the Forbidden Sutra, the final words of the dying form of the last physically manifested Buddha, Siddhartha, that his most secret teachings were said to be so shocking that most of his followers refused to believe they were true. And of course, it may be why he was left with no security when he was assassinated. According to this occulted or critically omitted history, that the true Buddhists declared Siddhartha's last words heretical and struck them from the record of history. And that, according to, of course, the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus, they retained these words. They basically faithfully took his words to heart and founded the Forbidden Brotherhood. All of this, of course, is a lie to preserve their heresy, a heretical cult that is schismatic. But it's, to them, of course, it's the truth, and everyone else is living a lie. But this is why they cooperated with the Allies, the enemy of humanity, to bring about the end of the world. So let
me clarify something. So it was the Black Lotus that was aiding Wallace, but they were also the ones that accepted the heretical teachings of the Buddha.
That's quite correct, per their narrative.
Okay, so they accepted the truth and then skewed it to their advantage.
Yes, that's if the truth that they claim is true at all.
So what you're saying is the heretical teachings of Buddha may not be genuine at all. They may have never been elicited in the first place.
That's quite correct. That was certainly how my mother saw it and how conventional Buddhists would see it. In terms of, say, for instance, the Pope and the Roman Catholic Church, it's pretty much certain that the entire Roman Catholic Church schismatically established itself from the Byzantine Orthodox Church that had been established by Constantine via forgery. And this forgery, of course, is well known. People can look up how the Catholic Church was established by a forgery. Whether that's the case or not historically, and historically it probably is, it's almost a moot point. The church itself becomes the belief of a billion people, effectively, over the centuries. In the case of the Black Lotus Brotherhood, it's so foul, their beliefs are just so enmeshed in darkness that they never caught on to that degree. This is something that would take a true, some kind of masochist or sadist, sadomasochist, basically, both sadist and masochist, to bear with the rest of their lives. That kind of lifestyle that would be so alienating of society. Asians, of course, are much more in need of social networking, a kind of social matrix than any other culture on Earth. So when you assume a position that is intrinsically antisocial, it's not going to work out well for you. So they're truly kind of like an outcast cult. The Forbidden Sutra is what they pass down orally from one Brotherhood Lama to another until my mother understood it was at some point recorded in Sanskrit. But the local Tibetans came to call the members of the Brotherhood green caps, not to be confused with the red caps of the same region, because of the ceremonial hats they wore when they practiced their degenerate Buddhist tantric blood rituals. Now, just to people understand, and I'll explain briefly, in Asia, the color red is considered positive, good. It is a color that is beneficent. When you see red, this is a good thing in Asia, whereas red in the West is the color of red alert, alarm, danger, a negative. This is, they affiliate it with the color blood and the spilling of blood and just a genuine, an unsettling color, not anything you would want in a meditative arena. If you were in a complex that was geared towards facilitating contemplation, you would not have it painted red. This is how the average Westerner would view red. It's too much of a power color. So in Asia, it's just the opposite. And green is the color of evil. This is why their Brotherhood of the Black Lotus is affiliated with the green caps. And the red caps are the caps of conventional Buddhism. so that people understand that when my mother was out alone as a child late at night and finding her way home and had to cross several graveyards, she was followed by red lights all the way home that other people saw when she got near populated areas. And she was told she was followed by the gods, that the gods and angels were always protecting her because these red lights bode nothing but wellness. If she had been followed by green lights, they would have said that she had been taken by the ghosts and that she was possessed. So understand that green is evil in Asia and red is benevolent. And during the entire course of their existence, the green caps have fought an endless unholy war with the red caps, the yellow caps, the adherents of the mainstream sects of Buddhism. And they were almost wiped out several times in their long history, but the green caps always took to secretive magics and deceptive dealings to protect their interests in degenerate practices, such as drinking human blood as baseline humans with no need for sustenance from it, from ritual skull goblets. Then again, of course, for those of you who don't know, that's actually a part of conventional Tibetan Buddhism as well. But the green caps, the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus, eventually confined themselves within a secret valley somewhere in Tibet, which in some languages was dubbed Shambhala or Agartha, depending on the dialect. This is, of course, very different from Radu Sinumar's perception. But that was not something that my mother dwelt on.
His perception of what?
Oh, Shambhala would be, of course, in the Western perception, mostly positive. Shambhala is mostly a positive. There's some debate about that within Buddhism, of course.
Oh, yes, and there's also debates about Agartha is different than Shambhala, and the Agarthas are fighting the Shambhalis. Right. Yeah, it gets into semantics, and it just, what it does effectually is it obscures the whole truth.
Yes.
Whatever the truth is, it obscures it. And this is the same problem that what you have with the Scientology. It becomes so complex. It's just like you have the Nazis, who are society, ad hoc automatically assumes them as evil, yet they're executing a positivity in fighting the evil of the allies. Yet they are not clean themselves, so it gets very complicated, the whole morass, and it comes down to humanity being humanity.
Yes.
That's the big challenge. It's like you can't give the Nazis a pass, but you can't condemn them in the light of how they are condemned. That's not right either. So it's all the morass of humanity, which makes it difficult, if not impossible, to fix in terms of ordinary ways of human behavior. But so be it.
Yes, and so this is what comes to my mind when we think of, or when I think of the Outer Mongolia, because Tibet, just so people understand, the religion of Mongolia is Tibetan Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism, not Chinese Buddhism or Japanese Buddhism. It is Tibetan Buddhism. And this was thanks to Genghis Khan and his conversion of his people to Tibetan Buddhism. They also follow the Bon, like the original Tibetans do as well. So you'll often see the Mongolians who are more familiar with their spiritual side pounding the kind of skin drums and shouting Bon, Bon, Bon. So the Mongols, of course, as Peter said, under communism, completely lost their history. That's the collateral damage of communism. But aside from that, the important thing was that when the communists took over China, and already the schism began with the Greater Soviet Union, what happened was that the Soviets invited the Dalai Lama to move to Mongolia which was essentially, as far as the world was concerned, even though it was a neutral buffer state, quote unquote, between the Greater Soviet Union and Communist China, the reality was that Outer Mongolia was very much a Greater Soviet satellite state. That it served for Asia what the Warsaw Pact nations behind the Iron Curtain served in Europe. It was basically this buffer state that was on the Soviet side. This is because the Outer Mongolians didn't want to be overwhelmed by the Chinese. They didn't want to become Sinified, invaded and overrun by a much larger Chinese population base. And so this is why, for those of you who don't know, in Outer Mongolia, their alphabet is the Russian alphabet. They use the Russian Cyrillic alphabet for their language. They speak Mongolian, but their alphabet's completely Russian. I don't know if Peter knew that, but that's the reality of Outer Mongolia. And so they can communicate with the Russians quite easily, who can read their writ. And for this reason, there's this kind of generally copacetic relation between Outer Mongolia and Russia, albeit Mongols would ultimately, if they develop any political sense of consciousness, would want to reunite with those parts stolen from them by the Russians as well as the Chinese. So understand that when it comes to Outer Mongolia, their religion is Buddhism, and that's why when the communists took over Tibet, then the Soviets, very active at the time and very much extant, they offered the Dalai Lama the option to move to Outer Mongolia. They said, why don't you come settle in Outer Mongolia, and we'll provide you protection under our nuclear umbrella and provide you the ability to ultimately fight back and retake Tibet. And the Dalai Lama just basically said, fuck you. I'm just going to go to the West and party and, fuck blonde kids and shit. And so that was how Tibet was lost, really. Was that the Dalai Lama refused the Russian offer, which is what he should have taken. So when it comes to the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus, it first became known in the West maybe about around the time of the 19th century. This is how Henry Wallace found out about it. This was when the spiritualist Madame Blavatsky referred to them as the Dugpas in her work, The Secret Doctrine. How she came to know of them is unclear, but her work ushered in the Orientalism movement and interested numerous Western occultists and secret societies in the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus. Aleister Crowley became so intrigued, he painted a picture of the Emerald Lama and mistakenly called him Lamb, as in Lam. That was how my mother explained it. And members of the cult then were contacted by Henry Wallace, doubtless through his guru. And this was ultimately what led to my mother's confrontation with the vice president of the American Empire in World War II. So that's pretty much what comes to my mind when we ask about Mongolia, and I hope that's helpful, and Peter and I will talk about this.
Excellent, and it's very rich. Okay. And I thank you for it. It'll, of course, I have to process it and see what we can do and where we can go with it, but it's very helpful, and as they say, it's very rich. So as far as I'm concerned, you did very well with it, and I'd never heard about the green lotus, or the black lotus. Of course, I've heard of the yellow caps and the red caps, and I think Sean David Martin professes to be one of the black caps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. I can't even go there because I just won't stop. It's just too much fun now. But let's just say it's my mother speaking through me as we approach her birthday. That's basically what's coming out. So her spirit's with us, and I'll try and produce a better poem for her on our next episode. So this is kind of like her pre-birthday episode. Our next episode will be her post-birthday episode on the Wednesday, and we will be back, and we will I'll probably put a painting up of her in thumbnail of live stream. We had a photograph tonight. I'll probably put a painting up of her for the thumbnails of live stream, and hopefully a better poem. But yes, anything else, Peter?
No, that's good. Thank you so much. It gives me more homework to do, and it's interesting, fascinating, and thank you all very much. Now, we've now entered December.
Yes.
And this is the month of giving, the month of the holidays. So I want to encourage people to get into the holiday spirit and donate to Douglas Dietrich. Donate to Douglas Dietrich. Sign up for the Montauk Pulse at skybooksusa.com. Sign up for timetraveleducationcenter.com if you haven't done so. And we'll continue with this, and we'll I think on Wednesday I'll do the Hanukkah broadcast, because then I think the Hanukkah begins I think on the 7th.
Cool.
Or whatever. So I'll do a little. I'm not going to do the whole show on Hanukkah, but I'm going to talk about how Hanukkah relates to my work vis-a-vis the oil, the olive oil that lasted for 8 days instead of 1, and the magic of the olive, which is tied to all of my research for those of you who have read the Montauk Book of the Living. So with that, I will say good night, and I'll look, and maybe, I don't know if I'll be up. I don't know if I'll be up in the morning or not.
Okay.
So good night and good luck.
Bless you. Thank you so much. We love you dearly. Blessed be thy slumber, and sweet be thy dreams.
Okay, bye.
Right. Take care for now. That's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. Do subscribe, as he said, and he was kind enough to ask for contributions. And yes, certainly need them through the holiday season, as always. So with that, we're going to start calling everybody, and let's get back into call here. See if we can press the right buttons. Troy Bellamy gave us a wave, so I do want to make certain to acknowledge him and give him a call. And let's bring him on, as well as many others, and see if they respond, and hopefully they do. So we're going to press that button. We're going to ask Aristides to start talking so we can confirm that he's still with us. And all right. And hopefully he'll come off mute at a time that's convenient for him.
I'm still here.
Excellent. Very good. Okay. We're adding 2 people first, and then we'll add the rest. Let's see now. Okay, Brendan Zogit. I think Troy Bellamy has joined us. So, dear Troy, say hello. How are you?
Hey guys, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Excellent. Much the better for speaking with you, and certainly excited to have you with us. It's been a while, and catch us up on exciting things that have happened to you.
I don't know necessarily call it exciting, but the reason I've been kind of down out of the situation, I've been listening, but hadn't really participated. My mother fell ill, and
Oh, I'm sorry.
she passed away.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
Yeah, but she's in a much better place, and I'm still dealing with it. It hurts, a lot, but I feel a lot better about it than I did then. She lived a great life, and she's a great woman, and so I'm glad to be her son. And that's all I've been doing, just kind of getting my footing back under me, so I can come back on. But I always listen every night, every Wednesday and Sunday night.
Wonderful. Bless you. And that's appreciated profoundly. So glad that you do. And in the meantime, just calling a number of people, seeing who's willing to respond here. Going to press that add button, and here we are. So, with that, we'll see who responds. But the fact that Troy Bellamy is with us helps immensely. And this way we have someone to speak with Aristides while I refresh myself. Let's see who else we can find to join in that. Brendan Zogit! So, do say hello, Brendan. Let's test the quality of your audio. Yeah, there you go. That's somebody stepping on his mic there. So I see you're muted, Brendan. You might want to try to press that button to unmute. Yes.
Making roti.
Yes, he's making roti. That's it. Yes,
That's
his tea. So, my dear Troy, what about the rest of the family? How was there a funeral? I mean, this is a stupid question. I'm left at a loss for how to respond to your loss. I'm presuming that it happened a long enough time ago where there was a funeral and everything's already done in that regard.
Yeah, we had the funeral on the following Saturday, and it was a wonderful celebration of life. Just having friends and family over was tremendous. So great help. Wouldn't have been able to get through it without my beautiful wife, who was there. My sister stepped up for me, and it was just great to have family around during that time. And you don't feel it as bad, but you still feel it. But I'm doing well.
Yes. And how old are you?
I'm 56. My mother was 83. She had just had a birthday in October. So.
Okay. So I myself am 56, and I lost my mother at a much younger age. So you're very fortunate to have had her as long as you had.
Right. I had to look at it like that,
Yes. And
Sure.
of course, she died at a younger age than my mother. My mother was born in 1923. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and when I was born, she was like 45 years old, approximately. So that was back when giving birth to someone at that age was truly dangerous.
Right.
And so it was. It just worked out fortunately all the way around, in so many respects. We're going to wait till our man Brendan finishes making his roti and joins us before I refresh myself. But while we have the pleasure of your company, which hopefully will be for a while yet, and hopefully some of the ladies will come on and join us before you leave, then I would like you to, aside from relating what you just did, which is, of course, sad, is everything else as well as it can be in your state of affairs, living under the DeSantos tyranny and the mania of where you're at, teaching school underneath such an administration is quite the challenge. I mean, you must have stories to share always. So
Yeah. I don't want to break the program down, but that's part of life. So her transition was great. But yeah, man, I think we saw during the debates between Gavin Newsom and DeSantis that there's a vast difference in the sensibility and the political acuteness between those two potential candidates. I will say this. There are, as a teacher in the state of Florida, one thing his administration has done, other than attacking education from a social standpoint, is that he has raised the salaries of teachers in the state twice. Certain areas of the state had not seen salary increases in years, and he put out a mandate that raised the salary structures twice in the last 2 or 3 years. So I will say he is trying to attract and keep teachers and incentivize them to give their best and do their best in that regard. The only thing is, again, the culture wars are something that you just wonder where this is going. And again, it's part of this whole Christian nationalist movement. There are several cities in the state of Florida where there are Christian nationalist hubs. Fort Myers, Orlando, certain areas of Tampa and St. Petersburg you'll find these Christian nationalist Pentecostal centers. Paula White used to have a church over in Tampa, and she was big in the Trump administration. She was very instrumental in raising money and kind of ushering in Trump's baptism, for lack of a better term, into the Christian nationalist movement, and kind of helping them give money, funnel money into his campaign. Even though she was even instrumental in convincing the black ministers. They had this thing, a bunch of some fake guy.
They always manage to find.
Pastor, I can't remember this guy's name. He came on and they did an expose on him and found out he didn't graduate from college, and he said he was an attorney. Reverend Mark something. But anyway, he and some other guys put together this 100 black pastors deal where they were all going to have a chance to talk with at that time candidate Trump, and it was a big deal because they had all these top supposed black ministers from all over the country meet in New York, and they thought they were just going to kind of listen to what he had to say about what he was going to do to help the black community and all this other stuff, and it ended up being him saying a few words and some other people saying a few words, and then they all came out and did a presser talking about they were going to endorse Trump, and he was like, and everybody was like, whoa, wait a minute, we didn't say any of that. What is this? Where is this coming from? And that was all a big ruse there at that point. But there's still some people who believe that he is sent by God and all this other stuff, and it's just crazy. But,
it's awful.
Yeah.
Yes, go on. Truly a threat to democracy.
Yeah, and they have built, I think I said this before in another episode, but down here in Southwest Florida, they have built this almost like an amusement park for conservatives. Where serious. Douglas, I'm serious. They have built this some rich guy, some donor, built this thing down in Southwest Florida, right between Venice and Fort Myers, where Mike Flynn does these like hourly, speeches on the state of the country and conservatism and all these principles. And it's like an amusement park. You go out and shoot guns and exercise your Second Amendment right. And then you get to talk bad about Barack Obama and how he's still running the country, although Biden's president. All this stuff. It's scary stuff. It's scary stuff. But I've seen it and I've heard about it.
That's outrageous. It's just incredibly funny. Well, I understand why you find it frightening, but it's also just so ridiculous. It's hard to find it threatening when they've got to get this amusement park together. I take it, of course, this is kid friendly, quote unquote, that they bring kids here as well.
They have kids there as well. I mean, it's really like an amusement park. And they just do all this goofy stuff. And Mike Flynn has moved to Sarasota, and he's doing these speeches on like every hour, every so often. About conservatism and stuff like that, man. This is our craziest thing. I was listening with my wife. We were listening in the car, and we heard this commercial. And tell me if this is not a dog whistle. I heard this commercial about this disaster prep stuff. Food and nuts and seeds and ammunition and all this kind of stuff. And at the end, he kind of ends it with his spiel, so you can be prepared for what's coming. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
what's coming? Basically, what some of the people are gearing up for, what
Civil
they
war.
believe is, and what they're fomenting is a race war. And it's like, come on, man, are you serious?
But they are. They are. What else would you expect? You would expect nothing else, would you? I mean, what would you expect from them other than that?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's exactly what they're all about. They're going to. We are headed towards a race war, a civil war in which skin color is the uniform.
Yeah.
So it's this is part of the insanity of what we're contending with, and I'll try and go on more about it during the monologue. Newsom to DeSantis, neither. Now this is from our dear Aristides. Debate was hard to explain. DeSantis and Newsom lob insults, talk some policy, and face off. It's 90-minute clash, as they say. Looks like a good summary, and thank you for sharing this, Aristides.
Yeah. The fact that Newsom said neither of us will be the nominee in 2024.
Right.
Interesting.
Well, that summed everything up. That really summed the whole thing up, you know. And it kind of took all the steam out of DeSantis' whole argument. Like he's nothing more than a hand puppet for Trump, you know. And Newsom just, by praising and showing all the things that, because if there was a big fear that he was going to somehow challenge Biden and kind of throw the whole Democratic Party in disarray. And he's playing his role. He's getting ready because he knows in 4 more years he'll really be ready to be running for president. And I think he's got probably the best shot running a big state,
Yeah.
And he's got the look, he's got the intelligence, he's got the background, and now he's just kind of blown up their best candidate. What do you guys think about Nikki Haley, though? I mean, what? Come on. Trump's handmaiden a few years ago, now all of a sudden she hates him.
Yeah, well, that can only go so far. Nikki Haley is just like she's just this amusing sideshow, and I don't see her, challenging Trump. Trump would actually, if she got to the point where she were literally threatening Trump's next run, Trump would have something done to her. Just people would show up at her door and intimidate her and tell her to back off. That's basically what would happen. So the same would have gone on for DeSantis and the rest of these clowns. When it comes to, I agree with everything you said about Newsom. And Newsom is going to be the person for 2028. But here's the problem, is that whatever happens in 2024 decides whether or not we make it as a constitutional republic to 2028.
True. I've heard the conservatives say they would vote for Trump to stay as president for life.
Yeah.
That's crazy. This concept of even having that discussion is ridiculous.
Yes, well, that shows what we've come to. So there is a good deal of Americans who want a dictatorship. This is something that you would think they would learn is not in their interest, but they don't know any better. They are, after all, completely just deluded. They're locked. They're lost in this make America great again insanity. The culture wars are all that matter to them. They have no concept of the American empire as an economic entity, and they really are living in the past. They're out of their minds with the World War II myth that they've grown up on, and they feel that, of course, this is going to be a chance for some kind of purging of the other races in America to make America white again. It really comes down to that. So, that being said, we're going to, Brendan, it's like, roti is like, what the fuck? It's like, come on, it can't be that long, right? I mean, life is short, Brendan. Is this entail like some kind of meditation you have to go through while you're doing this, or it's amazing to me.
You got to get in the zone, man.
Yeah. I know what it's like to get in the zone. I'm not quite sure what zone Brendan needs to enter to produce this stuff. It would be interesting. It was maybe a bridge that he had with Christine. When Crazy Christine was on with us, they did relate on the topic of roti. Yes, they were able to talk about different types of weird South Asian tea concoctions. But other than that,
you can always find some common ground with somebody. Right?
Yes, one would hope. Yes. what about school, Troy? Now, you know, without necessarily going into something that would compromise your your employment security. What can you share? What can you share about school? Certainly, you had to take time off with what you were dealing with on a personal level, right?
Yeah, and the crazy part about it, every job that I worked at in corporate America, for the 30 years I worked, you know, you have bereavement leave, you know, all these kinds of things. The school system does not offer bereavement leave.
Oh my God.
I had to use my sick days.
Oh my God. That's
So
awful.
That's the one thing I learned. I was like, we don't have 2 weeks of bereavement, no, a week. You know, it's kind of like, nah, you know, you gotta use the sick day. So that's crazy.
I'm sorry to hear that, and it just goes to show. But other than that, how about you know, time with the students? Any stories to share about teaching math?
Oh, well, no, just, you know, the strangest thing. I don't know if these kids. I think this is the first group that, especially the ones that come in as 6th graders. They were like second or third grade when COVID hit, so they're kind of just getting back in the swing of being students in class. And I mean, and I tell you, you know, they have zero concept of how to learn. Their parents, I don't know what their parents are sending the kids to school for. And it's not, I'm not really castigating them.
Well, you know damn well what they're sending them to school for. They're sending them to school as a daycare center. What do you think? Come on.
Well, you said it, and I'm not going to argue with you about it. But the point is that, like you said, man, they're just manifestly unprepared for school. No pencils, no paper, no notebooks, no.
Jesus.
You know, and then you got to make all these accommodations for the kids. Oh, he can't sit near the wall because that's a distraction for him. And then you had to give him 20 more minutes to finish an assignment that really should only take about 2 or 3 minutes. And then you got to talk to him certain ways, and you know, and that's all cool. I get it, but it's like you got to be psychiatrists. You got to follow certain rules, you know, to make sure every kid has a special accompaniment. Yeah, because I might have a class with like 7 or 8 kids with an IEP, an individual education plan. So that means I got to make sure this kid has a red notebook. This kid is sitting on the computer for 10 minutes, and then I got to give him a break to stand up and go to the bathroom. Then this other kid has to have a light at a certain level. I mean, it's like all this other stuff you got to do besides just teaching the kids and having them participate. Then at the same time, they want you to perform what is called an engaging lesson. So now I got to get up there, juggle balls, dance, come up with funky sayings. You know, I got to do all this other stuff to make the kid be interested in coming to school. Yeah, hey, you got to learn. Come on, guys. Hey, everybody. You know, it's like it's a lot. It's a lot in an environment where this in Florida they call them Title I schools. So it's a school in lower income neighborhood, low per capita income, low house values, low tax base. So I even have quite a few. I'm probably, and it is historically. My dad went to that school, so it was a historically black high school back when my dad went to school there. Now I say it's probably 75% Hispanic, and I get a lot of kids who, you know, maybe brand new to the country, don't speak a whole lot of English, or you know, recently came to the country. Which is cool because they're beautiful kids. They're beautiful. They love to learn. They will try their best, and you know. So you just have to be patient and love them, and let them know that they are important. And that's all I try to do. And all the teachers I work with out at my school are amazing. They're absolutely amazing.
They'd have to be. I mean, they're half an entertainer. They're half in the entertainment profession as well as. Yes, it's edutainment and shit, like you said. Holy shit, you got to do what I do. It's like you're hosting a transmission. You got to get people to keep listening and make it interesting. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, it's exactly what you do. That's why I get inspiration from you all the time. I'd say every broadcast, I probably bring in some element of what I heard from you into my classroom, whether it be a word, whether it's a phrase, a piece of history, just to give them perspective. Not teaching history or anything, but just kind of making an allusion to it so that they can gain some sort of perspective or point of reference. Then maybe that'll interest them to go back and read or look and do other things. So, I try to pull from everything that I experience in life to help others. So that's what I do.
Wonderful, and it's so important. I deeply appreciate that, and I mean it is inspirational. In turn, it's inspiring to me that you do that. And after all, Aristides, of course, became a material science engineer, which meant he had to learn his math. And you're inspiring people to learn their math because this can help them to ultimately become like Aristides. Well, I don't know if anyone wants to become like Aristides personally, but, professionally.
No. I forgot all that. That's a sad thing.
Of course. Of course. You got a calculator now. Yes, you have calculators and computers. Yes.
Exactly.
This is what
they do also.
Yeah. So tell us about that. How do you integrate the use of calculators and computers when you're trying to get kids to learn math? How do you get them to do this with all that available to them to stop thinking at all, or stop calculating, stop processing?
Well, and that's the thing now. So it used to be when I were in school, we had to do everything and show our work. Yeah. You had to do everything with pencil, and nowadays the kids get to use calculators on their tests, in class, other things like that. And the technology now is so vast on the phone, we try to keep the kids from using technology in the classroom. Maybe they'll use I'll maybe allow them to use the calculator on their phone because they'll break the other calculators. They won't break their phone. When they're on their phone, what they can do is use an app called PhotoMath. And all they do is take a picture of the problem, hit enter, and it solves the problem for them, and then they have it. And you're like, wait a minute. You were struggling with your timetables. How'd you get this binomial?
Holy shit.
And then they sit there and they'll just look at you like, oh yeah, I did it. And then you realize, the kids were telling me I didn't know about this app until when the kids told me, oh, Miss Bellamy, he getting these answers off PhotoMath. I'm like, what is PhotoMath? I went and downloaded the app, tried it, and it worked like a charm. I'm like, come on, man.
Everything you just described explains why we're so behind.
It does. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly, man. It's scary.
Oh my God, we're doomed. We're fucking doomed.
No, I don't think so. I just think that
they just need to bring back the abacus and
yes.
At least it'll be fun.
Yeah, and the slide rule, abacus and the slide rule. Yes,
exactly.
And
a compass and all that. But the thing is, the kids want instant gratification. Everything is instant gratification now. So if there's no struggle, they don't want to struggle at all. So if you give them a problem, they don't get it. It's not like, okay, well, let me learn from my mistake and see what I did wrong so I can do it better the next time when I see the same type of problem. They just get frustrated and will shut down. So now, after I show them the problem, I really can't tell them, no, that's wrong. I have to show them, well, you thought about it pretty good. Let me just show you how to do it this way. And now I got to make them feel good about the fact that they did it wrong. And so that they don't feel bad, they didn't get it right. So it's this whole instant gratification thing that it's a lot of hoops and things that teachers have to jump through just to get the kids to at least try.
Oh my God!
And understand, math is one of those things where you just got to do it. You can't. You may make a bunch of mistakes, but if you take good notes and you practice and you do homework, you can see, oh, okay, I was doing it wrong. Now let me do it this way. Let me just follow the pattern, use the formula, and it'll work every time. No, these kids, if they get it wrong, they're shutting down. I don't want to do this no more. It's too hard.
God.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the video games.
yes. Oh my God. I am.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just appalled. But at the same time, it's better you than I, Troy. Troy's got a harder job than I do. That would kill me.
Yeah, you sound like a same, because I work at one of my school sites is at Title I, and the teacher was asking me when Kwanzaa was the other day. I'm a janitor. I'm like, oh God, we're doomed.
Shit. Oh my God. Just tell them it's between Christmas and New Year. Okay, to tell them it's the perennium. It's like, you know, between the genitalia and the anus part of the year. That's
gooch.
Yes.
It's the gooch of the year.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
I mean, if she doesn't know that, then that's already a problem. Like,
yes. It. But
she asked me when Hanukkah was too. Like, I'm or maybe she was just trying to hit on me. I don't know.
Yeah. Hopefully so. Oh, that depends on how she looks. Yes.
That's probably what
No,
it was.
nothing noteworthy.
Okay.
I'm gonna be nice about it.
Okay. Yes. Then of course, then it's rather sad.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that Brendan has joined us, I will refresh myself. I'm so glad Troy joined us tonight. We certainly do need 3 people to hold the stage while I refresh myself. I want everyone to know I will definitely.
Wait, I just ran out of doll. I'll be right back.
Yo, God damn it! You're kidding, right? You're joking. He's
I'm not
joking.
joking. We'll just take a second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Aristides, I wish for you to participate more assertively. Assert yourself. Yes, it's like. Of course, I've had Aristides sometimes where I brought him on and said, come on, Aristides, do some talking. And, you know, the one thing I've discovered is they don't teach public speaking to engineers, apparently. I mean, come on now. Don't they teach you guys to, like, sell your plans or something? It's like you got a project, you got to, like, present it, got to sell it. There's got to be a pitch, right? Come on.
The stereotype here.
Yeah.
You're stereotyping me, man.
Yeah.
But no, I wasn't. That was not part of my training. There are sectors where you're more business oriented, but not in your basic engineering.
Okay. Yeah, definitely a functional type of guy. Yeah, he's there we are. And that's good. That's good in its own way. It's not necessarily good for holding the stage, but it's...
Well, I mean, plus it's late at night.
That's true. It's true.
I like how repeatedly you're like, oh, you're always saying like, oh, it's just so important to get so much sleep, and then you proceed to hold like, a 12-hour all-night marathon.
It's
and then wonder what
Yeah, from my experience, engineers are the have the least ability to conversate. I don't know. Those are like Douglas. Those are all the red pill guys. They're all engineers.
Cool. Oh my God. Well, Aristides is a red pill guy. He's taken the red pill, and it led him to our truth. He's found the truth.
Well, we're talking like the actual red pill. I'm talking like those guys that like are like Tate lovers.
Yeah, that's right. Those fools. Those fools.
No.
Like they were nerds for so long, and now they've like discovered that there's another way, and they're like, oh no.
Yeah, they
it's too late for me. Like,
so
they just become MGTOW.
Yeah, they just become misogynists. Yes, I wouldn't even. MGTOW doesn't even do it justice. I mean, forget that. I mean, it's just out and out misogyny for those guys. But at any rate, so now that you're back, all right, I'm going to I will be back. Everybody, Brendan and Troy and Aristides, they've got this. And, I think we've got to a good start. I mean, we can talk about, as Brendan said, how video games are ruining mathematical capacity or processing capacity within the child's brain.
Well, it's more like the dopamine. Like, they can't handle not being right because they're just so used to the dopamine rush of winning every 5 seconds.
Thank you. No, it's awful. I mean, it's like, it's I can't deal with it. I just can't deal with it. Like you said, Troy's a fucking saint. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Right.
I mean, I would die. That's so it's but at any rate, gonna refresh myself and I will be back. But everybody, you've got these 3 men. Stay here. I'll be back, and but believe me, these guys have got this for now. And so take it away.
Did you see that thing I sent you about Irocho Odo?
Oh God, yes. Oh, so sad. Yes, health issues with that individual and his blood pressure. What would you recommend to him? What would you recommend to him to do?
Yeah, that's what I knew you knew where I was going with that.
Yeah.
That I could heal him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like I tried with Abe, and then they killed him.
Yeah. That's right. Oh shit. That's right. Oh my God.
But basically, he just needs magnesium, and then But that just goes to show he has the most famous manga in the entire world.
Yeah.
He's the most successful mangaka of all time, and he's still working himself to death. It's like the Japanese have this very neurotic kind of thing about working.
Yeah.
That it sends them to the grave.
Yeah, no, it's true. This is what they do. By the way, Sheila Gavin in the chat room says condolences and positive thoughts with the prayer hands twice to Troy Bellamy. Just want you to know, Troy, that you've got support out there, and and I'd like our man Brendan to go into who exactly this individual is. I know who he is, of course, and like Brendan said, he's got this.
I was going to say you were in the Navy and you don't know what One Piece is.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Hey, yeah, definitely.
You're basically like one of the devil fruit users. You're like one of the villains.
Yes, that's right.
Or pirates. You would be more like a pirate type one.
Yeah. I even though I'm not too intimately familiar with the world of One Piece as presented by the anime and the manga, I do know their art. I do know his art. It's very distinctive. Right. So he's got very distinctive art, and it stands out. And he's been around forever, and he's succeeded wildly, and of course he's just going to work himself to death like they all do anyway. And I'm
hoping he finishes the manga. I know it sounds wrong, but I hope he finishes it before he dies.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it's just like a lot of people hope that the man who did Game of Thrones, I'm forgetting his name now, which is I used to be a big fan of his.
That's the opposite. I wish he died before he died.
Yeah.
George R.R. Martin.
Yeah, George R.R. Martin. Now, I used to be a big fan of his back in the day when he started it. Okay, and then he totally, like Stephen King, just sold out and said, I gotta earn a living, and so he just started putting out crap, and that was Game of Thrones. What everybody wanted. So with that, I'm going to go mute. You guys have got this, and take it away. Start off, Brendan, and go into who this guy is, what the anime is about, and how this guy could be cured if they'd only fucking listen to you. And and I'll be back. Okay.
Yeah. So what I was mentioning was his name is Ichiro Oda, and Ichiro Oda-san, or some kind. Most of the time, people call him Oda Sensei, but that's just because they're like anime fanatics. But basically what this guy is he's the current author and originator of an anime called One Piece. And One Piece is the story of this one pirate that wants to become king of pirates, and he has to find this treasure called the One Piece. And it's like he has to go on this huge journey, and it's one of the longest shonen that has ever been created. Like it's like a manga that just lasted for over 1,000 chapters. Right now it's at like 1,100 chapters. But the point I was making with Douglas is that this guy's the most successful man in Japan, basically. He has the most famous manga, and he has the best, basically the best setup he can ever imagine, like the top of his career, everything, and he's still working himself to death. He basically, according to this article, his blood pressure sends him to the doctor, quote unquote, every day, suffers from high blood pressure, and to the point where he's not able to finish chapters as of late. Like, he actually wrote an apology into one of the covers of the chapter last couple chapters ago, where he's saying, I'm sorry, I couldn't finish the chapter. So this is like, it's an illustration of how the Japanese work ethic is so so intense that even the guy at the top of his field with everything he's ever wanted, he still feels obligated to work beyond his body's capability even.
How many have you made? How many of them are there?
There's 1,100 chapters. So this is 1,100 chapters for the last 20, or it's a chapter every week for the last 20 years.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And it's still going. Like the story's like just now entering its final, quote unquote, final arc, which is going to be like another 500 to 1,000 chapters, according to them. So, you know, so this guy's like on a level. He insists that an ideal blood pressure can't be applied to everyone, so there's no problems. That's what he told his fan, you know. And he reportedly only sleeps a couple hours a day. He has diabetes and gout. He skips meals in order to continue working on the One Piece manga. His assistants also suffer from lack of rest, only sleeping for around 5 hours a day. And this is the kind of demanding world of the mangakas, the anime creators in Japan. For example, his one of his colleagues, I guess, My Hero Academia manga, has gone on several hiatuses during this year because of the issues, health issues similarly related. And the guy's name is Kohei Hiroshi. So other manga creators that have been forced to take hiatuses over the years are including Yasuke Murata, One Punch Man's artist, Gege Akutami, Jinjutsu Kaisen, Daisuke Asahara. So these are all like the biggest of the big. Like, so there's a reason they got famous. There's a reason their stories are good. They're very hard workers. They perfected their craft, but it's like definitely affecting their health. Daisuke Asahara, he's the World Trigger author. Yoshihiro Togashi, Hunter x Hunter. And then Togashi's health has declined so much that he announced that he has 4 different endings planned for Hunter x Hunter. In case that he dies, there will be 4 alternate endings he could release upon his death. So this is how serious these people are. They have debilitating chronic back pain because they have to stoop for hours, hand drawing panels over and over, like, you know, literally over and over. And in Oda's case, One Piece was serialized in 1997 in Shonen Jump. So he's been working on the manga for 26 years. 26 years. Imagine doing that for 26 years straight, being at the top of your game, and you still have no desire to retire. That's just an illustration of the work ethic, you know, of the Japanese people. They don't have this kind of, like in the West, I mean, you make money and you retire, you don't care about but he's so invested in this story and his fans and the whole, you know, the spirit behind it, that he doesn't want to just let that go and just say, you know, fuck it, I'm going to finish it. He wants to keep it going. So the story revolves around the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy and his ragtag group of the Straw Hat Pirates on their quest to find treasure known as the One Piece in order to become the Pirate King. Something you can get through Viz Media and all these other outlets that, you know, serialize it. But I mean, it's huge. It's like, imagine, so even if you want to watch it, it's about 1,000 episodes right now. And each one's an hour long, approximately a half an hour to an hour. So this is the kind of dedication that they put into this kind of media out there. And One Piece is like the best selling in Japan. Like, it's the most beloved in Japan. Like, and like Douglas was saying, it's like, it's very distinct. He has like his own style, and it's very odd looking, but it works for the world, where like the proportions are crazy, and, you know, they're like giants and stuff, and some, you know, and the powers are very wacky and like off the charts. Like, they're like unbelievable.
I'm not too familiar. I know what you're talking about with the graphic style. Like, I've seen, you know, some pictures. I've never watched one, but it does seem like it's like, it's super, some of these are super popular, and they're like, I mean, I guess it's fairly, you know, G-rated or PG-13, you know, so it can like have. It seems like it from the visuals.
Well, but when they say shonen, it basically a shonen is going to be this like a lighter, typically lighter-hearted, more
Right.
child-friendly.
Right.
But there's still
So-
violence and stuff.
Well,
but it's just going to
sure.
be more like
But
less heavy themes. Like there's no nudity, and he's actually very famous and tactfully. He basically has no relationships in the whole series. Like there's like husband and wife and father and child, but none of them like, especially on the pirate cruise, like there's no like romance kind of stuff going on. So like he deliberately like leaves all of that out.
Yeah.
You know, what they would call in the manga or the anime world, they call it ships, like different ships, aka relationships. So they leave that stuff out because he doesn't want to like bring down his characters like that in this kind of, you know, soup of. But he does like, but the chicks he draws are definitely fan servicey. Like some of them are really cool, like the actual look of the chicks.
Well, I have to
Very
admit
attractive.
that the animes I'm more familiar with are probably not suitable for all ages.
I mean, you're saying like they're actual animes though; they're not like something.
Yeah,
else.
no, but I mean, there's shows that are
Okay.
a lot
Yeah,
more,
yeah.
a lot darker. They're a lot, you know.
Yeah. See that?
You
I mean,
wouldn't-
that's
you
the
would-
appeal of, I think, especially when I was younger. That was the appeal.
Uh-huh.
Is like, because in the West, I mean, you could just go to regular cartoons and watch all the wacky shenanigans. But for me, like the manga and the anime was like, you're gonna get into some crazy shit that you would never normally see. Like that's why we all like, and for a long time, like all the manga kids, like that was their secret. Is like no one, like you're basically like watching some straight up, or you're just like looking at basically, you know, what would be the word for it? Like literal nudity at school, and no one
Yeah.
would know
Oh, yeah, there's that.
because it's like, you know, it's a graphic novel, so most people don't know.
Yeah,
Like they don't
Some
know
of
the
the ones-
titles and stuff.
some of the ones I watched. Now, I couldn't really rattle off the names. I was more like hanging out with a friend who was more familiar,
Mhm.
but like some of the storylines are still very, even though the visuals are
Dark.
very, very gory. Their storylines are, I mean, they're just very well thought out. So
Oh yeah, the world building is insane.
Yeah.
And
and then it's like, you know, there's like you know, ghouls or aliens or something, you know, and then everybody gets shredded to pieces. But you know.
yeah, yeah, there's some cool ones out there. Like if you're looking for that stuff.
Yeah.
But these shonen one are like more
Mhm.
public friendly. Like that's why they're so popular. They
Yeah.
skirt this kind of mainstream kind of
Mhm.
like it's not controversial. Like nothing in there can
Right.
be controversial, but it's still like got violence and crazy power ups. You know, so it's fun.
Yeah.
And the world building usually with shonens, like the world building is super good because it can't rely on the storyline has to carry it because it's not relying on shock value, you know, like or like the artist's ability to, you know, like
Mhm.
they're good at their craft, but they don't rely on just like visual appeal, like you
Right.
know, half naked chicks or whatever.
Right.
So what they do is they craft these worlds that become beloved in like
Mhm.
you know these countries, especially Japan.
Well, can
And the
you guys,
Japanese have this talent.
For me, as a novice, what's the difference between manga and anime?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I should explain. So manga is just is a comic book. So it's original. So what happens is they draw the manga. So it gets printed, published as a comic book, which is what manga means. It's like a visual, like a book with photos, you know, or with like comic drawings. And then when those get popular, then the animation studios will pick them up and then animate them, and then so the actual cartoon is the anime. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
So manga is just the book form, like it gets published as a book, and then when it gets popular, or if they see like a market, then they'll make the anime at the same time.
Okay.
Which is what happened with One Piece. It was like instantly popular, and so yeah, that's what happened. They basically have been basically serialized since then.
Mhm.
Yeah. So manga is comic book, and then
Right.
anime
Okay.
is like straight up anime, like animation. Yeah.
Yeah. Do
Yeah,
like
so-
the more popular ones get picked up like by like advertise like I mean, to like the kids over there have like a one piece lunchbox and
Oh
you
yeah.
know,
There's like
one's
entire
called
there's
that.
like buses, there's entire trains,
Yeah.
there's entire theme parks. Like it's huge. Like One Piece is the biggest of the big. Like
Yeah.
it's huge. It's massive. Like
So,
I mean his stats are on that article, like the one I sent Doug. It's like something like in the hundreds of millions of copies have been sold. Like he's literally probably the most famous one of all of these guys. Yeah. So yeah, Oda.
yeah, at that
so
point you're like too legit to quit. You know, you got like advertising contract. I don't know if it works that way over there, but advertising
sure.
contracts and all this stuff, and you know.
yeah, that's a factor, but it's like at the same time he's in control of the story, and
Right.
So like he could just say, you know what, I'm gonna just shortcut it and end it, but he feels obligated to the fans and to his producers and whoever else is around him, you know, that the story must go on. You know, every good showman,
right?
Every good artist, they always have that, you know, they feel obligated, or they
there
have
definitely
this kind of
is
pride.
That, unlike some of the goofy franchises here, like they just keep them going just for like, you know what I mean? It's like,
I mean, Family Guy over like hundreds of episodes.
Well, Family
Simpsons,
Guy,
thousands of episodes
well,
of Simpsons.
they put some thought into writing, but it's like there's even trashier stuff that like, you know, they're just only doing it because of the name, right? Like they
like Rick and Morty.
Or no, well, that's unique too. But it's like they didn't they like just make like another Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something. It's like
all of that stuff. Yeah, Spider-Man,
and
a
it's
million
like
Spider-Mans.
it's like right.
Million Batmans.
Yeah,
to the point where they have to go into these like, what would be the word, like multiverses? They have to alternate universes just to make it keep making sense. Yeah,
right. Yeah, how can we keep this
Which
going,
is
guys? Come on,
dumb. That's what it's just destroying it. Yeah,
true.
Yeah, like I was going to say,
Isn't
people.
that the essence of it, though? The prolific nature of it. It's kind of like for me, I'm a big Godzilla buff. So now all of a sudden they got this series on Apple. Have you guys been watching that?
No, I haven't. I didn't know it was actually out. Yeah, what is it?
It's called Monarch: Legacy of Monsters, and so it's like they're going back to. It goes back to. I guess it's going to go back from the point in Skull Island. What was the guy who played with Roseanne? He's in the movie. He's in Skull Island.
John
And
Goodman?
so now,
John Goodman?
Yeah. John Goodman
wow.
was
He's still alive.
he was in Kong Skull Island, which is the sort of
that's right. Yeah.
the beginning of the King Kong in the MonsterVerse, and they tied it into Godzilla some kind of way in Skull Island, and then so this series here goes back to his origination in that movie and kind of talks about his legacy as a researcher for Monarch and all this other stuff. But I think it's kind of creative that they kind of like you said, in the manga movie, in the mangas or the animes, or I mean, some of them do get out of hand. It's like how much farther can you go with certain storylines, but others you can kind of develop the characters a little better. I mean, they're doing that with everything. Even what's the one with Sam Jackson, who played Nick Fury? They got Secret Invasion now. I mean,
right.
So it seems pretty interesting.
The DC and the Marvel unis, they do that a lot with the.
So I guess so the fans will have to wait 3 or 4 years to get a blockbuster.
Yeah, see that's where I think the comics differ. Is like they're okay with other people. Like I guess that's the difference. Is like comic books will, like the creator can be dead, but they still license the, that character. They're able to use the character. But in Japan, it's like once the author's done, they are considered like the end all be all pretty much.
Oh, really?
So that world like ends with them. Unless they want to pass it on to, say, like a protege. But it's very much like once they're done with the story, then it's done.
So there's no
Um,
Stan Lee pass down to
right.
next.
Exactly.
Okay.
They only do that rarely, and then a lot of the times it fails because the style's not the
It's
same,
not.
or
Yeah, exactly.
like people can tell that the story's watered down. Like it's kind of happening a little bit with Dragon Ball, unfortunately, because Toriyama is really old, and he passed it on to one of his proteges, and you could tell the art's different. Like it's there, it's got the spirit of it, and the storyline's okay, but like the purists, like the Dragon Ball purists, can tell like, Vegeta's face is not right, or Goku looks different, or the attack isn't drawn right. Like, because these people get, especially in Japan and stuff, they get down to like the detail. Like, oh, the energy blast is coming from his wrist instead of the center of his hand. They get really crazy about it. So, that's why it's really hard for the mangas to go on, especially when someone dies. Like, for example, unfortunately, the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh, he passed away last year. The year before, and like that basically ended any kind of discussion for the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga ever coming back, because it's like he's gone and he never wanted to continue the story anyway. It was like set in, he finished it back in early 2000s, and that was it. So, but they do have like spin-off series that they were serializing and running, and they still have them in Japan, but it's just it's not, everyone knows it's not the original story. Like that'll never come back now that he's passed. So that was a bummer for me, but what had happened is he was vacationing in Okinawa, and then this is Kazuki Takahashi. He was vacationing in Okinawa, and apparently what had happened is he was on the beach and someone was drowning, or he had to like go rescue someone, and he ended up getting swept by a riptide or something, and he ended up dying. So in my eyes, he died as sterling as one of his characters would. He was helping someone. He had this kind of like, it proved that he had a good heart of sorts. Well, I don't know him personally, but that's just kind of, for someone like that to actually do something like that in real life, that kind of, it creates this, it galvanizes the characters he created, that like those were actually real. The heart he put into that was actually something real,
Right.
Even though it was a tragedy, but it definitely, for me, it was like, wow, this guy was actually serious when he wrote those characters, like about friendship, about doing the right thing, like, because it could be a trope, like, oh, Superman, Batman, like they just do the right thing because there's like this, fighting crime kind of vibe, but there's something about like when a creator puts heart into it, and these characters like have those sterling qualities. So perhaps he had some of that, and that kind of proves it in my eyes that, if he was willing to, do something like that, then of course he had some truth to his characters. So it adds depth. It's a tragic thing, but it's also like part of being human. Death is a part of life, as Gandalf says. So that's interesting. But the point what I was bringing up was that these guys work themselves, to the point where their bodies are breaking down. They're working overtime, and imagine doing that for 26 years. I mean, like most Americans, even especially me, I mean, there's no way, I can't even imagine that. Like working that hard for 26 years straight is like, I mean, it's unimaginable. Like, so that's commendable. I mean, it's commendable. And then like, yeah. So that was just what I was bringing up to Douglas. And then like I was reading in here, like the list of the other mangakas that are all going through the same thing, like that just proves that there's this, there's something different about the Japanese genetic and their mindset and their culture, that they have this kind of, it's like, it's almost, you can't even call it perfectionism. It's like beyond that. It's like this duty, they have a duty to their craft, which is amazing. I mean, if you see anything on like Japanese handicrafts, Like they've of course become world famous now, like the katana, the ceramics, the the technology. We all know about that. How their cars are the best cars, as far as longevity. So there's this. They have this meticulous crafting ability, and it has to do with their ruling star. That there's astrological things and other things involved, but they have this thing, and it's commendable. It's amazing. I mean, there's a reason why it's like Japan's a famous place. Of course, they have issues culturally, and they have a declining birth rate, and there's a lot of, they're very enclaved ethnically. What's homogenous? They're like ethnically homogenous, so they don't like outsiders coming in, which is typical of a traditionalist society. Which I can't, one cannot be against that, because that's a human thing, to hold on to tradition and keep it going. Us in the West, we have an easier time with it because we've taken from every culture basically, which is fine. That's just a different mindset we have. But especially cultures like Japan and stuff, they were always from the beginning very centric to their traditions, and that's why they have this kind of refinement, it would be called, like this crafting refinement, this crafting ability. So that's something that definitely extends from ancient times, so it's amazing. Yeah, that was my spiel on that. But anyways, what I was going to say, which Douglas intuited somehow, is that when I first saw this thing about Oda and his blood pressure and all that stuff, I really just wanted to tell, Ichido Oda, just like, you just got to take enough magnesium. Like, if you just got on minerals and took magnesium and did enough supplements, then your blood pressure would stabilize and all of this stuff, which I would presume the Japanese know this somehow, like the medical doctors. But unfortunately now the medical system is like ubiquitous, this kind of profit scheme of the medical system, to the point where it's almost not even deliberate anymore. It's like they just forgot about nutrition. Like there is a level of maliciousness to it, but at the same time, it's like no doctors are trained in nutrition. So it's like, of course, they're not going to have that reference. Like when someone outside of the medical field sees someone who's getting sick, the first thing, someone like me would see, I'd be like, okay, well, make sure they have enough minerals and building blocks for the body first, nutrition, minerals, and then later you get medication or you get more invasive. Because if the body doesn't have building blocks, it's like building a house. Like if you don't have wood and you don't have a foundation, like concrete, you're not going to be able to do anything. Like it'll just crumble. So the same goes with the human body. If your body can't build DNA, it can't build muscle, it doesn't have enough of the building blocks, the minerals, the amino acids, all of that to build the tissues, then it's going to crumble. Something's going to break. So that's what I would tell if I was speaking to Oda. I would tell him that. I would say, hopefully he comes across that organically, or some doctors hopefully tell him. But
obviously here it's horrible, the for-profit medical system, but like over there, is it like that? Like that once you have a for-profit medical system, like, forget it. Like it's done. It's like, but I don't know how.
Well, Japan has like, what we would call socialized healthcare, but it's just like the government ran healthcare, kind of like England. So it's actually, it's better in a way, but at the same time, they're using this quote unquote allopathic system.
Right.
So the allopathic system really, it's major, like the hole in its armor, like it can do all kinds of wonderful things. Like it's really good with trauma, like you break your leg or you get gunshot wound. Like it's really good with trauma, surgery, but the thing it's missing, the fallibility of it, is they don't have the foundation of nutrition. Like, it's literally not taught in medical school. Like, you can ask, even now, the doctors and stuff. Like, it may be better in Japan because they have like traditional cooking and things that they base it off of. Like their, for example, their school lunches are all made in-house. Like, they make it by hand, everything there. And the students have like one of the healthiest school lunches in the world is actually Japanese children have it. It's all handmade. It's all like eggs and whole foods and rice and veggies. Whereas everywhere else, pretty much, I mean, maybe in Europe, some parts it's nice, but the United States, especially in Canada, like North America, it's going to be like pretty bad food. Like, the school food here is horrendous. I mean, it's just manufactured and it's canned, and to the point where it's become a joke, like, oh, lunch, school lunch food. It's like, it's become a joke. Like, that's how bad it is. It's like prison food, because the US has this prison system that works alongside the school system. It's kind of this industrial complex, as they call it. But what the problem with the, so yeah, the Japanese have probably better healthcare in a way, but because they're using this allopathic system, it negates nutrition. Like, there's something about it that they have this idea of like, yeah, you need the recommended daily allowance, quote unquote, the RDA, the basic nutrition, but they don't see nutrition as a healing modality. So they just say, oh, well, look, we're giving them protein, carbs, and, all of the B vitamins, and the wheat is whatever, there's iron in it, it's fortified. So that's as far as they go. They say, oh, look, it's by the book, you're at 100%. So the food's taken care of. They don't even think about nutrition after that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, just got back.
So,
and I want Troy to know that if he's still with us, Xyr Nagaraja says absolute dedication from one man concerning teaching. Blessings to Troy. So hope you hear that, Troy. And,
yes, thank you guys.
Yes, and certainly our man Brendan is bringing up aspects of nutrition. How granted, our school system is designed to transfer people laterally from the school system into the prison system, but I do want to point out that in order to prevent riots, the prison food has generally been held up as very good food. I mean, that they generally. That's certainly what I've...
In that way, it's better than the school food.
Yes!
What I've seen is absolutely insane.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. To prevent riots in prison, they give good food. They hand out good food. They tone it to everybody's dietary needs, vegetarians and vegans, and that's what I've heard. Generally, granted that prisons run the gamut in the United States. So it depends on whether you're in a state prison, especially in an enlightened blue state. If you're in a prison in an enlightened blue state, then your food is going to generally be good. In some kind of red state, it might be, maybe it's going to be a totally different story, I would presume.
Right. Did you hear what I said about the Japanese school meals?
No, what did you say about that?
So the Japanese school meals are actually verified at this point to be the most healthy and nutritious in all of the world.
Okay.
Because they consider their children and their education to be of utmost importance. Okay. So the school cooks there, they actually, the ladies that cook at schools, they go there and they prepare everything by hand in the morning. Fresh rice, fresh eggs, veggies, like everything is done meticulously, and they have actually basically proven that Japan has the best school food in all the world.
Wow.
Like, this is like on the books now, basically.
Yeah, holy shit. Yeah.
I don't know, obviously, for not every single school, but in general, it actually has. And
well,
that's why they have such high scores, and
yeah,
they realize that that's a building block to strong minds. I saw a program where they said that. They said strong, good food equals strong minds.
Yeah, of course.
They were very proud of that.
Oh, of course. Oh, it goes without saying. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, and generally, whatever happens in Japan is generally national. I mean, you can take that to the bank. I mean, it's not. Japan does not have the kind of regionalism to any extent that we have anywhere else in the world, really. So
which I mentioned earlier as well.
Yeah, and but when it comes to the what else came to my mind with that? Oh yes, in Korea. Troy, you might want to look this up whenever you feel that things are hard for you at school. It used to be different. Korea used to have teachers that would literally beat their students, and then they changed all the laws, and teachers have to be kind to their students, and now the students are beating them up, and teachers are killing themselves in Korea. I know that much. So the suicide rates in Korea for teachers are astronomical, and so they're finally deciding they're going to do something because all the teachers are killing themselves and they have no one left to teach. So Korea's all fucked up. And
they have the lowest birth rate in the world now, apparently.
Mm-hmm. It's true. South Korea. We're talking South Korea.
Different.
Yeah. Oh, it's not much different. What are the suicide rates for teachers in the U.S.?
Well, you have a lot of teachers that are exiting. You used to have a lot of teachers that would come into or change professions and come into teaching. You have a lot of teachers now who are exiting the profession of teaching because of those reasons. The children are very aware of their rights, and so they will say, "Hey, you can't tell me to do this. You can't make me do this." And I'm not going to do it. And they get indignant. And then the parents will come out and get indignant with you. And then the principal will get upset with you if you upset the parent or the student. And it's like, come on, man, what are we doing? The kids do get sometimes physical with the teachers. And when we were in school, we had corporal punishment. All it took was 3 good whacks. Yeah. From that paddle, and you were straight for the rest of the year if you were, disrupting. And back in those days, disruption was you were chewing gum, or you threw a piece of paper across the room. It was nothing like talking, playing on your phone, using foul language. The stuff that I see nowadays is like, where are these kids coming from? And it's sad because a lot of them do come from tough environments. Where, and I'm not going to, obviously I'm not going to say anybody's business, but you can, if you stand out by the drop-off line, you can smell the weed coming out of these kids' cars before they get there. It's like, come on, man, the parents gonna smoke one before the kid gets there. No wonder the kids are vaping in the bathroom and doing stuff like that. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then they get all upset when the child, like you said, it's a school to prison pipeline sort of thing. Now they're not looking for exceptional students. They're looking for students who may be able to make it to high school, and the rest of them, God bless them all. If they don't make it without going to prison.
Oh my God!
You have to have directed educational purpose. It's no more just go to school, sit and get. Everything has to have some sort of purpose, and this is the tough thing about it.
Yes, no, that's outrageous.
So the system's crumbling. Another one.
Yeah, yes. Though Troy still seems very optimistic. He still seems optimistic despite it all.
I mean, I would love to have a classroom with 25 eager students who are all trying their best, and they're trying. You get that when they're first, second grade, maybe third grade. By third grade, if they don't have it by then, they probably won't get it to maybe high school.
I mean, I think it goes all the way to college too, because when I take classes and I do everything, when I do everything that I'm supposed to do, and they don't ever, I can see the relief in the teacher's face when they're like, oh, someone's just doing it. They don't have to ask all these weird questions and make all these arrangements. They just do something that they're supposed to do, and there's no really issue. And I'm not even like an A++ student, but as far as quality, but it's just the fact that I do everything that they ask. It's just I can just see it in their eyes. They're just like, oh, thank God,
Right.
Does that make sense?
No, that's amazing. Yeah, go on, Troy. Yeah, respond to that, please.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot to say there. It is what it is.
Thank you. No, by the way, and in the chat room, Xyr, who also has the name Nagaraja, which is pretty cool. Xyr Nagaraja says that he's been reading, I believe he's referring to One Piece, since 2020 during COVID. And he says he was shocked to learn there were non-pirate elements in the story. In other words, cloning, robots, space pirates, giants, ancient tech / civilization, and so on. So do explain some of that. Put that into perspective for all of us.
Oh, it's actually, like I was saying, Oda, he's absolutely genius. I mean, that's why it's so famous. There's cloning, there's pirates, cyborgs, cloning of the cyborg, and then the whole overarching story of the world government, how it rules the whole world universe of One Piece. But then there's rulers above the rulers that you don't even know about. He hasn't revealed the identity of the ruler at the top of the world government. And then there's 5 other beings that rule it. Basically, it's an allegory to the way the so-called world government on our end works, where there's a bunch of Marines and vice admirals and all these levels, but at the top they don't know who they're serving at the end of the day. And according to all the population, they're the good guys, the Marines. But as the story goes on, you realize that it's like in the American government, it's topsy-turvy. They claim, we're helping people, we're just here to fight these evil pirates, and then you find out that they're the evil ones. So he's showing basically in allegory what the allies are, the so-called UN, the world government. He's basically putting that on them. And actually in the story there's the arc called Wano. Wano is the Japanese archipelago in his story, and it shows how they get all subjugated and by the world government powers, and they get ruled by pirates and stuff. But he's putting all these allegories, but I see it as a reflection of our real world.
Right.
But it's just it's such a beautifully crafted story that you wouldn't notice.
Yeah. Well, all of the anime and manga are reflections of our world. I'm sorry. Go on, Troy. Yeah. Did Troy say something?
I didn't interrupt. I just had my.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And so Brendan, all of in general, all the manga and anime are reflections of our world. Yes, I mean,
right.
Yeah, and
right.
So yes, thank you for that. But such being said, with everything else that you were
It
articulating,
would basically for me to explain it properly, the whole story is just too vast.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it certainly, I think it's an important one. It's obviously resonates with a lot of people. For those of you who don't know,
Right.
I'll try.
Ultimately, it's a story of freedom,
Okay.
from oppression.
Yes, yeah, and so they're kind of just a renegade group of people who are attempting to maintain their freedom. Right.
The pirates represent the freedom
Yes.
to do whatever you want in that world.
Mm.
And that's why the world government comes down so hard on the pirates.
Okay.
Because the pirates, they go around doing whatever they want outside of the jurisdiction of the Marines and the admirals.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the number one enemy is the pirates, because they're actually free. But the people that live in the countries that pay tax to the world government, they don't realize they are always against pirates. Every time pirates show up, they call the Marines to get them, basically.
Okay.
This is a very generalized statement, but
Right.
they don't realize that the pirates are the freedom, in that world.
Right.
Because everyone's subjugated.
Right.
So it's all propaganda based on and it shows real propaganda. They'll give certain pirates super high bounties, but then they'll deliberately give other ones low bounties, so that way no one knows that they're actually more important.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of real world kind of propaganda that he uses to show, it's kind of fun the way he does it. Yeah.
Cool. Excellent. Yes. And all that being said, I think that What other topics come to mind for you gentlemen before I, ultimately segue into monologue, which I'm trying to avoid for a little while longer so I can get into the zone, of course. Obviously, once I start talking, like the other day, I maintained myself for quite a few hours. And I can do that with a subject as disgusting as Kissinger because it's like parsing through a sewer. But obviously I'd prefer not to jump into that sewer just yet. I mean, it takes stealing the mind, really. But all such being said, Troy, obviously he doesn't teach history, but, I wish he did. It would be... he'd have so much of to offer, but of course with what else were you talking about aside from health? You were talking about, of course, the diet. You were talking about the difference, of course, between different countries and their diets, and obviously when it comes to North and South Korea, both of them offer different ends of the spectrum when it comes to teaching, and of course the diet as well, as I would imagine. It's so sad, the conditions in both of them, really. When you brought up the real low birth rate in South Korea, that this is something that truly, truly disturbs them as well. They're all worried about it. They all know that the economy they've got going right now, which is obviously a very successful economy, is going to crash. It's just going to crash if the population has no kids to inherit that economy, speaking numerically, speaking statistically. So
Yeah.
it's just going to be a real hard time. But then again, all the developed world is facing that. Most of the developed world is trying to handle it through some kind of immigration. But, and that's, of course, the students that our man Troy is teaching. Many of them immigrants, like you said. Latin American is the term you use, but you mean Cuban generally, right, Troy?
No, I mean, I get a lot of kids from Honduras, Guatemala,
Mm-hmm.
Mexico, of course.
Okay.
So, yeah, very few from the Caribbean or from Cuba or anything like that. It's mostly
Wow.
mostly Central America.
Wow.
South America, rather.
Wow. Are they legal?
Yeah, for the most part, they are legal. Otherwise they would be afraid to
Go to school.
enroll their kids in school.
Okay.
And most of them have very good, parents have good jobs, or they work together, very tight knit families that'll work together, as doing anything, construction, yard work, house cleaning, and businesses are thriving here. But the focus, when they get here, they're already struggling, in school where they were. But when they get here, it's like, oh man, we're free. You mean we can do this? We can do, and they just have zero focus on doing any schoolwork or anything, just finishing school strong. It's a real problem. I'll say that, and it's a problem just about all the communities, but especially when you talk about one of the more lower income communities in the state of Florida, one of the lower income counties. The crazy part about it is when the communities rise up to try and put a more of a focus and emphasis on education, whether it be starting a charter school or doing something like that, then the school board comes in and beats that back. Like, we don't want y'all to do that. We got it. It's like, come on, man.
Wow.
It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, that's.
I still remain hopeful, though. I still remain hopeful because we have so many talented teachers, so many people who have done great things, and all they want to do is just let these kids know you can do it too. It's possible for you too, and it's like it's sad that you run against opposition in that regard.
Mm-hmm. I would think that based on what you have shared with us, my stereotype would be that if their parents are illegal immigrants and they have good jobs, they would be telling their kids how important it is to get an education, to really learn so that they can have a future as well. So I would think that they would be much easier to teach than your normal American kid who is not an immigrant, that these would be actual real students trying to learn, But what you're saying is that when they become a little aware of their rights, that changes, or is that the case with these? Yeah. Okay.
I think that's the case because a lot of the parents don't speak English. The kids will come over and learn English, and they translate for the parents, and a lot of stuff gets lost in translation. And then the kids, because they kind of almost have to look out for the parents, they grow up really fast. And then also just the enticements of what's going on in the world today. Internet, making money, having a good time, partying. Those kinds of things are elements of our culture that the kids see more than they see, somebody going to work and working hard or getting an education and advancing in their job. They don't care anything about that kind of stuff. All they care about is money, clothes, what kind of car people have, all those kinds of things and rites of passage in their culture. So it's not like a lot of those kids really just focus, on their schoolwork, or the parents, will sit down with them and make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to do. They're just really just trying to survive. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're really just trying to find their way here in America and not get caught up in the whole racist deportation movement. Most of them are hardworking.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the parents are hardworking, and the kids will work too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of sad because they just don't have that focus, and maybe because again they didn't have to come through. As a young black man growing up, I was very fortunate because both of my parents went to college, and both of their parents made an emphasis. But that was the focus in the black community in the 50s and 40s, 50s and 60s was you had to be twice as good. You had to work with outdated textbooks. You had to work hard. You had to be good. Your behavior had to be on point. You had to dress nice. You had to speak well. I mean, you just were really trying to make it in society just to be good enough to be a freaking Pullman porter. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So having those struggles and understanding the rules and understanding what was expected of you by your parents, by your church, by the people in the community was guidance enough. You know what I'm saying? But these kids coming over here now fresh, they just jump right in. They don't have to go through those kind of things where nobody's having to sit down with them. They don't have to worry about eating at the lunch counter or, going to an all-black school or all-Hispanic school. They don't have those struggles, so you don't have that sort of pinpoint focus to kind of guide you. So they're just in here in America like, well, it's free over here. Let's do it.
Oh God!
It's a different mindset. It's a different perspective.
Yes, it sounds like it. Oh my God! Now I'm getting it. I'm beginning to get it because they have to mature very quickly in order to adapt to the culture. So they're acculturating faster than their parents. So the parents just go to work, they show up and work, but the kids are acculturating, and so they have all the cultural sophistication, and so they know more than their parents in terms of streetwise savvy of what you could do to fuck the system or fuck with this. Yes. Oh God. Yes. That's just
excellent words.
Yes. Awful. Yes. Oh, I get it. I'm getting it now. Such being said, okay, let's take a look at the numbers, see how we're holding up. I think we held up remarkably well, considering, considering the fact that none of you are publicly trained in speaking per se. I mean, well, you're a teacher, and Brendan does well. Aristides does well. I mean, you all do well. So we're holding up fairly well. I'd say we're holding up well. And
I'm going to step away. It's getting late for me. I'm going to say good night to everybody.
Okay.
And I'm glad to be back on and listening to you guys. And I'll try and be back on Wednesday.
Yes, I hope so. And hopefully then we could introduce you to some of the newer young ladies that hopefully we'll drop by then. I'm not surprised they didn't drop by tonight. There's always still hope, but I didn't have the feeling they would. There's been some things going on recently that just kind of gave me that feeling. I did make contact with Brooke Gibson, and of course she hasn't been coming on lately because she just doesn't feel like I guess we're engaging enough for her, and that's fine. But I've been able to speak with her personally, and she's doing well, a lot better than I thought she was. I honestly, I'll share the horror story later, but she basically, here's what happened. I'll share it with you before you go. Basically, the latest incident was that, long story, don't need to go into the whole thing, but basically she got to know some idiot who's basically a meth head. And she ran into him basically after an accident when, get this shit, basically what had happened was that idiot, Jambo the Reese Monkey, he basically said, I'm going to throw a spell. He started contacting her. I don't know if you're aware of this. You're aware that my gang stalkers, Richard K. Cole Jr. and Jameson Reese, started contacting her and tried to bring her over to their side. And so she didn't fall for it, to her credit. But in the midst of those communications, Jameson Reese said, I'm going to cast a spell of protection around you to protect you from Douglas Dietrich. And immediately after that, she had to turn her car in order to... she had to turn her car in because it just was that time, and her parents were giving her money for a new car. And in the meantime, she had to rent a car. And so she rented, of course, against her son's warnings. She rented the most expensive car in the lot. So a rather sporty car, and she took it out of the lot, and immediately, this was right after Jameson Reese called her saying, I'm casting a spell around you to protect you from Douglas Dietrich. She immediately crashed it. This rented car. And then this guy started following her. And she thought it might involve the gang stalkers, but it turned out it was just some crackhead. And he said, I got uncut coke, is what he said. See, now this is what worked with her, as opposed to, say, for instance, Jameson Reese trying to show... Jameson Reese was actually waving his dick in front of her on camera, right? And as if that would attract her. And you're talking about a woman who just had a lesbian relationship. Anyhow, welcome George Knight aboard. I hope he can tolerate while I drone on about this. Say hello to everyone, George. Say hello to Troy before he goes tonight.
Hello,
Hey,
Troy.
George.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
Good evening, Stephen.
Yes, and so then Brooke, basically is approached by Richard K. Cole Jr., who tries to write her poetry about animals. Of course, that's not going to attract her. It's like Brendan Zoget said, the only way you could get her was the way this guy got her. He says, I got uncut coke at home. And so she went over to his place. Turned out it was meth. And I actually believe her. She says using the meth does not do anything for her because she crashes within minutes. So she doesn't like it. So apparently she's not getting addicted to it. But it's hard to tell because half the time she's popping Adderall. And when she pops the Adderall, it sounds like she's talking a mile a minute. And then you have to really slow her down. And but at any rate, what happened most recently, aside from other misadventures I could share, was I called her up, and then she said, oh, I just got hit. She said, I someone just hit my car. And then she said, I'll call you back. I said, take your time. Then I went about my business. I figured it had been a while, so I called her back. And oh my God, the guy somebody picks up the phone who's a man. And the guy who picks up the phone is talking, he's completely nonsensical, just word salads. And it was just like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I thought, then she says, hang that phone up, I'm in the hospital. And I said, oh my God. And I thought, oh my God, she must have had another car crash, and her son Noah must have been in the car, and they're in the hospital now, and he's been so brain injured. He's picked up the phone and he can't even talk. He has expressive aphasia. I said, oh, this is so terrible. And anyhow, it turned out it was crackhead. I picked up the phone. And they were in the hospital because he had stabbed his thumb or finger somehow while trying to clip her hedges. He was clipping her hedges and somehow managed to almost cut his own index finger off because he's, meth head. And so they had to take him to the hospital. And so that's what had happened. And oh my God. So what I thought was serious was nothing. And if anything, it was more humorous than anything else. And it turned out the hit on her car was he had hit her car somehow by accident and was claiming he could fix it, but somehow, couldn't fix it because he's full of shit and he's just, anyhow. So there you go. So that was the so that's catching up on her life, exciting as this. What's that?
Richard K. Cole. You mean he actually does he live in the same area as Brooke? How do you get in contact with her?
Because these people, remember, these gang stalkers, you could ask the same about Jameson Reese. How did they get her number? These gang stalkers are all government sponsored by the deep state. I mean, when you're talking about, look, I'm a public informant. I mean, these gang stalkers are not normal gang stalkers. They're paid to do nothing other than gang stalk me all day. Everybody that I know, it's a miracle they don't call you, but I'm assuming that they know better. I'm assuming that they know that if they called you, they would have nothing to appeal to you with. I mean, you're not going to be attracted to white supremacy. You're not going to be attracted to stupid calls to worship the anti-gods. I mean, they got Jameson Reese on the anti-gods trip, and so in terms of, when it comes to, they know to a degree who they could approach. With Brooke, they thought that the few times that our arguments on air had been so vociferous, they thought that she would join them in a heartbeat. But, they don't understand that. What have they got to offer her? Jack shit, really. And so she didn't fall for their stuff. And good for her. I mean, she's a true, shall we say, a lone agent. Just on her own. She's on her own trip. And but when it comes to everything else, seems to be going okay, smooth with her. But definitely, it's quite sinister. I've told her to report them to the FBI, and we'll see if that ever comes about. Because she has a right to do that. How did these people get your number? You should report this. The only way they get away with what they do is no one's willing to report them. The only trip that devastated them about her was that she actually reported them in a sense here on air. So she did go in depth on air about, what they had tried to pull with her. So that exposed them, and that, believe it or not, that devastates them because they're crazy and they hate anybody doing that because it exposes them. And then it shows how weak and stupid and pathetic they truly are. But most other women that they call and they just say, come to the anti-gods, and most women just run, just like that. It's just, most men just run to them, just like that. Most of the time, it's because these are people who were part of their ilk anyway, from the beginning. You can't imagine any normal person running over to them, and what would appeal to any sane person about them? They're obviously
they gave JMO like a bunk copy of like a Necronomicon type anti-god pamphlet.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, and that's what he was.
But it was just like a bunch of djinn spells.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no. Just to explain that to Troy. Troy, in case you don't get what Brendan's saying about that, George Knight can confirm, as well as Brendan Zoget, all of us have physically seen Jameson Reese, and he looks like Gollum. He was literally falling apart. He was literally melting because he was on all this.
He mentioned it on air multiple times.
Yeah, and he did mention it on air multiple times because he was in agonizing pain with the rhabdomyolysis, which means his muscles were literally melting and detaching from his bones. His ligaments were detaching from his bones.
Yeah, the ligaments were separating.
Yeah, and
from
so
the inside out.
Yeah, and he would write to me, in the stupid chat box while I was producing, help me, and then like George Knight said, he would do what all these people do. Tell him, George, these people who are drinking alcohol combined with Red Bull or various energy drinks, they crash and then they wake up, right? And that's what he'd do on air. Yeah.
Wow. He would constantly pass out. He would take this mixture of a cocktail, and he would be hyped for one moment, and then the next he'll be crashed for several hours, and then he will start Yeah, it will start to call out in pain.
Yeah.
I remember when he used to call in, man. He just always struck me as odd.
But here's where it becomes truly odd. Now, we all know what he looks like. We all know he's disintegrating physically. We all know he's been hospitalized multiple times. And we all know, thanks to Lena Shea / Lena Crane, who used to be on my program, and who people would say sounded like a junkie because she was, she would basically, she tried to rendezvous with Jameson Reese to have sex, but then found out he was impotent. He couldn't get it up, and he was rendezvousing with a bunch of sex toys. And he called her ahead of time and told her, look, I'm bringing a bunch of sex toys because I can't get it up because all the cough syrup and everything. And that's when she said, fuck you, I'm not meeting with you. So we also know he's impotent. And yet when he called Brooke swears up and down she saw this beautiful young Caribbean man who was ripped and cut and buff. He was all muscular and he had a 9-inch dick. And she said he was waving his 9-inch dick and was fully erect in the camera. And so it's like either that's not Jameson Reese, it's just some kind of footage, but she says he was there on camera the whole time he was talking to her. So what is it? It's like Brendan's concluded the only thing it could be really, because an app would be too expensive for him. He wouldn't be sophisticated enough technically to know how to use it. It's they have like also, what do they call it? Those like phony dicks. There's prosthetics. They have prosthetic penises, but he couldn't afford that either. So Brendan's saying it's like a truly an occult spell that he's really cast what's called an enchantment or a glamour, and what she's seeing is not really what's there, but she's perceiving something. So this adds a supernatural element to it potentially, because obviously it's very hard to explain otherwise why she's seeing what she's seeing when she's talking to him, as opposed to what the rest of us, Brendan, George, and I saw. So there you go, a little mysterious thing to ponder on. But the occult is real. It's like something that certainly many of the students in your class.
Well, he would send me stuff like on the side, like outside of the convo, like check out my book of rings, and it would be like a bunch of like concentric circles with a bunch of numbers and ciphers. So I mean, he was trying to cast a spell on me, but I just nothing really happened.
Oh yeah. Go on. Brooke Gibson saw that he had drawn out her name and the name of her children in blood.
Well, he had all of our initials in the circles. Yeah. I don't know if that's what he was trying to show me, but I saw it.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. So
I think he was like genuinely trying to show me like I was going to be impressed. Like I don't think it was malicious at that time. He was like, check what I.
Right. No, it's true. It's true. Yeah. He
like
thought
that movie Elf.
Yes.
Look what I can do. And he can jump. Yeah, that was like what he was doing.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. No. It's it's definitely just that's where he's at, and that goes to show. But it's the best thing in the world that he exposed himself by going over to Richard K. Cole Jr.'s side, because it really exposes Richard K. Cole Jr. and what he's about. See, otherwise he can't come on as some conventional dude. He's just again an Edomite, and this is what they're all about, and it shows what Daniel Arola is all about, and all these people who joined him. We know what they're about, and they've exposed themselves, and so that's that's good. That's a good thing, and so we love you dearly, Troy. You have a blessed night, and share with us whatever occult rituals your little Central American students perform. And
Will do.
All right. You take care. Thank you.
Good evening, Troy.
Yeah. And so, dear George, catch us up on everything. And, welcome aboard.
Oh, thank you very much. And I would like to, if it's all right, Douglas, go into my conversation with my former colleague last week. Oh, my God.
Oh, former colleague! Did they fire him?
Yes. He's moved on. We had a discussion. It was, Elon Musk was brought up. It started off because he asked me questions about the Israeli-Palestine conflict, and we
he knows how to dive in. He knows how to dive in. Yeah, immediately.
He was waiting for it. He was anticipating. He was like, he was definitely. That's what he was. That's what he wanted to talk to me about. Really, it was just so obvious. He mentioned to me from our last conversation, he wanted to do a bit of research into what I was saying to him, and he said he ended up not looking at all. He didn't look into any of the research, anything that I cited for him to reference. So yeah, it's sort of like he just said to me, he goes, really, George, there's anything you say, nobody's ever going to look up what you're saying.
But that just goes to show. I mean,
yeah,
that's like. I mean, we know anybody who's serious will look up what you're saying. The problem is, say for instance, when I gave it to Brooke Gibson on a platter, she couldn't absorb it. It's like I think that she absorbed it a bit more when you told her. Basically, she just thought I guess she just thought I just wrote a bunch of shit. But then you told her, basically that, look, this is all cobbled together from hundreds of New York Times articles when we're talking about these shoot downs, and then she shut up about it like she had nothing to say in response.
Exactly.
But go on. Yeah.
Oh God, and no, it was when we got into the bit about Elon Musk. I literally emphasised, I expressed my feelings towards the man, and I articulated the reasons why. And he then was, he then basically, because I expressed how I feel about the man, and I exposed several elements of what he has done by actions as opposed to what he does in interviews, because what he was relaying was everything he's articulated in interviews. And I said, no, just look at the actions that he has done. And I outlined with Twitter, with Bibi Netanyahu, because we went over the whole Palestinian-Israel conflict that has been coexistent and parallel to, Quevel, for the past 100 years. And I just outlined some of the historical aspects of that to him, which he had some knowledge. He had some general knowledge, but not a lot. And then when we got into Elon Musk, the conversation turned a little bit, it was a little bit, it didn't get heated in a sense. He was just like, whoa, struck back and like, whoa, that's how you feel about Elon Musk. And he was trying to outline the successes of Elon Musk.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Do you know what I presented to him, Douglas, about these SpaceX rockets, about how non-viable they are, how non-conducive they are for they're not fit for purpose, and I outlined the stats about base jumping. I outlined just how it's realistically more theorized. You are more statistically able to survive a base jump just by statistics alone than it is to survive a launch from SpaceX. I just outlined about it blew up and they lost all communication with SpaceX, and I think he has a genuine. I believe he has a genuine consensus that he's really going to take people to Mars and beyond in the next.
If you just repeat the lie often enough, people will believe it, and it's just incredible. But beyond that, just so people understand the seriousness of how insane Elon Musk is. Now, granted, this is important because he had just come back from Israel. When he had just come back from Israel. Then what happened was that I think it was it was around Wednesday, November 29th. We're talking about 4 days ago. 4 days ago, Elon Musk told his corporate advertisers, and specifically Disney CEO Bob Iger, to go fuck yourself. And this was after claiming he'd never let advertisers blackmail him, and he clearly doesn't understand that word's meaning. He admitted, what this advertising boycott is going to do is it's going to kill the company. And then he said he wouldn't use his own money to bail out the company. And so if the company should fail in the coming weeks, because he's not going to bail it out and no one's going to advertise there because he just told Disney and everyone else to go fuck themselves, then this is going to be one of the largest, most astounding, most self-inflicted business failures in history. I mean, we're talking about a man who already lost half his fortune within, hours, when he purchased this shit. And if he's going to just go, boom, it's over, and doom the site once known as Twitter, then it's like he's compounding that felony. And so this is like an example of the worst businessman in history. There is nothing positive to say about this guy. This guy can't do shit. he's taken gold and he turns it into shit, and he's done it repeatedly. Go on. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Yes, and I'm going to just briefly outline the outlandish. You know, when somebody says something that's so outlandish and so preposterous, you know there's no point in continuing. And one of the things that he stated was, we don't know the name of his children.
Yeah.
And I just looked there and thought, but it's out there in the public domain. We've talked about it on air.
Yes.
He's got children with these diabolical like names.
Thank you.
Dark.
Yes.
Yeah. Dark. I can't even remember.
It's just we'd have to look them up, but he's got something like, it turns out, 12 children. And by the way, just so you know, he's got another girlfriend. And I can't understand. So he's got the wife that he's had in vitro children with, that, in other words, they haven't had sex. And if they're trying to engage in sex, he can't get it up because there's no wealthy man who's going to just have in vitro children. He's going to try and prove to the world he's virile, right? And he wants people to see, look, here's my kids. They look like me, right? That way people don't think he's being cuckolded, so they don't think his wife is fucking somebody else. He wants his kids to look like him, right? So, but his kids don't even look like him. They're blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic, and Brendan Zogit's convinced they're cybernetically enhanced. And anyhow, when it comes to, he's got 12 of them, it turns out. He's got, and so, but they all have the most bizarre names on earth. And so it's just, go on. Yeah. I mean, to take it from there. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And this is at the point of that, when we had that part of the conversation, then he went on to about what people think of when I talk about the Reich in exile. And what he basically, he stated that, well, people won't, because it's so far out there, George, what you're presenting is so out there, people aren't going to believe it, and they're just going to assume that you think that, oh, this is what you want to believe.
Oh yeah, but they believe ancient aliens. They believe that aliens built the pyramids and gave us our DNA. Yeah, raised us up from monkeys. Yeah.
Yeah. But do you know what? Because I've never actually asked him what he actually. I know he is atheistic. I know he doesn't believe in God. I mean, the things I've presented to him, he really went off on the whole anti-God trip, the whole anti-divinity trip. And but he basically outlined that the reason why the government cover up aliens, and he called them little green men, the reason why they cover up is because it will destroy religion. He goes, religion will cease to be existence.
Look, you tell him that your average man wouldn't even care if he had a genuine alien gray flipping him burgers. He wouldn't give a shit. He would just keep buying the burgers. Go on.
Yeah, go to the local takeaway part, the takeaway stand, and then order get these alien enemy to cook the food for him. Yeah, exactly. It's. That was the end of the conversation. We got up and, that was it. That was the end of it. He didn't even allow me to respond to that. And so he's definitely on the anti-God trip. He's definitely on the Edomite trip, certainly. Outlined, and he listens to, this was the man who listens to Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro. He had Elon Musk on the show constantly.
Oh my God! Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro, Brendan. What's new about those fuckers? Along with the other guy that you just mentioned, who that was? That George, the other third guy you mentioned. Jesus Christ!
Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, Elon Musk. And
God!
These others. Yeah, you've got all these others as well. The list goes on. Michio Kaku is another man that comes on the Joe Rogan podcast.
God, Michio Kaku's a fucking whore. I mean, that guy will show up anywhere. Go on.
Thank you. Yeah, no, Douglas. And this is, I shuddered. I just thought, no, there's really no point. This guy, and I've been talking to him for over a year, presenting evidence after evidence, documented evidence, and it's like, this is not enough. It's like it just goes over the head. It's like they know the circumstantial evidence is there, which is presented to them right in front of their eyes, but they choose not to. But the thing is, when I was talking about its historical fact, he was talking as if facts are people's truths, like they're made up. And it's like, no, a fact is something that is so evident you can't dispute it. It is historic. It is a fact. We can obviously compilate our opinions and views, but we are not entitled to our own facts. And a fact is something that cannot be disputed. It's something you can verify to be true. And it's not that everyone's got their own individual facts. It's people's, and whenever someone speaks about their truth, I automatically think of Vladimir Putin's brain,
Alexander
Dugin. I always think of him when he speaks of this, and so yeah, that's where it runs from. I just see it as this the Dugin trip. It's just utterly profound. Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, I have to sort of.
Yeah. By the way, just out of curiosity, is it early in the morning for you before work? Or?
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Loads of common messages just come through then, so it's like simultaneously, trying to do multiple things at once.
Got it. That happens to me while I'm producing. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's hard. It's hard to do multiple things at once. But just when I was articulating that, it was just like, whoa, what's this? I'm trying to read at the same time. Yeah. So So when he talks about, people's truths, this is your truth, and that's what he was trying to say. He was trying to say, well, George, you want it to be true. You want there to be a Third Reich in exile. And I was like, no, I don't. And this is not what I want. This is not what somebody has told me. This is what your government knows. This is what your government is contending with. And this is what people with insanity. And as you said, Douglas, when it's contrary, with people are unaware of, what it invokes is cognitive dissonance, and then ultimately, because it's contrary to what they've been indoctrinated to believe, what they've been brought up to believe. And he was telling me, he was trying to also emphasize some of the conversations he had with his mother when he asked
she must be an expert.
Do you believe in ghosts? And his mother would say, well, I've never seen one. Until I see one, I'll believe it. And that's where he stands with his stance. He goes, until he sees it with his own eyes, he won't believe in anything. He says he's got an open mind.
Well, the stupid thing about that, whenever anybody comes up with that shit, is that tell them, well, have you ever seen Gravity? It's you believe in gravity, but you can't see it because you're going to fall off a building once you step off the building. And if anyone says, "Oh, you want the 1,000-year Reich to be in exile as a breakaway civilization," you can answer, "You'd better fucking hope there's one, or there's no hope for any of us." That's because certainly the Allies have fucked everything up, and honestly, if there's not one, then there's no hope for humanity, because we're definitely have got no capacity for redeeming ourselves with the situation we're in now, what with global burning and everything else.
Elon Musk has got solutions. So.
Oh God, yeah. Elon Musk's just offering more problems.
Yes. He's contributing to the whole climate crisis. So it's really I cannot. Do you know what? I dwelled on it for a little bit afterwards, and I just thought, you know what? Just let them go, carry on with it. It really doesn't matter. And what I wanted to say to him, it doesn't matter what you or I believe. It doesn't.
Well, you could have pointed out. You could have rubbed it in his face. It doesn't matter what you believe because you got fired. It shows that you're totally incompetent. You're an incompetent adult. You got yourself fired by your bullshit. My God, I'm surprised they acted that quick. But go on. Yeah, please tell us about it.
Thank you. Just to outline, that was a different individual. So this is my former colleague who left the company. He left on his own accord. But no, the guy that's that was. I don't think they are doing an investigation. Well, if they are, I've not heard of anything. But with that individual, I did outline. Should hope, because I said no matter what happens to you and I and the rest of the world, there will be a civilization out there, the breakaway civilization that will live on. I said, so you should be thankful that humanity will live on. No matter what happens to us, we would continue to live on. And so that's the whole, obviously, the government wants to pursue is that they want to conduct this interstellar extrastellar travel. But unfortunately, they cannot ascertain or achieve that with the technology that they're currently working with. And so, obviously, it is the government's objective to do so in the future to sustain our livability, our own survival of our species. But of course, they can't do so, which, we could go on and on and on, the reasons why. Elon Musk being one of them. That is the one thing I outlined to him. I said, that's the one thing you should be grateful for. And even with that, it's like they truly deny any of this evidence. It's really like, I really don't know. And it's obviously through just years and decades of propaganda. It's literally just, it's kind of like the Russian disinformancia program that they indoctrinate the people online with. People just open up a webpage and they, or Twitter, which is, the X-Files now. And they look at all this propaganda, which is being sourced and originated from the Russian Federation, and they truly believe it. And I actually outlined that to him about anti-vaccines, because he did mention again, like most people do, oh, George is a conspiracy theorist. And I just said to him, well, the conspiracy theorists are people that go on Twitter and they read all these anti-vax posts, and they truly believe that, these COVID vaccines, for instance, are the true killers, just like what's his name? What's that name? That individual, the guy who was on our show. That was on the show.
Oh, Ian West?
Ian West, that's
the
one.
That's right.
I've forgotten him already.
he wanted to come back on the show the other day because some Disney relation got arrested outside of Disney, and he sent me this little article he had written about it, and he thought this was a big deal because he thought, oh, the white hats are going into motion, and the secret good guys are gonna now crack down on the bad guys and all that shit, and he wanted to come on my show. It was already end of transmission, so I didn't respond.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Yeah. But anyway, I thought I'd just come on just to express what's happened, and I couldn't wait to come on just to try to
Oh, I don't blame you. You need to vent and cathart about these frustrations with these various people who are living their own little worlds. They're all and then they'll claim you are. That's the extraordinary part. And again, Brendan, you can tell how your dad went crazy watching that Ancient Aliens, and what was the other shit he was watching? It was Ancient Aliens and on the History Channel, and there was some other shit he was watching all the time that really fucked his brain over while he was descending into the crack.
Stargate SG-1.
Stargate! It's the same shit. Yes, Stargate SG-1 and Ancient Aliens they feed off each other. One is like the dramatization, and one is the pseudo-historicization of the thesis. So, while his dad, Brendan's dad, was cracking out, then he was watching this shit, and it took him down the total spiral towards insanity. And if you ever take a look, not that anyone should do this, but plenty of people have, and all kinds of people loved Stargate. They still want Stargate to go on, and it went on forever. And the whole thing was that it gave people this idea that your U.S. government was fighting, literally fighting interstellar wars. That the United States government was literally fighting interstellar wars, and that it was fighting against space Chinese and shit. I mean, maybe you can remember, Brendan, there was like I said, there was this one faction that actually had the word China, the Chinese iconograph of the square with the line through the middle, the Chinese character for China, and this was on their armor. And they were Asians. They had Asian actors playing this role, and that they were asking the U.S. for help against the, and the Nordics. The stupid Nordics were the little Greys. They said the little Greys are Asgardians.
The Greys were the Asgardians. And Thor was like the savior of humanity, and they, with their help, they built the interstellar spacecraft and all this bullshit.
Oh my god, and it totally warps. It takes everything and warps it. It's like, your Aryan Nordic gods are all little gray aliens with no genitalia. That's like, what a load of shit. Just, it's so offensive. It's just beyond offensive. Yeah, so there you go with that. And man never built anything. It's all the aliens came and built it for him, according to History Channel and shit. You know, what was the other thesis? What was their other stupid thesis they were always pushing?
Of which one?
You know, for both SG-1 and the Ancient Aliens, they all had these different theses. What were the other theses they were pushing? You know, the tropes. What other bullshit were they pushing in terms of theory? You know.
Like they basically, they just recycle shit like the Zachariah Stitchin that the Anunnaki came down, and that's the Ancient Aliens trip.
Yes.
They messed with our DNA and all this shit. And but Stitchin, like Zachariah Stitchin, was like working for the government. It was like just disinformation, and you know, and the whole Stargate thing is just bonkers. And they also all parrot, because their funding comes from the DoD. They all parrot the Roswell trips.
Thank you.
I remember my dad watching, like, they found this these spacecraft that you could fold up the metal into like the size of a napkin, and then it's like it returns to its original shape. You know, the shit that you
thank you. Yeah, rubberized silk. It's called rubberized silk that's painted with a reflective nickel cadmium painting, so you think it's metal, you dumb fuck.
So they had George Norrie and these like his ilk, like on Ancient Aliens when I was a kid, saying this was reverse engineered from Roswell, and this was the technology. It's a special alloy that you can fold, and and it expands into a whole spacecraft. You know, like shit like that.
Who said this on George Norrie? Who said this?
No, this was on Ancient Aliens when they first came out. Like, it was absurd shit like that. Or they were even like other programs. I don't think it was Ancient Aliens, but there were other like History Channel. You know, back in the day when Discovery and History Channel turned into this, like, you know, they were just going for like
ratings.
History. Yeah, ratings.
You know what?
And just bullshit.
Yeah. Good. What is it, George? What you guys?
I was going to say, Doug, you know what? As a kid, whenever they showed you the photographs of, I believe it was Jesse Marcel Jr. Holding that material, the silk, I would never understand. That does not look like a craft to me.
Thank you. No, and anybody who looks at that,
I was not that naive. Yeah,
thank you. Anybody who look. By the way, that's Jesse Marceau Senior. Jesse Marceau Senior.
Senior, not Junior. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because his Junior took on that whole mantle, and I actually exchanged some emails with him, and of course he shut down immediately after he found out what I was really all about.
Yeah.
But in terms of his father, it's exactly as George says. If anybody takes a look at those photographs of this poor son of a bitch who's sitting in this, like, and people who were there said the room stank of rubber. Everybody who went into that room said the room stank of rubber, where you had these pieces of the Roswell wreckage. And so when he's holding this stuff up, that does not look like pieces of some alien spacecraft. I mean, that doesn't even make any sense. Anybody looking at that would say that. And you don't need to be an engineer. You don't need to be, this is obviously, whatever it is, it's not what we would consider to be an interstellar craft. So it's, we could go on for hours, and we have in the book. Everybody read the book, The Roswell Deception. Give it as a gift to all your friends this Christmas, all your enemies, even better. And, spread the word. And aside from that, when the guy says, again, you want the Third Reich in exile to be real, then I would just say, yes, I would hope so. I would say I'd hope so, because honestly, it gives me hope that there's another civilization other than this wretched one that produced people like you, and all these other idiots who sit around watching Stargate and the History Channel, and brainwashing themselves into believing that the Nordic gods are little greys without genitalia. At any rate, Aristides is live. So Aristides, as an engineer, come on, when you were young and you saw Jesse Marceau Sr. with all that rubberized silk, and did that not strike you as odd that they were claiming these are pieces of an alien spacecraft? Did that not strike you as odd that? Yeah.
Okay. Where's this?
Oh, you know, when you were young and growing up, and
Yeah.
even before you became a material science engineer, what was your impression? You must have thought this is odd. It doesn't make sense. But you must have intuitively reacted to how bizarre it was that they showed the picture of Jesse Marceau Sr. with a bunch of rubberized silk painted over with that nickel cadmium paint like I had talked about, and he's trying to say these are parts of an alien spacecraft. And I mean, did that not strike you as counterintuitive?
You mean like the pictures that have been around
Forever. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't seem too convincing.
Thank you.
You know.
Right. Thank you. That there must be something else you can share.
All right. No, I was sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Fired.
Oh no, understood. Yeah. Understood. Yeah. And George. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Maybe very young. Don't really kind of dissect these things but here we are.
Yeah. And thank you. When you became a material science engineer, everything must have become painfully obvious. I mean,
yeah. Oh yeah. Well, then everything. Well, I everything was suspect for me at that point. Not because of being an engineer.
Understood. It was just at that point you were cynical.
Yep.
Oh, yes. So George Knight has left us. So can you two gentlemen do me a favor? I'm going to just rinse the taste of this Coke out of my mouth and come back and maybe meander my way towards monologue. But if both you gentlemen can hold the stage for a few more minutes, George Knight has left us, so I'll be counting on both of you guys. Brendan, are you there? Let's test your audio. Okay. He says getting TA. Of course, not just T. It's got to be TA. Yeah, he's got the be right back. Okay. We'll wait till he comes back. In the interim, it's just you and I, Aristides, and so no worries. Oh gosh, don't even give it a thought, dude. I mean, not even a concern. You remember Brooke Gibson got on here and started belching like a rapid fire machine gun, for God's sakes, and Brendan Zogit had to literally knock her off the call.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yes.
So when did you talk to her recently?
It was day before yesterday. Yesterday. It was. Okay. I could look on my phone and find out. Let me take a look. I'll turn it back on. And see if I can find out. I'll try and call her again in the morning after transmission. And then I could... oh, forgive me. Here, I'm going to be yawning. I'm not even going to bother to cover it up.
I do.
Yeah, T-San is what our man Brendan is getting. He just entered T-San, which, by the way, is actually technically spelled Tisane, just so he knows that for future reference. The I, of course, actually has the kind of accent to it, so it's a T-San. Just so everyone knows, all teas have caffeine. All teas have caffeine, so there's no such thing as caffeine-free tea. If it's non-caffeinated tea, it's not tea. It's a tisane, just so people understand that. And a tisane is an herbal concoction that you mix with water to produce a taste, and it may have efficacious, may have medicinal effects, right. But it's not a tea. A tea has to have caffeine, or it's not tea. So there we are.
I think I've heard that, but you know what? Everybody's still going to call it tea.
Yes, of course. Yeah, and so turning this on and taking a look at the last time that I talked to Brooke Gibson, then of course her phone died while I was talking to her yesterday. 7:50 p.m. Was when she left that. So it was yesterday is when I spoke to her. Yesterday I got up and I tried to call. I tried to call. Because this is one of those weird days. Yesterday was when there's no Asian or alternative lifestyles holidays that would bring me to the Estates. So I basically was at home, and I tried to take advantage of that time to call around to the ladies and Brooke was the only one I really was able to reach. Like I said, first it was someone hit my car. Then it was then Dipstick picks up the phone, and I thought it was her son with a brain injury, which thank God it wasn't that. And it was then it was the.
So wait, the Dipstick is around?
Dipstick. Yeah, well, Dipstick is this meth head that she met.
Yeah, no, but he's like around. This is a thing. It's like ongoing. There's
she's had sex with him a few times because of the meth. He's like the Energizer Bunny. He doesn't stop, and so I'm cool with that. I don't give a shit. At least she needs something to fucking bring her back into her body and give her less to complain about. But other than that, the guy's pretty much just this paranoid crackhead who's done jail time. And he's like, but spoiled rotten by his parents. He's spoiled rotten by his parents who tend to bail him out for everything. And so he's just kind of like this creep. And he got her injured. As a matter of fact, he got her injured by asking her to hold up something and fucked it up. And it wound up basically some multi-100-pound cabinet fell on her because of this idiot. I mean, she keeps him around because he does housework, and she does have him clip the hedges, except that this last time he almost cut his index finger off while clipping the hedges. He does all kinds of shit that apparently he's useful for. So she exploits him.
This is an ongoing thing. So it ain't, she's got like meth head boyfriend around.
Kind of. It's not really a boyfriend. I mean, the guy's jealous. She really can't stand his being jealous. If he thinks everything's a man's name, she'll say something and he'll keep mishearing it as some other man's name. But I like it best what he said about me. What he said about me was, there was another time he was on the phone. I didn't know he was near the phone. And I said, hey, so you're going out tonight with meth head? And then he heard that and he got, and he grabbed the phone like, you probably think I'm a redneck too and all this other stuff. And I was like,
wow.
I was like, dude, whatever. And then I told her next time, hey, let me know when this guy's around. And then what happened was that he later on challenged her about me. He said, he probably doesn't live in San Francisco at all. He's probably right here in South Carolina, pretending he's some hotshot living in San Francisco. I like that one the best. Yeah. Of all the shit.
Yeah, they feel that it's a status symbol to live in San Francisco or something.
They do. I never realized how important it is to be where I'm at. I mean, but it is. I mean, it is true.
That explains why all the, everyone on that side of the country just is like, look at San Francisco. They're shitting on the streets. It's like they just want to live there.
Yeah.
They want free access to dick.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're
It's
like,
true.
man, like these guys get to do it, and we don't.
Yeah. And their hatred for California is part of that as well. When I was
none of what I'm saying is true. That's their perception.
Yeah. When I was on with Jennifer Hawkins on her Arcane Observer. When I was on, if you look at the chat room, there was all this hatred for California. California's going under. It's the new Atlantis. It's sinking into the sea. They're all saying that economically, but you know what I mean. It's the East Coast hates California, right. and they hate it for all the reasons you just mentioned. There's that, and also just because we got money, we got girls, we got dick, we got it all. Whatever they want, the California's got it.
Drugs.
Yeah, and all the good shit. Not like the crap they got over there, which is all this cut fucking meth and shit. And
I like how he was like, it's pure,
Yeah, that's what he told me.
It's some pure shit. Anytime I ever hear that, I know immediately they're lying.
Thank you.
There was one time I saw like real fish scale coke, and like it was some kid that went to I went to high school with him, and he was like this, do you want to do some coke? And we like looked at it, and I was like, holy shit. This is some real shit.
Yeah. You know it when you see it. And
then every time someone said this is real, it turns out to be meth.
Yeah, of course. Of course, yes.
It goes without saying. Yeah.
No, that's just the way it works, or doesn't work. And
Right.
what was the other shit about that when Aristides was asking about her, and meth dude and shit? It was like, no, it doesn't bother me that she's with this guy, and I don't see it as being permanent. And the guy's like, actually injured her, so it's like I can't see it being permanent. It's just there's too many things piling up against this guy. But it's one of these things where. She's hitting the Adderall hard though, because like most of the time that I do get in contact with her, the speed of her conversation is just like very hard to follow. I have to tell her to slow down, but I do believe her when she says she can't do the meth because she crashes within minutes. She says that she feels great
because Adderall is purified. So
Thank
of course
you.
It's not gonna. Once you're already on Adderall, you might like doing meth is a downgrade. I mean,
Thank you.
like there's no
Thank you.
Walter White out there somewhere doing some real shit. Like
Yeah. Thank you.
it's all people using chili pea to cut it.
Oh fuck, it's so true. Okay, so you guys hold the stage. I'll be back in a few minutes.
But yeah, Douglas, I know how to spell Tizon.
Okay.
So if you look at the chat, that explains what.
Okay,
Taya
let me
is.
take a look. Let me take a look at the chat. See what was coming up there.
Yeah, that's Taya.
Okay.
So I was just making an innuendo.
Okay, got it. Cool. Our
And it's
numbers.
spelled with
Yeah.
with an A like that. Yeah. Anyways.
Got it now. Cool. Numbers went up.
I bet.
If only they
Just
could
wait
see
till
that
I put
image. If
Right.
only the image.
Yeah, I was thinking about working that into the live stream, but you might get into trouble if your computer screen flashes up.
Yeah, good point. Good
You know.
point.
So it's like it's too risky for
It
someone
is.
like you.
It is. Yeah, we got to be
There
careful.
is a way to do like maybe set up the OBS where you can do like a drag and drop type deal, but even then it's like dicey.
It's true. Well, our friend Aristides had a friend who said he could do all kinds of shit to help me, turn my, images into kind of like a Ferris wheel, do all kinds of shit where, we could get different images and shit. But, no, sometimes change is bad. Welcome out there to, by the way, Xyr Nagaraja was asking, is Jameson Reese supposed to be a Muslim? That's weird. No. You can tell him about
He'd get
that.
killed within the first week.
Oh God, they'd slam his ass. Oh fuck,
Right.
they would kill. They'd kill him in a heartbeat, and they'd be doing the right thing. They'd be doing the right thing. They wouldn't be doing nothing wrong. Yeah, there are people out there who
His first 5 minutes, he would say, "I cast a spell with the djinn," and they'd fucking just hang him right there.
Oh God, they'd skin him alive. Yeah, they just they would do to him what he would watch all the time in his iBlack videos about what Mexican narco terrorists were doing to each other south of the border. He would watch he would watch gore porn, Gorno, just all the time about what Mexican narcos were doing to each other down south, and just masturbate over it to a degree that he couldn't get it up. He was like saying that basically it got him off, but he couldn't get it up. So what would you call it? It's not masturbation. It's just kind of like grooving, I guess. Whatever it is that impotent men do.
Sounds disgusting.
It is. And the fact that he was so open about it. He had actually.
That's what was crazy is that he literally told us because of the cough syrup, he couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And the DXM, it's a dissociative, so that makes like perfect sense. It disconnects you from the body.
Yes. Thank you. So the idea now that he shows up in that every time Brooks sees him and he's like cut, buff, and ripped and waving a 9-inch dick that's fully erect, it's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. Like you said, it's gotta be.
It's basically not possible.
It's just gin shit. Yeah, like you said, it's just gin shit. Like you said,
because in his case, even drugs wouldn't do that because his ligaments are falling apart. So.
Thank you. Yeah, nothing.
That would be like Derek Talley coming back and being like a 6-pack.
That dumb son of a bitch. Yes. Oh God, that word.
Or whoever. You can pick any of them. Daniel Rolla, whoever.
Yeah,
it is.
yes, yeah. All of them were like, Jesus, what a bunch of losers! What a bunch of fucking losers!
And then like whatever the dude that was digging up bones in Philippines.
Oh,
children's bones.
Miguel Andahar, you done
Yeah.
yourself a favor by forgetting his ass.
Yeah.
He used to draw pictures that he sent to Judith Ager. You know, I wonder if she ever fell for that shit. Man,
Yeah, that's wild.
yeah, if she did, then she's in for it.
Right.
Yeah. Anyhow, so okay, let me take that short break. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. I'm gonna go mute. You gentlemen have got this.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I was just speaking of these things. I was just doing some pure uncut powder right now.
Wow.
Yeah, vitamin C powder.
Oh, that's good. Actually, that's the good vitamin C. Yeah.
Maybe that'll perk me up here. Some
It
orange
should.
juice,
I mean, it
orange
should.
juice, and coconut water to wash it down.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found some new research about that, or not new per se, but it's like, I started printing out a bunch of pamphlets and like double-blind placebo studies about that magnesium and how effective it is. So
Magnesium. Yeah, I do that too.
I could send you the spiel or the
No, I got.
the
I'm
literature.
good. I've got up on the magnesium, and been doing the vitamin C powder.
Brilliant.
I have another vitamin C. It's like a capsule. I don't know. Somewhat.
Right.
It's some. Sometimes it has some helpers with it. What is it? It's not a whole food vitamin C, which some people like kind of are all about that, but doesn't have to be whole. But polyphenols, vitamin C. Anyway,
That's pretty good.
yeah. Or you were talking about the whole food sources. There's a few of them.
Yeah, there's like Aclarola cherry, which has been famous lately.
The cherry,
The best one is amla. Amla would be Indian gooseberry, and that's one of the best fruits in the world as far as health. Like when I went to England, I had a fresh one, like a real deal one from the market, because they're actually illegal in the United States to have fresh ones. So they can only import like dried and pickled ones, but or powdered.
What
powder.
else?
So
Camu is another one.
Camu, yeah, similar to like that style of.
Yeah,
it's like a berry that's super high in vitamin C.
Yeah.
And we have some too that we can get. Like if you want to get something fresh, like kiwis have a ridiculous amount of vitamin C in them.
There's so many places you could, so many sources you could get it if you really cared.
Yeah, and just the humble lemon, like a regular like lime or a nimbu, like those are great. Basics, easy to get, cheap. If you really want to start, changing your game.
Yeah, I mean, everybody thinks it's so, I don't know, it's so hard or it's expensive, or, there's just stupid, easy stuff you could do if you cared,
Yeah. Like what Douglas was saying before, like how much is your life worth? It's like, like, is it really worth, like, is $10 really worth your life being better? Like, do you really need that $10 that much to go buy like a pack of stoves or whatever? Or whatever people use it on to buy like a Taco Bell, whatever they're buying. Yeah. So vitamin C is an essential cofactor in numerous enzymatic reactions, biosynthesis of collagen, carnitine, neuropeptides, and regulates gene expression. But most importantly, in my opinion, is also a potent antioxidant. So, yeah. Like you need it. It's totally necessary for life. Like I was saying earlier about the building blocks, it's like if you don't have the building blocks, like your body won't function. Like it's just that's the basics.
Yeah, this whole thing about how we can't make it, but most animals can. I think we kind of got the raw deal on that. What happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
There's what happened is the aliens messed with our DNA.
That's what it was for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, if you really want to get into that zone, that is brilliant. I mean, if that was the case where the gene was shut off deliberately, then that is a brilliant way to lower lifespan and actually, make it harder to live on this planet. Because then you have to find food that has it, or find a way to get it. So
could have happened. It could have happened.
Right.
There were,
and there's like a couple Japanese studies that were out that, like if you have chronically low vitamin C, it does lower your lifespan. I mean, this is confirmed by long-term studies in Japan. So they're on the cutting edge, in a sense, which is why I'm surprised that like these anime and manga writers, like maybe it's their own kind of negligence that they aren't healthy, but I'm surprised that the amount of money they're making for these companies that they don't, hand them over to these doctors that are, putting them on a regimen of vitamins and minerals. So that to me is very shocking and odd. I don't know what Douglas's interpretation of that would be, but
you should become like their personal health consultant.
Yeah, I would love to, but they wouldn't. I mean, they're not going to take some rando from America.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't blame them, definitely, and but at the same time, it's like I would love to. I mean, it's kind of like that would be ideal if I could help people like that. If I was, but there's so many barriers. It's like even if I was like a PhD doctor, like that's what I'm saying. There's so much like literature out on it. Yeah. Like I was saying, all the stuff that I found just today, that like even if you are a doctor with a PhD and you go up to someone and you say, look, I did this study, double-blind placebo, meta-analysis included, right. And then people will just say, it's fine, I'm doing great, I feel great. Like they just won't even accept the outcome or the facts, like the straight-up facts.
Okay,
like they say, you lead a horse to water.
There you
not
go.
Gonna drink.
Yes, that's right. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make them drink. They had a play on that once. I hate to use this. It's funny in its own sense, but it's rather misogynist. I don't like it for that reason. But I heard somebody say, "You can lead a horticulture, but you can't make her think." It's a play on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true as well.
Yeah.
But what I was, Douglas, I was conjecturing or asking, like, so what I brought up with Ichiro Oda earlier is like these guys, and it wasn't just him, it was like all of his colleagues, they're all having health issues. They have, obviously health problems. They have gout, diabetes, whatever's going on,
Yeah.
High blood pressure.
Mostly from sedentary lifestyles where they're sitting all day drawing. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, like eating ramen stuff, just sitting there. Yeah. But it's like, why won't, like, it's obviously their choice, like their negligence, but why aren't these companies that they work for, that they're making millions for, like pressure them to see these nutritionists and doctors? Like, is that something in the Japanese culture, or is that just plain old negligence on their part and there's nothing they can do about it?
It's an interesting question, and it's a valid one. I would say that.
Well, I don't need you, like, I'm not assuming.
Oh no, I mean, but I understand it's almost a rhetorical question. Yeah, but it does. I feel compelled to respond to it at any rate. Yes. I do want people to understand that Japanese corporate culture can be all enveloping, where you basically have pretty much everything provided, and I mean everything, to the point where you've got the healthcare, you've got company picnics. Everybody just goes together with the company as like their family to vacations. Even is certainly the way it was for the longest period of time. But with these illustrators, they're part of a different industry that is almost cottage industry level. Right. Even though it's not, but it operates.
He's like the most famous illustrator in all of Japan. I
mean. Yeah, but it operates like it is. This is the point. Right. They operate as if these people, they treat them basically like contract workers. So, and because they treat them like contract workers, it's kind of like you can get a lot of social esteem, but it's basically, it's a lonely, wretched life. It's these are like for really lonely people who have, you know, nothing to do all day but sit down and draw. This is like they make up their friends. This is why they do what they do. They create their friends because they have no friends. These are like social rejects, and they in Japan style, the Japan style social loners, and they're
basically being exploited. Or not exploited, but they're like they're put in a position where you just do your thing. We don't interfere with you, but we're gonna get all this content.
And in a sense, it's got some advantages. You know, they're not going to a bunch of stupid company picnics all the time and exercising in the morning. They don't do what these people.
He's worked on like 5 hours of sleep since 1997, basically.
Yeah.
26 years.
Yeah. I mean, but by the way, just so people understand, there are plenty of Japanese companies, especially in the 80s. It was like 60s, 70s, 80s. A lot of this stopped in the 90s. And things changed, but, you know, up till through the 80s, when they divested in America and just, you know, started to realize, I'll give people an example. In the old days, up until the 80s, that's what I mean by the old days, Japanese company men who were in CEO positions would kill themselves over company scandals. It would be like something happened where a plane crashed, or something happened where, you know, an automobile somehow failed in America, or so, you know, certain examples would happen with a company scandal where a Japanese CEO would kill himself. And then somewhere around the 90s, they realized, fuck it. We don't need to, you know, prove anything in terms of some samurai-like dedication to especially foreign clientele. You know, I'm not going to throw myself on my sword for, you know, something happening in America or something like that. It's like they just realized that pearls before swine, and fuck it, you know, Japan has nothing to prove. And beyond that, they had divested in America. They had started investing in communist China to build up its infrastructure. And for those of you who don't know, they did this because America essentially wanted Japan out of America. And so they said, fine, fuck you. And they invested in communist China and produced all these industrial production systems that then made China the industrial floor of the world. Because the Japanese were just moving up beyond that. They were moving into design technology as opposed to production. And so when they did that, then what had happened was, aside from creating a monster, which was ultimately, you know, a whole story of convergent events that I don't need to go into right now, the Japanese also developed a new kind of lifestyle. But nevertheless, working with a company is still pretty much your life. And so what these artists get is they get the advantage of the feeling that they're on their own, and they are, but they're working just as hard as a company guy would in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Because, you know, a company guy would get something like 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, 5 hours sleep, you know, on average. And that's, you know, spend all day, you know, going to work, doing all this other shit for work, and staying afterwards, networking for work. It'd just be like, this would be their life. So, you know, with these guys, it's just sitting down and drawing. It's sad, and you know,
it's just strange that they wouldn't, like, because like before you came on back, I referenced an article or a program I saw on Japanese television where it was saying vitamin C deficiency over a long-term period decreases life expectancy. So this is something they know in public domain. So why wouldn't they be encouraging those people that are making the money, like these artists, to care for themselves, or even giving them, I mean, it's not like there's a shortage of money. They could just buy them supplements. Yeah. But it's like, you know, there's something strange going on.
Well, what's going on is just simply the usual kind of exploitation and lack of care for talent. Honestly, it's the point is, when you're dealing with somebody who's like practically giving you everything for free, why bother?
Right.
This is what happens. These people have nothing to offer other than their artistic talent, and then they give it their all, and they're doing this because this is their whole life, and they got nothing else to do, and so the companies take full advantage of that. I mean, in America, we saw examples somewhat parallel or loose analogies to men who wound up losing all control of their work, like the man who developed Archie. The man who developed Archie originally started off as kind of like a cheesecake, and that's a compliment. The cheesecake used to mean light porn, like softcore porn. He did this cheesecake kind of like illustrations for adult men's magazines, and then he went on to do Betty and Veronica,
I was gonna say, is that why the chicks are like kind of racy?
Yeah. The chicks were originally strippers. That basically what happened was the Archie comics originally had no girls, and so they weren't selling, and so then the company said, we got to hire an artist to put some girls in, and that's when they took off, of course. And so the artist who did that, and to my eternal shame and disgrace, I've got a number of his collector's books. I don't remember his name consciously, but we could look him up easily. But the artist who originally did Betty and Veronica and then took them into Archie and made Archie a household name, then the company basically ultimately took everything and ran with it, and got the copyright from him, and just left him fucked over, and so his family spent the rest of his life trying to get that back. Same with the guy who invented G.I. Joe. The guy who invented G.I. Joe, this was taken, and then they managed to finagle the copyright from him. I mean, this has happened over and over again with many
Adam Hughes. The artist would be Don DeCarlo.
Maybe it's Don DeCarlo. Let me look it up again. Man who invented Betty and Veronica, so let's see here. Betty and Veronica.
Dan DeCarlo, it's saying.
Yeah, that sounds about right, because
or he was the actual illustrator.
Yeah, and characters were created by John Goldwater and Bob Montana, is what I'm getting. And Betty was inspired by Betty Tokar Yankovic, a girl Montana once dated. Anyhow, Don DeCarlo is what I'm seeing as well, so that's issue number 4. I'd have to look at the collection of books that I've got, and I might not be able to dig them up. So, you definitely, I don't think it was the Goldwater guy, because I would have remembered the Jewish sounding name, but it's one of the other two, Bob Montana or the then they got this
Dan DeCarlo.
Yeah, Dan DeCarlo guy probably. So there you go with that. So it's just a sad story, and at the same time, you wonder what happens with a wholesome theme like that, a trope like that. There's not much you could do with them. They tried to make Riverdale dark, and I guess that went a little way. I guess that was fairly popular from what I understand. But all that being said, so speaking of girls, so like I said, what had happened was that I shouldn't have followed your advice. So what had happened was that with Our Lady, Jennifer Hawkins, of the Arcane Observer, she had this chick who was on her channel and asking about my sexuality, whether I was trans or gay, and so Brendan was saying,
tell you to do?
He said put a link to your channel so she can find out for herself. And I said, oh, that's a great idea. I put the link to my channel, said, hey, rendezvous with me at this channel. Apparently this really upset Jennifer Hawkins. She deleted it. She deleted the question.
Oh, well, what could happen is YouTube actually does that sometimes.
I don't think they would have deleted the question along with the response. They would have deleted the reply, but not the question. So
the whole thing got deleted.
Yeah. So Jen deleted that, and then didn't respond.
Maybe I mean, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying, possibly, maybe because she was it was enough of a anti-trans comment that YouTube could have just nuked it.
They would have done it before. Why did they leave it up for weeks? It was up there for 2 weeks maybe.
It's true.
So
they don't like you, obviously.
Yeah. And so anyhow, then Jen hasn't responded to me since. As for our dear Veronica, I mean Victoria. I said Veronica because we were talking about Betty and Veronica, so I don't mean to alienate Victoria anymore. Then maybe it was simply because of all that went down with Christine, and both these ladies got physically ill. So both of them were physically ill at the same time, and as you know, our man Peter Moon was like yourself, convinced that Jennifer Hawkins was under occult attack. Maybe some other attacks came along, and maybe she just said, "Fuck this! I'm not going to deal with him anymore."
But the videos are still up, like.
I think, but the fact that she deleted that comment that I had responded to, she didn't find that funny, or you think it offended her. I just get this feeling she seemed really, really irked by that. And
wait, what did you say? You just put a link, or you said?
Oh, I just put the link and said, "Hey, rendezvous with me here, honey." That's pretty much what I said to the lady who was asking questions about my sexuality. And
interesting.
Yeah, but she apparently found that offensive, because she felt that I was taking liberties on her channel, and that it was invasive. She probably found that invasive, and then she deleted the whole question, not just my reply.
I mean, I think a question like that deserves a response. But anyways, let's not.
But whatever happened, she doesn't seem willing to talk about it.
It was probably like a bait comment just to cause strife. That's what those always seem like.
I don't think so. Let's put it this way. I get what you're saying, and in a sense,
it's like
let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. In of course, the one thing that we have to emphasize is the question is intrinsically offensive. Let's put it that way. It's an incredibly stupid question. It's not so much even bizarre as basically an attack. It can be read as
it's
such.
like a lose-lose question.
It's one of those things where the only reason that I revel in such things is look at where I'm at, the space I'm at. After all these years, you just learn to thrive off people asking stupid questions and asking. The only thing that contextualizes it is that she didn't ask that question alone. She was obviously interested in me because she kept pounding Jennifer about, you should shut up. She was just basically saying, you should shut up and stop asking him questions and just let him talk. It's there on the channel. She says this.
Yeah, it's this lady. Okay.
Yeah, several times. She says it several times. And then Jen actually answers at one point, a fairly long answer, which was well thought out, and I put an upvote on that. But I guess she didn't want me flirting with this person. Now, I just flirt. And so I guess she took that to be, I mean, take a look at me, I
didn't realize it was the same person that was like getting pissed at her. So, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. This is why the question is not a troll question. Because in context, it's not a troll question. The woman's interested in me. She obviously is interested in me. She wants to know if I'm single. That's basically what she's asking. Is this guy single and heterosexual and potentially interested in woman? Meaning she wants to know if she has a chance. So, that's why I responded with, hey, rendezvous with me at this channel, honey. And apparently Jennifer was really offended and has opted not to respond to me since then. And so, as for Victoria, after she came...
whatever happened with her?
She came on for the last episode, the latest episode before tonight's, and showed up for a little bit, explained how, she'd been sick ever since Christine and her ex-boyfriend, who had been fucking them both, showed up and caused a bunch of stress and strife in her life, and it caused her immune system to break down, and she got really sick, and just like Jennifer Hawkins got really
vampire.
sick. Well, psychic, say psychic mosquito or psychic leech, okay?
Sorry, psychic parasite.
Yeah, and so when it came to both these young ladies, I think what happened with Victoria was she responded when I tried to approach her yesterday. I says, hey, I'm home, got up to talk, and
that
I said this
up a couple things in my mind about that.
Yeah.
That whole situation.
Go on. Yeah.
Like, one thing was when I brought up the iboga.
Yeah.
Like how to cure her her addiction with like herbs, like the ibogaine.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, I don't have enough money." But then after that, she's like, "I'm swimming in money with all these."
That's right.
You know,
That's
these
right.
people. You know, it was just offensive. I was pissed. It's just like, you know.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not like, you know, I don't want to cure everyone. Like, I don't think everyone deserves to be cured. But it's like, I mean, I gave you solutions to multiple things, and then it's just like excuse factory. And then it's like lying on top of it. She's like, "Oh, I didn't have enough money for ibogaine treatment," but she was curious about it. But then she was telling us, "Oh, I make plenty of money with my, you know, I don't need to do OnlyFans because I'm making tons of money doing my deals," or whatever it was. So that was ridiculous.
Right. That's when she started. Yeah, well, there were several aspects about her that were contradictory. So when she said, "I don't have the money for that treatment," and yet was curious about it, it's like, well, do you know about it or not? Apparently, you know enough about it to say that you can't afford it. So it sounds like you know quite a bit about it, and then but you just don't want to do it because it fucking works, and you really don't want something that works. That's what I would take.
I actually said, like, it's on that. When we were talking, I said, well, you can get the tinctures are being sold now under a different name where you can get microdosing and you won't have to undergo a full treatment. You can just like try to do microdosing. And then she poo-pooed that too immediately. So they don't want help, like basically people.
Yeah, no.
They want to be perpetual, like, I don't know, I don't think victim's the right word, like just perpetual, like, they need to be saved perpetually by all these people.
Well, I don't think she wants to be saved at all. She may pretend she wants to be saved, but it's she was just, there were so many things just so wrong with her. It was just like you said, just like a textbook of abnormal psychology all put together. But the worst of it all was she's basically destroying herself because she hates the fact that she was born white. She hates being white, and so she grabbed onto this notional strand of Jewish DNA so that she could call everybody a Nazi and say, fuck you. Yeah.
And this is kind of bleeds into my next thing, and I kind of wanted to talk to you about this privately, but I'll just say it because I got blowback last time when I was saying, when we brought up the fact that, you know, women are the receivers, so whoever they're with, you know, initially and who they're partnering with is going to affect them mentally. And it's like we got a lot of blowback, people, like especially the women were saying that's not true, but somewhere deep down, the person you're with the first time or multiple times over for a majority of your life or whatever, that person affects you the most. Like, that's a fact. You know, and I don't want to, like, you know, piss people off, but that's just like clearly that she was affected, this lady was affected by that Austrian bloke that was like a punk rocker that was way older,
welfare recipient, and and
that took her everywhere and was calling her, "Oh, you have pig fucking eyes," or whatever that bullshit they were saying to her.
She came up with that herself. But
she was saying that's what that was her perception, that's what he thought of her. So it clearly affected her. Whatever that guy thought about her or whatever the kind of. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
No, I get exactly what you're saying.
You absorb what they're thinking.
Fuck yeah. I mean, well, this guy was obviously a no-good loser who was just a welfare recipient all his life. And
going after younger chicks to exploit them or whatever.
But again, she allowed that to happen. It wasn't like, you know, he abducted her. She went all over the world with this guy out of choice, and she absorbed his sperm to the point where, look at what became of her. She's just, you know, if he did use that term, pig fucker blue eyes, she took that and exponentially magnified it. Because she wouldn't let that go. When I told her, I don't want you talking like that, then she started insisting, no, they all fuck pigs. You heard that. It's on record.
Yeah, she was saying like it was like somewhere like, I mean.
Yeah, everybody
like
in Austria fucks
pigs.
Kansas
or something.
Yeah. She basically said.
Like, I've never heard an Austrian say that.
Thank you.
Mention that. That's never been the case.
Thank you. No, and
that's their way of hating on Hitler, basically, indirectly. Not her, but like, if that's a true stereotype.
Well, with
that's
her
like
it is. With her it is. Yeah, with her directly it is. That's her. Like, and then she said, but they've got the better food. They've got the better food than Germany. There's this thing about her and food It was like, you know,
Right.
I'm going to Pakistan and exposing myself to the dangers of gang rape and everything else. It's a terror, but I'm doing that because the food is good.
Yeah.
Crazy. I'm just, you know, you're left shaking your head. I mean, we could go on about this for hours because
Right.
it's like a textbook in self-loathing. But
Yeah.
it was
There's so much psychology that like people aren't ready for.
Yeah.
And it has to do with it's physical, but it's also
Well,
that's enough for now.
Let's just put it this way: everybody's reality in general is revolving in one way or another around Adolf Hitler. Everybody, it all comes down to that. This is all
That's
that.
true. In modern times, yeah.
Yeah, in modern times, it comes down to that. This is like this whole girl, her whole trip was Adolf Hitler. It came down to that. It's just basically, and she didn't even know who I am.
Yeah, I was gonna say we never even mentioned that. I deliberately didn't mention it because
Yeah.
she would have like not been able to handle. She would have just not even registered it.
Well,
but-
yeah, it's like she didn't register my talking about killing men while dressed as a woman.
yeah, I wouldn't have even absorbed. But
Yeah, it was like water off a duck's back.
Yeah.
It just
and like even when I was referencing your DNA test, I meant that as the vampire.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
vampire. I didn't mean that as anything else.
Oh yeah, of course that never would have come up on the DNA test. They wouldn't have recognized it. I mean, they don't even have
That was the joke.
Yeah.
It was like just wait until 23andMe looks at yours. They would
Yeah.
they would just basically say we can't tell you either side. You know.
Yeah. Honestly, well, that whole thing's a joke anyway. And the fact that she was like, you know, kept going back to that. Like, is that the foundation for your entire identity? Is this stupid test that it's like this became the foundation for her reality?
And unfortunately, that seems to be what Americans are doing now. It's like they'll say, "Look, I found out I was Scottish, so I love Scotland now." Like it's bizarre, like what I've seen here.
Oh,
and it's like
pathetic.
I've tried to tell these people like
pathetic.
You actually probably have Native American DNA, but they're not allowed to use it, so you will never know. They'll never tell you.
Yes.
They'll say you're like 1% Ghanaian and 90% Irish.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna be like, what? You're gonna, you know.
Well, explain to our listeners so they understand. For listeners who haven't heard before, what Brendan Zoget is talking about is the fact that because Native Americans, understandably, don't want a bunch of assholes, every other asshole. Now, understand, first off, just so people understand this, all the Americans being a bunch of goddamn thieves who came to North America and they stole everything from the Native Americans. They also raped them repeatedly. So because of this, all blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic Aryan, European Americans started claiming around the fucking 60s when, our girl Cher came out with Half-Breed song and the Cherokee Trail of Tears was a song and all that shit. And all these, when it became in to be an Indian, then every fucking, guy with a butt for a chin, lantern jaws that you could draw with a T-square, they would say, I'm an American Indian. I'm an American Indian. They'd all come up and of course there's enough blue-coated rapists that were running around on the frontier where, all you motherfuckers out there have Native American Indian blood. Yeah, fuck you. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah. So the Native Americans understandably told 23andMe, we don't want you telling anybody about Native American heritage.
They excluded the entire haplogroup that is Native American. Like the entire genetic code is excluded.
And that's at the Native Americans' request, because otherwise these fuckers would be asking to live on reservations and getting benefits and 20 grand for going back to school and, all this other good shit. So to prevent all the white men from running over and trying to apply for all this shit, they just said, just eliminate us from your tests. And so they do that. But not only do they eliminate all the Native Americans, 23andMe and all these cheap-ass gene tests eliminate all kinds of people from the Caucasus Mountains who they just never collected DNA from. And that's where the very word Caucasian comes from.
The group that's excluded is the one from Crimea.
Thank you.
And there's another haplogroup, maybe like Mongolian. There's literally that are excluded.
Thank you.
But they won't ever mention that publicly. It's just in the background or in there, behind doors, closed doors.
Yeah. And it's all true.
And then when people people in my family, they got it and they said, "Oh, we thought we were part Native American," and they were always supportive of the Native Americans because we know because of our great grandma, one of them, she's like full-blooded something. Like we knew for a fact, like she had paperwork and everything, but on the 23andMe they said, "Oh, I'm just Irish and I'm just Scottish and English." So man, I'm bummed out. And they also excluded the German DNA. So
there you go.
That's nefarious in and of itself.
Well, yeah, because the overwhelming
now
majority of
my
Americans are of
family-
German descent. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is, so we knew that we were part German, and we also knew we were part Native American. But now they said, "Oh, I'm so bummed out. I'm just Scottish." I'm like that's not real. Like, that's, like if we knew this already, then like, what is the test gonna? It's obviously lying. Like,
yeah. Yes, thank you. It's like just don't take this stupid test. Don't waste your
don't
money.
pay for it, yeah.
Yes,
Pay for it.
please.
But they're doing it as a novel. What I meant by this is that the American people, they're doing it as a way to, the anti-culture is so bad that they just want to grab onto any culture.
Yes.
So that's their justification. Oh, I'm like 10%, whatever, Icelandish, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I love Iceland," or whatever, some bizarre shit.
Yeah, they'll start waving flags for whatever this tells you. And believe me, they're all, if you're white, they're gonna tell you got black blood. That's just their way of like they think that they're conquering
1%
racism.
Ghanaian.
Yeah. Yeah,
1% Ghanaian or like sub-Saharan African.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. And if you're black, they're going to tell you got white blood, which is actually makes much more sense because, a lot of blacks are descended from slave families who the white owners were fucking all the time. So there would actually be a lot more sense in that than your average white person coming up with, "Oh, yeah, you got Ghanaian and shit and some, black blood." Or, if that were the case, you wouldn't have been in the inheritance. Your fucking, descendants wouldn't have been in the inheritance. The most they would have gotten was, "Oh, you're a freeman now." Yes. So, fuck this shit. It's no, all of this. Well, all such being said, then what happened was when I tried to contact Victoria, I basically waited till it was around time she was getting off work, which is like, she's in this little CBD dispensary out in nowhere. So I don't know, maybe they close up around 5 or 6. I generally think she's home by 6, so called her around 5:30 and she said, "Oh, I'm at work right now," and then never got back to me again. So there you go, that was Friday. And so one of the few times I had to talk to people, I reached out and both ladies were non-responsive, just not interested. Okay, so last time I do that. And aside from that, Brooke was responsive, and like I said, I'll talk to her
Brooke
later.
doesn't count.
Now could you rephrase that in a way that sounds a little less cruel, or
She kind of deserves it.
She does kind of.
Now that she hates millets, I'm going to counter out.
Yeah, I mean, she was.
I'm not speaking on your behalf. I'm just saying.
I get it. I mean, let's put it this way: she was pretty. Just abrasive. She was just, her behavior on, her behavior on transmission was just inexcusable. It was just like, it's just, it's just, she would not even ask questions that were sincere questions. She'd just be attacking.
It was entertaining at first, and then now, like you said, it just gets ridiculous.
Yeah, it's no, it could be entertaining sometimes. Chris said, Chris Carter, I think his name is, an artist who used to communicate with me, but then of course I got knocked off the Facebook. He basically said that her humor is immature, but he could appreciate it. But it's after a while it's just I think the worst of it was just she did cross a line, and it was like I don't think she even felt herself she could ever return after that, really. And when she came back a few times, she was really subdued, And even though that's an improvement in...
Wait, what was crossing the line? Talking to Jaima? Or...
Oh, no, God, no. Oh, fuck no. She had no choice in that. They were contacting her, you know, so that's not, you know, no fault of hers. Right. But it was just the time that she was on and the way she behaved, so that they started calling her. Yeah, the reason they started calling her was because the way she behaved was so hostile, so inimical. They honestly thought she was one of them. And so it's just like...
but look where... And I'm not using her as like a punching bag, but like it always gets them in a really bad place, like whether they want to or not, you know? Like the other people deserved it, but it's like Selena Khan. Like, you know, like anyone who deals with these people, their lives just get destroyed instantly. Yeah. And it's like, you know, no one's an exception, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's or fortunately, as the case may be. I mean, if you're stupid enough to deal with those people.
Yeah, like just look at Lena Shea. She's hooked on, you know, whatever. Yeah. Playing gigs, and her kids are taken away from her, and whatever. She's on drugs somewhere.
Yeah. Well, Vermont.
Playing as a, like, she's like a quote unquote bassist, like, but they just give her drugs and then unplug her bass while they're on stage.
It's true. Yeah.
So it looks like there's just a hot chick like touching a guitar, and like everyone's all thinks she's playing something.
Well, they don't give a shit whether she is or not. You know, they just want to see her strumming the fucking guitar, and it's just eye candy. Basically, what the garage band does is exactly like Brendan Zoget says. They give her the electronic guitar, they unplug the bass, and she's too drunk or high to notice, and they get her up there on stage, so she's eye candy and just strums away at the thing, and everybody just comes there to stare at her, and that's what they exploit her for, and then the rest of them play with their miserable excuse for music. One of them already died. One of the band members already drugged himself to death. You know.
Shit, when was it?
you were the guy who told me about it. She was at a funeral for him. Said, "Oh, here's the funeral for the band member that died." Remember that shit?
I said that. Oh,
yeah. You reported it to me. I can't see her fucking Facebook page. You were the one who was looking. Yeah, and. So
that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah,
I wonder why I deleted it from my memory. Well, I know why, but
yeah, because it's so pathetic. You know, and everywhere she goes, she's flashing the devil's horns. You remember that?
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that was the latest.
Yeah, and I mean, like in her car, she's not no heavy metal rock band. She's just in her car looking at the fucking cell phone.
Right, by herself, no kids, no band.
Yes, that's right. And just doing the devil's horn, and. So
yeah, there's no doubt what side she's on. That's why I was saying.
Yeah, of course, from the beginning, and but it's she didn't have, none of this had to happen. She went for them, but that's because she was raised from birth for that. It's got to be what other thing explains these crazies doing that. And Daniel Rolla, he's stuck sucking, you know, Stephen Outrim's distended colon every day instead of a cock. That's what he's you know, doing now to earn his keep, you know, as the residential house nigger. Right. And then he writes you these long... Right. When he wrote you that long essay, it showed you how hurt he was by what we had said. And yet, of course, he always...
Who wrote the essay?
Daniel Arolla was writing you these...
yeah, it was like a whole diatribe. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's because... You know, this guy was always...
With, like, bullet points and shit.
Yeah. And that's... like,
timestamps.
There you go.
Of, like, when you guys were saying this at 1 hour and 40 minutes, like...
Yeah, because this fucker was told to do that by Stephen Outrim, and he was also hurt. He was also terribly hurt because this fucker his whole life is a lie. His whole life is, the true warrior never gets angry. Gets angry. And that is look at what he sent. That's an example of how angry he was.
Right.
Only an angry man would do that, would invest all that time and energy. Any sane man would just say, that doesn't bother me. I'm not going to respond to it. Who cares? But, you know, everything was a lie. It's just...
and Lena must be getting reports of what we're saying, because now the latest on the 24th of November, she puts a peace sign up. Of her flashing the peace sign.
Oh no, that's the rabbit's ears kind of like shit that they do in Asia. She wants to do
Yeah,
that thing.
The V for victory.
Yeah. And all the Asians do that, and so she wants to look Asian when she does that. She's trying to look like some kind of cosplayer or something,
Right.
and that's
So she has that up, and then there's Sarah Shields,
Yeah.
that whatever that person was, yeah,
Yeah.
and they're saying you look great.
Sarah Shields, not Sarah Shields with Ian West.
No, with Sarah Shields. You know Sarah Shields, the lady that was like friends with all you at one point.
Yeah, with Ian West, through Ian West. He was that young girl who went to was working at McDonald's. That
No. This is someone else.
Oh,
This was the chick that was friends with her and Selena, and
Fuck, I'm trying to remember who that was. And her name is Sarah Shields, same name as the other one?
yeah.
Wow. Well, one of them may have an H and the other one doesn't. H in the Sarah,
exactly.
the other one.
Sara.
Yeah, okay. Sarah, I'm trying to remember
It was the lady that was like, she just like stayed at home and she was like bedridden or something.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, her name was Sarah Shields. That's yeah, but I remember who you're talking about. Yes, that poor dear. That's right,
Yeah.
poor dear. Yeah, she definitely was
this person.
Yeah, she was lonely, and then they took advantage of her. Yeah. So let me take a look. So I'll take a look at the photograph now, and I'll recognize it immediately.
But it's like, they're not important.
That's
people.
right. Yeah, you're
but
right.
It's weird
now,
that she changed her profile after we mentioned something. It's like,
yeah, there you go. It's well, they listen. This is their whole life.
Let's see what's the latest with Miguel.
Yeah.
Looks like he's fighting with his dog, getting bit by his dog, like he's possessed.
Yeah, there you go. Good.
Even
his dog doesn't like him.
Yeah.
Even his dog doesn't like him.
Yeah.
Yes. That's there you go.
Because he's got a bunch of psychic leeches from when he went to
when he was digging up baby bones in the Philippines, yes, to make jewelry with. Yeah, from paupers' graves, dumb fuck. Yeah.
And then Selena Khan's back at it, just doing her job, her work stuff.
Yeah, it's just everything
posting
is
about like
real estate. Everything's real estate.
Yeah.
Hosting, yeah.
So she recovered from, getting framed for murder or whatever they did to her.
Yeah.
Stabilized. I don't know if she'll recover, but
there you go. I wonder if she's still living at the same place, whether she could afford it. I'm sure everything went down for her, and she might be living out of an apartment, for all we know. Poor dear, and John
Warrington, his profile is just hacked. It's just like a bunch of spam on his profiles.
Poor guy.
Hope he's all right.
Yes, that's all we can hope for. Yeah, he's in the console housing. But that was the interesting thing about that Christine as well, was she automatically thought everybody is on welfare. It says because that was her boyfriend was on welfare, and so then when she meets George,
I commend George Knight for not getting offended, because I would be pissed.
Yeah.
Like, do you live in a council estate?
Yeah.
Like, does he sound like he lives in a council estate? Like,
yeah,
George never was the person where I would assume. Just hearing him speak, I would never assume he was in a council.
Yeah,
estate.
thank you.
They have a definite way of speaking that's like.
Thank you.
It's like someone on welfare here, what they sound like.
Thank you.
I would have to say anything.
Thank you. It's and so when she said that, it goes to show what she thought. Everybody's on welfare. That's the and remember, she didn't think Victoria was paying rent. She thought, she just thought she's
how out of touch can you be?
Yeah, just thought she was fucking the landlord. Like, oh, she must be fucking the landlord. Yeah, and I mean, there you go. It's just bizarre. Everybody's living in this like they're all fucked up. Anyhow, the troll says, seen it a million times. The lady was a subject of the heavy troll hammer, repeatedly smashing the gash without a budge. Then he laughs. I'm not quite sure where he's coming from or what he's saying. I don't know who this AC Slater guy is. What do you make of this AC Slater guy? Every message is retracted, so what he's saying must be so offensive that YouTube keeps...
It's got to be something.
He must be going out there and just saying racial expletives or something. So I'll just like... do YouTube.
I mean, it's to the point where you're the only one seeing it, so it must be bad.
Oh, okay. So let me do a screen share here. So let's start sharing here. Can you see the cursor move? Okay, cursor moving. Yeah. Anyhow, cursor. Gonna see if he can see it before I go anywhere with it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, okay, great. So can you see this? This is AC Slater. Everything from AC Slater.
Yeah, so that's not showing up on the live stream. It must be really crazy.
Oh, okay. So he just must be doing racial expletives or something like that. Maybe Troll is responding to that. But whatever it is, I'll just hide him from the channel. Do YouTube a favor so they won't have to work so hard. Give them less to filter out when the show's over. And this is where, of course, Xyr Nagaraja said, "Is Reese supposed to be a Muslim? That's weird." And then he started laughing at our response when we said the Muslims would kill him. Yeah. And then the troll says, "Hey," so I'll put, well, let me give him,
Yeah, it's like to JMO's, I guess I wouldn't call it credit, but to his whatever he's doing, he never was drinking, as far as I remember, or was he? Was he drinking?
Yeah, he was drinking he did everything, dude. He did everything.
So then, yeah, he can land as a Muslim any second, for 1 second.
Yeah. No, he was doing beers all the time, but he just didn't like it because the beers wouldn't affect him. Because, when you've done all that DXM and you've done all that other shit, then nothing gets you high after that. You just the beers don't cut it. So and he would say that I drink, but they don't do nothing, and so then he had to go back to fucking himself over. Yeah, life is hard.
The only thing that feels good is like getting sock puppeted by a djinn, or
yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
that's all he's got left. Poor guy.
Yes, that's what he's got. So aside from all of that, like I said, I'm telling everybody now, it's gonna be an ugly subject getting into Kissinger, and
again
tonight. What else am I gonna do? I mean, it's like you got any suggestions for what I should be doing? Of course, the Israel-Palestinian conflict has a lot to do with Kissinger, so sure. It brings us back. And, basically what I'm going to try to do is put everything together, but it's a pain.
I didn't mean for it to sound like don't do it, but I just meant like, wow, you can stomach another round, like, wow, of Kissinger,
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate it. And it's how do I say it? It's just... you're kind of stuck. It's kind of stuck because we are trying to explain to the world all the damage this fucker did, and it's gonna take a history lesson. So it's not like I have a shortage of things to talk about concerning the son of a bitch, because you could write volumes on the bastard. But it's just that it's diving into a sewer. So once I'm there, I'm going to be swimming in a sewer for hours. Yeah. But anyhow, what's your intuition about the girls? Think they'll be back?
Which ones? All of them?
Apparently all of them. Yeah, all of them. I was going to say all of them.
I mean, I think, Victoria will probably be fine. Okay. It's hard to say with the other one. What's her name?
Jennifer Hawkins.
Jen.
Yes.
Yeah. Like maybe she didn't realize like what she was getting into per se. I'm not saying she was ignorant, but it's like
I don't think anyone knows what they're getting into when they get into it with me.
Yeah, your situation is so exceptional that like they think it's just gonna be another one of these like whatever, like something so surface that it spooks them a little bit. But it's like when you bring up something like you do, where it's like this shit's like beyond your worst nightmares, then yeah, it scares people.
Yeah.
And then when you also start getting physically attacked like that, that's definitely daunting. I mean, I could say from experience.
Thank you.
Like, when we told her like why she got sick, she seemed kind of concerned. So hopefully that didn't like upset her.
Okay.
Maybe she wants to cut affiliations for that reason.
Well, I hope she's made of sterner stuff, and I hope that she returns, and we can only hope for the best. It's she seemed excited when I said let's do this again in February, that is true. But then at the same time, when I was trying to contact her on Friday, and there's just no response, even though she's new to Skype, so she doesn't know how to hide herself yet. So I could see when she was on and off Skype. And so she saw what I had written to her and saw that I had tried to call her, was not responsive, and then later turned the Skype off, or was absent from the Skype away, so I could see that. So it's just, I noticed that both of these young ladies were not up to talking. So I was like, okay, well, last time I wake up in the middle of my night and try to do that.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, and so aside from all of that,
I'm so familiar with the whole thing that, like, I don't know, I don't think it's a good thing that I am, but I am to the point where I'm desensitized. That's what I was telling you before.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Like listening to that whole, like for a normal person, listening to that whole thing about your background is like, I mean, it's really tough to hear.
You heard what Amy Como said about trying to tell her friend about me, right? But her friend is like suffering from senile dementia now, like she said, poor bitch.
but what did the friend, like, she couldn't absorb it, or?
Well, the friend is basically, what happened to the friend was, this is how Amy Como and the friend see it, is basically the friend decided that she was going to get a job with the government. And so she got a job with the government, so she couldn't be fired. She'd get a whole lot of money for doing a whole lot of nothing. And then what happened was the government required them all to get shots. And during COVID-19, they got a bunch of shots. And this woman is convinced that the shots gave her Alzheimer's. So basically, she said that she started going to work and couldn't put things together anymore. And basically was forced into early retirement. And so she's just basically trying to get her estate together so that when she goes full-blown senile, then they'll basically know to take her to a rest home or something. But she's having a hard time doing that. So this person is in dire straits. But at the same time is like people who are getting into Alzheimer's or beginning to manifest the symptoms. There's clear days, good days and bad days. So there's days when she's processing well. But anyhow, whenever she's processing well and Amy's talking to her, Amy was trying to talk to her about me. And the woman automatically said, "Oh, he's a liar. He's just living off suckers like you." And I thought that was the funniest thing in the world. And I was asking Amy, like, how
we can only hope you're lying.
Shit. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, thank you. And I was
it's all too real.
Yes. Yeah, as you know by personal experience.
Yeah.
And so when Amy was I asked Amy,
like,
how far.
Even now, like, I should, like, last time I was on, I sent you that article of the guy in the DOD that was, or he was like.
Yeah, tell people about this. Tell people about so they understand.
He was a 40-year-old educational executive from the DOD or some defense. He was like what was he? He was like the main educator. He was like on the board of education, basically, of the DOD, and he'd been trafficking and doing a bunch of bullshit for the last 40 years. Yeah. Pillaging, and I can pull it up right now, actually.
Yeah. And so just another human trafficker and a sexploitationist human trafficker from the Department of Defense.
It's like anyone who doubts you, it's like, I mean,
thank you.
It's like still happening. I don't think there's anything, like, it's not unbelievable.
Yeah. But so
Washington D.C., a sting operation stopped human trafficking from a top Pentagon official and school administrator, Stephen Francis Hovanik, arrested last week. 64-year-old educator, allegedly for pandering, a crime that involves inducing or compelling an individual to take part in prostitution. So basically the Tate treatment, what I called it.
Yeah, thank you. Good word for it.
According to his biography, Stephen Hovanik, which no longer exists on the Defense Department website, he joined as Chief of Staff of the Department of Defense Education Activity, the DODEA, in 2010, and had a long career of 40 years working as an educator. I bet he was educating. Is a federal agency that oversees the...
Did you get cut off? Fuck. They cut him off. Well, there you go. Talk about the Department of Defense and they'll get you. I guess I'd better start our monologue if we don't get him back. So, okay, Brendan. Let me tell him you got cut off. There you are.
I got knocked off for that?
Yeah, you got knocked off. Holy fucking shit!
Man.
They cut you off. Oh my god.
I mean, this is public domain. It's not like I'm exposing anything. I mean, this is like a newspaper article.
Oh my god, as soon as you were just reading about, he's educating people, I bet he was. They slammed you off. Fuck.
Yeah. Because the rest of it, the juicy part was right afterwards. As far as
tell us the juicy part. Tell us the juicy part.
Basically, he was... Okay, here it is. He was... before joining the DODA... let's see. Wait, did I get to the part about his 40 years working as an educator and then... Oh, yeah. The DODA is a federal agency that oversees the elementary education of military families. Apart from Hovanek, 25 other subjects were taken into custody, accused of human trafficking, facilitating drugs, weapons, and warrants. Imagine that. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So,
It's business as usual.
Yeah, business as usual, exactly.
Let's go on.
He was nabbed after a 2-day-long sting in Georgia, and they also found 6 women who were victims of human trafficking from Sharpsburg, Georgia, and he was sent on leave, so of course nothing happened to him.
Yeah.
He was also named principal of Dal Hagren School in Virginia in 2001, but in 2008 he was transferred to be an instructional systems specialist at the Defense Department's area in Peachtree City. So he just rapes a bunch of people and they just ping him over to the next site. And then eventually he got caught up by these other guys doing the sting. So.
Yes.
And then that's when they deleted his profile from their website. Like, oh, we never knew about this guy.
They cover for him. They're covering for him.
He was also a principal for a high school in 1996. I'm sure he was doing...
Oh, God. Imagine the damage he was...
Good.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Before the internet, he could catch him. He was doing some shit for sure.
Yes.
Uh-huh. But yeah, imagine that. What is this DODA, and they're overseeing elementary education of military families? What the fuck? This is what they're doing. So this backs up everything you say. That's why I sent it to you. It's like you said, business as usual, even after all this time.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and I'm so glad you're sharing that. Sammy Romero has joined us. So, Sammy, share with us what you feel comfortable sharing. A lot going on these days, and of course, you got caught up recently with what I've shared with Brendan Zogit. We got caught up with a lot of the gossip here, and by all means, share with us again. Yes, say hi to Brendan. Of course, you guys haven't talked in years.
Hi, Brendan. How you doing? How you doing, Brendan?
Greetings, doing well. Sam, good to hear from you.
Yes.
Thank you. Likewise. I'm just trying to fight this cold, man. I've been very congested the last couple of days.
Yeah, many people have been getting hit around me.
Yeah.
So I've noticed that wave.
Yeah, well, both those young ladies we were talking about, Jennifer Hawkins and Victoria, were hit hard by some kind of illness. And so there is something going around, although we do suspect, certainly in Jennifer Hawkins' case, there might be an occult siege, which we've shared that assumption with her, and she was disturbed enough by it. Maybe that combined with a number of other things made her leery to speak, but we do hope she'll be back. I don't know what intuition you have about that concerning the young ladies that have been on the show recently. You might have heard what I said. I tried to contact them yesterday on one of the few free days I had, but they were both non-responsive, so I don't feel really compelled to try that again in the future. But other than that,
they'll come around. They'll come around. I don't really think they don't understand who you are in a sense. I don't really think it's not in the paradigm, at least, to understand. Not yet.
Yeah.
I think I think Brooke kind of knows that already.
Yes.
You're pretty validated. But no, honestly, I've just been battling this cold. My son is just getting over it. He has a little cough, but definitely it's, I've gotten it for him, obviously.
Oh, I hear him in the background. Our prayers.
Yeah, thank you. But I'm hanging in there. Definitely, yesterday work was pretty slow. Everything's pretty much slowing down where I'm working, but I'm just been trying to catch up with some of your transmissions.
Okay.
And just trying to find out more on this H.P. Lovecraft stuff that I've been looking into. It. I noticed you talked about the derelict guy.
Yeah.
Getting most of H.P. Lovecraft's rights, or
Yeah.
I guess bullying his way or stealing.
Yes.
Which doesn't surprise me, but at the same time, there's pretty much only so much you can try to censor. But I mean, it's all there.
Yes.
It's all there. I mean, for the most part. But like I said, it's one of those things where it is very interesting. But definitely, I do always look forward to you kind of contextualizing these subjects for me, because it just makes things a lot easier to wrap my head around it. It's really all because just trying to expand at least some knowledge into other areas that I'm not particularly knowledgeable about, and it's just being aware.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, I was. I've actually had a couple of Pakistani coworkers,
Uh-huh.
and I do bring up subjects like, for some reason, I went to a break room and someone had, of all things, they had Fox News, right?
Of course. Go on.
I do work with a lot of ex-military vendors, whether either aircraft mechanics or so on and so forth. So there's a lot of Air Force personnel too. So
Is that weird white guy who kept trying to sidle up to you and shake hands and shit still there? I mean,
low key, I kind of thought he was trying to make a pass at me, but it is what it is. But no, but they brought up the whole Gaza and the whole Israel debacle was going on, and they're celebrating a ceasefire, but when I was tying my Pakistani coworker, I'm like, that doesn't mean they can still fight again. That ceasefire is.
Well, that ended. In case you didn't know, the ceasefire ended a day or so ago. Yes.
Right. Even though, look how far behind I am.
Yeah.
It's just, but they try to prop up, all these so-called news, and it's really just misinformation. It's not necessarily. It wasn't designed, and this is just my opinion. The news was not designed for people that look like me. It's not designed to really have. You kind of have to go outside the box and try to inform yourself.
Yes.
And they're definitely not talking about subjects you are. But actually, today I actually got a. For some reason, I need to. Not that I rarely go on Reddit. I really don't know why I have it, but I always get updates on the Presidio.
Interesting.
For some reason, today it popped up, and there was a homicide on Friday at the Presidio. I'm going to send you the article. I have it somewhere, but some lady of Asian descent and ended up either getting killed. I think it was domestic violence, but it was in the Presidio Heights. I guess right in the park.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, it's either that or a ghost or something. It's like,
yes.
that area is so haunted, but so stuff like that always pops up every once in a while. So I'll definitely send you the article of that. But honestly, I actually woke up having I wouldn't say a nightmare or a bad dream, but it was very much, I dreamt about somebody passing away.
Okay.
which was very it was some of these dreams that you have, they seem very real.
Yeah.
So I definitely had to make a phone call to somebody, see how they are. And I'm glad they're fine. It's just I don't know what prompted me to have that dream. I'm not too much on dreams. I'm not saying it's nothing. There's no significance to it, but I think sometimes it's always good to check on people.
Absolutely.
Definitely, at least let them know that you're there for talk or vice versa. And no, I definitely have to catch up with you. Honestly, when we talked, I really wasn't in a position to talk about some stuff I did want to talk to you about. It's personal with family and just your take on things. But definitely, no, like I said, I've been just enjoying my move. I moved, and it's been a lot better.
Thank God.
And but at the same time, I have to deal with excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
I have to deal with
no worries.
With the postpartum with my wife. I have to make sure
Yeah.
I can manage that, because she definitely I sometimes have to lift her spirits and keep that line of communication open, where I don't fall into instead of helping, you react to the emotions of because women can definitely, obviously, with,
Yes. Yeah, go on.
you verbally rebuked her on air, it's just she's gone to that point where you had to.
Yes.
So I definitely have had to kind of be merciful in a sense of understanding that the postpartum is definitely a condition that I have to be sensitive to. And I'm not saying men don't go through it, but them being the more I don't like to say weaker vessel, but the more delicate vessel.
Right.
And at the same time, they're strong for bearing children.
Absolutely. I mean, their whole body, let's just put it this way, their entire skeleton melts and reshapes itself to accommodate that child. Go on. It's not comfortable. And so men have no idea how bad it is. But go on. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I kind of have to pivot where I have to change the trajectory on how the vibe or mood in my home is. I can't react. I have to respond mentally instead of emotionally. There's been times where she's going through it, and she reacts how she reacts. And the other day I was making dinner for her, and she snapped at me for not being as neat as she is. She's a very neat woman and very clean, and I love that about her. But obviously, me, that's something. I'm not saying I'm a slob, but I'm not as polished.
Well, you just don't have the woman's touch. It's just genetic, just
exactly. Yeah, right. So no, and then she complimented me on my cooking. She just said thank you for cooking dinner, and I'm glad I weathered that storm, because if I would have reacted how she reacted, then it was just been a big mess. So
yes.
It's one of those things where I've learned to, obviously with my sisters, I've kind of have seen this, but it's a little bit more different now, because it's not that I'm not saying I can't get rid of her. No, obviously that's not what I want. But my sisters, I'm pretty much stuck with.
Yes.
You have a sister yourself.
Yes.
So it's one of these things where no, I definitely have to. My dad always told me, love is unselfishness is really the definition of love. You got to be unselfish to love somebody. So I'm definitely trying to just handle the postpartum wisely, instead of letting it be a catastrophe, and it's just it can get ugly. I've had friends that, because they react emotionally to the storm of emotions that a woman can unleash, it just makes things very toxic, and it's like you're not gonna out emotion you cannot out emotion a woman. She's going to run you over.
Right. Out emote would be the term to use. Out emote. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, she's gonna run you over. It's not something you want to do. So, it's been a learning curve, and this is obviously our second child. It's one of those things where now I have two women in my life. So it's just not my wife. So it's something that I'm mindful of. It's just it's a responsibility, and it's a blessing at the same time. I'm not that definitely for sure. I know I'm blessed, but it's just something that it's a stage in my life, and I can't really complain. I really can't. It's just it's a responsibility, like anything. But
you sound good. I mean, it doesn't sound like the cold is impacting you all that badly. So
it's just really that I'm congested. It's just really that. But I definitely just want to ask for prayers, especially for this time of year, especially with children. I don't know if you know about RSV. It's kind of like it's like about cold. I want to say it's pretty much a cold, from what I've known a little bit of it.
I know very little about it. I know it's a children's disease. Right. It's hitting all the kids everywhere. Tell us about this.
Right. So it's one of those things where it's just a nagging cold, at least from my experience with dealing with my son. They cough, and they congested. My son ran a small fever, and at least with him, it was a little troubling him keeping food down. So we definitely had to monitor him, and so all this, when you have children, and then you also have to deal with your problems as an adult, and in a relationship, all this compound. So that's one of the things where I've had to learn how to kind of learn from my father, is to center yourself. You have to you have to endure these storms, because if you want to be a leader, that's part of the deal. Mm-hmm. Obviously, yourself, you with yourself, how you explained how you were ambushed, you were attacked, and yes. you're fighting a man literally in your drawers.
Yes, yeah.
You were successful, but at the same time, it's not something that really surprised you. It was just any time. It's not really if, it's just a matter when.
Yes.
Definitely. I'm starting to kind of see that with my children. It's all these obstacles that I have to kind of maneuver, and in a sense to teach them about the world. That's one of the things that I really do. I'm blessed to have you.
Thank you.
I've learned a lot from the world through you. Yes. And in a lot of ways, not the most necessarily conventional in a sense of the history, but history's ugly.
Yes.
Not pretty. I can definitely say that. But also in the perspective that you're giving me, in a lot of ways, the reason why I can really connect with you is because of the discipline you've shown to endure all these battles that you've been through. And still, keep your mind. People can. That's one of the things that I've learned from watching some of these convict documentaries, especially with prison.
Yes.
A lot of these convicts, what they say is, they can imprison your body, but they can't imprison your mind.
Yes.
If you keep your mind in a state where you're always learning, you're always stimulating your mind, then it's really not that hard to endure. And you keep your sanity, at least to what you can function as a human being. Obviously, there's effects to being in prison, but at the same time, people go insane, and you've talked about this, and the third space that you've always talked about. I think that's one reason why when you and I talk, it's, I feel like it's a third space where we can talk about, just as people, as a person,
Yes.
And that's definitely needed in today's world. And everybody on your transmissions, has opened up.
Yeah.
Amy Cuomo showed a very insightful
Thank you.
testimony on what she's going through.
Yes.
That very much opens a new light on her life. Where she has to deal with, trying to get out of, economic problem. There's, we talked about there's a lot of ways we can, but we don't really know until we're there.
Yes.
That's one thing that I've learned, that people may say, well, I will never do this, but you don't know until you're there.
Yes.
A lot of people go to great lengths to not to, but they still land in these situations. And definitely, I know how it is, in a sense. My parents being migrant workers.
Yeah.
My dad obviously being a minister, but my dad had an injury as a migrant worker. He fell off a ladder working in agriculture.
Right.
And my dad had to pivot in a sense of, well, what can I do to provide for my family? And he actually became he used to sell tamales.
Yeah.
The door.
Wow.
He sustained a family. Obviously, he in his later years he had SSDI. But he still worked.
Yes.
And he became an entrepreneur. He didn't have the tools to, I guess, corporatize, but that's not really what he wanted. He just wanted to provide and be his own boss. He made lemons out of lemonade.
Yes.
And at the same time, too, ministering to people, talking to people about Christ and the relationship with God. I think that's one of the reasons why you and I can have dialogue and remain and have our friendship, because there's boundaries that I won't cross. It's one of these things about you that I accepted with your vampire lineage and your father being the Fuhrer, the former Fuhrer of the Third Reich. That's a big that's something big. That's something that as much as people think it's irrelevant nowadays, you're right. When you were in Brandon was saying, it's Adolf Hitler's name still rings out.
Yes.
It hasn't lost its luster. In fact, it's gained more because people are becoming curious. How can a man of Austrian descent move a whole entire nation to mobilize?
Yes.
An outsider, of that country, and ascended to the position of Führer. And he was elected. He was not a dictator.
Yes.
He was elected, and technically, he's technically still the Führer, as
Yes, that's correct.
As we know. So it's there's a lot of nuances that the world may have forgotten or is trying to hide from people that look like you and I.
Yes.
And you talked about people in China not knowing their lineage.
Yes.
I was looking up the Manchurian military, especially obviously your mother.
Thank you.
To honor her, and looking into how it was a puppet state of the Japanese, and it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense how she was so cultured. And this is where this is where I'm very intrigued in why the U.S. it has no culture
Thank you.
about this.
And you heard what Brendan and I were saying. Because of this lack of culture, they're taking these stupid, cheap-ass DNA tests so that they can believe there are all kinds of other things. Yeah.
It's hilarious because they're not going to tell you who you are.
Thank you.
that's part of their. That's part of them keeping you down. That's part of your enslavement. It starts with your identity, your who you are, your mind. I mean, they have your mind in a chokehold with this propaganda about aliens and excuse me,
No worries.
about aliens and you know, God knows what else, Anunnaki. I mean, I'm going back 15 years, at least in my point of view.
Yes.
I have. I'm sorry. Give me a second.
Take your time. And well, of course, our dear friend Samuel Romero gathers his breath because, of course, this is a killer to get these colds, and they choke you while you're trying to talk. Believe me, I know exactly what how he feels. So, have you kind of gotten yourself together now?
Yeah. I'm getting some water. Hold on for a second.
Take your time. And I do want people to understand, drink enough water. Everybody out there, the water is important. You do want to stay hydrated when you get these things. And this RSV is very alarming. Okay, I want everyone to know one thing that comes to mind right now. Stop worrying about AI and worry about the fact that we've got at least a quadruple punch, if not 5 different diseases that are going to be hitting us this winter. So everybody guard your health. I mean, that's something to be worried about.
Definitely. No, you're right. Honestly, I love AI. I have a robotic, one of these robot vacuums, and I love it because I don't have to vacuum.
Thank you. Yes.
You know, if I can press a button and have my wife not nag, but you know that's you know, but definitely, you know, back to what I was trying to say, it's how you've stated in the past. The U.S. we're an empire, and it's time for us to act like an empire.
That's right. And by the way, Brendan, say goodnight to our listeners before you check out. Yeah, he's going to say goodnight because, take care, Brendan.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Sammy.
Yeah, have a good one.
Okay. We love you dearly. Hugs. Take care. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
Gratitude.
Yes, thank you. And so continue, Sammy. Yes, as you were saying. Yes.
Well, the United States is an empire.
Yes.
And very much we need to change how we look at things.
Yes.
We're not a country. We're an empire.
Yeah.
And you know, at least with the U.S. public, we're still stuck in trying to be the liberators and, you know, be the righteous ones when we're not. We're not righteous because we are in denial of our atrocities.
Yes.
At least what we're looking at even now in our representation. And I talked about this in the past, and you know, I'm sure there's people that are not very happy about my opinion, but our legislation, people that make our laws, need to look like the people in the cities. You know, people that drive this nation. It's the cities that help this nation be what it is, the metropolises.
That's right. Thank you.
Because this is where all our culture is. This is where people can inspire. People have to leave these rural areas. I used to live in a rural area, you know, and I came here to Los Angeles, and I've learned a lot about my culture, but at the same time, I learned about other cultures. I visited you in San Francisco, and I literally got the best tour I can have in San Francisco.
Thank you.
You know, this was something that.
Of course, now that's why you're targeted for all of these updates on Presidio. Go on.
Absolutely, you know, and it's like, well, you don't need to tell me Presidio is haunted. I was there. You know, it's one of these things where definitely, you know, if people decide to live there, that place needs a lot of healing.
Yes.
It's saturated with horrors.
Yes.
Let alone, you know, Native American land that's beneath there. It's not a very conducive place to say it's wholesome, because it's just not.
It's just fucking poltergeist territory. Put it that way. Go on.
Layer upon layer of shit. You know?
Yes. Yes.
But at the same time, I can appreciate when you were talking about what you did, because that's one thing that I did is I let you lead, and you know, I was definitely very, very much educated, and it was the hottest day of the year. That's the funny thing about it. Usually San Francisco is
cold.
very cool and pleasant. That day was hot as hell. But at the same time, you know, things lined up the way they did. Okay. Granted, somebody hit my car. Literally, I was rear-ended.
Jesus.
Sideswiped. You know, they whoever hit me, they hit my car, but right where my son was at. So, you know, it's very interesting where they try to target me in, and it's just more validation in the sense of being associated with you. You know, it's not surprising. It's, you know, anytime then, but like I said, it's one of the things where you have to kind of understand where you're stepping into, and it also should be encouraging. I know a lot of people don't want to, I gotta say, don't like obstacles, at least in the sense of, well, if it's gonna impact my life in a bad way, then I don't want anything to do with it. But in a sense, we already do that. You know, we have faith in green paper with dead hypocrites, and we exchange it for good. You know, and, you know, it's one of these things. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm making sense, but
no, you're making perfect sense. Thank you. You're doing fine. Go on. Yeah.
But definitely, it's just what I've kind of had to kind of wrap my head around is using your knowledge in a practical way, and not let it overtake in the sense of go crazy and start overindulging, because that definitely is a side effect. Because I know, obviously, you've seen people where instead of you know, learning about, you know, what you talk about, obviously Colonel Aquino and the atrocities of child trafficking and all that, and that's all they talk about is child trafficking. And
Thank you.
It starts becoming a little odd, a little weird.
Yes. Well, it exposes their own obsessions and really their repressed desires. Go on.
Right. And it's like, you know, there's more to life than that. There is more to life than that, and we talked about that. And you know, that's one of the things that kind of creates balance in your life too, to deal with tragedies. You know, the older I've gone, the more I've seen people leave. Yes. That's part of getting older. You know, you have to deal with death, and you're lying to yourself if you're not going to see that.
Right.
You know, and not be in denial. And even with my parents passing away, and I'm sure you can relate, you kind of prepare yourself for them not being there no more, because, you know, you start taking care of them. You take on the role as a caregiver. Obviously, you did for a decade, you know, of your life. You really truly loved your parents. You know, you were definitely unselfish with their care, and that says a lot about you. You know, I think a lot of people overlook that. That's very much your human element, in the sense of your compassion.
Thank you.
Which I'm glad that wasn't taken away. You know, obviously you talk about how the night of the broken circle is something left.
Yes.
But
yes.
Definitely wasn't your love. You know.
Thank you.
And that's very good that it didn't. I think it also shows, you know, you had to bear that cross, and it's helped you in a lot of ways. So yeah, Doug, I'm really, anytime I come on, it's really for encouragement, and just encourage your listeners. I think to not be discouraged in the information you you present. It's not to discourage them. These are critical missions that you talk about.
Thank you.
If this information is not exposed in the way that it's supposed to and not corrupted, like, you talked about Operation Paperclip and all these, all this information that literally was presented as fiction.
Yes.
And in the end, people realize it's not fiction, but they're already corrupted in a sense of their opinion about important information. You kind of have to undo, the mess.
Yes.
I have a lot of family that that are curious about these subjects that you talk about, and the problem is when I start talking about, if I just bring it back to the nuts and bolts of World War II.
Okay. Yeah.
Kind of show them how a simple thing like a peace treaty
Yes.
is necessary for two nations to coexist. And they do not understand that concept, because to them, well, aren't we supposed to kill everybody? Isn't that the form of victory? And that's not the truth.
Thank you.
There is diplomacy. There's this world has to be civilized, and obviously the United States was not civilized.
Thank you.
We were the opposite.
Yes.
Hirohito could have annihilated us all.
Yes.
The Barbados.
Yes.
This is fact. To a certain extent, the British had their motives and why they didn't take the 13 colonies back.
Yes.
It's part of it's almost, and this is where every time I start thinking back to what you presented, it's almost where the States, the United States, it's a country that is not civilized because it cannot reinvent itself. It has to revert back to these deities, like the founding father.
And by the way, the pronunciation for their religion, if we could call it that, is deists. They were deists. Their religion is called deism. And just to explain it to our listeners, it's the concept that they acknowledge God created the universe, but their concept is that after that he abandoned the universe, and therefore any man who's powerful enough can ascend to replace God on that empty throne. That each one of them in the Freemasons has that potential to ultimately become God. That is deism, and it's a profound heresy, a hubris that is very conducive, of course, to anti-godliness. And that's why many of them become affiliated with the Edomites. Back to Sammy. Go on, please. Yes.
Well, and you know what? This kind of goes into what you talked about, where because we cannot reinvent ourselves, because obviously the idea of not, in other words, the idea of admitting that we're full of shit.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Look, just the fact that if anybody looks at what's going on in just the House of Representatives, in Congress, or in Senate, as far as, and I don't even know really the entirety, because it's just stupid.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's so stupid it doesn't deserve following. Go on. Yes.
Well, my thing is this, okay? The fact that we don't even have really a speaker is insane, okay?
Yes.
Forget the fact that, Theo Trump is not president no more, right?
Yes.
We really don't have a speaker.
Yes.
What is that, the third person in line?
Yes. Yes. Mike Johnson, whose honeymoon is pretty much over. Go on.
So this asshole that is probably going to get thrown out. I mean, Mark McCarthy pretty much, took a hike.
Yes.
Which is hilarious. People don't realize how unprepared we are.
Thank you.
It kind of goes hand in hand when you talk about with government. Things happen by accident, really.
Yes.
Yes. By the grace of God, nothing has happened yet. But I don't know if you heard about this, but a couple of weeks ago, here in Los Angeles, the East LA interchange, which is pretty much the nexus of where all our freeways meet.
Yes.
We had a fire.
Holy shit.
We had this was a terrorist attack. Okay.
Yeah.
Literally, to close down that nexus in Southern California, it's pretty much screwing everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
To the point where, at first, the city said, "Yeah, it's gonna take a month to fix it," and then they realized, "Oh shit, people actually drive here."
Oh shit! That's so fucking funny.
We closed down our subways because of the automobile industry, so we really have no backup, you know.
Yes.
So instead of a month, they moved it to a week. Okay, and word around the campfire around the city is they brought pretty much people from Mexico.
Of course. Of course.
To pretty much engineers from Mexico to build, or contractors or subcontractors to help with the construction, and it makes sense, you know.
Yes.
But it's hilarious because this was an attack. This was planned to pretty much cripple Southern California, and it pretty much has.
I'm sorry, that's awful. Holy shit.
It's hilarious. Well, it's awful, but it's hilarious too because
you begin to see how nobody had any contingency plans whatsoever. Yeah.
No. Downtown was pretty much screwed, and this was during the holidays, of course. So, you know, people trying to go to Northern California had to find other routes. It really fucked people over in the sense of business. Downtown pretty much was screwed. And you know they're trying to give out small grants, but it's like, you know, it's one thing after another. So what I'm trying to tell the audience here is the United States is not prepared.
No.
And in a sense, this is what the frustration is when it comes to our empire is we don't know if we're going to quote unquote help, you know, the entire world. We need to just stick to a conflict. And really, as much as I don't like Ukraine, I do understand the reason why. There's resources there that can be in the hands of people, of countries that, like Russia, you know, the Russian Empire, the Chinese, you know, they cannot have those resources because then we're screwed. Yes. Whether it's the bread baskets that's there or you know, when you talked about the neon gas.
Thank you. Yes. No, you got it right.
To Taiwan. Taiwan is the gold mine.
Yes.
Taiwan is literally the jewel of pretty much what we have in the world as far as technology. That's our future.
It's basically the real world Wakanda for people who don't understand it. It's a way to look at it.
It's pretty much what it is. And interestingly enough, the last remnant of the Axis at least survived.
Yes.
Technically,
yes.
Right? You know?
Technically, according to the United Nations, yes, by their definition. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes. And, you know, it's one of these things where all this comes into play where we're just not prepared. And when it comes down to eventually, it's going to crack. We're going to have to reinvent ourselves. And you talked about this, where we're not going to have a choice. And, you know, the pieces of the puzzle are already lining up, if not already moving.
Yes.
And you talked about it. If it's not, and this is the thing about it is, you know, pick your poison, pick your struggle. If it's not the, you know, if it's not the hiking cross and the stars not aligning to protect us from the empty gods, it's not the zombies or the raveners, you know, gonna eat us alive. You know, it's the more you start thinking about all these obstacles, you start realizing how much, you know, our Creator really loves us.
Yes.
You know, how much there is danger, but a lot of it is, you know, deal with it. You know, it's, at least in my point of view, I'm giving you a point of view of maybe some of your listeners. And not all your listeners listen to you because of your history. A lot of them listen to you because, let's just kick the door down. Your arcane knowledge. You know, they
Yes.
want a piece of the man that tutored you, the man that showed you.
Yes. They've said that in the chat room, even with this episode. They've said that I'd take lessons from Douglas if he were teaching magic. Yes, they've said that. Yes.
Of course. Now, it'd help if they, donate to you.
Yes.
You can teach them how to, pull a rabbit out of a hat. At least start with that, right?
Yes. Yes.
But or fight somebody in their drawers. Start with that, but or they can help you take out your trash, But what I'm trying to say is I'm aware of these obstacles and a lot of the stuff that I remember that you talk about, it's so fascinating. But really, Doug, what I'm very grateful is you can articulate this information, even though you take that yayo. I understand, it is what it is, but it's it's even you're not completely human.
Yes.
But at the same time, you have to connect to your human side to for people, at least from my background, at least someone like me, to comprehend and understand that as much as all this is complicated and discouraging, it's really not, because it does start with your mind. It is the mind war. It's to pretty much put it bluntly, it's the mind war. If you are just focused on, oh my God, let's get the Democrats, and let's get let's get Joe Biden out and put in Deal Trump. That's already how can I say it? It's just not relevant, really.
Thank you.
Because we're worrying about a small campfire, and meanwhile behind us, our whole city's burning down.
It's true.
So it's all the stuff that's accumulating that that I have to, and that's one thing too. As a parent now, I want to be prepared to contextualize some of these questions to my kids, because they're going to have answers. Having kids that are a minority of color, of us, that are not going to be represented through Congress.
Right.
The laws are not going to be in their favor. I was looking at San Quentin death row, which I have a cousin that's in there, and I wasn't surprised that a lot of these last names that are in death row are of Hispanic descent.
What a surprise. It's an industry. Yeah, it's an industry that's based on a new form of racial slavery, and a lot of the Latin Americans are the new chattel. Go on. Yes.
Interestingly enough, Derek Chauvin, right?
Chauvin, yes, got stabbed. Go on.
The funny thing about it is the guy that stabbed him, my cousin is from the same gang.
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Tell us about this, please.
The guy that stabbed Derek Chauvin is from Rockwood.
Wow.
It's a gang in here in Los Angeles, right there in the lake. Oh my God. It's pretty much close to downtown.
Uh-huh.
But he ended up stabbing Derek Chauvin,
Jesus.
Which is hilarious. I mean, it's funny because he's a dropout, but still, obviously anybody that sees him, even if they're in protected custody, they're gonna want to get their hands on him. So it's hilarious, but it's very interesting how things work out. How even someone like that officer, you're not safe. So
right.
Imagine, I can also see why, Colonel Kino had to leave San Francisco.
Yes.
Actually, someone's going to get to you. You're even someone like him, you're not untouchable.
Thank you.
You're not untouchable. I mean, I remember recalling you, your transmission where you had to use Derek Talley's channel
Yeah.
And you brought your subject wasn't about his wife. You're talking about another Lilith.
Yes.
And they literally, panicked.
Yes. It's true.
They panicked and they literally gave themselves up.
Yes.
And it's interesting how you strike fear into the people that claim they're fearless, and it's their guilt, it's always their guilt that gets them in the end.
Thank you.
You're not safe. You're not going to be safe because in all reality, they're still human, and we all are. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm quite the definition of human. I'm vulnerable,
Yes.
I'm susceptible. I've been attacked. I've had a cat with maggots sitting outside my doorstep.
Yes, in a bucket. And somebody had to drive with that thing in a car, a rotting cat carcass, crawling with maggots, seething with maggots. They had to put that in their car to drive that to your home. This is how determined they were to deliver that message.
Right, and all this stuff, it's one of the things where I think this also should be encouraging to you, Doug. Okay, as much as at times it seems redundant and you see people come and go, you're making an impact because I see it everywhere in the general public. People are curious. People are wondering. Well, a lot of stuff's not adding up. It's not adding up. The fact that certain countries like the Empire of Japan is so prosperous.
Yes.
People visit these countries and are in awe of all the luxuries they have.
Yes.
And they just don't understand. And really it's just our inability to reinvent ourselves in a sense of forgive ourselves of our atrocities and move forward. I don't think the United States is capable of that right now because it just doesn't want to. It's very much stuck in its own issues. Its country. It's stuck in its sins in a sense of what they've played with or unleashed or tried to partner with, which are referring to, these abominations that are called the anti-gods. They don't want to let go because it's all they know.
Yes.
They don't know any of the things. And if anybody thinks this country is based on Christian values, no, you're
sorely mistaken, deluded. Go on, misled, misguided. Go on.
You're very much misguided. I don't agree with churches having the United States flag.
Thank you.
No, it's one of these things where look, I've learned to, just like you, when we were together, you had your Desert Storm hat. I understand why you had it on. It's part of how you need to move. It's part of how you need to move in the public. Because honestly, most of the public ignores veterans. That's why there's so many homeless.
Yes.
That's why there's so many homeless veterans. And a lot of them are true veterans. It's just, all the ones that have money were not veterans.
Thank you. Yes.
Let's not open that can of worms. The last guy that did not call you veteran, he ended up dying from the demon that he tried to
summon.
Attack.
Yes.
Yeah. So lets you know how much I've followed you.
Yes.
By
the way, the individual that Sammy's referring to was Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier, who was running this character assassination site and was considered a mercenary character assassin. And he tried summoning a demon to finish myself off and wound up dying with a look of abject fear, fright on his face. The reason he did this, by the way, was because my dear friend, the Federale, Gary States with the Veterans Administration, we basically exposed the fact that this individual was quote-unquote double dipping, meaning that he was cheating all his fellow veterans by getting both a pension and disability, which is illegal unless Congress awards it to you, like they did my legal father, and that's called concurrent receipt. And very few people receive that. Most of them are officers. My father was one of the rare exceptions. It's better than getting the Congressional Medal of Honor. This guy didn't earn that, and he was double dipping, and therefore he was headed towards jail. He was headed towards jail and figured the last thing he'd do is summon the demon to get myself, and died with a look of pure fright on his face because he could not control what he had summoned. Back to Sammy. Yes.
No, and it's it kind of reminds you of the atomic bomb. They dropped it. They couldn't control it.
Thank you.
They couldn't hit their targets.
Yes, thank you.
That's hilarious. It's funny how things work out. Like I said, there's just a lot of examples, at least of what I've kind of what's helped me understand your history, because talking about these subjects, if I can't see it in the nuts and bolts of everyday life, it does seem sometimes like Lord of the Rings a little bit. I'm telling you, your story could be a hell of a trilogy. It really can.
Thank you.
It's bad enough Nicolas Cage ripped you off painting a vampire.
Oh God, yes.
Should punch his face, but that's a different story. But no, definitely, you kind of helped me with that, because I've learned to accept, and not really accept. I mean, learn. It's just makes more sense. It just makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, and in how you convey this information where it's lined up to where I can receive it, and that's very important, because even growing up in church, and it's not that I was the best Christian. I'm not. Obviously, I'm very faulty.
But your very recognition of that shows how much better a Christian you are than your average Christian who sees no fault in himself. Go on.
Right. But at the same time, a lot of this I've had to apply to being a Christian, in a sense of coping with, people pretty much be human beings that are not. I gotta say, people don't project what they really are, and that's how you find out they're not who they are.
Yes.
As soon as you're not in agreement with them, they're not going to, be favorable to you. They're going to be distant and ostracize you.
Yes.
And it's okay. I don't go for them, but you're dealing with humans, is what I'm saying. You're dealing with humans, and you kind of have to grow up and understand you can't live with that mindset and walk around this world thinking people are supposed to give you a hug. That's not how it works. That may sound like ABC 123, but this is just me kind of I have to also tell myself this, because there's people out there that have worse problems than I do. I'm not saying my problems don't matter, but you kind of, at least in my stance, you really need to not dwell in that, misery or your problems, and be solution based. And this is one of the reasons why this country is the way it is. We're not really solution based. We kind of just want to repeat a cycle of bullshit. It's pretty much, we're literally dead in the water, and we're gonna have to do something about it, or else we're really gonna let behind. And it's already showing. It's really already showing. But yeah, Doug. Hopefully I killed time, and
absolutely, you did so well.
Your mind to kind of how you're going to shift your subjects, and how you're going to experience subjects tonight. I'm very curious to what you're going to, your monologues, in other words.
Yeah. Oh, the monologue is going to be more about, of course, Kissinger and just more of the damage that he did. I'll go into pretty much a lot of depth, of course, and to the history of it, which is essential to contextualize it. It's like swimming through a sewer. It's not something I'm looking forward to, but it has to be done. It's obligatory. And a lot of it has to do with my bitterness over, my mother as a vampire died quite young for a vampire, and or half vampire, a damnfire. And I myself am a quarter vampire, but my life should be as long as Kissinger's, barring no successful assassination attempts. But when it comes to how much it took to take my parents down, even my legal father, who was by no means a vampire, certainly both my parents took a decade of punishment of missed diagnoses, the misprescription of prescription meds, the misadministration of prescription meds, rather, the just plain malpractice, medical malpractice, and just the punishment they went through before they finally succumbed to death. I mean, well over a decade for each of them is beyond incredible. So I know for one thing, I've got the most resilient genes in the world. Even though my legal father was not my biological father, my biological father had his own advantages that I've gone into in the past, and will happily go into again in the future. But certainly one of the things that I do want to emphasize is that it doesn't make it any pleasanter when I go into these subjects. I'm really bitter that my mother didn't make it to be 100, and if she had made it to her birthday on December 5th of this year, she would be 100 years old. Instead, somebody like Henry Kissinger did, who was born in the same year as she was. So it's, but as they say, the good die young. And matter of fact, that's the title of a book they put out about Henry Kissinger recently, was titled The Good Die Young, because obviously it's a play on the fact that he lived to be so old. And he was no good. Your parents died comparatively young, and that shows that they were good people in a sense. By the way, I don't want good people to start dying young unintentionally. Obviously, we want a long life for people like Samuel Romero, Brendan Zogit. By all means, stay safe and be well. But when it comes to shall we say, everything that we're contending with, we're in an ugly world, as Samuel Romero said, and there's no way you can deal with it effectively until you realize just how ugly it is. So you definitely want to start paying attention to what I have to say, and hopefully at some point in the future, we know one thing. It's like Samuel Romero said, as we were speaking of with Troy Bellamy, whether we want it or not, you've got a bunch of crazy white people out there with guns who are basically going to start a war, and they're going to try and reimpose a sense of total power, and they can't win because cities, where all the population is at, are of necessity liberal. Cities have to be liberal or they can't survive, because cities can only thrive on diversity. And because they're centers of diversity and all the populations there, and we're not being represented because of an electoral college set up by a bunch of white supremacist slave owners, the whites themselves are determined to push the envelope to reassert that supremacy. And there's no way they can ultimately win. So it's going to result in a change, and hopefully with some secular power I can help to basically put into effect some improvements. Honestly, it takes secular power to do that. It's simply not a case where I just basically ask people to follow my advisements. It's something that you can only hope people will take into account what you're saying, but their problem is they would never be able to enforce it. It really does take secular power to make things change. And the opportunity for that will come with massive changes coming in America, coming through basically violence, as they always have anywhere in the world. Really, in the end, no matter what civilization you're in or society, America's not really a civilization. But say you're even in Japan, the emperor had to fight a civil war in order to reinstate his physical power, his secular power. And that took physical power, military violence, for him to do that. So no matter where you are, in the end, it comes down to force majeure, really. And hopefully once that phase is over, you can institute a period of law as opposed to rule of force. But in order for us to have representation that is far more equitable towards our demographic, which is far more diverse now than it's ever been, we have to get rid of the Electoral College. And since to do that legally would take, well, a number of states, a number of actions, it's so improbable that it could happen legally that a civil war would almost be the easier way to do it. Believe me, I would like to do it legally, but it would take like half the states in union agreeing to change the Electoral College. And we just don't have that capacity because of the states being corrupted by, well, basically an insurgency. We have an insurgency by the radicalized Republican right. And I'll try and go into that a bit tonight. We'll see how far I get talking about Kissinger's history first. And so there we are. Dive into anything. That's cute. Thank you for the advice on that. I appreciate that profoundly. And so, and how about yourself? 1:33 a.m. What is your work schedule like these days? What time are you normally going to work? About 11 in the morning or what? Still swing shift?
Yeah. No, I'm still swing shift. I sent you the article about that young lady being slain and
okay. Thank you.
And stuff. You can look over it. But no, honestly, like I told you, it's just a lot of changes going on, especially in the world economy. Definitely, I'll put it this way: it almost seems like things in China are moving, and I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's war, in a sense of the communists looking at Taiwan.
Yes.
Things are not really moving as they used to, especially through Hong Kong. It's just not. It's not. It's just not moving how it used to. It's almost like these airlines well, especially with the airline I work with, they're not really pushing the envelope to really make business. They've pretty much reorganized and they're pretty much stripped.
Yeah.
So I don't know, something in the horizon. I really do think that, because whether it's in the near future or maybe in 10 years, I don't know. It seems more to me sooner than later.
Yes.
Whether it's an attempt or not. And this is where I think you even talked about it, where it's gonna have to show where Taiwan really is, in a sense of people realizing its importance, but also their military might as well. How prepared Taiwan really is.
Thank you.
And then so the Empire of Japan is going to have to force himself to mobilize and to kind of.
Yes.
In other words, what to me, how it looks like in how I'm viewing things, it's almost where a third world war is going to happen.
Yes.
Because where the Empire of Japan is going to have to force itself to reawaken.
Yes.
And this is where, like I told you, this is where a lot of our bullshit is going to come back to haunt us, into the American public saying, well, what's going on? I thought we were the victors.
Right. Thank you.
Why is Japan, or why do they still have this might, and we're supposed to, be the dominant society, and we're not. But this is where our ego gets crushed, and it was crushed to begin with. This is what the American public don't realize. Our ego was crushed. We really were at the mercy of Emperor Hirohito. You know,
Thank you.
it's one of these things where, in the end, Doug, unfortunately, as much as your truth hurts, a lot to me, the truth is just going to show itself, and it's going to be more humiliating.
Thank you.
Because, and this is where the American public, if people think, the quote unquote insurrection January 6th, which, was horrible. It was a mob. But at the same time, it was hilarious because you see this white privilege.
Yes.
It's an argument. You literally had law enforcement helping, these looters.
Thank you. Go
on. And people that are not melanated, quote unquote. Well, they are. They're pink.
Yes.
They're just oblivious to it. And I'm not saying everybody, but everybody. It's one of these things where people overlook it because it's white rage. It's justified, and I hate to put it that way, but I really don't, because it's one of those things where it's imagine the news when we realize how pretty much we're vulnerable. Our vulnerability is going to show, and it's going to be. What I'm trying to say is the outrage. If you think mobs are going to be worse now, they're going to be worse after this.
Yes. Thank you.
We're dealing with people that do not want to submit to even just being civilized. Imagine when the world, especially people of color, people that don't resemble them. Hell, Europe.
Yes.
That's the thing about it too, is the one thing Adolf Hitler represented was European heritage.
Yes.
Preserving it. Not like the Soviet Union, who wanted to mangle it and transform it into pretty much freaks.
Yes. Thank you.
People don't realize, that's one thing too about it, is in the context of what the Fuhrer was trying to do is preserve culture.
Yes.
The young lady that was expressing, her Jewish background.
Yeah, quote unquote. Go on. Yes.
She might like pork chops. What do you? But what I'm trying to tell you is she doesn't realize the Havana Agreement. She doesn't realize that if it wasn't for Adolf Hitler, you wouldn't even be called Jewish.
Thank you.
You wouldn't exist. He preserved the culture, and that's one of the things that they're not going to talk about this. They're just not going to acknowledge. And and I have to put it back to even my paradigm as far as quote unquote Christians here in the States is you cannot think of that area of the world as biblical.
Yes. Thank you.
I hear a lot of I went to a function, and there was there's people that I knew peripherally. I don't really know them, but I know the background, and they're similar to mine, but they just are pro-Israel. It's all one-sided,
Thank you. It's just sad. Go on.
Yeah. And they don't realize there's Christians also in Gaza.
Yes.
There's Palestinian Christians,
Thank you.
There's Jewish Christians.
Thank you. Yes.
The world is not. This is not. This is not the Old Testament. It's just not. It's not how the world works. And even then, it's just the miseducation. It's like you talked about it. It's just a very perverse way to translate something that it's not prevalent in a sense of reality, because you have to get along with people, well, whether you like it or not, whether it's with the sword or diplomacy.
Yes.
You're going to have to get along. And what I'm trying to say is, eventually the United States if it's not already humbled, it's going to get humiliated. This country's going to get humiliated even more, because it's bad enough, our issues are already out in the open, and it's not like the world's not aware of our issues. It's very much proof how the Russians did what they did.
Yes.
You know, with just the propaganda they used.
Yes.
Imagine other nations that are more clever, more educated in how they can manipulate us. As far as this, how when I say us, it's really the people that are privileged. Because at the end of the day, you're gonna have to deal with this world, and that's really the best way I can put it as far as this nation being an empire and not submitting it. So, you know, Doug, that's pretty much, you know, what I have to say tonight. I really want to thank everybody that's supporting you, that listening
Bless
to you. Yeah, they need to just be encouraged to understand that the subjects that you bring up have a lot of context into what's going on today. Henry Kissinger really did mold a lot of what's going on now. Yes. And there's a lot of his shit that never was fixed, along with, you know, all the other presidents. But definitely him and you know, and good old Dick Cheney, you know, and Reagan and you know, Big Willie Clinton, and you know even throw Obama in there too. You know, it's I'm not, you know, everybody, you know, all these people have you know, if you put the flashlight to their face or to their teeth, they have pubes on their teeth. You know, they're no angels. I'm not saying, you know, I am, but you know, they're politicians, and at the end of the day, all this stuff needs to be contextualized to kind of, at least people that are thinkers, that want to understand how this is going to affect our world in the future. This is very vital.
Yes. By the way, it seems like they cut him off. Let's take a look here at the call, see if he... Okay, are you still with us? He had to go on pause. Okay, so hopefully everything is well with him. He went on pause. Hopefully he's just dealing with something. And we will look forward to if he comes back. In the interim, what I will say is that I wanted to get something in before he left. And I think that this is profoundly important. I wish he were here to hear it. But what we can do is ask him to re-listen to it. And so we had a young lady that used to come on the show regularly, fairly regularly, then oftentimes irregularly. She was always kind of erratic in her behavior. And that was the Viviana Sanchez. And Viviana Sanchez was kind of like someone who was considered by Daniel Arola, or this was his trigger, that he was always claiming a true warrior never gets angry, but was obviously very angry with her, and soon flipped over to the Edomite side, which he was always on. Go on, are you all right?
Yeah, I got a phone call, but
okay.
To make a long story short, all I want to say is, you know, I want to thank people that have helped you, you know, and pretty much tell the listeners to, you know, listening to you is definitely the right track, because, you know, you really do appeal to people that are thinkers and that want to be educated and want the best out of their lives. Yeah. And you have a lot of great knowledge to help you kind of cope with the unknown as far as what we're dealing with, you know, especially in this country.
Thank you.
So
before you go, first off, I want to make certain the phone call was no emergency, I hope.
I'll talk to you about that.
Okay. So we'll talk about that privately soon. What I do want to say before you go is that we had a young lady who was on here in the past who you remember, Viviana Sanchez. Right. She had her quirks, we'll call it quirks, and one of them was that she definitely I think, made the lifetime mistake of not perceiving herself as colored. She grew up in an all-white area, married a white husband. She considered herself Spanish in the European sense, and as Sammy Romero would phrase it, had her nigger wake-up call during the Trump administration when people started telling her to go home to Mexico. And this was something that was like a profound surprise to her, which shows you how sheltered this woman was in so many ways. Despite many of her fallibilities and her naivete, basically a spoiled brat kind of thing going on with her in many ways. Not that she was a brat, but definitely spoiled. She had a certain statement or a perspective on Israel that was very healthy, that basically what Christians need to get over is the concept of the Holy Land being Israel, that basically Israel was now like ancient Rome, a concept, that this was now an ideal, that Israel was now an ideal and no longer really on the earth, so to speak, not really married to the quote-unquote Holy Land. That and basically what you were articulating, she said in a nutshell that could be put on a bumper sticker, that basically Israel is not the Holy Land anymore. And so what people need to understand is that what calls itself the State of Israel is now this Edomite posier construct. It's a construct. But beyond that, one thing I want to emphasize before our man Sammy Romero goes, and that's why I asked about the phone call, hopefully it's not something you need to attend to immediately, did want to say just as quickly as possible that we have a syndemic that is coming up this winter. Experts are warning that we're not prepared. So I do want everyone to know that as far as I can understand about the concept, and I will look more into it, it's a combination of 4 different diseases that will be impacting us this winter. One of them is definitely RSV, and the other is the flu. And then we've got probably a return of another variant of COVID. And so there might be another wild card that is a swine flu appearing in England. So there's altogether what they're talking about now is this concept of immunity debt, that our bodies have an immunity debt that will not necessarily be able to pay, that we have a period of decreased exposure, and then we'll get this increased exposure that might wipe a lot of us out. So we want to definitely, in particular, protect our children. Being infected with both COVID and another pathogen at the same time makes the other pathogen, like RSV, more severe. So we definitely just want to be on the lookout. There's a number of different viruses going around, but in a more abstract sense, we've got a syndemic of war, inflation, winter, and the pandemic in the Northern Hemisphere. So I would say that this is a fairly apocalyptic time already. We're going to be going into what is going to hit us all economically. We've got biotic or living parts of ecosystems, including human and non-human animals, plants, and pathogens. The abiotic, the non-living chemical and physical factors in the atmosphere that are causing, of course, global burning. We've got the social, the cultural matrix we live in of so-called values and norms and living conditions. And finally, the political, the policy responses. All of these elements are synergistically intertwined, and their outcomes impact on our population's health and well-being is what's profound. It's one of the reasons why I ultimately hope that whatever violence occurs in America, that I can ultimately manage to take advantage of that opportunity to acquire secular power, to try and put my knowledge to use so that some of these things can be attended to in a more holistic fashion. But with that, Sammy, I'll let you go. If you know, personally, I'd like you to stay all night, but I know you can't do that.
Unfortunately, no. But definitely, like I said, you know, Doug, definitely, I'm blessed to have you as far as in my life, and my twin as well. You know, he always talks about you. We talk about you a lot.
Bless you.
It's just how can I say it? it's good to be aware of all these, obviously all these obstacles that I'm going to have, but definitely it's even better that it's not a surprise either. It does help more. To me, at least, it helps me better to deal with things.
Thank you.
Where they're not so much a surprise. COVID was not really a surprise to me because you were talking about COVID, as far as early as late 2018.
Thank you.
Yes. I probably could have made some money.
Yes.
Now that I think about it, but that's neither here nor there. But you really are a blessing and a very good resource, and you always have earned your money, definitely for sure. And just want to wish everybody good night, and especially you, Doug. I pray for you. I'm glad
we pray for you in turn. Everybody maintain Samuel Romero's children and his wife Maria in your thoughts and prayers, as well as Sammy, of course.
Thank you. We'll talk, and we'll definitely finish catching up.
Okay.
All right. God bless
you. Yeah. Thank you. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
Hugs.
Okay, that's Samuel Romero, and we will now turn towards monologue. Okay, let's get into it. We're going to dive into a sewer of shit now, and so you may as well be prepared. Let's take a look at live stream, and he's back. Yes, and of course our dear man Acid Kick 96 was talking about Brendan earlier, and so thank you for that, and we're going to give our man here a nice little peace sign. Okay, numbers back up. Everybody knows I'm going into monologue, and let's get started. Ugly subject, and of course bitter that, this guy lived to be 100, whereas my mother died for a vampire, very young. Damn fire, really. Half vampire, but you get my point. All right, so let's put the current events in context of history. Israel resumed combat operations in the Gaza into this weekend after a 7-day truce with Hamas broke down. The Israeli military began launching aerostrikes on the region hours, I'd say at this point, probably it feels like days ago, but really it was, I think it was Wednesday during my last transmission, really, just hours before I began transmission. That was after accusing Hamas of firing toward Israel and violating the truce agreement, which allowed for the release of hostages, which the Israelis won't be getting now, obviously. So they obviously didn't care about human life. And sirens, warning of incoming rockets, sounded in the communities surrounding the Gaza Strip and the city of Ashkelon. This, I'd say the morning of the last time I was hosting transmission, as the fighting picked back up. 75% of Gaza's population internally displaced as Israeli bombardment continues. Estimates from the United Nations Humanitarian Agency say that around 1.8 million people in the Gaza have been forced to leave their homes. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres expressed his deep regret about the strikes resuming in the Gaza, calling it out for what it is, as a war on children. The United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken separately said Israel needs to make further reports to protect civilians in Gaza as Israel resumes its military campaign. Indeed, the United States Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said Israel risks strategic defeat in its war with Hamas if it fails to heed warnings about the mounting civilian death toll. Last Saturday, in a speech to the Reagan National Defense Forum in Simi Valley, California, Austin said, "I have personally pushed Israeli leaders to avoid civilian casualties and to shun irresponsible rhetoric and to prevent violence by settlers in the West Bank." Now, we'll go into all of that later. If not tonight, then certainly on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. So we can already consider this at least a 2-part monologue. Probably will stretch on throughout the week. Austin's comments come as top United States officials have grown increasingly vocal in their warnings to Israel about the death toll in the Gaza Strip. Those warnings, previously confined to closed-door meetings, have been thrust into the open by mounting pressure from Israel's Arab neighbors, human rights activists, and even opinion at home, including the left of President Joe Biden's Democratic Party. While Austin and other leaders have vowed to continue supporting Israel, they worry that American support could become untenable if civilian casualties continue to mount. During his trip to Israel this week, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that the punishing campaign unleashed on northern Gaza should not be repeated as Israeli forces move south after the end of a multi-day ceasefire with Hamas. In my own Golden, California, Austin reiterated American advocacy for a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine question while turning to personal combat experience to make his case, which I quotest here verbatim. We believe that Israelis and Palestinians must find a way to share the land that they both call home. It would compound this tragedy if all that awaited Israelis and Palestinians at the end of this awful war was more insecurity, more rage, and more despair. I learned a thing or two about urban warfare from my time fighting in Iraq. Like Hamas, ISIS was deeply embedded in urban areas, and the international coalition against ISIS worked hard to protect civilians and create humanitarian corridors. The lesson is not that you can win in urban warfare by protecting civilians. The lesson is that you can only win in urban warfare by protecting civilians. In this kind of a fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population, and if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. Well, the Israelis were defeated from the very fucking beginning, so they cannot possibly win. In the years before the October 7th Hamas assault, successive American administrations maintained a farcically rhetorical commitment to a two-state solution, while putting a priority on normalization of relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors, most recently Saudi Arabia, or rather the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, which begs some questions. Can an oil-dependent nation even pretend to lead the fight against global burning? That's the big question hanging over this year's COP, or Conference of Parties 28 conference, the 28th Conference of Parties, COP28 conference, which is being led by the man who runs the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber. The COP28 president says there is no science behind the demands for phase-out of fossil fuels. The United Arab Emirates has quite rightly attracted criticism for appointing Al-Jaber as COP president. So, let me rephrase. Can an oil-dependent nation lead the fight against global burning? That's the big question that we need to keep asking, hanging over this year's COP28 conference, which is being led by the man who runs the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber. It is so unbelievable. It is so offensive. I have to repeat myself just so you get how twisted this is. How offensive this is to any sensibilities. Former Vice President Al Gore has rallied the critics who say selling oil should disqualify one from a leadership position in the climate fight. Recent press reports also excoriate ADNOC, ADNOC, the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, for planning to negotiate new oil deals on the sidelines of the confab. How did this self-evident travesty even come to pass? Quite simple. According to a news report from the time, a radical faction within the Likud party plotted to kill Henry Kissinger in 1977. You know, the same year that Star Wars was released. But more on that later. Now Israel is situated in the new Middle East of Henry Kissinger's making. Throughout the Ides of April, in the year before yesteryear, what was then still Twitter, Instagram, and other platforms were flooded with participants sharing powerful stories of how surprisingly similar Israelis and Emiratis are. 2021 suffered the first ever Holocaust memorial event ever held in an Arab country. This is so unbelievable that I am going to put a link into our live stream so that everyone can access this for themselves. So, here we are. Dig this shit. You've got an Arab country, oil-soaked, and they say that they're buying into the Holocaustic narrative. And for that, they got to host the 28th Conference of Parties and doom all humanity to extinction. Because instead of doing anything to fight global burning, all they're pushing is fossil fuels, claiming there is no science behind global warming, global burning. A famous saying in the Espanol, it est, the Spanish language, goest, if I remember, no he mal que dure 100 años, ni cuerpo que lo resista. It translates to, there is no evil which lasts 100 years, nor a body that can bear it. The former United States National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, both consciously and unconscionably tried to prove it wrong, making it past his 100th birthday, before finally meeting his Adamic anti-gods 6 months later on November 29th. Simultaneous his annihilation, it est his existential nullification, leaked notes prove that the United Arab Emirates has plotted to abuse COP28 to push for Israeli-brokered oil and gas deals. These documents include estimates of national oil companies' commercial interests in the targeted countries. Former Vice President Al Gore has rallied the critics who say selling oil should disqualify one from a leadership position in the climate fight. Recent press reports also excoriate ADNOC, ADNOC, the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, for planning to negotiate new oil deals on the sidelines of the confab. Again, I am reiterating several bullet points because if I don't, your mind can't absorb them because they're simply too fucking unbelievable. My son's husband has spent the last week in Abu Dhabi as it hosts the Fortune Global Forum with sponsorship from their Zionist collaborationist government, no less. So some may claim my own hands, even as many steps removed as they may be, are still not clean enough for their own Edomite agenda in this debate. But I think those who argue profit-seeking oil-producing companies can't play in the climate effort misunderstand the nature of the challenge. But a new report out from the McKinsey Global Institute puts it in helpful perspective. A successful net zero transition, as this report correctly argues, requires achieving not just one objective, eliminating carbon emissions, but 4 independent ones. 1, reducing emissions. 2, maintaining affordability. 3, ensuring reliability. And 4, supporting industrial competitiveness. A strategy that focuses exclusively on number 1 while ignoring numbers 2 through 4 will ultimately fail. And when you consider all four, the role of oil becometh critical, both to power the transition and to provide resources and knowledge for a successful green future. But beyond that, it's also clear to me that pursuit of profit will be the most powerful force driving this change. As I myself calculated meeting my own rental obligations down to the change in my coin purse, my erstwhile father-in-law mingled among the sprawling and somewhat chaotic Expo City, Dubai, where COP28 will be held throughout the next 14 fortnight, or 14 nights. It is 12 weeks. The COP process is designed for government officials, but these days bustles with prominent business leaders. In but the span of a few hours on Friday morning into this weekend, Sugar Daddy, as we reference my son's husband, we cannot reveal his identity for reasons that should be obvious, encountered the CEOs, the chief executive officers of IBM, International Business Machines, BP, British Petroleum, Bank of America, Lazard, IKEA, and State Street, whose CEO Ronald O'Hanley captured the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, of both the event and the challenge when he told attendees, "Transitions are seldom straight lines. They are messy." Numerous reports, including the one I cited from McKinsey, have noted that despite all the progress that's been made, the world is still far off course to reach net zero by 2050, and under some scenarios may not get there until the end of the century. But messy challenges create massive opportunities, like the war that might lead to my attaining some secular power, enough to help you. When O'Hanley says it will require 2.4 trillion United States dollars in financing over the next decade, the dollar signs light up in his business listeners' eyes. These days, the effort to fix the climate is being driven by the profit motive, and that's a good thing. The proliferation of CEOs at COP, including those from oil companies, makes me more optimistic about the future, not less. But then there was this breaking news alert. Since last I hosted transmission, Israel knew Hamas's attack plan more than a year ago, vindicating everything I said about this being a Netanyahu conspiracy to preserve his power for, in perpetuity. Documents and emails prove that Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan for the October 7th attack more than a year before it happened. According to the New York Times, Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan for the October 7th attack more than a year before it happened. Documents, emails, and interviews all converge to prove definitively. But the rogue Netanyahu regime insists that Israeli military and intelligence officials dismissed the plan as aspirational, considering it too difficult for Hamas to carry out. The approximately 40-page document, which Israeli authorities codenamed Jericho Wall, outlined, point by point no less, exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 Jews. Well, Israelis. Not all of them Jewish. Now, this circulates back to Kissinger. A Kissingerite Machiavellianism. Kissinger himself being a war criminal with a Nobel Peace Prize. Following his passing, there was a flood of obituaries and encomiums in media outlets around the world, most praising his legacy, while others acquiesced to calling him controversial. Amid all these attempts to whitewash Kissinger's atrocities, we must not lose track of who he really was. This is a man who, through his actions, was directly responsible for the murders of at the absolute minimum, 6 million people. He killed as many people as my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, killed Jews. And yet, well, this was during his 8 years in office between 1969 and 1977. And you don't need to take my word for it. Just reference Yale University historian Greg Grandine's book titled Kissinger's Shadow. The bloody policies Kissinger promoted paved the way for America's never-ending wars in later years. But because he's Jewish, he's called a hero. And this is what happens to all Jewish mass murderers. Columbus killed far more people than Kissinger and Hitler put together, and they gave him a fucking holiday. Because he's fucking Jewish. Kissinger was seen as the architect of the United States' efforts to contain the greater Soviet Union and communist influence around the world. To achieve this, he introduced the bombs over diplomacy approach, pushing for some of the most brutal bombing campaigns in modern history. We heard Sammy Romero say, "We need diplomacy, not just force." Kissinger didn't buy that. He was no diplomat. He was simply a mad bomber. This approach of his mad bombing was first applied during the Vietnam War when the American empire was trying to stop communists from taking power. Kissinger, who at that time served as President Richard Nixon's national security advisor, pushed for carpet bombing not only Vietnam itself, but also neighboring Cambodia, where both Cambodian and Vietnamese guerrillas were operating. In 1969, the military assault was approved secretly and proceeded without Congress being informed. In declassified Pentagon reports, it was stated that Kissinger personally approved 3,875 aero raids, which dropped some 540,000 tons of bombs in Cambodia within the first year of the campaign. To this day, innocent Vietnamese and Cambodians are being killed every day by remaining unexploded American ordnance. Needless to say, the carpet bombing did not stop, but rather facilitated the Vietnamese and Cambodian communists taking power. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge emerged victorious in the country's civil war and went on to commit countless atrocities, including a genocide of 2 million people, half their nation's population. As the Jewish TV chef Anthony Bourdain, and in this case the qualifier of his heritage proves quite relevant, so famously wrote, "Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands." For his role in the war in Southeast Asia, Kissinger was abhorrently awarded the prestigious Nobel Peace Prize in 1973, a war in which he secretly helped Nixon sabotage peace talks between the American administration and Hanoi, capital of communist North Vietnam. A war in which only regret was that he had not applied more brutal force to secure American victory, which would have required the genocide of the North Vietnamese population in toto. Another goddamn genocidal kike, given full measure of all the honors you can imagine for being a genocidal kike. But if you're any other race, you're a criminal. I'm tired of the Jews writing the goddamn rules. It's time for that to stop. That Peace Prize was a slap in the face for the victims of Kissinger's brutality and has been yet another affirmation that the West refuses to hold its own kike war criminals to any account because they're goddamn kikes. Kissinger's crimes stretch beyond Vietnam and Cambodia. In South Asia, worried about a greater Soviets-leaning India causing the collapse of Pakistan, an American ally, Kissinger gave support to Islamabad, capital of Pakistan, as its forces were carrying out a genocide against the Bengali population of East Pakistan, today's Bangladesh, in the early 1970s. despite receiving multiple warnings from American diplomats about mass atrocities being committed. Kissinger approved shipments of weapons that perpetuated him, so he could kill millions more. In 1975, Kissinger also gave the green light for the Indonesian invasion of East Timor in order to topple the communist-leading Fretilin government. In approving the unfolding genocide, which resulted in more than 200,000 slaughtered, Kissinger advised Suharto, "It is important that whatever you do succeeds quickly." It is estimated that up to a fifth of the Pacific Islands' population perished in the Indonesian occupation, which lasted until 1999. All because of a goddamn kike. Fuck the Jews. I'll say it again. Fuck the goddamn Jews. Throughout Latin America, right-wing forces and coup d'etat plotters could also count on Kissinger's support. In 1973, Salvador Allende, Chile's democratically elected president, was overthrown in a coup d'etat with full support from these United States and our Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. 3 years later, after the army overthrew President Isabel Perón in Argentina and established military rule, Kissinger gave the green light for the horrific human rights abuses it perpetuated. Well, that it both perpetrated and perpetuated. I kind of conflated both terms. In 2016, then U.S. President Barack Obama expressed his regret over the American empire's role in the dirty war in Argentina. But within 12 months of this shallow apology, his administration gave the chief architect of these policies a Distinguished Public Service Award. You know, because he's a fucking kike. Fuck the Jews. I mean, really, how long can you tolerate this Judeophilia, allowing a neurotic minority of people to produce these genocidal maniacs, and you call them heroes and give them leeway to continue mass murdering innocent people the world over, and you don't give a shit simply because they're not Jewish? And you allow them to be murdered because the mass murderer is Jewish. After he left office as Secretary of State, Kissinger did not stop pushing for death and destruction across the world in books, interviews, articles, and advice to American officials. As a veteran myself in America's anti-Iraqi pogroms instigated on behalf of fucking Israel, I find the criminal role he played in the Bush administration's decision-making in the war on Iraq particularly disturbing. Bush leaned on him as he rolled out his shock and awe strategy, deciding to carpet bomb Iraqi civilians, despite the bombing campaigns failing spectacularly in Cambodia and Vietnam. Kissinger's advice to the president in 2006 was simple. Victory is the only meaningful exit strategy. So Bush resorted to an American troop surge, which led to a sharp spike in the number of civilian deaths. Entire families in Baghdad had their homes raided by American troops, and many of them had to flee to neighboring Jordan and elsewhere. Even while living his last days peacefully, unlike many of his victims, in fact, unlike any of his many victims, at his home in Connecticut, Kissinger could not stop himself from promoting war. In an interview with Politico magazine following the October 7th attack on Israel, Kissinger proclaimed full support for the brutal Israeli war on the Gaza. This is all the more offensive since I've just proven to you that Israel attacked itself. They knew about Hamas's plans a year beforehand. Netanyahu had to give the go-ahead for them in order for both the Israeli military and intelligence services to stand down. But Kissinger loved the excuse to kill Philistines for a genocidal war. because he's a fucking kike, and kikes do that. They've done that throughout their history, starting with the Holocaust against Canaan, in which they offered the entire population as a burnt offering, a holocaust, their term, to their mad god, who is not your god if you're a Christian. Kissinger said, "You can't make concessions to people who have declared and demonstrated by their actions that they cannot make peace." Yeah, well, they're stuck in an open-air concentration camp. When we had that Christine with her single strand of Sephardic DNA, a fantastical notion of her Jewishness, she claimed, "Where would you rather live, Israel or Gaza?" As if this was to decide which side we were on. That's like saying during the time of the Third Reich, where would you rather be, in Berlin or in Dachau? And, of course, well, now you know why my father put the Jews in Dachau, and why what he did was the right thing to do. The legacy Kissinger leaves behind is truly horrific. He shaped American politics and policymaking to entrench the belief that bloody and violent imperial policies pay off, that it is okay to defend the national interest at the cost of millions of lives. Today, as we are witnessing in the Gaza, American officials continue to be convinced that carpet bombing and mass killing of a civilian population can yield the desired political results. If Kissinger never faced justice, can we expect the kike Israeli officials to ever be held to account? Indeed, the real tragedy of his life and death is that he proved the powerful fucking kikes can get away with killing millions and still be celebrated after peacefully passing, while calling themselves victims of a Holocaust. Thus, Henry Kissinger's malevolent influence will be with us long after he's gone. Kissinger's brand of realpolitik was delusional, amoral, and ruthless, and it persists today. Henry Alfred Kissinger turned 100 on May 27th of this year. Once a teenage refugee from Nazi Germany, for many decades an advisor to presidents, and an avatar of American realpolitik, he's managed to reach the century mark while still evidently retaining all his marbles. That those marbles remained hard and cold in a cracked fishbowl is no surprise. A couple of months after that 100th birthday, he traveled to the Communist Chinese Empire, as he had first done secretly in 1971 when he was still President Richard Nixon's national security advisor. There, in contrast to the tepid reception recently given to American officials like Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry, Kissinger was welcomed with full honors by the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and other dignitaries. As Daniel Drezhner of the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy wrote at Politico, that love fest served the interests of both parties. For China, it was a signal that the United States would be better off pursuing the warm embrace policy initiated so long ago by Nixon at Kissinger's behest, rather than the cold shoulder more recent administrations have offered. For Kissinger, as Drezhner put it, the visit represents an opportunity to do what he has been trying to do ever since he left public office, maintain his relevancy and influence. Even as a centenarian, his relevancy remained intact and his influence, I'd exposit, as malevolent as ever. Let's talk about rehab for politicians. But first, understand both this. The people who praised Kissinger the most upon his death, the fucking Ruskies and the goddamn Chinks. The communist Chinese and the goddamn Russians. And if that doesn't tell you who the bad guy is, that this guy was a piece of shit, when the Russians and the Chinese, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, your enemy, is praising him, then, well, you don't know what's going on in the world. You're blind. Your head's so far up your ass, you're high on your own fumes. And, of course, well, your head's so far up, Jewish ass, you're high on kike fumes. So, it's hard for powerful political actors to give up the stage once their performances are over. Many crave an encore, even as their audience begins to gaze at newer stars. Remember what I've always said, politics is Hollywood for ugly fucking people, or rather, fucking ugly people. Sometimes regaining relevance and influence is only possible after a political memory wipe, in which echoes of their terrible actions and even crimes, domestic or international, fade into silence. This was certainly the case for Richard Mulhouse Nixon, who, after resigning in disgrace to avoid impeachment in 1974, worked hard for decades to once again be seen as a wise man of international relations. He published his memoirs for a cool $2 million United States dollars, while raking in another $600,000 US dollars for interviews with David Frost, during which he infamously said that when the president does it, that means it is not illegal. His diligence was rewarded in 1986 with a Newsweek cover story headlined, "He's Back, The Rehabilitation of Richard Nixon." That was the subtitle. Of course, the title itself was simply, "He's Back." Of course, for the mainstream media and the House of Representatives debating his possible impeachment in 1974, Nixon's high crimes and misdemeanors involved just the infamous Watergate break-in at Democratic National Committee headquarters and his subsequent attempts to cover it up. Among members of the House, only 12, led by the Jesuit priest Robert Drinan, had the courage to suggest that Nixon be charged with the crime that led directly to the death of an estimated 150,000 civilians that we knew of at that time. It's been multiplied by orders of magnitude since. The secret and illegal bombing of Cambodia during the Vietnam War. More recently, we've seen the rehabilitation of George W. Bush, under whose administration the United States committed repeated war crimes. Those included the launching of an illegal war against Iraq under the pretext of eliminating that country's non-existent weapons of mass destruction, attempting to legalize torture and unlawful detentions, and causing the death of almost 500,000 civilians. Later on, of course, we found out, through information leaked by Bradley Manning, a full 1,000,000 people died. No matter, all it took for the mainstream media to welcome him back into the fold of responsible Republicans was to spend some years painting portraits of American military veterans and taking an oblique swipe or two at then-President Donald Trump. Now, a statesman needs no rehabilitation. Unlike the president he served as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, and some of those for whom he acted as an informal counselor, Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush coming to mind, Kissinger's reputation as a brilliant statesman never required rehabilitation. After all, he's fucking Jewish. He's a relative of the boss in the phony Christian mind. So they figure he's the next best thing to fucking God. Having provided advice, formal or otherwise, to every president from Dwight David Eisenhower to Donald John Trump, though not, apparently, Joseph Biden, he put his imprint on the foreign policies of both major parties. And in all those years, no serious American news outfit ever saw fit to remind the world of his long history of bloody crimes. Indeed, as his 100th birthday approached, he was greeted with fawning interviews by, for example, PBS NewsHour anchor Judy Woodruff. PBS, Public Broadcasting Service. What a betrayal of public service that was. His crimes did come up in the mainstream, only to be dismissed as evidence of his career's broad scope. CNN ran a piece by David Andelman, a former New York Times foreign correspondent and one-time student of Kissinger's at Harvard. He described watching in wonder as demonstrators gathered outside New York City's 92nd Street YMCA to protest a 2011 talk by the great man himself, delivered, of course, in the year my mother was murdered. How, he asked himself, could they refer to Kissinger as a renowned war criminal? A few years later, Andelman added he found himself wondering again, as a similar set of protesters at the same venue decried Kissinger's history concerning Timor-Leste, or East Timor, West Papua, that's Indonesian-occupied Papua, Vietnam, Cambodia, Chile, Cyprus, Bangladesh, Angola, and elsewhere. This same dumb son of a bitch, Andelman, a former sorcerer's apprentice of Kissinger, insisted that the events they were protesting were decades in the past, having happened at a time when most of the protesters were, in his words, were only barely alive. In effect, like so many others who seek to exonerate old war criminals, Andelman was implying that the crimes of the past hold no meaning, except perhaps in testifying, his words, to the broad scope of people, places, and events that Kissinger has influenced in the course of a remarkable career. Influenced, serving here, obviously, as a remarkable euphemism for devastated, or simply killed. Fortunately, other institutions have not been so deferential. In preparation for Kissinger's 100th, the National Security Archive, a center of investigative journalism, assembled a dossier of some of its most important holdings on his legacy. They provide some insight into the places named by those protesters. Here we have basically the resume of a dispassionate cold warrior, or rather mass murderer. If nothing else, Kissinger's approach to international politics has been consistent for more than half a century. Only actions advancing the military and imperial might of the American empire were ever to be pursued. To be avoided were those actions that might diminish our power in any way or, in the Cold War era, enhance the power of our great adversary, the Greater Soviet Union. Under such a rubric, any indigenous current favoring independence, whether political or economic, or seeking more democratic governance elsewhere on Earth, came to represent a threat to this empire. Such movements and their adherents were to be eradicated, covertly if possible, overtly if necessary. Richard Nixon's presidency was, of course, the period of Kissinger's greatest influence. Between 1969 and 1974, Kissinger served as the architect of American actions in key locales globally. Hereon, I'll name just a few of them. Let me check our live stream first. And numbers up, that's good. And back to the task at hand. Let's start with Papua, East Timor, and Indonesia. In 1969, in an effort to keep Indonesia fully in the American Cold War camp, Henry Kissinger put his, what I would call his, imprimatur on a fake plebiscite in Papua, which had been seeking independence from Indonesia. He chose to be there in person during an election, quote unquote, in which Indonesia counted only the ballots of 1,100 hand-picked representatives of the Papuan population. Unsurprisingly, these 1,100 collaborationists, all fucking Muslims, voted unanimously to remain part of Indonesia. That's because they were all fucking Muslims. And Indonesia is the largest Muslim empire on Earth. Also, one of the most aggressive. And let's not forget that all of East Timor is Roman Catholic. They were converted during Portuguese colonialism. Why did the United States care about the fate of half of a then strategically unimportant island in the South China Sea? Because holding on to the loyalty of Muslim Indonesia's autocratic anti-communist ruler Suharto was considered crucial to Washington's Cold War foreign policy in Asia. Suharto himself had come to power on a wave of mass extermination, during which 1.2 million supposed communists and their quote-unquote sympathizers were slaughtered. This was actually an ethnic extermination of overseas Chinese, the quote-unquote Jews of Asia. Just as the Jews in Europe controlled the economy, were all the educated people during the time of the monarchs, especially in the Russian Pale of Settlement, where they dominated today's Baltic republics and White Russia, Belarus, as well as Ukraine, the borderland. There the Jews, while everyone else was an illiterate peasant, were the doctors, the lawyers, the dentists, the accountants. All the overseas Chinese in Indonesia, the largest archipelago in the world, consisting of so many islands that many of them have never been named. Well, because all the Muslims are basically a bunch of illiterates, the people who are the middle class, the doctors, the dentists, the accountants, the attorneys, are all overseas Chinese. They're not communists. They're overwhelmingly Christian. And as a result, this was an ethno-religious extermination. 1.2 million Christian Chinese were exterminated. This was all under orders of that fucking Kai Kissinger, because he's Jewish and he hates Christians. In 1975, Kai Kissinger also green-lighted Indonesia's invasion of East Timor, during which hundreds of thousands more died, in this case, Roman Catholics. In contravention of all American law, President Gerald Ford's administration, in which Kissinger continued to serve as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State after Nixon's resignation, provided the Indonesian military with weapons and training. Kissinger waved off any legal concerns with a favorite aphorism: "The illegal we do immediately. The unconstitutional takes a little longer." You get that kind of brazen, gormless impunity. The impunity of the Jew. The Jew can do whatever he fucking wants, because the rest of you goy can go suck and fuck. Basically his Jewish ass and cock. Then, of course, there was Southeast Asia. Beginning in 1969, Kissinger was also the architect of Richard Nixon's secret bombing campaign in Cambodia, an attempt to interdict the flow of supplies from North Vietnam to the revolutionary Viet Cong in South Vietnam. Kissinger believed it would force the North Vietnamese to the bargaining table. In this, the great statesman was sadly mistaken as always. But then again, that really wasn't his objective. His objective was to kill people for the anti-gods, because he's a fucking kike Edomite. It's fair to say, in fact, that Kissinger either initiated or at the very least supported just about every one of the ugly tactics the United States military abused in its ultimately losing war in Vietnam, from the carpet bombing of North Vietnam to the widespread abuse of napalm and the carcinogenic herbicide Agent Orange to the CIA's Phoenix program, which led to the torturing and ultimately killing of well over 20,000 people. The Vietnam War might well have ended in 1968, rather than dragging on until 1975, had it not been for Henry Kissinger. He was acting as a conduit to North Vietnam for the administration of President Lyndon Baines Johnson, who was working on a peace deal it hoped to announce before the 1968 presidential election, believing Republican candidate Richard Nixon would be more likely to advance Kissinger's own version of United States strategic interests in Vietnam, then Democratic candidate and Vice President Hubert Humphrey, the Kite Kissinger passed information about those negotiations with the North Vietnamese onto the Nixon campaign. Although Nixon had no clout in Hanoi, he had a channel to United States ally and South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thieu, and convinced him to pull out of the peace talks shortly before his own election. Thanks to Kissinger, the war would follow its cruel course for another 7 years of death and destruction by his getting Nixon elected, and then getting appointed by Nixon to a position where the Kite could command our bombing. There we have the Jewish propensity to mass murder and revel in it. And they want you to not only love them for it, but worship them for it. Because, they're fucking Jewish. And they're killing in the name of God. You, if you're a dumbass Christian, a phony Christian, would be stupid enough to believe that. Let's get to Pakistan and Bangladesh. In 1971, the famous tilt toward Pakistan, Kissinger gave tacit support to that country's military dictator, General Aga Muhammad Yahya Khan. In response to a surprise victory by an opposition party in Pakistan's first democratic election, Yahya then loosed his military upon the people of East Pakistan, that party's geographical base. 3 million people died in the ensuing genocidal conflict that eventually led to the creation of the state of Bangladesh. In addition, as many as 10 million members of Bengali ethnic groups fled to India, inflaming tensions between Pakistan and India, which eventually erupted in war. The largest tank battles since World War II, in the killing field of the tanks, the Thar Desert between India and Pakistan, and ultimately the threat of all-out point-blank nuclear conflict between two neighboring nations that are severely congested in their overpopulation. Although the United States Congress had forbidden military support for either nation, Kissinger arranged for an American nuclear-powered aircraft carrier to travel to the Bay of Bengal and provide war materials to Pakistan. By then, contempt for congressional restrictions had become a habit for him. But why the tilt towards Islamo-fundamentalist Pakistan? Because that country was helping Kissinger create his all-important opening to communist China, and because he also viewed Asian India as a greater Soviet stooge. For all his supposedly brilliant statesmanship, Kissinger proved incapable of imagining any event as having a significant local or regional meaning. Only the actions or interests of the great powers could adequately explain events anywhere in the world. This is what brings us back home to Latin America. There was a time when September 11th called to mind not the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, but the violent 1973 overthrow of Salvador Allende, Chile's elected socialist presidente. That coup d'etat, which made General Augusto Pinochet the country's dictator, was also the culmination of a multi-year American campaign of economic and political sabotage orchestrated by Henry Kissinger. Once again, a genuinely indigenous economic reform movement was misinterpreted as evidence of growing greater Soviet strength in South America. Within the first few days of the coup d'etat, 40,000 people would be imprisoned at the National Stadium in the capital, Santiago. Many of them, all of them would be tortured and ultimately mass murdered in the first stages of what became a regime characterized for decades by institutionalized mass torture. Similarly, Kissinger and the Presidentes he advised supported Argentina's dirty war against dissidents and the larger Operation Condor, in which the CIA coordinated coups d'etat in the plural, repression, torture, and the deaths of tens of thousands of socialists, students, and other activists across Latin America. So, what should we give a 100-year-old presidential advisor? What should we have given him for his birthday? How about a summons to appear at the International Criminal Court to answer for the blood of millions staining his Jewish hands? Ask yourself, what's real about realpolitik? If you Google images for realpolitik, the first thing you'll see is a drawing of Henry Kissinger holding forth to a rapt Richard Nixon. As a political thinker who prides himself on never having been swayed by passion, Kissinger would seem the perfect exemplar of a realpolitik Weltanschauung, as my biological father Hitler would use the term, German for worldview. Kissinger himself eschewed the term, however, probably because, given his background, he recognized its roots in the 19th century German liberal tradition, where it served as a reminder not to be blinded by ideology or aspirational belief when taking in a political situation. Philosophically, realpolitik was a belief that a dispassionate examination of any situation, uninflected by ideology, was the most effective way to grasp that array of forces present in a particular historical moment. Realpolitik has, however, come to mean something quite different in these United States, being associated not with what is, an epistemological stance, but with what ought to be, an ethical stance, one that privileges only this country's imperial advantage. In the realpolitik world of Henry Kissinger, actions are good only when they sustain and advance American strategic power globally. Only, of course, if they're committed through mass murder. Any concern for the well-being of human beings or for the law and the Constitution, not to mention democratic values globally, is, by definition, illegitimate, if not, in fact, a moral failing by his twisted logic, or anti-logic. That is the realpolitik of Henry Alfred Kissinger, an ethical system, or rather an unethical system, that rejects ethics itself as unreal. It should not surprise anyone that such a Weltanschauung, or worldview, would engender in a man with his level of influence a history of crimes against law as well as humanity itself. In fact, however, Kissinger's brand of realpolitik is itself delusional. The idea that the only realistic, quote-unquote, realistic, choices for Washington's leaders require privileging American global power over every other consideration has led this empire to its current desperate state. A dying empire whose citizens live in ever-increasing insecurity. In fact, choosing America first, as Donald Trump would put it, is not the only choice, but one delusional option among many. Perhaps there is still time before the planet burns us all to death to make other, more realistic choices, like getting rid of the goddamn Jews of Israel who are forcing us under the 28th Conference of Parties, COP28, in the United Arab Emirates, to basically sell out to Emirati production of fossil fuel at the cost of, well, the survival of the human race. All arranged by the Jews of Israel because the United Arab Emirates held a Holocaust memorial event for over a month's worth of time promoting the Jews as victims. This is how they operate. We're the greatest victims. Let us wipe out the human species. We cannot allow a neurotic minority to lead the human race to extinction. Now you see why my biological father had to do what he had to do. It is them or us. More immediately, global delegates at the COP28 Climate Summit in Dubai formally adopted a damage fund for countries to help nations hit hardest by the climate crisis. Several countries pledged millions of dollars to that fund, but the American empire is receiving criticism for contributing an embarrassing amount of money, less than a fifth of the United Arab Emirates' contribution. The UAE pledged 100 million United States dollars, as did United Germany. The United Kingdom announced 60 million pounds sterling, while the American empire committed 17.5 million US dollars, and the Empire of Japan contributed even less with a mere 10 million American bucks. Climate experts and advocacy groups largely praised the rich nations for their contributions, but they also said it was just a first step on a long road to ensuring the countries hit hardest by the climate crisis are fully supported. From discussing a shared vision for the future to social activities, participants in the delegation were able to normalize Israeli-Emirati relations through the lens of social media. You see, since the signing of the Abraham Accords, there's been somewhat of a love affair between Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, and the United Arab Emirates. But unlike the peace agreements between Greater Israel and other Arab states, the relations with the UAE continue to grow on the government and non-governmental level. And if you were following some of Israel's or the UAE's influencers online the year before yesteryear, you'd see just how much. In the 2021st year in our Lord, a delegation of Israeli influencers and social media content creators traveled to Dubai to collaborate with Emirati influencers, including influencers from outside of the political sphere completely, such as Israeli singers Stephanie Legar and I believe her name was Loai Ali. The delegation, organized by the Strategic Affairs Ministry and Israel Is, connected over 40 social media influencers from the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and of course Greater Israel, with a combined following of over 15 million people. Throughout that mid-month week of April, 2 years ago by now, then Twitter, Instagram, and other platforms were flooded with participants sharing powerful stories of how surprisingly similar Israelis and Emiratis are. For many of the Israeli participants, they were surprised to find just how comfortable they felt in Dubai, a stark contrast to traveling to other Arab countries. For the Emiratis, they were actually excited to finally be meeting Israelis in person for the first time. Some of the participants had even participated in virtual meetings with Israelis for months leading up to the delegation. From discussing a shared vision for the future to social activities like jeep rides in the desert, participants were able to normalize Israeli-Emirati relations all through the lens of social media. Even more powerfully, they witnessed history with the first ever Holocaust memorial event held in an Arab country. This was an exercise not only in Holocaust indoctrination, but in taking action on a human level. In a symbolic display, 3 Emiratis and 1 Saudi lit memorial candles in the event. Whether Jewish, Christian, Druze, or Arab, there wasn't a dry eye in the room by the time the event had concluded. This is what the Jews make you do, cry over, look at how we died. Look at how we died. Don't pay attention to how we're killing everybody else. Look at how we died. Now, this peace, at its core, is successful because there is a people-to-people connection. But it's important to note that there is a people-to-people connection only because the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, has fostered an environment that is completely different from what we've seen with previous peace agreements, and that is precisely the reason it's working so well for the Jews. Openness to dialogue, to discussion, to difference is critical to changing old ways, especially in Southwest Asia, or the Greater Middle East. That is precisely what Mohammed bin Zayed has done. Dubai's international appeal is a symbolic example of what a forward-looking society can look like in Southwest Asia, it is the Middle East. The Abraham Accords, like the peace agreement with Egypt and with the Kingdom of Jordan, was a top-down government decision. But while Egypt continued to foster hate and teach incitement to their public for decades, while also working with Israel at the same time, the UAE's courage in forging a new path by immediately teaching about tolerance, about Jewish history, about the state of Israel, opened the doors to a new Middle East, one in which Israel now has a puppet state on the Persian Gulf. In working with Israeli companies in the private sector and in collaborating on healthcare, security, and finance, all while encouraging people-to-people relations and collaborations, both parties, the United Arab Emirates and Israel, have said what could be sold as a stellar example of what people can do for the future of the entire region. And that vision is already manifesting itself at COP28, where Jews are contracting an Arab puppet state to sell you fossil fuels until you choke to fucking death. Burn to death, really, before you choke. As we know, the UAE's, the United Arab Emirates' peace with Israel set in motion the normalization agreements with the Islamo-fundamentalist extremists of the Sudan, Bahrain, and Morocco, and laid the groundwork for change on the ground with Morocco and even Egypt, modifying their school books to teach Jewish history for the first time in recent experience. Of course, not everyone agrees. An anti-normalization page called UAE for Palestine called for boycotting the UAE over the warming Israel-UAE relations. Similarly, boycott, divestment, and sanctions groups, BDS groups, and even members of Hamas in the Gaza took to social media to bash the normalization this trip in 2021 represented. In response to the Holocaust memorial event of that year, but 12 years ago, Bassem Naim, a BDS leader and former health minister in the Gaza, posted on Instagram, "This is Tasayun, becoming Zionist. Does reconciliation with any country require we adopt its religion, culture, and narrative? May you get what you deserve from Allah and your people for this hypocrisy." Now, by the way, this is entirely my stance. What these people are taking on now is the Zionist narrative of Jews are perpetually victims. They suffered the Holocaust, and therefore they're allowed to kill anybody. But despite these anti-collaborationists, the attitude on the ground remains strongly pro-normalization. Thanks to the work of Edom-corrupted leaders in the UAE. It's no longer acceptable in the Middle East to have government-level peace and incitement against Jews and Israelis on a person-to-person level. For that, we have the Israeli puppet state of the UAE to thank. And now, the world's top climate summit has become embroiled in a hypocrisy scandal. Prior the key talks even commencing. Leaked documents published by the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, prove that the Israeli-compromised UAE, the United Arab Emirates, has schemed to abuse its position as host country of the now ongoing COP28 United Nations climate talks to discuss oil and gas deals with more than a dozen countries. According to documents published by the Center for Climate Reporting on Monday opening this last work week, briefing notes prepared by the UAE's COP28 team for meetings with foreign governments during the summit, which started Thursday in Dubai, include talking points from the Emirati state oil and renewable energy companies. DieANNVD, Die Neue Welt in Deutschland, the new United Germany, for example, is to be told that the ADNOC, the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, whose CEO, Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, is COP28's president, stands ready to expand LNG, that's liquid natural gas supplies, to United Germany. The briefing notes for the Communist Chinese Empire say that ADNOC, ADNOC, is willing to jointly evaluate international LNG, or liquid natural gas, opportunities. Mozambique, Canada, and Australia, which apparently the UAE considers to be subsidiary puppet states of the Communist Chinese Empire. Of course, they're not too far off in any of those cases. They also propose telling oil-rich giants Saudi Arabia and Venezuela that there is no conflict between sustainable development of any country's natural resources and its commitment to climate change. I mean, oh yes, there fucking is. With COP28 already underway, these leaked documents have cast a shadow over the start of this existentially crucial forum. Zakaya Katabi. Believe it or not, that's Belgium's climate minister. They couldn't find a white guy to do it. They had to get one of their black slaves from the Congo. He told Politico magazine, if confirmed, these new reports add to the existing concerns regarding the COP28 presidency. The credibility of the United Nations climate negotiations is essential and at stake here. The documents also sparked an outcry from climate NGOs, or non-governmental organizations. In a statement, Greenpeace's policy coordinator, Kaisa Kosonen, said, if the allegations are true, this is totally unacceptable and a real scandal. The climate summit leaders should be focused on advancing climate solutions impartially, not backroom deals that are fueling the very crisis itself. In a written statement to the press, Chiara Martinelli, directress of Climate Action Network Europe, said, the significant representation of EU and European countries in this list is alarming and a direct contradiction to the EU's position to achieve a phase-out of fossil fuels at this year's COP. Any deal with the UAE's oil and gas companies is a slap in the face of the United Nations process on climate change. These documents also include estimates of the ADNOCs, ADNOCs, the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company's commercial interests in the targeted countries, as well as an outline of energy infrastructure projects led by Masdar, the United Arab Emirates' state renewable energy company. ADNOC's business ties with Red China, for example, are valued at $15 billion over the past year, while those with the United Kingdom are worth $4 billion and the Netherlands stand at $2 billion United States dollars. Every year, the country hosting COP, appoints a president to lead negotiations between countries. According to the United Nations, the president meets foreign dignitaries and is expected to raise ambition to tackle climate change internationally. Now home to some of the largest oil reserves in the world, the United Arab Emirates has attracted criticism for appointing Al-Jaber as COP president in spite of his role as chief of that country's national oil company. Even more ironically, Al-Jaber is also chairman of the board of directors of the National Renewable Energy Company, which shows why there's no renewables in the UAE. It is within this context that you look at the United Arab Emirates hosting the first Holocaust memorial event for many months in an Arab nation. You're talking about, first they bought into the Israeli Holocaustic narrative, and Israel rewards them with COP28. This is how your world is run by the Jews, and it's going to take us to... The Jews are going to exterminate us all. We're all going to burn to death with global burning because the Jews have arranged for our climate change discussion to be held in fucking United Arab Emirates in Dubai, so that a bunch of people can party in a party city and fucking sell out, buy a bunch of oil, fossil fuels, and all this because the United Arab Emirates bought into the Holocaust narrative that the Jews are the victims, while they bomb away at their heart's content and annihilate an ethnos. As, of course, under Henry Kissinger, they annihilated people all over the fucking world. If you wonder why my biological father, Hitler, decided he had to kill them, wonder no more. It is within this context that Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan for the October 7th attack. More than a year before it happened, documents, emails, and interviews converge to prove. But we are told by the Netanyahu misadministration that Israeli military and intelligence officials dismissed that plan as aspirational, considering it too difficult for Hamas to carry out. So this approximately 40-page document, which Israeli authorities codenamed Jericho Wall, outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people. Israelis mostly, a number of foreigners. The translated document, which was reviewed by the New York Times, did not set a date for the attack, but described a methodical assault designed to overwhelm the fortifications around the Gaza Strip, take over Israeli cities, and storm key military bases, including a division headquarters. And, of course, knowing this, it went straight to Netanyahu. He gave the order for it to happen to circumvent investigations into his corruption and render him dictator for life, president in perpetuity. The Real Tech Geek says, folks, we're in the beginning of the month. You're never going to get hard-hitting geopolitical from MSM or alternative media. We're in the beginning of the month. Please help out DDD with his rent. Thank you. God bless you, Real Tech Geek. Thanks so much. Hugs, dear brother. Okay. Hopefully we'll get reviews from enough people to really make it count. We're getting a lot of upvotes. That's definitely appreciated. Numbers good, considering the late hour and the fact that it's a Sunday into a Monday workday. Okay, this side of the Atlantic. Many colleges and universities have struggled in recent weeks to balance free speech on the Israel-Palestine pogrom. It's not a war, it's a goddamn pogrom, an extermination program, while maintaining a healthy atmosphere. Harvard was recently added to the list of schools facing a federal probe over allegations of, quote-unquote, both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And in my own Golden, California, over 150 professors are pushing back on guidance to hold neutral viewpoints on the Middle East, saying it violates their academic freedom, which of course it does. This brings us back to Henry Kissinger, the supposed scholar-statesman. Metternich, Castlereagh, Bismarck, and Disraeli, the great statesmen of the 19th century whose policies Henry Kissinger had studied and admired. This brings us to the world according to Henry. From Metternich to me. Meaning me. Henry Kissinger, not myself. Henry Kissinger's 11th book, titled Diplomacy, that's really fucking creative, is what I would call a moneloquent survey of power politics over more than 3 centuries. He contends that the great statesmen, Richelieu, Metternich, and of course, Dickie Nixon, have tried to purchase international stability with judicious realism while paying political debts to ideological constituents. But his book Diplomacy fails to transcend eloquent nostalgia. Kissinger's brand of realism is ill-suited to today's interdependent world. I remember that term used to set Viviana Sanchez off. She hated that term, interdependence. Conservatives today look back on Disraeli as their prophet, or at least British conservatives do. 150 years ago, the United Kingdom's first and only Jewish leader changed politics forever. Staring down vicious Judeo-phobic attacks, Benjamin Disraeli became Queen Victoria's man of the people and built up the most successful party the English-speaking empire has ever seen. Northwest of London, among the rolling hills of Buckinghamshire, lies Hughenden Manor, now a National Trust property. For 33 years, it was the home of Benjamin Disraeli, Great Britain's first, and thus far only, openly Jewish Prime Minister. In the early 1860s, Disraeli decided to have the house remodeled. Its modest 18th century Georgian features were stripped away. In their place, Gothic-style battlements and pinnacles were erected. The result, one architectural historian suggested, was excruciating. Disraeli, however, was delighted. The works, he wrote to a friend, were a romance he had been many years realizing. The Manor's terraces were ones in which cavaliers might roam. All of this, however, conveniently ignored the fact that Hughenden had originally been constructed in the mid-18th century, almost a century after the monarchist cavaliers and parliamentarian Roundheads fought the English Civil War. It's not hard to imagine the sneers with which his many contemporary critics might have greeted Disraeli's creation. For some, it would have symbolized Disraeli's parvenu slippery phoniness, the desperation of this grandson of Italian immigrants to falsely present himself as part of the landed classes which still governed Great Britain and with whom he wished to inveigle himself. To others, it encapsulated his deeply conservative, almost reactionary yearning to cling to a past, rural, aristocratic, and hierarchical, that was fast slipping away in the wake of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of a powerful working class. There is an element of truth in such criticisms. Perhaps, however, Disraeli's romance simply reflected his abiding reverence for England's long history, a subject which almost always featured in his speeches, and his desire to etch himself a place therein. In that desire, there can be little doubt that Disraeli, who entered Downing Street for the first time 150 years ago, I can't remember what date that was. I'll have to look that up. Well, regardless, he more than amply succeeded in his social climbing, as Kissinger would this side of the Atlantic, as our Disraeli, albeit in a far more negative sense. Not that the original Disraeli was any fucking good, but ours was definitely evil. So, as a towering figure of 19th century British politics, Disraeli's parliamentary jousting with William Ewart Gladstone, the Liberal leader and his arch rival for the premiership, dominated the history of that period. We're talking about a prophet, a high priest, and a philosopher, because the British, in a sense, lack their own culture. Disraeli led the Conservative Party of the House of Commons for nearly 3 decades. At first glance, his electoral record was decidedly mixed. On his watch, the Tories lost 6 general elections. However, this ignores both Disraeli's role in re-establishing the Conservatives, who spent much of the mid-19th century languishing in opposition, as a credible party of government, and his enduring legacy. As the late Lord Blake, an eminent Tory historian, suggested, many modern conservatives look back on Disraeli as their prophet, high priest, and philosopher rolled into one. He remains the most extraordinary, incongruous, fascinating, fresh and timeless figure ever to have led the Conservative Party. In the years since his death in 1881, the Tories have, however, shown considerably more admiration for Disraeli than many did when he was alive. One of his backbenchers, at least for one of his backbenchers, the Tory leader was that hellish Jew. For many others, he was simply the Jew. In a thinly disguised public attack, Lord Salisbury, who later served as Disraeli's foreign secretary and would go on to follow him into Downing Street, described him as dishonest and a mere political gamester. Another Tory grandee disparagingly noted that he bears the mark of the Jew strongly about him. He is evidently clever, but superlatively vulgar. Disraeli himself was acutely aware of how the men he led in Parliament viewed him. Towards the end of his life, he told one Tory dissident, "I wholly sympathize with you all because I was never respectable myself." Perhaps his delight in the political game reflected his belief that, as he himself once put it, it offered the opportunity to exercise power over the powerful. This mutual lack of warmth was accurately captured in the diary of John Bright, a leading liberal, shortly after Disraeli became Prime Minister. He wrote that it was a triumph of intellect and courage and patience and unscrupulousness employed in the service of a party full of prejudices and selfishness and wanting in brains. The Tories have hired Disraeli, and he has his reward from them. Disraeli himself had once suggested that, to succeed in politics, men needed breeding, money, or a genius. For many conservatives, he had neither of the first 2 qualities, while in the stupid party, so called because of the Tories' habitual distrust of any whiff of intellectualism, just like Republicans in America, the third was never highly rated. The gift of genius, I'm referencing. So, was this a man of the people? Born to a modestly wealthy London family in 1804, at a time when the capital's Jewish population numbered little more than 20,000, Disraeli was very much an outsider. After appointing him Prime Minister for the first time in 1868, Queen Victoria, whose warmth for Disraeli exceeded that of any of the men who served in Number 10 during her 64-year reign, wrote to her daughter that he was her man risen from the people. Benjamin's father, Isaac Disraeli, was a member of the Sephardic Bevis Marks Synagogue, Britain's oldest, in the city of London, and ensured his eldest children had a Jewish upbringing. However, Isaac bridled against religious authority. In 1813, he became entangled in a row with the synagogue trustees when he not only turned down their request to serve as a warden for a year, but also declined to pay the customary fine levied on those who so refused. The row, in which neither side would back down, eventually led Isaac to resign his synagogue membership. 5 months later, he had his children baptized into the Church of England. This family rift would later have far-reaching consequences. It allowed Disraeli, who remained a member of the Anglican Church until his death, to become a member of Parliament and thus Prime Minister. Not until 1858 would the long struggle for Jewish emancipation in Great Britain be completed when Parliament, after years of obstruction, mainly, but not exclusively, at the hands of the Tory party, lifted the bar which effectively prevented professing Jews from taking their seats. At the same time, however, Disraeli's opponents would relentlessly abuse his Jewish origins to attack him. Moreover, the higher up the greasy pole, the phrase Disraeli famously coined to term the struggle for political advancement, that he climbed, the more frequent became the attacks and insinuations that he was somehow foreign and not fully English. See, Kissinger never really had that problem in America where anyone would ever dare say that openly. If anything, they worshipped the Jews as relatives of the boss and would push him from behind like a strong wind behind a sail to move him ever forward. The underlying current of Judeophobia, which coursed through sections of the Conservative Party until well into the 20th century, found an outlet in the persona of its long-serving leader. Though no less excusable that the country squires who dominated the Conservative Parliamentary Party during his era found Disraeli's appearance. As a young man, wrote the historian Jonathan Perry, he adopted an appropriately eye-catching and narcissistic style of dress, with ruffled shirts, velvet trousers, colored waistcoats, and jewelry, and he wore his hair in cascades of ringlets. More alien than exotic is not altogether surprising. But nor were many liberals and radicals, many of whom claimed a supposedly more enlightened stance on such issues, above resorting to low Judeophobic blows. During his ultimately successful bid to enter Parliament in 1837, his radical opponent deliberately mispronounced his name to make sure voters were aware of his apparently foreign origins. Not that some of them needed much encouragement. Cries of Shylock were shouted at hustings, where, well, bacon was stuck on poles and waved in front of his face, which probably made him drool. After all, most Jews eat bacon all the fucking time. Later, liberal politicians and newspapers, one would consistently refer to him as B. de Judah, would vent their fury at Disraeli, using crudely Judeophobic language. Others would invoke traditional Judeophobic tropes around dual allegiance and dark conspiracies against the prime minister. As for Disraeli's Judaism, to say it's complicated goes sans saying. Disraeli's attitude towards Judaism was, as David Xyr detailed in his book on the subject, complex. As a young man, it seemed to pass him by completely. Traveling to Europe, he appeared to evince little interest in the continent's Jewish communities, what they then called ghettos, without any sense of opprobrium. When he journeyed to the Middle East in 1831, he professed himself thunderstruck by the sight of Jerusalem, but he seemed to pay little or no interest in the Jews or Jewish sites in the gorgeous city, his words. Moreover, while Jews featured prominently in Disraeli's many novels written before and after he entered politics, he seemed to have little understanding of Jewish practices and made more than a few errors. Disraeli's writings were also seemingly contradictory. His novels occasionally featured Jewish characters that clearly drew on then common, what we would call, anti-Semitic depictions, but I would simply say were Judeophobic. I don't like that term anti-Semitic because Arabs are also Semitic, so it implies that you hate Arabs, which is really fucking offensive because the Jews are hijacking the Semitic ancestry that belongs to the very people they're trying to exterminate. And anyhow, that couldn't get more Jewish than that. But in Disraeli's novels, with his Judeophobic tropes, his description of a Jewish moneylender, Levison, is particularly vulgar, while the Jewish wise man, Sidonia, in the novel titled Königsby, outlines a picture of Jews working through subterranean agencies to control world events that were later gleefully seized upon and repeated by virulent Judeophobes. And who could blame them? What the fuck is Disraeli trying to pull here? At other times, however, Disraeli's novels laud Jews and the superiority of the Hebrew, his term. Christianity, one of these novels so states, was founded by a Jew at a time when the English were mere tattooed savages. How do you like that for fucking over the people whose population base he controls? Very fucking Jewish. He pisses down on all of you. As Xyr has suggested, Disraeli's assertion of Jewish rights based on Jewish superiority may well have been meant as a signal to his Tory colleagues that he would never surrender to their prejudices. How about it's just the typical Kissingerite Jewish sense of impunity? That you listen to me because I'm Jewish, and what I say goes because I was born a Jew. That's basically what it comes down to. And you're all pieces of shit because I consider you all goy. So Disraeli indeed took a certain delight in asserting, falsely, that he was descended from the Sephardic aristocracy of Iberian Jews, while the English aristocracy traced its genealogy back, in his words, to a horde of Baltic pirates. Disraeli was, however, hardly at the forefront of the effort to enable practicing Jews to sit in Parliament. Hitherto, this required swearing a Christian oath, which began in earnest shortly after he entered the House of Commons. Unlike most of his Tory colleagues, he consistently voted for reform, but also attempted to keep his head down and rarely chose to participate in debates. However, the election of Lionel de Rothschild, the election of a Rothschild, a baron, that's the day, that's the English version of, von, which signifies a nobleman in German. The election of Lionel de Rothschild, who, along with other members of the English branch of that family, he had developed a friendship with, meant that Disraeli could no longer remain publicly silent on the issue. When he finally addressed the issue, he argued, "The very reason for admitting the Jews is because they can show so near an affinity to you. Where is your Christianity if you do not believe in their Judaism?" This is based on the myth that, of course, Christianity somehow sources from Judaism, that there's this thing called Judeo-Christianity, which is, as I've deconstructed before, an entire fabrication. It makes no sense. Christianity actually existed before Judaism. And Proto-Christianity is what led to the Chinese invading Israel and coronating, if you will, baptizing the Christ, because his parents couldn't fucking baptize him. So the Chinese Magi did. That's how he got the title of the Christ, which is a title, not a name. It's why it's illegal to name your child Christ, because it would be like, well, naming him as, well, it's like calling him Hitler, which is also illegal, which shows that Hitler is truly equal to Christ by legal reasoning. Such being said, the term Christ is illegal because it's like coronating your child as the next anointed, the next Messiah. You can, however, name a child King or Jesus, which is effectively Jesus. Behind the scenes, Disraeli advised de Rothschild on tactics and eventually played a key role in brokering a deal between the pro-reform House of Commons and the House of Lords, where opponents held the whip hand. Despite the fact that Disraeli's position was deeply unpopular in his own party, the energy and intelligence he exerted in the final stages of the effort to ensure Jews sit in Parliament, Xyr so believes, justifies his inclusion in a Jewish pantheon. Perhaps Disraeli himself best captured his seeming ambivalence towards Judaism, describing himself as the blank page between the Old and New Testaments. I guess that's more indicative of the life of a gambling man. Despite becoming one of the Tories' effective leaders in the House of Commons in 1849, many of his colleagues harbored grave doubts about Disraeli. These, however, extended far beyond the issue of his Jewish origins, even allowing for the fact that many of his contemporaries would not have survived the scrutiny to which modern politicians are subjected. Disraeli's personal life had a somewhat colorful hue. Late into his life, he was saddled with massive debts, initially ran up in his youth by ill-advised commodity speculation in South America. These were no secret. When he ran for Parliament in 1841, the seat was plastered with posters listing his astronomical unpaid debts and various court judgments against him. Indeed, some have speculated that Disraeli was so keen to get into Parliament because it offered immunity from imprisonment for debt! And that, of course, was actually the case. And the purchase of Hughenden Manor was itself dependent, in part, on loans from a close parliamentary ally. Nor was Disraeli's somewhat shady reputation enhanced by the widespread knowledge in London political circles that he had entered into a relationship with Henrietta Sykes, the influential wife of a baronet, and then agreed to share her amorous attentions with Lord Lyndhurst, a former Lord Chancellor, and the ambitious young man's first political patron. In other words, he pimped out another man's wife to get a loan, to not pay off his fucking debt, since he got immunity from debt as a member of Parliament, but to buy a fucking home and refurbish it. How fucking more Jewish can you get? Disraeli's later marriage to Mary Ann Lewis, a wealthy widow, helped to ease Disraeli's financial problems, but not for long. Thankfully, help was at hand from Sarah Bridges Williams, a rich elderly Jewish widow, with whom Disraeli struck up a friendship after she wrote to him expressing her admiration for his efforts on behalf of the race of Israel, and strongly indicating that she intended him to benefit from her will. Disraeli later inherited £2 million in today's money from her. Lionel de Rothschild also proved a generous benefactor, giving him, yes, just fucking giving him, around £1 million. Some were more understanding of Disraeli's lifestyle than others, as the Earl of Derby, the Tories' leader in the House of Lords and Disraeli's predecessor as Prime Minister, delicately put it to Queen Victoria. Mr. Disraeli has had to make his position, and men who make their positions will say and do things which are not necessarily to be said or done by those for whom positions are made. That Disraeli was somewhat reckless with money, to say the least, was confirmed in the eyes of many when a brief spell as Chancellor of the Exchequer produced a budget whose sums were swiftly ripped apart across the dispatch box by the rather more financially numerate Gladstone. It was, however, the charge of political opportunism that was to dog Disraeli most throughout his career. In an otherwise sympathetic portrait, Harold Wilson, the former Labour Prime Minister, suggested that during the course of his political rise, Disraeli was utterly principled, except in terms of his immediate political advantage. He, for instance, opposed the cause of free trade in the 1840s, helping to bring down the Tory Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel, and split the party over the issue. Disraeli ultimately lost the argument and went on to swiftly abandon the fight for protectionism. On the other great issue which roiled British politics throughout the 19th century, the extension of the voting franchise, Disraeli took a similarly opportunistic stance. In 1866, he succeeded in wrecking the Liberal government's reform proposals and forcing the resignation of the Prime Minister. Disraeli's tactics helped the Tories into government, where he then set about introducing his own reform bill, which proved more radical than that he scuppered barely a month previously. The result, the 1867 Reform Act, doubled the size of the electorate, and gave urban working class men the vote. For some of his own backbenchers, Disraeli's actions, which helped smooth his path to the premiership, were yet more evidence of his recklessness, venality, and cynicism. In truth, he had done the Tories a favour. Disraeli knew that it was politically hazardous for the party to be seen as die-hard opponents of reform. He also knew that the Tories were more likely to limit any potential electoral damage the new measures might inflict upon them if they were in the legislative driving seat. Some have seen Disraeli's actions as the consequences of his belief in creating a Tory democracy, a union of the emerging working class and aristocracy against the liberal-inclined middle classes. It is, however, perhaps better viewed as a reflection of his pragmatism, reflecting his belief that politicians should be as free as possible from the constraints of policy commitments. He is famously said to have warned the editor of a Tory magazine, "Above all, no program." Well, let me try and condense this narrative to the point where the gamble pays off. Disraeli's efforts in 1867 did not initially reap any rewards. In the general election fought under the new franchise, the Tories were slain, and the new Prime Minister ejected from Downing Street after just 10 months in office. Unsurprisingly, this caused discontent and plotting, but ultimately Disraeli's gamble appeared to pay off. In 1874, he led the Tories back to power. Sweeping gains enabled the party to win its first parliamentary majority in 3 decades. Disraeli rested his party's appeal firmly on the ground of what came to be called one nation politics. The term comes from the title of one of his most famous novels, Civil. I didn't pronounce that correctly. It's not civil at all, it's Sybil. Sybil! Sybil. And it's subtitled, after a hyphen, or the Twa Nations. Sybil or the Two Nations, which was published in 1845. Drawing in part on his own travels in the north of England, which, as our man George Knight has emphasized, is always considered the shoddy part of England, is the north, it painted a bleak picture of the, in his words, constant degradation of the people, and the poverty and exploitation which blighted the inner cities and mill towns. Disraeli believed that the division between rich and poor and the consequent threat of class politics were dangerous, and the Tory party should seek to heal it. In one of his most famous speeches at the Crystal Palace in 1872, he set out his one nation vision. The Tory party, unless it is a national party, is nothing. It is not a confederation of nobles. It is not a democratic multitude. It is a party formed from all the numerous classes in the realm. Principle and electoral calculation combined to produce a raft of social legislation on health, housing, education, and employment, which began tackling the problems of the slums and poor sanitation and strengthened the rights of workers against their employers by legalizing peaceful picketing. Some have questioned the radicalism of the legislation and Disraeli's own interest therein. He is alleged to have slept through some cabinet sessions, suggesting that when it comes to his role as a social reformer, the record contradicts the legend. Nonetheless, as Wilson correctly suggested, when he left office in 1880, Disraeli had the right to claim a greater advance in social legislation than that of any of his predecessors, almost more than all of them put together. One nation and the defeat of class politics also meant seizing for the Tories the mantle of the Patriotic Party. Disraeli's own feelings about the empire were ambivalent. On one occasion, he privately suggested that the colonies were millstones around our neck, labeling them deadweights on another. But that did not stop him assailing the Liberals for allegedly attempting to effect the disintegration of the Empire of England. In office, he further delighted Queen Victoria by pushing through legislation to bestow upon her the title of Empress of India and buying a minority share in the Suez Canal. The public were not disabused of their widely held belief that Great Britain had in fact purchased it, nor was the Queen herself, whom Disraeli informed, "It is settled. You have it, madame." Despite his deep patriotism, Disraeli was the subject of vicious Judeophobic attacks from his political opponents. They charged that his failure as prime minister to do more to protect Christians in the Balkans from massacres by their Ottoman Muslim masters stemmed from his Jewish roots. Many British Jews, as the Jewish Chronicle put it, recognized that the Turks were the real protectors of the Jews in the East, and were understandably wary of Russia's threats to intervene. In other words, he took the side of the Turks because the Turks protected the Jews when they killed Christians. His interest was not in protecting Christians, but in protecting Jews. Again, that dual loyalty in effect that we're all supposed to just accept when it's unacceptable. But Disraeli's actions were not, as his critics suggested, the result of his Jew feelings, or a reflection of an Oriental indifference to cruelty, but a Kissingerite realpolitik calculation, strongly shared by Queen Victoria, whom he had indoctrinated, that Russian expansionism posed a danger to greater British interests. Even Disraeli's eventual triumph at the Congress of Berlin in 1878, he thwarted grand Russian designs on the Balkans. That did not satisfy Gladstone, who continued to charge that Britain's Jews had proved themselves opponents of effectual relief to Christians. Watching Disraeli in Berlin, Otto von Bismarck proved more complimentary. He remarked, "Der alte Jude, das ist der Mann." Or, "Der alte Jude" would be more the Germanic pronunciation. "Das ist der Mann." In other words, the old Jew, he is the man. Now, one nation conservatism has gone through many iterations since Disraeli's day. It is, however, a testament to the longevity of its appeal that the morning after he was re-elected in 2015, David Cameron pledged to lead a one-nation government. Perhaps more remarkable still, both Cameron's defeated opponent, the Labour leader, Ed Miliband, and his successor in Downing Street, Theresa May, have both attempted to don the one-nation mantle. Disraeli's conservatism was deeply held. The purpose of the Tory party, he believed, was to maintain the institutions of the empire, the monarchy, the Church of England, the aristocracy. But that belief also necessitated knowing when it is best to reform in order to preserve. It is this philosophy of governing that has been perhaps Disraeli's greatest legacy to the Conservative Party of England, and which has allowed the British Conservative Party to become the most electorally successful political party in the world. Now, what I'm going to do is, in a sense, take a break. It's not a break at all. I'm going to continue talking. Rather, what I'll do for a few minutes is read. I'm going to read an article from Atlantic Magazine's October issue, meaning basically the autumn issue for the season. And this is my kind of article. It's titled Nixon Between the Lines. It's written by Andrew Ferguson. And basically, to quote Andrew Ferguson, alone in his study, ballpoint pen in hand, the president revealed himself in the margins of his books. Now, you might remember Brendan Zogit pointing out the fact that I transferred, or at least scanned, a bunch of documents for William Jefferson, not William Jefferson, but William Cooper, Bill Cooper. I'm thinking of Clinton, whose middle name was Jefferson, William Jefferson Clinton. But with Bill Cooper, there are a number of notes I put in the margins. And there's at least one that stands out. But writing marginalia, or notes in the margins of books, this is why there are margins in books, so you can write notes. In case you didn't know it, that's why there's spaces between the text and the end of the page. This is so you can write your notes. That's what it was meant for. So President Nixon did a lot of this. And Andrew Ferguson has been trying to recreate his life from those marginal notes, from that marginalia. His psyche, his soul, captured in those margins. So this is an important article. It's written the way I like articles to be written. It's erudite. So I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to give you my contrapuntal or my context, and kind of put what he says into a more realistic context than even he presents it. So I'm going to start reading now. This is not me talking. This is Andrew Ferguson. Consider this kind of like an audiobook for the next several minutes. It'll probably take maybe about 10 minutes to get through this. Or maybe 15. Either way, be patient. You'll enjoy it. Keep listening. Again, reading from Andrew Ferguson now. This isn't Douglas Dietrich talking. Call it coincidence, serendipity, an aligning of the planets. Whatever the term, the moment was creepy and amusing all at once. I was beavering away in the basement research room at the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum in Yorba Linda, a suburb of Los Angeles, when Henry Kissinger twice came into view. In the flat, cursive form of Nixon's scrawl in the margins of the book I was reading, and then in the rounder corporeal form of the man himself, in the hallway outside the door. Kissinger, the last surviving member of Nixon's cabinet, was in Yorba Linda last fall for 2 reasons. To speak at a fundraising gala for the Richard Nixon Foundation and to promote a book he had published earlier in the year at the improbable age of 99. The book, titled Leadership, contains an entire chapter in praise of Nixon, the man who had made Kissinger the 20th century's only celebrity diplomat. In other words, the Disraeli of the American Empire. I was there to gather material for a Nixon book of my own. I had been nosing around in a cache of volumes from Nixon's personal library. I was particularly interested in any marks he may have left in the books he'd owned. From what I could tell, no one had yet mined this remarkably varied collection, more than 2,000 books, filling roughly 160 boxes stored in a vault beneath the Presidential Museum. Taken together, they reflect the broad range of Nixon's intellectual curiosity and underappreciated quality of his highly active mind. To give an idea, one heavily underlined book in the collection is a lengthy biography of Tolstoy. Another is a book on statesmanship by Charles de Gaulle. Another is a deep dive into the historiography of Japanese art. Several fat volumes of The Story of Civilization, Will and Ariel Durant's mid-century monument to middlebrow history, display evidence of attentive reading and rereading. Every morning a friendly factotum would wheel out a gray metal cart stacked with dusty boxes from Nixon's personal library. On the afternoon Kissinger arrived, I had worked my way down to an obscure book published in 1984, a decade after Nixon left the White House. A significant portion of Bad News, subtitled The Foreign Policy of the New York Times, by a foreign correspondent for the New York Daily News named Ross Braley, is a blistering indictment of the New York Times' coverage of the Nixon administration. In Braley's telling, the Times' treatment swung between the unfair and the uncomprehending for reasons ranging from negligence to malice. The book had found its ideal reader in Richard Nixon. The pages of his copy were cluttered with underlining from his thick ballpoint pen. It occurred to me, as I followed along, that Nixon was being brought up short by his reading. Much of the material in Bad News was apparently news to him. My reading was interrupted by a commotion outside the research room. I stuck my head out in time to see Kissinger and his entourage settling into the room across the hall. A group of donors and Nixonophiles had gathered to hear heroic tales of Nixon's statecraft. I dutifully returned to Braley. When I got to a chapter on Daniel Ellsberg, predecessor to Douglas Dietrich, another fellow Marine, who had basically released the papers exposing the criminality of the Vietnam conflict, whereas my Roswell deception is the Pentagon Papers of World War II. Far more important, far more damning, and therefore, well, people fall into deniability about it. In other words, self-denial, that they can digest anything I say. But yes, back to reading here from our man Ferguson. When I got to a chapter on Daniel Ellsberg and the Pentagon Papers, I found an unmistakable pattern. Most of Nixon's markings involved the man holding court across the hall, and Nixon wasn't happy with him. Kissinger, Braley wrote, had actually invited Daniel Ellsberg to Nixon's transition office in late 1968 to explicate his dovish views on Vietnam more than 12 years before the papers were released. Nixon's pen came down. Exclamation point! Kissinger gave Ellsberg an office in the White House complex anyway, for a month in 1969, a stone's throw from the Oval Office. Slash mark! Exclamation mark! Kissinger spent his evenings ridiculing Nixon in private conversations with liberal friends. This last treachery summoned the full battery of Nixon's marginalia. A slash running across, well, what does he say here? A slash running alongside the paragraph, a check mark for emphasis, and a plump, emphatic line under liberal friends. Still, Braley went on, when the Pentagon Papers were leaked, their publication alarmed Kissinger because they posed a double threat to national security and to the conduct of foreign policy. And Nixon wrote in that margin, "And to K," meaning and to Kissinger himself. The contrast between Nixon's bitter hash marks about Kissinger from the 1980s and Kissinger's present-day celebration of his old boss offered a lesson in the evolving calculation of self-interest. It also conjured the image of a solitary old man in semi-retirement learning things about a now-vanished world he'd once thought he presided over. It happened often in the reading room in Yorba Linda. With unexpected immediacy, the gray metal cart carried the past into the present in small but tangible fragments of Nixon himself. You see, the reason I love this article so much, it reminds me of my own experiences as a Department of Defense research librarian. I'm presuming all of you can understand that by now. So let's get back to what this man is saying. He calls himself a marginalian maven, meaning that he is someone who analyzes these notations left in books by great men, or historic figures at least. The task of a marginalia maven is at right angles to the task of reading a book. It is an attempt to read the reader rather than to read the writer. For several decades now, scholars have been swarming the margins of books in dead people's libraries. Those margins are among the most promising sites of textual activity, to use the scholar's clinical phrase, a place to explore, analyze, and, it is hoped, find new raw material for the writing of dissertations. Famous readers whose libraries have fallen under such scrutiny include Melville and Montaigne, Machiavelli and Mark Twain. A book invites various kinds of engagement, depending on the reader. Voltaire, whom Nixon admired, to judge by his extravagant underlining in the Durance's The Age of Voltaire, scribbled commentary so incessantly that his marginalia have been published in volumes of their own. Voltaire liked to argue with a book. Nixon did not. He had a lively mind, but not when reading a disputatious one. He restricted his marginalia almost exclusively to underlining sentences or making other subverbal remarks on the page, boxes and brackets and circles. You get the idea that he knew what he wanted from a book and went searching for it, and when he found what he wanted, he pinned it to the page with his pen. Seldom, from what I've seen, a pencil, which is pretty expository in and of itself. It means he can't erase what he's done, generally speaking. And that's fine too, because you can't really erase with a pencil either. You leave an imprint anyway. In his method, Nixon resembled the English writer Paul Johnson. I once asked Johnson how, given his prolific journalistic career, several volumes and reviews a week in British and American publications, he managed to read all the books he cited in his own very long and very readable histories, which embraced such expansive subjects as Christianity, ancient Aegyptus, and the British Empire. His reaction bordered on revulsion at my naivete. "Read them?" he spat out. "Read them? I don't read them. I fillet them." As it happens, Nixon was an avid reader of Johnson, whose books he often handed out to friends and staff at Christmas time. John Adams, another busy producer of marginalia, liked to quote a Latin epigram: "Studium sine calamo somnium." Adams translated this as, "Study without a pen in your hand is but a dream." Nixon acquired the pen in hand habit early, as his surviving college and high school textbooks show, and he kept at it throughout his life. For Nixon, as for the rest of us, marking up books was also a way of slowing himself down and attending to what he read. He was not a notably fast reader, by his own account, but his powers of concentration and memorization were considerable. Going at a book physically was a way of absorbing it mentally. One of the most heavily represented authors in Nixon's personal library is Winston Churchill, whom Nixon revered not only as a statesman but also as a historian and an essayist. Nixon's shelves sagged with Churchill's multi-volume histories and biographies. The World Crisis, Marlborough, His Life and Times, The Second World War, A History of the English-Speaking Peoples, Churchill's Great Contemporaries, A series of sketches he wrote in the 1920s and 30s, sizing up roughly 12 friends and colleagues, was clearly a favorite. When I retrieved Nixon's copy from a box, I found it dog-eared throughout. Nixon's tastes ran heavily toward history, but he could be tempted away from the past to a book of present-day punditry if the writer and point of view were agreeable. According to a report in Time magazine, when 500,000 citizens descended on Washington, D.C., in November of 1969 to protest the Vietnam War, Nixon holed up in his private quarters with a book called The Decline of Radicalism, subtitled Reflections on America Today. The book, slim and elegant, had been sent to Nixon by its author, the historian Daniel Boorstin. Judging by his notations, Nixon was less interested, or rather, he writes here, Ferguson does, Nixon was interested less in Boorstin's turgid cultural analysis of consumption communities, and more in his thesis that the ragged protesters gathering outside the White House fence constituted something new in American history. They were not radicals at all, but nihilists. Nixon brought out the pen, and in Yorba Linda, a continent and decades away from his White House hideaway, I could still feel the insistent furrow of his underlining on the page. He marked several consecutive paragraphs in a section called The New Barbarians, in which Boorstin criticized protesters for their indolence of mind and mindless, obsessive quest for power. People read books for lots of reasons: instruction, pleasure, uplift. This was Nixon reading for self-defense. The book I most wanted to see in Yorba Linda was Nixon's copy of Robert Blake's biography, Disraeli, published in the year that Douglas Dietrich was born, 1966. I added that myself, but it's a fact. A recreation of Nixon's favorite room in the White House was one of the Nixon Museum's prime exhibits when it opened in 1990, a few years before Nixon's death. It has since been redesigned. Nixon himself chose Disraeli to rest upon his desk for all the public to see. The book was given to him during his first year in the White House in 1969 by Daniel Patrick Moynihan, a Harvard professor, prominent Democrat, and future United States Senator from New York. To the surprise of just about everybody, the year he took office, Nixon made Moynihan his chief domestic policy counselor, a counterpart in those early days to Kissinger as head of the National Security Council. This was supposed to be his angel on his shoulder to counter Kissinger's devil. Obviously, the devil won out. Despite Nixon's enduring image as a black-eyed right-winger, his political ideology was always flexible, if not flatly self-contradictory. Moynihan, the liberal, hoped to persuade Nixon, the hybrid, to take Benjamin Disraeli, the great prime minister of Victorian Britannia, as his model. Disraeli was a Tory and an imperialist, and at the same time a social reformer of vision and courage. According to Moynihan, Nixon read the book within days of receiving it. Soon enough, the president was calling himself a Disraeli conservative. The precise meaning of the tag was clear to Nixon alone, but we can assume it underwent a great deal of improvisation and revision as his presidency wore on. Disraeli's appeal to Nixon went beyond his light-footed ideology. Speaking to his cabinet at a dinner one evening in early 1972, Nixon called Disraeli a magnificent politician. Now, he went on, the fashionable set today would immediately say, politicians, bad. As he saw it, the fashionable set, the epithet, suffused with reverse snobbery and class resentment, is pure Nixon. Believe that politicians disdain idealism and think nothing of principle. But, Nixon said, the pages of history are full of idealists who never accomplished anything. It was pragmatic men, like Disraeli, who had the ability to do things that other people only talked about. Of course, it helps when you're Jewish. Nixon, who had never shied away from calling himself a politician, wanted to see himself in Disraeli, or at least in Blake's Disraeli. This classic biography, to which, he told his cabinet, he often turned for inspiration on sleepless nights. And here the book was, Nixon's own copy, at the top of my growing stack in Yorba Linda. Disraeli is packed with observations about political tradecraft. They are penetrating, specific, and completely cold-blooded. The little dicta come from both the biographer and his subject. He was a master at disguising retreat as advance, Blake wrote approvingly. Nixon underlined that sentence, and then this one from Disraeli's contemporary Lord Salisbury. The commonest error in politics is sticking to the carcasses of dead policies. A line, a checkmark, a circle. Why Nixon deployed one notation and not another for any given passage is a question as unanswerable as, why didn't he just burn the tapes? But it was politics that always caught his eye and activated his pen. Disraeli, Blake wrote, suffered from a defect, endemic among politicians, the greatest reluctance to admit publicly that he had been in the wrong, even when the fault lay with his subordinates. Another from Blake, successful politicians realize that a larger part of political life in a parliamentary democracy consists not so much in doing things yourself as in imparting the right tone to things that others do for you or to things that are going to happen anyway. Should we take marked passages like these, with their ironic acceptance of the fudging and misdirection called for in the political arts, as a gesture toward self-criticism on Nixon's part? Probably not. Nixon knew himself better than psychobiographers give him credit for, but self-awareness is not self-criticism. In his chosen profession, he took the bad with the good, and his casual, creeping concessions to the seamier requirements of politics are what eventually did him in. If you go looking for them, you can see reflections of Blake's Disraeli throughout Nixon's presidency, encapsulated in enduring phrases here and there. It was in Blake that Nixon came across Disraeli's famous description of exhausted volcanoes. Disraeli coined it to disparage the feckless time servers in William Ewart Gladstone's cabinet after they had been in office a few years. Nixon underscored not only exhausted volcanoes, but the rest of the passage from Blake's text. The phrase, Blake writes, was no mere jibe. For the past year, the government had been vexed by that combination of accidents, scandals, and blunders, which so often, for no apparent reason, seemed to beset an energetic administration in its later stages. Nixon feared the same fate for his second term, a loss of energy and direction. The day after his landslide re-election in 1972, he called together his cabinet and senior staff. He told them of Disraeli's warning about exhausted volcanoes, and then, with his chief of staff, H.R. Haldeman, serving as the High Lord Executioner, he demanded their resignations en masse. Not everything in Blake's Disraeli caught Nixon's interest. Certainly not everything was useful to him. As I paged through, I saw there were many longueurs, stretches of several dozen pages, sometimes more, where no filleting of any kind had happened. And then, inevitably, suddenly, Nixon the reader is seized by passages of sometimes thunderous resonance, and the pen is again called into play. Disraeli, Blake writes, really was regarded as an outsider by the Victorian governing class. One can almost see Nixon sit bolt upright and pick up his pen. This is the same ostracism that Nixon himself felt keenly throughout his personal and professional life, in fact and in imagination. The following page and a half, discussing the disdain of the elite for Disraeli, is bracketed nearly in its entirety. Some sentences are boxed. Some passages, like this one, are underlined as well as bracketed. And I'm going to read that passage to you now. A single sentence, really. Men of genius operating in a parliamentary democracy inspired a great deal of dislike and no small degree of distrust among the bustling mediocrities who form the majority of mankind. The antagonism of the elites was not the determining fact of Disraeli's career, but both biographer and subject perceived its profound effects, and so did the man reading it about it 90 years after Disraeli's death. As president, Nixon felt himself similarly situated, the political leader of an imperial nation, highly skilled, aching for greatness, yet in permanent estrangement from the most powerful figures of the politics and culture that surrounded him, nearly all of whom he judged, as Disraeli had, bustling mediocrities. When reading about the elites, Nixon pressed the ballpoint deep into the page. We marginalia mavens, tracing our fingers across the lines today, can only guess, of course, but it may be that in 1969, sitting in the reading chair in his White House hideaway, he already sensed that this was not bound to end well. Okay, that's how Mr. Ferguson's article ends. Now, it's up to me to contextualize this about America's very own Disraelis. Now, remember, I'm a much older man than the majority of you. Oh, our dear Victoria says I haven't been feeling too well. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay, honey. Believe me, accepted. I'm just so glad that you're here. You have no idea how glad. It's uplifting, heartwarming. Says I will have to catch up later. Star. Oh. Yes. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Love you, Victoria. Okay, and thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. So there we are. Okay. Got you. Thank you, honey. Got you. And I've got your back. Bless you. Everybody pray for Victoria, that she heals up, feels better, recovers. Okay. Thank you, honey, for coming into the chat. Okay. And hopefully we'll be blessed with your voice sometime soon. Okay, let's talk about America's very own Disraelis. When Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger entered the White House together in January of 1969, I was but fucking less than 3 years old. I was just it was 2 years and a few months old. It was, if anything, we had probably not even entered the United States yet. Or we're not going to be on our way until later that year. I was still in Taiwan. But when Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger entered that White House together in the opening month of that 1969th year in our Lord, only one of them was professedly a Disraeli conservative. It wasn't Mr. Nixon. In those days, when Harvard was still a long way off for him, the newly elected president could have had only the vaguest idea of what the term Disraeli conservative even meant. Daniel Pat Moynihan, his Harvard Catholic mentor on domestic affairs, hadn't yet urged him to read Robert Blake's Disraeli, or begun to flatter him with the idea that he physically resembled the great Victorian conservative statesman who had dished the Whigs by stealing all their liberal programs from them. Of course, I don't think Disraeli looks good at all, so I don't see how Nixon would have taken that as a compliment, but to each their own. Of course, if you look like Nixon, looking like anybody else would be an improvement. Now, Moynihan's colleague, Henry Kissinger, on the other hand, was an avowed Disraeli conservative from the start of his White House career. When Time magazine did its original cover story on him on the 14th day in February, Valentine's Day, no less, in 1969, the president's newly appointed chief foreign policy advisor was asked about his political philosophy. It was known that he had been a Rockefeller advisor for years and that he preferred the liberal Kennedy policies, both domestic and foreign, to any of the policies projected by Mr. Nixon during the 1968 campaign. Why then, it was asked, would he be willing to serve a Nixon who had been backed by the Goldwaters, Thurmans, and Buckleys? How did he qualify as, in any sense, conservative? Kissinger's reply was candid enough, and no doubt intended to assure his Harvard colleagues. He said, "If I were in 19th century Great Britain, I might be a Disraeli conservative in domestic affairs, but not in foreign policy." As paraphrased by the Time cover story reporter, Kissinger's own clarification of that concluding phrase reads, "Disraeli was an unabashed imperialist. Kissinger, by contrast, believes that U.S. power must not be spread too thinly, especially in politically underdeveloped areas that Americans little understand." During his first 4 years in the White House, Mr. Nixon was Henry Kissinger's kind of Disraeli conservative, in domestic affairs, but not in foreign policy. Disraeli didn't dish the Whigs in foreign policy. He was consistently conservative, as he claimed to be, in guarding the British hegemony everywhere. President Nixon had pursued an opposite course. Guided by Kissinger, an avowedly emasculated Disraeli conservative, our then president repeatedly sacrificed the American hegemony. He again and again retreated from positions of strength in the Cold War. He abandoned the containment policy of Truman, the massive retaliation doctrine of Allen Dulles, which had survived in the McNamara policy of assured destruction, and was on the verge of leaving our longtime anti-communist allies across the world to fend for themselves against what used to be the common enemy. The American liberals who dumped President Johnson for his hard line on the war were certainly dished in foreign policy by the Nixon administration, and for the most part, they loved it. The basic regret of the Lipmans, Restins, and Lerners seemed to be that, to pay for his foreign policy retreats that have so pleased them, Mr. Nixon would have to throw the popular conservative majority a real bon artois on domestic issues. What happened next? Alas, we were never to have 4 more years of emasculated Disraeli conservatism in the White House, nor was Mr. Kissinger, who was thence rather isolated in his responsibilities, destined to be served up as a scapegoat when the old world proved that it was the old world yet. Just goes to show, one can never be sure. In his now notorious interview with Garnet D. Horner on election eve, Mr. Nixon started out characterizing himself in words that seemed to come straight out of Kissinger's Time magazine interview. To quote his Dick the Nix, "When we talk about philosophy, I am not saying we are going to be more conservative, more liberal. Maybe I can describe it this way. I think if you would look at it in terms of the great debates in the British system in the 19th century, I would say that my views, my approach, is probably that of a Disraeli conservative. An honest appraisal of the preceding 4 years would have led him, by that point, to repeat Kissinger's qualifying phrase of 1969, a Disraeli conservative in domestic affairs, but not in foreign policy. What Nixon actually added at that point in time was either dishonest or an indication that he meant, finally, to break out of Kissinger's influence during the next 4 years, which is why Kissinger had him thrown out of office. For he said, Nixon did, without any apparent equivocation, "My approach is probably that of a Disraeli conservative, a strong foreign policy, strong adherence to basic values that the nation believes in, and to conserving those values and not being destructive of them, but combined with reform that will work, not reform that destroys." Had Mr. Nixon pursued a strong foreign policy in the conservative sense during the preceding 4 years, the Javitzes, Rockefellers, and C.L. Sulzbergers would not have supported him so enthusiastically as they did for re-election. If he pursued a strong foreign policy in that same sense during the next 4 years, we can be certain that the same fierce drive that toppled Lyndon Baines Johnson from the presidency in 1968 would soon enough be remounted against Richard Nixon, and by the same intellectual establishment. But there was never any danger of that so long as the inscrutable Henry Kissinger, a Disraeli conservative in domestic affairs but not in foreign policy, continued to pull the strings. When Henry Kissinger died Wednesday night, midweek last at 100 years of age, the overriding feeling on a large swath of the internet was, well, release. The former Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, and the architect of some of the bloodiest expressions of American foreign policy, outlived his old bosses, Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, by decades, becoming an adored figure within the United States' Beltway elite, a sought-after counselor on world affairs, a prolific writer, and also an investor in Theranos, the Silicon Valley blood company of fakery and fraudulence. For those familiar with the lowlights of Kissinger's career as Secretary of State, carpet bombing Southeast Asia, ruining early chances for peace in Vietnam, abetting genocide in Bangladesh and East Timor, and consigning Chile and Argentina to decades of strongman brutality, the half-century of fating that Kissinger received after leaving government service has always been baffling and angering. Kissinger didn't just dine out. He continued to sabotage other presidents' foreign policies, made racist and Judeo-phobic statements, supported the disastrous American invasion of Iraq, and advised multiple mining companies responsible for human rights violations. For liberals with something resembling a conscience, the frustration arose not just from the fact that Kissinger lived for so long with total impunity, but that he remained an influential voice, despite the millions of lives ended or ruined by his actions, as well as the continued pain of his survivors. It's not as though the people who celebrated him were unaware of these feelings. When the New Yorker's Isaac Schotener confronted veteran broadcaster Ted Koppel in June about his arm's-length friendship with Kissinger, Koppel brushed off the discussions of war crimes by repeatedly referring to Kissinger as an interesting man. Certainly one way of putting it. And then on Wednesday last week he died, and you can perhaps understand why so many responded with a sense of levity. You could find some glee in recirculating Anthony Bourdain's rage-filled quote about how Kissinger ruined Cambodia. If you had an emoji pasta saved on your phone for this occasion, you could finally dispatch it in a timely manner. If you wanted to make use of the infamous crab rave video, now was the chance. Yet among all this catharsis, no one could surpass the unbeatable levels of hater reached by the lefty publishers of Jacobin magazine and Verso books. In anticipation of the elder statesman's demise, Jacobin had assembled an entire book in advance. They were extremely prepared for Kissinger to die, titled The Good Die Young, subtitled The Verdict on Henry Kissinger, featuring essays by celebrated scholars like Gerald Horne and Carolyn Eisenberg on the wide-spanning breadth of Kissinger's noxious foreign policy legacy and the areas of the world still hurting thanks to his time and power. This 200-page book, which was completed years ago and prepared with a 5,000-copy limited run, went immediately on sale Wednesday night, a fitting counterbalance to the more laudatory remembrances offered by the likes of, say, The Washington Post and Fox News. Greg Grandin, who contributed the introduction to the book, had released his own book-length treatment in 2015 titled Kissinger's Shadow, which is an intellectual biography. Many years before that, we had the famous Christopher Hitchens book, The Trial of Henry Kissinger, which lays out, in a very lawyerly way, all of the human rights violations and war crimes Kissinger committed over the course of his career. While those books are fantastic and extremely useful, there has always been this need for a different kind of book that would point to Kissinger not as an aberration or a uniquely malevolent figure in American history, but rather as the embodiment of official United States policies. Rene Rojas and Bhaskar Sunkara, some of the editors on the project, were able to commission several excellent scholars from South America who wrote their contributions originally in the Espanol, which they then translated for the book. There's a ton of people writing about Kissinger and commenting on Kissinger's legacy around the world, but in the southern cone of South America in particular, there's been an impressive reckoning with his legacy among historians, and a lot of that work has not appeared in English. Kissinger is a malevolently bipartisan figure. Maybe more bipartisan than any other American figure. He represents the institutional memory of American empire, and that institutional memory persists no matter who's sitting in the White House. There's a fun little section in the preface of this book I'm citing that the aforementioned Rene and Bhaskar, along with their co-editores Jonah Walters, a current postdoctoral scholar in the Biocritical Studies Lab at UCLA, the University of California at Los Angeles' Institute for Society and Genetics, where they described Kissinger's 90th birthday party in New York City, which was a huge black tie affair that received all sorts of coverage in the tabloids. What's really striking about that gathering is that it was full of Bush administration people, Condoleezza Rice, Donald Rumsfeld, and it's also full of Democratic people. Veteran for Peace, John Kerry, was in attendance. Hillary Clinton was in attendance. It captured the bipartisan nature not only of Kissinger as an evil figure, but his entire political and his entire geopolitical project. Until recently, it was still unusual to hear Kissinger criticized publicly. I remember that during the 2016 Democratic presidential primary, Hillary Rodham Clinton was quite boastful about her relationship with Henry Kissinger. By stark contrast, most free people in the world outside the avowedly Kissingerite tyrannies of the Israeli-manipulated Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis of China, Russia, and India are reacting to this news with a mirthful and relieved response to the death of this man. If you don't understand what I'm saying, to clarify, the Russians, Communist Chinese, and Asian Indians love Kissinger, just like they love Israel. The rest of the world does not. Just like the rest of the world generally doesn't like Israel. And it's really only in the Jumerican United States where we can even stomach a conversation about whether or not it's proper to not publicly grieve Henry Kissinger. There are quite literally tens of millions of people all over the world, in countries as far-flung as Bangladesh, Chile, certainly Palestine, all over the world, who recognize Henry Kissinger as a symbol of some of the most corrupt and destructive political decisions that have been taken in the past 100 years. Even without the existence of a commentator like myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, most people in the world would be giddily celebrating the death of this man today. One of the most urgent political tasks that confronts citizens in these United States and around the world today is how to rein in the self-perpetuating cycle of forever wars that structured so much of the 20th century and that continues to structure our global politics today. The world Kissinger was instrumental in creating is a world in which the military might of dominant powers, notably the American Empire, plays a sort of discretionary, disciplinary role the world over. The Kissinger Doctrine, if we can call it that, was to use, rather abuse, the might of the American military, as well as its client militaries around the world, to come down hard against any country that threatened to develop its own sphere of influence or chart its own path toward a future that was not constrained by Jumerican, i.e., purely Jewish hegemony. In a lot of ways, that world still exists. That is still the overriding objective of the American government when it comes to foreign policy. It's less possible for the U.S. security state to unilaterally stage invasions like the Iraq War, but it certainly has a network of extremely powerful allies around the world and key geopolitical feeders who may support it with weapons, with political legitimacy, with money. Chief among these client militaries or these geopolitical partners is the illegitimate state of Israel. And Kissinger's death has come at this time of heightened conflict in Israel and Palestine. There are obvious immediate things that I needed to happen to make this a more peaceful and just world. Checking the power of the State of Israel over Palestinians is certainly one of those things, but in a more long-term sense, the anti-Kissinger doctrine, if we can call it that, would be to quit thinking about the world as a place that is only manageable through the might and power of the American military. It's really hard to pick one historical example and hold it up as the most damaging thing that Kissinger accomplished, because there are so many places around the world that continue to struggle with the aftermath of the decisions he and others made. One thing that stands out is the absolutely horrific role that Kissinger played in the southern cone of South America, not only in paving the way for a coup d'etat against Salvador Allende in Chile, but also in creating what was known then and now as Operation Condor, the program through which South American dictatorships collaborated with one another to disappear one another's exiled opponents. It was a horrible, murderous program that led to the total destruction of the left in South America, which is a legacy that that part of the world has been living with for generations. It's shocking to me, the son of Adolf Hitler, on a personal and moral level that someone like Kissinger, who as a young boy had fled Nazi Germany, was actively collaborating with authoritarian dictatorships in South America to commit horrible crimes against humanity and to disappear political dissidents. It's striking to me that his path led him to that place. Henry Kissinger was, like Disraeli, history's bloodiest social climber. He was Disraeli multiplied by orders of magnitude on steroids. America's schmanciest people loved Kissinger. Was it in spite of his monstrousness or because of it? In 2002, the former Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, and his wife attended an elegant dinner party hosted by Barbara Walters. Other participants included Time magazine editor Henry Grunwald, one-time ABC chair Thomas Murphy, and Peter Jennings, then the anchor of ABC's World News Tonight. At one point in the evening, as New York Magazine recounted, Jennings addressed Kissinger and asked him, "How does it feel to be a war criminal, Henry?" Kissinger simply did not respond. However, Grunwald informed Jennings that this inquiry was unsuitable. Walters, who considered Kissinger the most loyal friend, later said, "I tried to change the subject, but it was a very uncomfortable moment." Kissinger's wife, Nancy, reacted very strongly and hurt. There are several notable things about this farce. First, the people at the top of American society absolutely love Henry Kissinger. He is their beloved compatriot, and they are anxious to protect his delicate feelings. Second, Jennings sincerely believed that Kissinger was a war criminal, and, unusually, was willing to say this in private. Yet he didn't have the courage to say this in public, to his audience of tens of millions of Americans. Presumably, he would then no longer be invited to these sorts of parties at all. Actually, the Jews would have made him lose his job before they killed him. Third, Kissinger's fancy, famous, rich pals will not exactly dispute, they don't argue, that Kissinger was a monster. Rather, bringing it up is an embarrassing social faux pas. Like, say, mentioning how everybody knows that your buddy is cheating on his wife, who is sitting next to you. Why would you want to spoil the mood just when we're all feeling toasty from the Chambertin Grand Cru and having such a lovely time? Think of how Kissinger lived, ensconced in the silken embrace of wealth and power, when you read, or read, Nick Terces's new reporting on his actions while in office. Kissinger, it turns out, was responsible for even more misery and death in the United States bombing of Cambodia than was already known, which is truly saying something. At the top of the pyramid, Kissinger enjoyed endless banquets and oceans of acclamation. During the Nixon administration, Kissinger was beloved by Hollywood, often literally. He spoke at the 1996 funeral for a less prominent war criminal, Thomas Enders, an event also attended by David Rockefeller, John D's grandson, president of the Council on Foreign Relations, CEO of the Chase Manhattan Bank, Paul Volcker, chair of the Federal Reserve, who said, "The standard of living of the average American has to decline." Amelia Lacroix de Fortabat, an Argentinian billionaire, and Gustavo Cisneros, a Venezuelan billionaire. At the height of the Iraq War, Vice President Dick Cheney reported that I probably talk to Henry Kissinger more than I talk to anybody else. He just comes by. Hillary Clinton referred to Kissinger as a friend. And I relied on his counsel when I served as Secretary of State. Clinton rearranged her schedule, giving an award to designer Oscar de la Renta so both she and de la Renta could attend Kissinger's 90th birthday. In 2014, little Hen Kissinger attended a Yankees game with the noted humanitarian Samantha Power, who later received an award both named after and presented to her by Kissinger himself. The Kissinger Award. I would consider that the gravest insult myself. Kissinger served on the board of the fraudulent Silicon Valley company Theranos, the blood company, with Jim Mattis, the Marine Corps general, who'd gone on to be Donald Trump's Secretary of Defense, and George Shultz, who was Secretary of State for Ronald Reagan. Kissinger joked that he didn't ask questions of Elizabeth Holmes, the founderess of Theranos, because we were all afraid of her. Ha ha! Yeah, she's in jail now. I guess you can feel safe. Well, you're beyond her reach anyway, Kiss. You're fucking dead. This week, last week by now, the Washington Post granted Kissinger's son David, president of Conan O'Brien's production company, space to tell us that to enjoy his 100th birthday, Kissinger was participating in centennial celebrations that will take him from New York to London and finally to his hometown of Fürth, Germany. One of the kickoff events was held at the Yale Club in Manhattan. I've got some articles in front of me about that. I can't even begin to even look at them. They're disgusting. This guy is eating caviar like it was ice cream. He's digging into buckets of it. Disgusting. I mean, that's not even how you eat caviar. Then consider those down at the bottom of the pyramid. The Cambodians, Vietnamese, Laotians, Timorese, Pakistanis, Latin Americans, and oh so many more, whose lives and bodies were torn to shreds by Kissinger. In fact, the many more here includes United States soldiers, whom Kissinger referred to as dumb, stupid animals to be used. Here's what Terse writes about one such person he met while reporting in Cambodia. Round-faced and just over 5 feet tall in plastic sandals, Mayas Lorne lost an older brother to a helicopter gunship attack and an uncle and cousins to artillery fire. For decades, one question haunted her. I still wonder why those aircraft always attacked in this area. Why did they drop bombs here? But Mayas Lorne will never, ever get an answer. Terse describes an encounter with Kissinger when he was able to pass her inquiry along. When pressed about the substance of the question, that Cambodians were bombed and killed, Kissinger became visibly angry. "What are you trying to prove?" he growled. And then, when I refused to give up, he cut me off. "Play with it," he told me. "Have a good time." I asked him to answer Mayas Lorne's question. Why did they drop bombs here? He refused. "I'm not smart enough for you," Kissinger said sarcastically as he stomped his cane. "I lack your intelligence and moral quality." He stalked off. Play with it. It is bracing indeed to understand that the people who run this country find this kind of human being charming and delightful. It makes you wonder if there are any killers from history who they would not celebrate, assuming the killers had conducted their slaughter with the aim of keeping America's elites rich, warm, and safe behind the flanks of guns. Now, Narendra Modi, dictator of India, is running a global death squad protected by the Kissinger Doctrine. Trying to murder American citizens on American soil is no big deal, so long as the foreign policy elite likes you. On June 18th of this year, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Canadian active in the cause of Sikh separatism in his native India, was shot to death in the parking lot of a Sikh temple in Surrey, British Columbia. On September 18th, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau addressed the Canadian Parliament and announced the stunning revelation that Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between the agents of the Government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. The Indian government vehemently denied the fact, and Trudeau said his government would present evidence after a fuller investigation. On Wednesday, the United States District Court for Southern New York unsealed a startling indictment which supports Trudeau's accusation and evinces that the Nijjar killing was part of something much larger. Based on the case presented in the indictment, as well as reporting done since Trudeau's exposition, there is every reason to conclude that the government of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is running a global assassination squad plotting the death of political activists in the Indian diaspora. According to the unsealed indictment, even as Nijjar was killed, a parallel and intertwined murder scheme carried out on the behest of an Indian government employee was coming to fruition in these United States. The indictment details an elaborate plot carried out by an unnamed Indian field officer and an Indian national named Nikhil Gupta, who is currently under arrest for murder for hire and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. The narrative evinced in the indictment reads like a mixture of a John le Carre spy novel and an Elmore Leonard crime farce. In May, an Indian field agent contacted Gupta to act as a middleman by hiring a hitman to assassinate Gurpatwant Singh Panun, an American citizen and general counsel for the New York-based group Sikhs for Justice. Panun is, like Nijjar, a supporter of a separate Sikh state to be called Khalistan. Gupta then met with trois contacts whom he thought were hitmen, but were actually an undercover law enforcement agent with the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA, and a DEA informant. On June 9th, acting as a conduit, Gupta gave 15,000 United States dollars to the DEA agent as a down payment for a planned murder. On June 12th, Gupta told the DEA informant that after the murder of Panun, "We will give more bigger job, more job every month, 2 to 3 job." No, this is a verbatim quote from the indictment. On June 12th, Gupta told the informant there was a big target in Canada. On June 18th, within hours of Nijjar's murder, the Indian field officer sent Gupta a video clip that showed Nijjar's bloody body slumping in his vehicle. Gupta replied to the effect that he wished he had personally conducted the killing. Shortly after receiving it, Gupta forwarded this video to the DEA informant. The next day, Gupta told the DEA agent that Nijjar was also the target, and "we have so many targets." Gupta was arrested in the Czech Republic later that month and extradited to these United States. So, there is every evidence to conclude that Nijjar and Panun were only the tip of the iceberg in terms of Sikhs being targeted by the Indian government. The Intercept reports that at least 12 other American Sikhs were notified by the FBI that they were potential assassination targets. The news site also reported that, to quote us from the writ, the Indian government's intelligence agency, the Research and Analysis Wing, or RAW, RAW, has been planning assassinations targeting Sikh and Kashmiri activists living in foreign countries, according to secret Pakistani intelligence assessments leaked to The Intercept. The family of Avtar Singh Kanda, a Khalistan activist who died in Birmingham earlier this year, also cries foul play and has called for an inquest into his death. Of course, all these cases, an indictment still to be tested in court, leaked intelligence assessments, a family's call for an inquest, have been treated skeptically even though they are verified. Regardless, taken together they add up to a disturbing pattern, one that proves an assassination ring truly global in scope, operating in Pakistan, the United Kingdom, Canada, and these United States. Aside from Sikhs, the assassination ring also seems to be targeting Kashmiris living outside India. The American government certainly concludes that these cases add up to a problem. The Washington Post reports that a string of high-level government officials, President Joe Biden, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and Central Intelligence Agency head William Burns have all confronted their Indian counterparts about the alleged assassination plots. The newspaper quotes a government official who says that in a September meeting with Modi during the Group of 20 summit, Biden underscored that this was a serious matter and emphasized the potential repercussions for the bilateral relationship were similar threats to persist. Now, Biden's private rebuke seems like a weak slap on the wrist, as do the other closed-door warnings given by his misgovernment. After all, the Indian government might be attempting to kill American citizens on American soil, as well as killing people in at least 3 other countries. Biden's response is simply to say, stop doing this or we won't be friends. On this matter, Biden is operating from realpolitik principles, whereby the safety of ordinary citizens is outweighed by the imperatives of the national security state. As the Washington Post so notes, and here I read therefrom, the new indictment could complicate the Biden administration's efforts to deepen strategic ties with India as a counterweight to communist China. But some analysts say that Washington's geopolitical courtship of New Delhi, that's the capital of India, supersedes the concerns it has, at least for now, about the Indian government's crackdown on Sikhs and other minorities, and Modi's tilt toward illiberalism. You like that? Modi's tilt toward illiberalism. That's what they call Putin. Illiberal. These are fucking tyrants, people. If Biden did want to issue a stern public rebuke to India for running a global death squad, he might find that he doesn't have a leg to stand on. After all, under the auspices of the global war on terror, the United States itself committed kidnapping and assassination on a vast scale, albeit with drones and special ops rather than hired hitmen. Further, the United States has often turned a blind eye to assassinations carried out by prized allies such as Saudi Arabia and Eretz Israel, the Greater Israel rogue regime. If India is acting as if international law has no meaning, then it was taught that lesson by the world's largest superpower. On the other hand, if Biden decided to keep Modi's assassination ring between friends, he'd only be following the precedent set by Henry Kissinger, the recently deceased former Secretary of State. From 1975 to 1983, the United States backed Operation Condor, an international assassination program run by right-wing dictatorships in South America, led by the Chile of Augusto Pinochet, with the collaboration of the governments of Argentina, and Uruguay. One of the most notorious Operation Condor crimes was the assassination on September 21st in 1976 of former Chilean Foreign Minister Orlando Letelier and his co-worker Ronnie Moffett. They were killed in a car explosion in Washington, District of Columbia. This June, journalist James Risen presented incontrovertible evidence in The Intercept that Henry Kissinger, Secretary of State when Operation Condor started and when the assassination of Letelier took place, personally paved the way for all those killings. The role of Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon in fomenting the 1973 coup d'etat that brought Augustus Pinochet to power is well known. By 1975, when Nixon had been replaced by Gerald Ford, the Pinochet regime was increasingly under criticism from American Congress. Letelier had been secretly interviewed by the Church Committee, headed by Senator Frank Church, which was investigating CIA wrongdoing. The criticisms of Pinochet forced Kissinger to make a public show of respecting human rights. Kissinger traveled to Chile in June of 1976 to personally deliver a speech voicing concern about the regime's treatment of political opponents. But during his visit, Kissinger also met privately on June 8th with Pinochet to assure the dictator that the speech was only political theater and that the American government approved of Pinochet's regime. During this conversation, Pinochet complained, "Letelier has access to the American Congress." It's unclear if Pinochet knew about the secret testimony to the Church Committee. As James Risen notes, and here I read from his writ, given the context of the meeting during which Kissinger signaled to Pinochet that the Ford administration was not going to penalize him for his regime's human rights record, Kissinger's silence in the face of Pinochet's complaints about Letelier must have been viewed by Pinochet as a green light to take brutal action against the dissident. On September 16th of 1976, Kissinger blocked a plan by the State Department to warn Latin American governments not to proceed with Operation Condor. 5 days later, Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moffett were dead. In a statement on Henry Kissinger's death, Joe Biden recalled the first briefing he had with the late Secretary of State. Biden wrote, "Throughout our careers, we often disagreed, and often strongly. But from that first briefing, his fierce intellect and profound strategic focus was evident." Modi's evidenced assassination ring is a modern-day counterpart to Operation Condor. The open question is whether Biden will use this opportunity to disagree with dead Kissinger or continue to be blinded by his supposedly profound strategic focus. Ironically, in such context, Israel's ruling Likud party once planned to assassinate Henry Kissinger. Guess it's a Jew thing. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger died on Wednesday at the age of 100, though if the predecessors of Israel's ruling Likud party had their way, he may not have made it even halfway to the century mark. Despite his reputation as a geopolitical kingmaker, Kissinger was never able to fully impose total American authority upon Israel, but he did seek to leverage American influence, sometimes against what the right-wing Likud party viewed as its own interests. Kissinger came to the United States as a German Jewish refugee in the 1930s and became one of the most influential diplomats in American history. When he was Secretary of State in 1973, Kissinger played a central role in the Yom Kippur War, one of the most urgent moments for Israel since its founding. Reception to his role in that war has been varied. Some criticized Kissinger for, among other things, preventing Israel from destroying the Egyptian Third Army and achieving a clear victory. According to a news report from the time, In the 1970s, Kissinger was so hated by the Likud party, which now controls Israel's far-right coalition government, that some of its members tried to have him assassinated. In 1977, citing senior State Department officials, the New York Daily News reported, "A die-hard clique of Israeli right-wingers has put out a $150,000 United States dollar contract for the assassination of Secretary of State Kissinger." When reports of a possible hit on Kissinger first came out, it was predictably propagandized to be the work of Palestinian militants. But senior officials told the paper that they were certain that the threat was emanating from the Israeli Likud party itself. The Likud hardliners, who put up the money, described as a small radical splinter faction within Israel's Likud opposition bloc, were upset at Kissinger's diplomacy around the end of the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. Kissinger had been instrumental in disengagement agreements with Egypt and Syria that saw Israel withdrawing from territories it had conquered. On the Israeli side, Likud's rival party, the Labour Party, had worked with Kissinger to agree to those compromises. The 1973 war had also led to a damaging oil embargo by Arab states against the American empire, and Kissinger was said to be willing to cut any deal necessary to turn the spigot back on, which the 1974 disengagement deals accomplished. Of the hit, the Daily News reported, the motive was said to be revenge against Kissinger for allegedly selling out Israel during his Mideast shuttle diplomacy. Now, of course, the Likud strongly denied the allegation at the time, as did the United States State Department. The reported plot to assassinate Kissinger is just one of several instances in which Israelis displayed intense hostility toward their strongest ally, the American empire, including a 1967 attack on the American spy ship, the USS Liberty, and an espionage operation in the 1980s. In fact, Israel has conducted an aggressive campaign of economic espionage in the United States since 1948, the inception of the State of Israel. This campaign being critical to sustaining and modernizing Israel's nuclear weapons program and an array of its most advanced conventional weapons, even while it has caused American firms to lose valuable proprietary information and unfairly advantaged Israeli companies in the international arms market. It being of note that while other countries conduct economic espionage against these United States, Israel is the only major recipient of American foreign aid to do so. Israel is the goddamn enemy of every American. Get that through your fucking heads. Get your head out of the Jew's asshole and start inhaling their gas. An ironic term for me to use, considering my heritage, but quite fitting. Because their gas will ultimately kill you. It's long been the greatest question about that war. Why Israel waited to be attacked. But what it was convinced to wait, well, it was convinced to wait by its closest ally, these United States. With Kissinger's death, and as the Israeli-American relationship plays a central role in how the Jewish state deals with Hamas, now is the opportune time to expose that Kissinger's actions in the 1973 war betrayed himself to be one of the greatest supporters of Israel that has ever run American foreign policy. Let me tell you about the hidden calculation behind the Yom Kippur War. Now, this will take a while, but I am, after all, the renegade military historian. And you are here to essentially learn military history. We'll see if I can tend to this in the hour remaining, unless our friend Pete the Moon Man joins us, which case I'll gladly postpone the rest till next episode. But let's get started. History records Israel's triumph in 1967 as the Six-Day War, but the key operations that clinched the victory took closer to 6 hours than 6 days. Shortly after 7:45 in the morning, on the 5th of June, Israeli jets attacked Egyptian aerofields in synchronized waves. The first wave destroyed aerocraft on the tarmac before pilots scrambled into cockpits. The second shredded it shredded all the runways to make takeoff impossible. And the following waves destroyed stranded planes that eluded destruction in the first wave. This bold opening gambit secured aero superiority over Aegyptus, Israel's most dangerous foe, making victory over the entire Arab coalition all but inevitable. Arab tanks turned into sitting ducks, and the Israel Defense Forces became unstoppable. Swift and total, Israel's victory in 1967 seemed as if it were ordered from on high, as if Joshua's battle for Jericho played out on the 6 o'clock news. Just 6 years later, however, the Egyptian and Syrian militaries overwhelmed Israel's defenses, and they did so precisely as Israel had done to them in 1967, namely, in a single day. At 2 o'clock p.m. on Yom Kippur, October 6th, 1973, Egyptian and Syrian forces stormed across Israel's frontiers in the Sinai Desert and the Golan Heights. The speed and power of the attack overpowered Israel's frontline defenders and discombobulated its military and civilian leadership. It suddenly became clear that Israel's assumptions about its own strength, the character of its enemies, and the fundamental shape of the modern battlefield were erroneous. The onslaught brought some Israeli leaders to the brink of a mental breakdown, not least among them Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, the eye-patch-wearing icon of coolness under fire. On the morning on October 7th, expressing his fear that the state of Israel stood in danger of destruction, he mumbled to senior commanders, "The Third Temple is in danger." In a briefing to Prime Minister Golda Meir, he suggested exploding a nuclear weapon to deter Egypt and Syria, while at the same time retreating to the middle of the Sinai Peninsula, ceding total control of the Suez Canal to the Egyptians. Meir rejected Dayan's recommendations, but not because she found the situation any less threatening. Weighing heaviest on her mind was the problem of materiel, war materiel. Israeli generals had planned for a quick war, 3 to 5 days in length, along the lines of 1967. They had never imagined anything like the conflict in which they now found themselves. One that was consuming armored vehicles, planes, and ammunition on an industrial scale, to say nothing of men's lives. By day 3, it was obvious that the war might last weeks, possibly months, and that it would soon involve the largest tank battles since World War II to that time. How would Israel obtain the material necessary to prosecute a conflict of this scale? The fate of the Jewish state, Meir tacitly admitted afterward, rested in the hands of America, and specifically those of President Richard Mulhouse Nixon, whom no one had ever accused of nurturing a boundless love for the Jewish people. In the final days of the war, when the balance on the battlefield had shifted dramatically in Israel's favor, Meir spoke candidly to a group of newspaper editors about her worries in the conflict's first days. She revealed, to quote she, There was a particularly difficult moment on the issue of military equipment. Out of desperation, I decided that I had to try somehow to get to America, incognito, and without any publicity, by hook or by crook, whatever it took, to get one meeting with President Nixon and to ask him, what will become of us? Her admission of Israeli dependence cast doubt on aspirations fundamental to the Zionist movement, which the victory of 1967 had seemed to fulfill. The Six-Day War had given Israelis the false sense of living securely behind invincible walls. Thanks to the redoubtable IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, Israelis no longer depended for their survival, like their diaspora ancestors, on the goodwill and generosity of the Gentiles, or so they thought. How had self-reliance turned to dependence so quickly? Soldiers on the battlefield were asking similar questions. In his memoir, Ariel Sharon, the future Prime Minister of Israel, who commanded a tank division in the Yom Kippur War, describes the confusion he witnessed among Israeli soldiers as they retreated in the face of overwhelming Egyptian firepower. Sharon writes, I saw something strange on their faces. Not fear, but bewilderment. Suddenly something was happening to them that had never happened before. These were soldiers who had been brought up on victories. Not easy victories, maybe, but nevertheless victories. Now they were in a state of shock. How could it be that these Egyptians were crossing the canal right in our faces? How was it that they were moving forward and we were defeated? When Israel's soldiers brought home their stories, the entire nation began debating this question, and has not stopped to this day. How did the vaunted Israeli intelligence agencies fail to see the war coming? Whose fault was it? What should have been done differently? Even the best answers to these questions tend to provide only an incomplete picture of the truth, and they sometimes frame the debate in misleading terms, focusing on the failure to anticipate the surprise attack while missing the larger military and diplomatic context. This transmission, and as it will probably inevitably continue into the next, on Wednesday, which will be here practically tomorrow, it'll feel like tomorrow by the time we're back together, seeks to resolve a few of these arguments. I will prove that even if Israeli leaders had known the attack was coming, they still would have underestimated its force, and their actions might not have been very different under any circumstance, rooted as they were in decisions made 3 years earlier. Explaining why this is so will not only set the record straight about 1973, but also reveal some important truths about the history and nature of the Israeli-American relationship, truths that have great importance for the present. Let's first talk about Sadat's war in Egyptus, Egypt. By the way, T-Tank Berry says, support Triple D, the only true renegade military historian. God bless you, sir. God bless you and keep you, as always. Now, in our time remaining, about another half hour at least, let's talk about Sadat's war. To understand the initial success of the Arab coalition, one must begin with the extraordinary political and military vision of the Egyptian President Anwar Sadat, the grand architect of that war. Sadat based his strategy on lessons learned from the failures of his predecessor, Gamal Abdel Nasser, who provoked the Six-Day War in 1967 and the War of Attrition in 1969 through 1970. These successive defeats taught Sadat that Egypt lacked the military power to vanquish Israel on the battlefield, and that Egypt's superpower patron, the Soviet Union, possessed no political influence over Israel. If the central aim of Egyptian policy was to compel the Jewish state to withdraw from the territories occupied in the Six-Day War, then Sadat would have to devise a new formula. That formula, he realized, would include both military and political stratagems, including an improved relationship with the United States, the superpower that did wield influence in Jerusalem. Gamal Abdel Nasser died in September of 1970. Even before he was laid to rest, Sadat set about convincing Richard Nixon that Egyptus was hungry for America's love. His channel to the president came in the form of Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, Elliot Richardson, who led the U.S. delegation to Gamal Abdel Nasser's funeral. At one point, the procession stopped so that, unbeknownst to the dignitaries in attendance, the new Egyptian president could recover from a bout of heat stroke. While the Greater Soviet's premier, Alexei Kosygin, the Communist Chinese premier, Zhou Enlai, and the emperor, Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, waited in a tent for the procession to resume, Sadat instructed aides to escort Richardson to the basement of a nearby building where the Egyptian leader rested on a cot. The prostrate Sadat greeted the American warmly, inviting him to a meeting the next day, where he asked Richardson to tell President Nixon that Egyptus wanted to build an entirely new, friendly, and cooperative relationship with the United States. Sadat followed up with many more such expressions of warmth and good feeling, which quickly bore fruit. In early May of 1971, Secretary of State William Rogers visited Cairo, the first Secretary of State to set foot on Egyptian soil since John Foster Dulles had arrived in the country some 20 years earlier. The moment the two men sat down together, Sadat knew his audience, and, laying it on thick, he said, "I know what's uppermost in your mind, and I want to talk about it at once. That's the Soviet Union. I would like to become much closer with the West. There's no reason why the Arabs should be closer aligned to the Soviet Union. My people like the West better. We appreciate your values and our association with the West. Business opportunities. I like American businessmen." For their part, President Nixon and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger did not rush to embrace Sadat. On the contrary, they purposely kept him at a distance to make him work hard to come toward them. Sadat nevertheless launched several diplomatic initiatives designed to foster a new impression of Egypt in the West, at least in Washington, D.C., and he succeeded. When the Six-Day War had broken out in 1967, President Johnson and his advisors correctly understood Nasser to be a Greater Soviet's proxy, who intended to undermine the influence of the West across Southwest Asia, the Greater Middle East. By contrast, when Anwar Sadat launched his war in October 6th of 1973, Nixon and Kissinger recognized him as at least a potential friend. As I shall ultimately make you see, the success of Sadat's charm offensive in Washington narrowed Israel's room for maneuver considerably. Sadat also concluded that extracting concessions from the Israelis would require Egyptus to launch a war in which it struck a mighty blow in the opening round. Well acquainted with Israel's sensitivity to casualties, he calculated that, while he couldn't uproot the Israeli military from the Sinai Peninsula, which it had taken from Egypt in 1967, he could at least bleed it. A high body count would shake Israeli leaders so severely that they would begin to question whether holding on to the territory was worth the cost. To plan an assault that could achieve these objectives, Sadat studied Egyptus's failures in previous wars. He solved problems that had easy fixes. For the unfixable ones, he found workarounds. The hardest problem of all was the Israeli Air Force. Sadat's generals explained to him, "We have no choice but to prepare for a battle under conditions of enemy aerial superiority." But, they continued, Egyptus could neutralize that superiority in limited areas by using SAMs, that's surface-to-air missiles. This idea represented nothing less than a revolution in military affairs. The first version of what is today called an anti-access area denial strategy. In recent years, the Communist Chinese Empire's efforts to make the South China Sea impenetrable to the United States Navy have made the initialism A2/AD, anti-access area denial, a commonplace in foreign policy circles. But it was not always so. The strategy debuted on the world stage in the Yom Kippur War. Sadat's plan was brilliantly simple. He would place a huge number of state-of-the-art Soviet SAMs on the west bank of the Suez Canal, so many as to create an impregnable umbrella that would not just cover the canal itself, but stretch for miles into Israeli-held territory. All along the main battle line, therefore, there would be a zone Israeli planes could never enter. Shielded by the SAM canopy, Egyptian ground troops could cross the canal unmolested. We usually think of wars as attempts to crush an enemy militarily, capture a significant territory, or control a population. But Anwar Sadat, following the great prophet of war, von Clausewitz, and Clausewitz's dictum that war is an extension of policy by other means, pursued only modest territorial gains that would serve his diplomatic purposes. In doing so, he baffled Israeli and American analysts who had difficulty getting inside the mind of a leader who would start a major war, sacrificing thousands of soldiers, merely to seize a few kilometers of the Sinai Peninsula. Why would Sadat launch a war that he could not possibly win? The failure to understand Sadat's intentions came at a great cost. Repeatedly, Israel ignored warnings that an attack was imminent. Only the day before the war did the intelligence services change their tune, when the Mossad director Zvi Zamir received an urgent cable from his most prized agent, known only as the Angel. As the sun set and Yom Kippur began on Friday, October 5th, Zamir rushed to London to meet with him. Zamir cabled Jerusalem at 4 a.m. Israeli time to say that Egypt and Syria would invade toward evening, which was understood to mean around 6 p.m. Among senior Israeli leaders, the Angel's word was gold. There was no longer any doubt. War was certainly coming. 2 hours after Zamir's cable arrived, Defense Minister Dayan, Moshe Dayan, Mr. Eye Patch, bald guy with an eye patch, and the Chief of Staff, David Elazar, discussed how to prepare for the coming clash. At 8 a.m., 8 o'clock in the morning, they laid options before the Prime Minister, who ordered a major mobilization. I'm conflating my words as we come towards end of transmission, but decided against launching a preemptive strike. For reasons that I will discuss later, she regarded preemption, the very thing that had won the Six-Day War, as off the table. At 2 p.m., 4 hours before the Angel predicted, aero raid sirens sounded across Israel. To say that the attackers vastly outnumbered the defenders is an understatement. In the north, 5 Syrian divisions with 1,400 tanks and 1,000 pieces of artillery attacked the 2 Israeli brigades stationed on the Jolan, who had at their disposal only 177 tanks and half a hundred artillery pieces. In the south, the numbers were even more lopsided. 5 Egyptian infantry divisions with nearly 100,000 soldiers, 1,300 tanks, and 2,000 artillery pieces launched themselves across the Suez Canal against some 450 poorly trained Israeli reservists. The unlucky defenders in Sinai manned the Bar-Lev line, a chain of 16 defensive strongholds standing behind an enormous sand barrier. Sand castles built the size of 6 men. Sand castles built by a giant. A chain of 16 defensive strongholds that were too far apart to give each other effective fire support even. After crossing the canal, the Egyptian forces rolled through those wide gaps between them with ease. Not to mention, they melted the sand castles down with supermassive fire hoses. Ahmad Rashad says, top of the morning. Good morning to Ahmad Rashad. And checking the time we have remaining. It's amazing how much fucking time we have remaining. The Israeli war plan relied on the Aero Force to slow the advance in time to bring up the reserves. But nothing prepared the Israeli pilots for the surface-to-air missiles that they encountered. In 1967, their pilots had seemed invincible. Just 6 years later, they lost between 10 and 30% of their operational aircraft in the first 24 hours of conflict. The Israeli High Command was in a state of shock. Egypt's mobile SAM-6s, the most advanced of the lot, proved especially lethal, but it was the sheer number of missiles and the density of fire that posed the biggest challenge. One Israeli pilot said, "It was like flying through hail. The skies were suddenly filled with SAMs, and it required every bit of concentration to avoid being hit." SAM-6s were not the only cutting-edge system the Egyptians deployed with creativity. Sadat's combat infantry crossed the canal with portable Xyr anti-tank guided missiles. At the time, a typical rocket-propelled grenade remained accurate only up to a few hundred yards. Xyrs, by contrast, had a range of 2 miles. A Xyr operator would deploy a launcher and then take cover nearby. From this position of safety, he would fire a missile at an approaching tank. Because the missiles remained connected by a long wire to the control station, the operator, using a joystick, could direct them to their target with deadly accuracy. Between 1967 and 1973, Egyptian officers had gone to school on IDF, or Israeli Defense Force doctrine. Israeli tank commanders, the Egyptians understood, would counterattack at the first opportunity. The Israelis, well, let's just say they followed that script on October 8th, which became the most infamous day in the history of the IDF. As Israel's patent tanks stormed forward to meet the invaders, Xyr missiles blasted through their armor with ease. One unit lost 22 of its 25 tanks in 5 minutes. During the entire war, Israel lost a total of about 1,000 tanks, over 100 on the first day, most of them to Xyrs. On October 9th, Israel's counterattack had ground to a standstill. Moshe Dayan was appearing unstable to his colleagues, and Prime Minister Mญีwas deeply shaken. After less than 3 days of combat, the war was consuming planes, tanks, and munitions at an unsustainable rate. When Mญีturned to Washington for aid, the Nixon administration agreed to help, but, for reasons that are still debated, moved slowly. Nearly a week passed before Nixon ordered a massive resupply. On October 14th, the same day that the American aerolift began, the tide of war shifted in Israel's favor. Elazar called Meir that night with, for the first time, an optimistic assessment of the war in the Sinai. To quote his T, "Golda, it will be all right. We are back to ourselves, and the Egyptians are back to themselves." What changed? Answering that question requires looking to the north, to the fighting with Suraya on the Golan Heights. Like the Egyptians, the Syrian soldiers of 1973 were much better trained than those of 1967. They, too, advanced rapidly in the first day of the war. Unlike the Egyptians, however, they lost their advantage very quickly. By day 2, they were stopped in their tracks. By day 3, the Israelis were already pushing them back. The Syrian leader, Hafez al-Assad's campaign in the north failed to mimic Sadat's campaign in the south, partly because the Syrians failed to raise an impregnable SAM umbrella. More importantly, the Israelis' traditional superiority at maneuver warfare allowed them to win engagements involving a small number of their tanks against numerically larger Syrian formations. On several critical occasions, fire from vastly outnumbered Israeli tank units intimidated Syrian commanders, who called off promising attacks. If the Syrians had pressed their early advantage, they may well have overrun the Israeli defenders on the Golan. From there, they could have stormed down to the Galilee and attacked a defenseless civilian population. But a small number of heroic Israelis stopped the Syrian advance long enough to allow large numbers of reserves to arrive. The speed with which the tide of war turned snatched from the Arab coalition a triumph akin to Israel's victory in 1967. By October 11th, the IDF had driven the attackers out of the Golan and was advancing in the direction of Damascus, the capital of Syria itself. Assad appealed for assistance from Sadat, begging him to halt the Israelis' push into his country by hitting them harder in the Sinai. He demanded that the Egyptian army exploit its advantage and continue eastward into the Metia and Jidi Mountains passes in the central Sinai. Or it's probably pronounced the Metaya and the Gidi, depending on your dialect. But an eastward advance toward the passes would take the Egyptian tanks out from under the SAM umbrella. As in 1967, they would once again become sitting ducks. Israel's aero superiority and tactical advantage in maneuver warfare would rush back into play. For reasons still not understood, Sadat threw caution to the wind and answered Assad's call for help. Was he drunk with success? Did the Greater Soviets ask him to support their client state, Assad? Did his Saudi ally, King Faisal, with whom he needed to pressure the Americans through, their OPEC oil embargo, bring his influence to bear, his own influence from the House of Saud? Well, whatever his rationale, the results were catastrophic. On October 14th, the Egyptian 3rd Armored Brigade launched an attack toward the Mitla Pass with 124 tanks. In less than 8 hours, it lost 60 tanks, 9 armored personnel carriers, and virtually all its artillery. By the end of the day, IDF intelligence estimated that the Egyptians had lost 280 tanks, enough to shift the balance of the war itself. Which brings us back to Elazar's call to Golda Meir. His remark about the Israelis and Egyptians having reverted to type occurred on the night of October 14th. The statement was true in the sense that the Israelis now enjoyed the upper hand, but some of the worst fighting of the war still awaited them. Determined to press their own advantage, the Israeli command developed a plan to deliver a knockout blow to the Egyptians. The operation called for Ariel Sharon to secure a crossing to the west side of the canal, which would allow 3 Israeli armored divisions to encircle the Egyptian Third Army, the key force holding the territory on the Israeli side. Feeling that they were now back in 1967, the Israelis optimistically planned to complete the crossing operation in 2 days. But the Egyptians fought for every inch of territory. The next 5 days saw the most intensive tank battles since World War II to that point in history. A particularly gruesome encounter took place on the night of October 15th at a place called the Chinese Farm. Sharon, one of the greatest Israeli heroes of the war, describes the carnage in his memoirs. By the way, Caesar Nagaraja says, good morning. And ex-IDF soldiers are warning Netanyahu to course correct. One former soldier said, revenge is not a war plan. Yeah, you tell him. There you go. Netanyahu, we'll see if he has any modicum of sanity left to listen to military advisors. I mean, who did you first hear say that? The son of Adolf Hitler. Revenge is not a fucking war plan. But, hey, that's what the Jews are all about. Anyhow, as Ariel Sharon wrote, it was as if a hand-to-hand battle of armor had taken place. Coming close, you could see Egyptian and Jewish dead lying side by side. Soldiers who had jumped from their burning tanks and died together. No picture could capture the horror of the scene. On our side that night, we had lost 300 dead and hundreds more wounded. But Sharon pressed on and made his way over the canal. This opening allowed Israeli forces to threaten the rear of the Egyptian Third Army, which was holding the southwest tip of the Sinai Peninsula. If the Third Army were crushed, Aegyptus would lose its foothold in the Sinai. Fearing total defeat, the Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, appealed for a ceasefire. Pressure came to bear on both parties from their superpower patrons, and Israel halted its advance. Which goes to show something. That Israel and Egypt were basically proxy states, whereas now the Israelis are the masters of the United States. But at that time, when things were still in their place, the war took an enormous toll on both sides. The Egyptians and Syrians lost approximately 15,600 men in the war, with around 35,000 wounded. The Israelis lost 2,569, with 7,251 wounded. The Egyptians and Syrians lost 440 aeroplanes. Israel, 102. The Arab coalition lost 2,250 tanks and 770 cannon. Israel lost about 1,000 tanks and 25 cannon. 12 Arab missile boats were sunk. The Israelis lost none. And this brings us to the blunder. Who won? The seesaw reversals on the battlefield permit many answers. In Cairo, they tell a tale of heroic victory of the Egyptian military. It focuses on the opening days of the war, the successful deception, the crossing of the canal under withering fire, and the military successes that allowed the Third Army to retain its beachhead on the eastern side of the canal. This myth bestows on Anwar Sadat and the Egyptian military a specific honorific, the heroes of the crossing. The second half of the war, the part when Israel wins, blends into the blurry background. One might expect the Israelis to focus on the period that the Egyptians blur out, the last week of the war, when Israel held the decisive advantage. Indeed, Israelis have at their fingertips all the necessary facts to tell a compelling story of triumph over tragedy, much like the one Americans tell themselves about World War II. A sneak attack by the enemy caught the lion sleeping. He made some early missteps, but once stirred from his slumber, he ripped his enemies to shreds. The Meir government tried to market just such a tale when the war ended, but the public rejected it out of hand. Israel's collective memory immediately conceived of the war as neither a victory nor a defeat, but as a colossal blunder. The word it chose was mekdal, which technically means an act of omission, a critical omission or neglect that leads to great harm. Israelis remember the Yom Kippur War not just as a mekdal, but as the mekdal par excellence. The identification is so total that the phrase Yom Kippur has become a synonym in Hebrew for blunder. On November 21st of 1973, the government set up the Agranat Commission to investigate the faulty decision-making at the beginning of the war. Shimon Agranat, the president of the Supreme Court, chaired the inquiry. With forensic precision, the commission produced a deeply influential analysis of the mekdal. To explain what went wrong, it introduced a word that has become a permanent element of Israel's political lexicon: conceptia, or conception, which apparently may never have existed in the Hebrew vocabulary before. I'm joking, but certainly not with the depth of profundity that it has today. How do I go on explaining this? The term refers to the intelligence concept that blinded senior Israeli leaders to all the obvious signs, of which there were many, that Aegyptus and Suraya were about to attack. The commission borrowed the term from Major General Eli Xyr, the IDF head of intelligence and the man ultimately responsible for analyzing the reports collected by the Mossad, Shin Bet, and other intelligence agencies. Xyr used it to refer to the conception of the Egyptian intentions that he and his fellow analysts shared. The conceptia rested on 12 fundamental assumptions. First, Aegyptus would not go to war against Israel until it had acquired the military capabilities necessary to paralyze Israel's aero force. These capabilities included, among other weapon systems, long-range bombers that could attack Israeli targets in depth. Second, Suraya would not launch a major attack except in coordination with Aegyptus. It was through the conceptia that Xyr filtered the welter of reports he received indicating that the Surayans and Egyptians were on the verge of starting a full-scale war. Because Aegyptus did not yet possess the long-range bombers, he reasoned, Sadat must be bluffing. If Aegyptus were not preparing an attack, neither was Suraya. On September 25th, King Hussein of Jordan helicoptered in secret to a Mossad safe house near Tel Aviv-Yafo, where he met with Golda Meir and warned her that Aegyptus and Suraya were planning a joint attack against Israel. But Xyr was unpersuaded. On October 5th, the day before the war, Jerusalem learned that Moscow, the patron of Suraya, as well as Aegyptus, was evacuating the families of Soviet officers from Damascus, and Cairo, capital of Aegyptus. Xyr again responded by assessing the likelihood of war as very low. So Sadat and his generals hoodwinked Xyr by staging a series of elaborate and sophisticated ruses that desensitized the Israelis to the preparations for war. Between 1972 and 1973, for example, the Egyptian army mobilized 22 times, approximately once a month. These exercises lulled the Israelis to sleep. Sadat describes in his memoirs how, in April of 1973, he signaled to the Israelis that war was coming the next month, per his own writ. I had no intention of starting a war in May, but as part of my strategic deception plan, I launched a mass media campaign then and took various civil defense measures which led the Israelis to believe that war was imminent. When the real thing came, the IDF just thought it was another routine exercise. In response to the false signals in April, however, the Israelis carried out a partial mobilization, a step that was economically and politically costly because, among other reasons, reservists are drawn from the most productive sectors of society. The episode only enhanced the reputation of Xyr, who had opposed mobilization. Sadat was bluffing, Xyr assumed, because he did not possess the long-range bombers he needed to neutralize the Israeli Air Force. The concepcia was vindicated. By the beginning of October, when Egyptus's actual mobilization for war was well underway, Xyr's confidence in his ability to read Sadat's intentions was running high. Even after Zamir relayed the message from the angel, Xyr insisted that the probability of war was low, although by this time the High Command was willing to ignore him. The Agranat Commission detailed much of this in an interim report published on All Fool's Day. Yes, April Fools. A fitting day to publish it, I'm sure. April 1st of 1974, which hit Israeli politics like an earthquake. It called for dismissing several military officers, including Xyr and Chief of Staff Elazar, who were removed from their positions shortly thereafter. While the report refrained from assessing the performance of politicians, the image it created of a feckless elite hobbled Meir personally and helped to delegitimate the Labour Party establishment that had ruled the country since its foundation. It is no exaggeration to see the election of Menachem Begin's Likud in 1977, in part, as an aftershock of the Agranat Commission's report. But the most immediate consequence of the report was the debate it generated over the failure of Israel's early warning system, which rages on today. In 1993, Xyr published a book attempting to exonerate him. Okay, we are reconnected. How much did you miss? Let me know where I was cut off. Okay, the fuckers cut me off. We got about 10 minutes left. Let me try and recover what was lost. I will try and explain that let's just say it this way. The Agranat Commission detailed everything that I've been articulating in an interim report published on April Fool's Day. All Fool's Day, the 1st of April in 1974, which hit Israeli politics like an earthquake. Nobody likes April Fool's jokes. It called for dismissing several military officers, including Xyr and the Chief of Staff, Elazar, who were removed from their positions shortly thereafter. And while this report refrained from assessing the performance of politicians, the image it created of a feckless elite hobbled Golda Meir personally and helped to delegitimate the Labour Party establishment that had ruled Israel since its foundation. So it's no exaggeration to see the election of Menachem Begin's Likud in 1977, in part, as an aftershock of the Agranat Commission's report. But the most immediate consequence of the report was the debate it generated over the failure of Israel's early warning system, which rages on today. And in 1993, Xyr published a book attempting to exonerate himself. And while he has few, if any, defenders, there are many analysts and historians whose conclusions at least support his view of things. The most important such conclusion is the claim that the angel, Israel's source at the highest rungs of Egyptian power, was a double agent, through whom Anwar Sadat passed misinformation to the Israelis. Now, the angel, we now know, was Ashraf Marwan, the son-in-law of Gamal Abdel Nasser, and a trusted member of the ruling elite. The Mossad had been running Marwan as a source for 4 years prior to the Yom Kippur War. During that time, he provided them with troves of invaluable information. But some Israelis, among whom Xyr now counts himself, thought Marwan was too good to be true. The claim that Marwan was a double agent rests on the idea that the accurate information he provided served as a lure to hook the Israelis with misinformation about the most important thing of all, Sadat's war plans. According to this analysis, even Marwan's final report about the outbreak of war was misinformation because it identified the time of the attack as 6 p.m. rather than 2 p.m. The behavior of the Egyptian government has strengthened the claims of those who say Marwan was a double agent. In 2007, the year of my late and sainted legal sire's death, my father, who raised and guided me, the year that he was thanatized, as the VA uses the term. After Marwan died, he received a hero's farewell in Cairo. Then President Hosni Mubarak stated that Marwan carried out patriotic acts, which is not yet time to reveal. But was this funeral itself an elaborate ruse? A second school of thought suspects that it was, not least because of the circumstances of Marwan's death. In June of 2007, he fell from the balcony of his apartment on Carlton House Terrace, a swanky central London street. Most likely, Egyptian intelligence operatives or their agents helped him fall, after his name and a description of the role he played for the Mossad leaked to the Israeli press. Who leaked his name? Evidence points to Xyr, against whom an Israeli court of law heard a case which ended inconclusively. Was Gamal Abdel Nasser's son-in-law a spy for the Israelis or a double agent serving the Egyptians? Did assassins hurl him from his balcony, or did he simply fall? Did Xyr leak the angel's identity in a vain effort to exonerate himself? Or did Marwan's name reach the press through some other route? Straight off the pages of a John le Carre novel, these questions can't but attract attention. It's no wonder that Netflix produced a movie, The Angel, based on a Yuri Bar-Joseph's biography of the same name, about Marwan. Every anniversary of the Yom Kippur War draws attention to declassified documents emerging from the archives, and the debate begins afresh. As a matter of fact, just last month, the Mossad itself participated in this tradition, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the war by publishing a volume of declassified documents pertaining to the intelligence debate. When the agency's director, David Barnea, hosted a book launch at Mossad headquarters, he could not resist the opportunity to refute the claims that the angel was a double agent. These claims, he stated, were checked before the war by an IDF Mossad joint team, and after the war as well. The conclusions were the same. The angel was an important and strategic agent. Israel's chief spy broke the code of silence regarding past intelligence operations to inform the public that the Mossad got the information right in October of 1973. It was military intelligence, whose job was to analyze and interpret that information, that was to blame. Yes, of course. This is called